Chapter 523, Lishan City. At 14 years old, he was at the 9th layer of Qi condensation, with 13 patterns of spiritual consciousness. From the 8th layer of Qi condensation to the 9th layer, his realm broke through, and his spiritual consciousness also grew a bit. However, this kind of growth was, after all, only the growth of the Qi condensation realm. In the face of the spiritual consciousness of Foundation establishment, it seemed a bit of a wasted effort. It was tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. It was also not enough to allow his spiritual consciousness to break through the bottleneck and reach 14 patterns of Foundation establishment. Mo Hua's spiritual consciousness was still at the peak of 13 patterns. It was not even much stronger than the previous 13 patterns peak. Mo Hua, inside the carriage, sighed. It seemed this bottleneck was another major hurdle. Similar to the threshold from Qi condensation to Foundation establishment, the threshold from 13 patterns to 14 patterns was the threshold from early to middle Foundation establishment. It seemed to be only one pattern away, but the chasm between them was equally unfathomable. Mo Hua couldn't see the bottom. If Foundation establishment was like this, what about Golden Core? Mo Hua peeked out and looked at the sky. The area he was currently in was the territory of the 3rd-rank Lishan Prefecture. In a 3rd-rank prefecture, the upper limit of cultivation that cultivators could use was the Golden Core realm. 3rd-rank prefecture. Mo Hua murmured in his heart. This was his first time in a prefecture above 2nd rank. Mo Hua took a breath and felt that the surrounding aura was different. The land was wider, and the sky was higher and farther. Of course, it was possible that the 3rd-rank prefecture was indeed larger. Or it could just be his illusion. Mo Hua looked up at the sky again. Although he couldn't see it now, there was a grand formation in the sky. When he annihilated the fengxi, he saw it with his own eyes. The blood-red tribulation lightning descended, terrifying and unfathomable. It lingered above his head, and then gradually dissipated. As the tribulation lightning dissipated, within the clouds, there were incomprehensible formation patterns. One stroke of it, he recorded on the Dao steel. This stroke of formation pattern was an immortal pattern. It was far beyond Mo Hua's current realm, and he could not comprehend it. Mo Hua still dared not look at it. He was afraid that if he took one glance, his spiritual consciousness would be drained, his sea of consciousness would crack, and the consequences would be endless. Moreover, this was an immortal pattern on the tribulation lightning, containing the law of annihilation. Laws were unreasonable. If he looked too much and triggered the immortal pattern and was directly annihilated, even if his master was infinitely powerful, he probably wouldn't be able to save him. He would keep it for now and study it carefully when his realm was higher and his spiritual consciousness was stronger. Mo Hua lowered his head and looked at his small hands. Now, inside his body, the spiritual energy of the 9th layer of Qi condensation was flowing. The 9th layer of Qi condensation meant that his spiritual energy was even more profound. At the same time, the power of his spells had also increased by a notch. Even if he only relied on spiritual consciousness compression and the invincible speed fireball technique, below Foundation establishment, ordinary 9th layer Qi condensation cultivators were no match for him. Of course, his senior brothers and sisters were exceptions. They could all fight against Foundation establishment cultivators. He was not yet a match for Foundation establishment cultivators, unless he used the formation disintegration. Otherwise, at most, it would be a 50-50 match. It was a 50-50 match where he stood in an invincible position. He couldn't kill them, and they couldn't catch him, capture him, or even see him. I just don't know. After I reach Foundation establishment, my spiritual consciousness advances further, and my spells become stronger. Can I directly fight against other Foundation establishment cultivators? Mo Hua couldn't help but ponder in his heart. His little face showed expressions of joy, anticipation, worry, and then knitted brows in thought. Mr. Zhuang found it amusing and smiled slightly. Thinking about Foundation establishment again, Mo Hua came back to his senses and nodded with a smile. No need to rush, Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly. After your cultivation deepens further and reaches the perfect 9th layer, you can try to break through to Foundation establishment. As for spiritual consciousness, don't force it, let it happen naturally. It seemed that for Qi condensation cultivators, cultivating spiritual consciousness to 14 patterns was indeed too difficult. Even for Mo Hua, it was somewhat unlikely. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment, then continued. If it's really not possible, then breaking through to Foundation establishment with peak 13 patterns spiritual consciousness is also acceptable. Mo Hua felt a bit of regret and a bit of worry. Then, will I not be very powerful? Mr. Zhuang paused, looking at Mo Hua with a complex gaze. You are at the 9th layer of Qi condensation now, with peak 13 patterns spiritual consciousness, which is already very powerful. Which Qi condensation cultivator could have the spiritual consciousness of peak early Foundation establishment? This was spiritual consciousness, which was ethereal, difficult to cultivate, difficult to practice, and difficult to strengthen. It was not spiritual energy that could be fed by spirit stones. Spiritual consciousness crossing a major realm was already incredible. Oh, Mo Hua scratched his head. Since Master said it was powerful, it should be fine. Then, he thought of another problem. Master, don't I need to temper my realm? Mo Hua looked at Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi. Just like my senior brother and sister. He had heard from Zhang Lan that the disciples of aristocratic families had to lay a good foundation before breaking through to foundation establishment, so that their cultivation would be solid, and they could go further in the future. Zhang Lan had also spent a long time tempering his foundation in the qi condensation realm. Although he was from an aristocratic family, at such an old age, he was still only at the 9th layer of qi condensation. Later, to face the great demon and as a precaution, he broke through to foundation establishment. Of course, he probably had some conflict with his family and was a bit rebellious, which was why he deliberately slacked off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through to foundation establishment so late. However, his senior brother and sister were different. The three of them spent their days together. Mo Hua watched them cultivate every day. Each time they cultivated, their spiritual energy condensed a bit, their cultivation deepened a bit, and their aura became stronger a bit. Over time, although their realm did not increase, their cultivation was exceptionally solid. It was even comparable to foundation establishment. Mo Hua recalled again. When they first met, he was only at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, and they were already at the late stage of qi condensation. Now that he was at the 9th layer of qi condensation, they were still at the 9th layer of qi condensation. His senior brother and sister had such good talent, and they had suppressed their realm for so long. His spirit root was so poor, and he didn't suppress it at all. Wasn't that not good? Mo Hua looked at Mr. Zhuang with some confusion. Mr. Zhuang's expression became subtle. He thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. This? You don't need to suppress it. Your senior brother and sister, their spirit roots, are heavenly. Upper grade. The cultivation methods they practice are full-cycle upper grade methods, and the Tao techniques they learn are all peerless ultimate techniques of their family's hereditary teachings. For aristocratic families like the Bai family, breaking through to foundation establishment is not much different from qi condensation. The family's expectations for them are not merely foundation establishment, but to lay a good foundation to break through to higher cultivation. The family's heritage is sufficient to support their cultivation. And once they reach the perfect stage of qi condensation and lay a good foundation, after breaking through to foundation establishment, the qualitative change of their full-cycle spiritual energy will lay the foundation for the great Tao. In the future, they will have enough spiritual energy to display extremely powerful upper-grade Tao techniques, and also have enough heritage to seek higher realms. This is the path of aristocratic prodigies. They need to temper their realms. Mr. Zhuang glanced at Mo Hua. You're fine either way. Mr. Zhuang tried to be tactful, but still said somewhat dishearteningly. Your spirit root is a bit poor, your physique is a bit weak, and your heritage cannot compare to theirs, so you don't need to worry about it so much. Whether you temper it or not, it doesn't really make much difference. Keep cultivating, break through when you can. Although your spiritual energy is a bit less, and your blood essence is a bit weaker, at least your spiritual consciousness is strong enough. One strength covers 100 weaknesses. As long as your spiritual consciousness is strong, other things can be made to suffice. Mo Hua's expression was complicated. For a moment, he didn't know if his master was praising him or belittling him. Mo Hua sighed, and then thought, it was actually good this way. He didn't need to bother tempering his cultivation, which also saved him effort, energy, and spirit stones. Anyway, his spirit root was what it was, his situation was what it was, and it couldn't be changed. Making do was making do, as long as he could reach foundation establishment. Mo Hua calmed his mind. Others' achievements, no matter how good, were still others. It had nothing to do with him. He would cultivate his own Tao. Mo Hua nodded slightly with a peaceful gaze. Mr. Zhuang saw Mo Hua's expression, was slightly stunned, and then nodded gently, sighing in his heart. This child, his state of mind is truly good. The carriage traveled for more than 10 days, finally passing through the mountain roads of the great Lishan prefecture and arriving at Lishan City. Lishan City was a third-rank immortal city, with beautiful scenery, magnificent city walls, and splendid mansions inside, quite imposing. The cultivators in the city were mostly in the qi condensation and foundation establishment realms. There were golden core cultivators, but not many. The destination of this trip was the largest and only third-rank sect in the entire Lishan City, the Five Elements sect. Before going to the Five Elements sect, Mo Hua and his group found an inn to rest for a while. Mo Hua first settled down to Bai, asked the waiter to feed it with the best quality fodder, watched it eat with relish, and then stroked Bai's mane before leaving. Afterwards, he ordered some dried fruits, food, and tea, and delivered them to Mr. Zhuang's room. Elder Kuei did not know where he had gone. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi sat respectfully, listening to Mr. Zhuang say something. Mo Hua placed the dishes on the table. These dishes were all ordered by Mo Hua himself. He had also instructed on how they should be cooked and what taste they should have. He knew what his master, senior brothers, and sisters, as well as elder Kuei, liked to eat. After traveling all day, Bai Zixing, who was hungry, smelled the aroma and couldn't help but glance over, then immediately sat up straight, listening to Mr. Zhuang's teachings. Mr. Zhuang chuckled a bit and said, "Eat something first." Bai Zixing's eyes lit up, and with respect mixed with excitement, he said, "Yes, master." While eating, Imo Hua and his senior brother and sister whispered, chatting about their observations in the city. What kind of cultivators they encountered, what different customs they had, and in the market, there were various dazzling spirit tools, pills, and formation books displayed. Imo Hua sighed in his heart. A third-rank immortal city was indeed different. On the street, he could see many foundation establishment cultivators. The spirit tools and pills displayed in the market were also mostly second-rank. Imo Hua even saw a second-rank formation book. He wanted to take a look, but the stall owner didn't allow it. He even said, "What are you looking at formation books for, child? This book is not for you to read. Don't deplete your spiritual consciousness," and so on. Imo Hua, being young and magnanimous, didn't argue with him. His cultivation was not enough now, and he really couldn't learn second-rank formations. It would be useless to look at them anyway. The key point was that this second-rank formation book was quite expensive. The formations recorded within it, just by looking at their names, were all common formations, not worth wasting spirit stones on. He was about to reach foundation establishment, so he had to save spirit stones. However, Imo Hua also found a strange phenomenon. The entire Lishan city seemed to be mostly filled with cultivators who opened commercial establishments, open markets, and set up stalls selling various cultivation items. Most rogue cultivators were also merchants. There were no rogue cultivators like spirit farmers, mineral cultivators, demon hunters, or artisans who engaged in labor to earn spirit stones. Imo Hua felt a bit confused and asked Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang said, "Sect of formations is like this." The Five Elements sect. That's right, Mr. Zhuang nodded. The Five Elements sect is an orthodox sect that established itself based on formations. Most of the cultivators in the sect are formation masters. The cultivation world esteems formations. Cultivation focuses on combat and can only strengthen one's own power, but formations can influence countless cultivators. This is especially true for cultivation families with large forces and many cultivators. The Five Elements sect is skilled in formations and is located here. Many cultivators, families, and sects come here to seek formations, and some cultivators even choose to settle here permanently. Some cultivation forces, to foster good relations with the Five Elements sect, will also send an elder to be stationed here, sending gifts and visiting during festivals. Over time, the cave dwellings here have become very expensive. Mr. Zhuang sighed with emotion. Although it's remote here, the cave dwellings in this city are truly not something ordinary cultivators can afford. The cave dwellings are too expensive, and the prices of goods have risen accordingly. The rogue cultivators in Lishan City are all living on the blessings of their ancestors, leaving only a bit of shelter to survive. Otherwise, they would not be able to live. Over time, the number of cultivators in the entire Lishan City has also decreased. Imo Hua asked doubtfully. "I see the streets are quite prosperous." Mr. Zhuang shook his head. Cultivators have long lifespans, so you can't just look at the present moment, you have to look further into the future. Hundreds of years ago, I came here, and there were many more cultivators than now. The current number of cultivators is already considered few. The prosperity of pavilions and towers is just a superficial phenomenon. Prosperity without people is ultimately just moon in the water and flowers in the mirror. Imo Hua nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked again, "Then these have nothing to do with the Five Elements sect, right? They can't manage others buying cave dwellings at high prices." Mr. Zhuang shook his head. The Five Elements sect is fanning the flames. Fanning the flames? Imo Hua didn't quite understand. Mr. Zhuang said, hundreds of years ago, the Five Elements sect had already fallen into decline. At that time, the ancestor of the Five Elements sect, in order to revive the sect, moved the sect to this remote Lishan City. Lishan City is remote and free from disturbances. The ancestor of the Five Elements sect wanted the disciples of the sect to focus wholeheartedly on studying formations, and at the same time, attract other formation masters to learn from and verify with each other, and exchange formations, making Lishan City a place for formation masters to study, a true city of formation studies. This move was indeed very effective. The Five Elements sect gradually grew stronger, and the atmosphere of formation studies became intense. Lishan City prospered for a time and became a holy land among formation masters. Mr. Zhuang sighed. It didn't work out later. With formation masters gathering, the value of cave dwellings doubled, and Lishan City became priceless. Their ancestors' good intentions were ultimately not as practical as spirit stones. The later disciples of the Five Elements sect began to have ideas. The residences, houses, and halls originally meant for formation masters to study and discuss Tao were all demolished and converted into prosperous cave dwellings, which were then sold and rented at high prices, thereby obtaining huge amounts of spirit stones. They didn't have to do anything, and spirit stones came in easily. This amount of spirit stones came too easily and too abundantly, and the disciples of the sect became lazy and indulged in pleasure, no longer diligently studying formations or exploring the heavenly Tao. However, although the Five Elements sect gained great benefits from this move, this benefit was exchanged for the hardships of their ancestors and their future prospects. Their ancestors' efforts were all in vain. The cave dwellings were too expensive, and ordinary cultivators could not afford to live there, so they gradually left. And some formation masters, although talented, but from ordinary backgrounds, also could not afford such expensive cave dwellings, so they had to seek other places. The disciples of the Five Elements sect obtained spirit stones too easily and were greedy for pleasure, so they no longer bothered to diligently study formations. The entire formation atmosphere of Lishan City also faded. The formation level of the Five Elements sect also dropped lower and lower, and some formations were also lost. Mr. Zhuang's expression was somewhat solemn, and he sighed with emotion. Whether it is a formation master or a sect of formations, it must ultimately be based on formations. Do not be short-sighted for profit, otherwise, when prosperity disappears, it will be a land of desolation. Imohua's heart also felt a jolt of awe. A holy land for formation masters to gather and study. What kind of scene would that be? Imohua was filled with both longing and regret, and couldn't help but ask, Master, didn't the Five Elements sect ever think of changing? Such a large sect, with so many formation masters, even if some were driven by profit, there would always be someone who could understand, right? Mr. Zhuang sighed. It's deeply entrenched. The entire sect has grown accustomed to earning spirit stones while lying down. From top to bottom, the interests are deeply rooted. Anyone who wants to change it is essentially going against the entire sect. They have neither the courage nor the ability. Even if there is someone with the ability to change it, they may not want to change it, because those who have the ability to change it are mostly those who profit the most from it. To cut the bone to heal the wound, this knife must be wielded upon oneself first. Imohua couldn't help but sigh. Things in this world were truly complex. However, there was still one matter that concerned him greatly. Imohua asked, Master, you said that after the Five Elements sect declined, their ancestor at that time moved the sect to this Lishan city. Then what was the Five Elements sect like before it declined? Mr. Zhuang's expression became solemn, and he sighed. That was thousands of years ago. In those days, even if the Five Elements sect was not considered a top-tier sect, it was at least one of the few first-rate formation sects in the entire cultivation world. Imohua's mouth fell open. He never expected that the ancestors of the Five Elements sect were so powerful. A first-rate formation sect in the entire cultivation world. What rank would that be? Is their inheritance so powerful? Imohua asked in surprise. Indeed. Mr. Zhuang nodded. The foundation that the Five Elements sect relies on, and what they are most famous for, is a complete set of formations that can amplify the Five Elements' spiritual energy from low to high grades. Mr. Zhuang looked at Imohua, his expression solemn. This is the set of first-rank, 13-pattern Five Elements ultimate formations that you are going to learn, and must learn. Chapter 524, Five Elements Sect. Master, this Five Elements absolute formation is so important. Will they let me learn it? Imohua worriedly asked. Mr. Zhuang said calmly. They wouldn't dare not let you learn it. Imohua was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Master, do you have some connection with the Five Elements sect? Mr. Zhuang's gaze became somewhat distant. You could say that. Imohua looked on with curiosity. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi also looked at Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's fine to tell you all. To be precise, it's not me who has a connection with them, but our entire sect that has some connection with the Five Elements sect. Sect? Imohua seemed a bit taken aback, then quietly asked, Master, do we still have a sect? Yes. What is it? Imohua was very curious. Mr. Zhuang hesitated for a moment, his gaze obscure. It has declined, best not to mention it. Imohua sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Within Mr. Zhuang's eyes, hidden emotions flickered. He continued, the ancestors of the Five Elements sect had a deep friendship with our sect's lineage. The founder of our lineage once saved the Five Elements sect from dire straits during a great calamity. In order to repay this kindness, the ancestors of the Five Elements sect imparted their absolute formations to us. From then on, disciples of our sect in each generation could go to the Five Elements sect to learn the Five Elements absolute formations, but the time was limited, only 7 days. Moreover, this set of formations is the foundation of the Five Elements sect's establishment, and the founder did not wish to take advantage of the Five Elements sect, so he stipulated that only Qi condensation disciples could study these formations. Imohua listened and nodded repeatedly. Our founder and the seniors of the Five Elements sect were all righteous people, each yielding a step and not taking advantage. Mr. Zhuang said with a half-smile, Actually, that's just the surface. Mo Hua was startled. Surface? Mr. Zhuang nodded. I heard this story from my master. At first, I didn't doubt it, but after having contact with the Five Elements sect, I realized that the truth wasn't like that. This was actually a transaction. A transaction. Mo Hua opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and understood. He found it hard to believe. Could it be that our founder wanted the Five Elements sect's absolute formations and used that as leverage to save the Five Elements sect? And the Five Elements sect, for the survival of their sect, could only agree? Mr. Zhuang nodded. That's right. It was a transaction where the Five Elements sect exchanged their absolute formations for survival. Mr. Zhuang also cautioned Mo Hua. In this world, truth and falsehood are hard to discern. Don't believe everything just because one person says it, even if that person is the founder of our sect. Founders also have selfish motives and will speak favorably of themselves. This matter has another version in the Five Elements sect. In the eyes of the Five Elements sect, our founder took advantage of their predicament and made excessive demands, which forced them to hand over their sect's absolute formations. The Five Elements sect was unhappy about this. Therefore, the Five Elements sect also proposed a condition. Mo Hua's eyes brightened. Only Qi condensation disciples can learn. Mr. Zhuang nodded. Yes. At the Qi condensation realm, one can at most be a first-rank formation master. Even if they learn it, they can only grasp up to the first rank. A first-rank absolute formation, if leaked, is still a leak. Although there will be an impact, it won't be too serious. If this restriction wasn't in place, any senior from our sect who was a high-rank formation master could have seen through the entire foundation of the Five Elements sect. Moreover, this set of Five Elements formations, with 13 patterns at the first rank, is inherently extremely difficult. It might be possible for foundation establishment cultivators to learn it, but for Qi condensation cultivators, it's almost impossible. With these conditions, the Five Elements sect reluctantly agreed to the founder's demands. The founder didn't think much of it. It was already good to be able to learn their sect's absolute formation. The Five Elements sect's requests were also reasonable, so he didn't bargain. In the founder's conception, our lineage revered the path of formations, with countless geniuses among its disciples. Finding a disciple who could learn the Five Elements absolute formations at the Qi condensation stage, while not easy, shouldn't be too difficult. However, Mr. Zhuang's expression turned subtle. The founder also miscalculated. This is not an ordinary first-rank absolute formation. 13 patterns at the first rank far exceed the spiritual sense of a Qi condensation cultivator, which is only 9 patterns. When you actually go to learn it, the Five Elements sect will also create all sorts of obstacles. Therefore, up to now, no heavenly prodigy disciple from our sect's lineage has been able to learn this Five Elements absolute formation from the Five Elements sect. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua. So, this heavy burden falls on your shoulders. Mo Hua immediately felt his small shoulders grow heavy. He weakly asked, Master, what if I also can't learn it? Mr. Zhuang replied, this formation is crucial for you. Learning it is naturally what we want. However, if you truly cannot learn it, then there's nothing that can be done. Mr. Zhuang comforted him. Just do your best. Even if you can't learn it, don't worry. When you reach the mountain, you'll find a way. Mo Hua nodded. After speaking, Mo Hua frowned and lowered his head, lost in thought. Mr. Zhuang asked, what are you thinking about now? Mo Hua thought about his words and said, didn't our founder somewhat take advantage of their misfortune back then? The Five Elements sect must hold some resentment, coveting their absolute formations and proposing demands during the Five Elements sect's crisis, thus forcing them to agree to this transaction, seeking survival with their sect's absolute formations. There was even a possibility. Wasn't the Five Elements sect's crisis back then secretly instigated by our founder? Even if he didn't instigate it, he at least stood by and did nothing? Mr. Zhuang stroked Mo Hua's head and said gently, these are the grievances of the seniors and ancestors. You don't need to concern yourself with them. So much time has passed since those events. It's hard to sort out the grievances and enmities. Even if the founder had selfish motives, the fact remains that he saved the Five Elements sect. The safety and inheritance of a sect, which is more important. The Five Elements sect made their choice and reached a transaction. You don't need to have any scruples. And because of these past grievances, the Five Elements sect will not be friendly towards us. So, you don't need to be polite. Go and learn it boldly. If you can truly learn all their secrets, that would be your own ability, and they wouldn't dare to say anything. Mo Hua lowered his voice. Do they have golden core cultivators in their sect? What if I really learn it? Won't they get angry and not let me go? Mr. Zhuang glanced at him. They wouldn't dare. Mo Hua was taken aback and felt much more at ease. By the way, Master, what is this set of formations called? Mo Hua asked again. Mr. Zhuang paused for a moment, then slowly said, Five Elements Spirit Formations. Five Elements Spirit Formations. Mo Hua mumbled. The name seems a bit ordinary. Mr. Zhuang shook his head. You don't understand the principles behind it, which is why you find it ordinary. Spirit formations, with the character spirit in it, signifies that this type of formation is related to the essence or characteristics of spiritual energy flow. Spirit gathering formation, though simple, is a necessary formation for the eye of a formation, the source of a formation's drive. Spirit reversal formation is an absolute formation, involving the inverse transformation and collapse of spiritual energy. Spirit hub formation is also an absolute formation, involving the control of the spiritual energy hub. 5-element spirit formations are the same. What they involve is the amplification of the 5 elements of spiritual energy. A set of 5, encompassing all 5 elements, including metal spirit formation, wood spirit formation, water spirit formation, fire spirit formation, and earth spirit formation, capable of amplifying and strengthening the power of their corresponding attribute spiritual energy. Mo Hua listened intently, engrossed. Mr. Zhuang suddenly stopped. Mo Hua said, "Master, please continue." Mr. Zhuang shook his head. "I can't say any more. The rest you will have to figure out yourself." If he said more, there would be no difficulty. Mo Hua felt a bit regretful and could only say, "Okay, master." Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua and added, "Although the 5-element sect's 5-element spirit formations are said to be a complete set of 5 elements absolute formations from low to high ranks. However, the high-rank portions have most likely been lost. What remains in the 5-element sect now is probably only 1st and 2nd rank formations. But having 1st and 2nd rank is enough. Absolute formations, by nature, require learning from shallow to deep, starting from low ranks. Having 1 leads to 2, having 2 leads to 3. Once you learn the 1st rank and establish a good foundation, you can then comprehend subsequent formations step by step." Mr. Zhuang's words faltered slightly, and he thought silently. "However, the subsequent formations will depend on you finding them yourself." Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua, his gaze filled with a touch of melancholy and reluctance, but these emotions vanished in an instant. Mr. Zhuang's gaze returned to being as gentle as water. Mo Hua frowned, still thinking about the absolute formations, and for a moment didn't notice this subtle change. After resting for a night, Mr. Zhuang gave some instructions. The next day, they set off for the 5-element sect. In less than half an hour, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the 5-element sect. The 5-element sect had numerous tall buildings, magnificent and resplendent, exuding grandeur. Apart from the formation pavilion, there were also alchemy rooms, item forging rooms, cultivation rooms, Dao discussion rooms, spirit steaming loo, and various other facilities built. The extensive construction indicated no shortage of spirit stones. The 5-element sect had a high threshold, with long and steep steps. At the entrance, there were several disciples wearing the 5-element sect's Dao robes acting as gatekeepers. The carriage was stopped by these gatekeeping disciples. Their expressions were indifferent, tinged with arrogance, and they spoke without politeness. "Which cultivators are you? Don't you know that carriages are not allowed inside the 5-element sect?" Mo Hua lifted the curtain, hopped off the carriage, and in the surprised gaze of these gatekeeping disciples, handed over a jade slip. One of the gatekeeping disciples frowned. "Who are you? What is this jade slip?" Mo Hua also put on a cold expression. He had his own temper. He would be polite to others only if they were polite to him. These gatekeeping disciples were acting smug, and Mo Hua was too lazy to bother with them. He simply raised his small head and instructed, "Give this to your sect leader. He'll know when he sees it." The gatekeeping disciples all wore displeased expressions. In this city of Lishan, very few cultivators dared to be so rude at the entrance of the 5-element sect, and even their tone towards their sect leader lacked any respect. Moreover, this person was a young brat who hadn't even grown out of his milk teeth. One gatekeeping disciple sneered, "Brat, open your eyes and see. Where is this place? This is a 3rd-rank sect, the 5-element sect. How can our 5-element sect leader be someone you can just meet whenever you please?" Mo Hua said nothing, but extended his right hand, raising his thumb. On his thumb, there was a large thumb ring, made of jade, with 9 star patterns, exquisite and luxurious. The 5-element sect was founded on formations, with many formation masters within the sect. Even if these disciples had poor eyesight, they could tell this was the rare 1st-rank heavenly pivot ring, symbolizing the identity of a formation master. Cultivators who possessed the heavenly pivot ring were true formation masters, assessed by the Dao court and recognized by it. To be assessed, even if only at the 1st rank, their formation attainments were not to be underestimated. But the problem was, this ring was worn by a young cultivator of about 10 years old. This made it seem somewhat absurd. However, the gatekeeping disciples, despite their arrogance, were not entirely devoid of sense. They were accustomed to flattering the powerful and looking down on the weak, but a 1st-rank formation master was clearly not someone they could belittle. Even if this 1st-rank formation master was a fake. One gatekeeping disciple frowned. Young. The word brat was swallowed by him. His attitude also carried a hint of seriousness. "Young sir, are you truly a 1st-rank formation master?" Imo looked up proudly. Indeed, this gatekeeping disciple still found it hard to believe. Imo glanced at him coldly. Why aren't you going yet? Imo poor attitude, however, made these gatekeeping disciples dare not slack off. If this young cultivator didn't have genuine confidence, he wouldn't dare to be so defiant. Moreover, he had arrived by carriage. Outside the carriage sat an old man driving, who looked ordinary, yet gave an unfathomable impression. And who was inside the carriage, and what their status was, they didn't know. But anyone who could have a first-rank formation master step out to clear the path must have a more extraordinary identity within the carriage. The leading gatekeeping disciple cupped his fists and said, "Young sir, please wait a moment. I will report to the sect leader immediately." Whether it was true or false, the sect leader would decide. If this young cultivator was indeed a first-rank formation master, then they would treat him with respect. If not, dare to bluff at the entrance of the Five Elements sect, and they would surely face severe consequences. The gatekeeping disciple's expression turned cold, and he went to report. Imo flipped over and sat on Dabai, waiting, idly scratching Dabai. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, there was movement within the Five Elements sect. Auras surged, one after another. The clamor also gradually grew louder. A while later, these auras converged towards the entrance. Imo, sitting on Dabai, looked up and saw that at some point, a large number of cultivators had appeared on the long steps at the entrance. Each of them possessed a profound aura, their faces grim, staring intently at the carriage, appearing as if facing a great enemy. Soon, the crowd parted. From within, a cultivator wearing a golden crown, a more magnificent Dao robe embroidered with 5 colored patterns of the 5 elements, and a more majestic appearance, emerged. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. His expression was solemn, yet a hint of anticipation was hidden within. He walked to the carriage and cupped his fists. "I am the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. I welcome Senior Zhuang." As soon as these words were spoken, those within the 5 Elements sect who were aware of the situation cast cold glances. Those who were unaware looked astonished. Who exactly was inside this carriage that could make the dignified sect leader of the third-rank 5 Elements sect bow and call him senior? From within the carriage, Mr. Zhuang's calm voice was heard. "How many generations has it been?" The sect leader of the 5 Elements sect cupped his fists. "To be honest, senior, 3 generations have passed since then." Mr. Zhuang let out an The sect leader of the 5 Elements sect's eyes flickered, and he gestured to the side. "Please, senior, enter." Old Kuei turned to look at Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang, through the curtain, glanced at the threshold of the 5 Elements sect, then tilted his head slightly, taking in the entire sect. After calculating his thoughts, he remained silent. After a long while, he seemed to have made up his mind. The path that must be walked will eventually be walked. That day it will always come. "Let's go." Mr. Zhuang's tone held a complex and unidentifiable resolve. Old Kuei nodded, glanced at Imo, and Imo patted Dabai. Dabai, receiving the command, began to pull the carriage into the sect. After only a few steps, they encountered the high threshold. The threshold was towering, leaving the carriage outside. The cultivators of the 5 Elements sect, from top to bottom, watched with cold eyes, some even sneering, seemingly wanting to give Mr. Zhuang a show of dominance. Imo raised an eyebrow and patted Dabai again. Dabai instantly understood, let out a sky-high neigh, lifted its front hooves high, and stomped down forcefully, shattering the threshold of the 5 Elements sect. Then, it rubbed its large head against Imo's small hand affectionately. Imo's brows unfurled into a smile. He praised Dabai and stroked its mane. Dabai held its head high, pulling the carriage, and leisurely walked into the 5 Elements sect. The entire 5 Elements sect, from top to bottom, their faces flushed with anger, yet they dared not speak out. Only the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect had a cold glint in his eyes, filled with complex and unidentifiable emotions. Chapter 525, The Grand Elder. Imo and his companions temporarily stayed at the 5 Elements sect. They were given the most honored guest rooms in the entire sect, with elegant style and luxurious furnishings. All their meals and daily necessities were also of the highest standard. Spirit delicacies and rare dishes, 100-year-old fine wines, cloud mist teas, and 100-flower pastries were all available in abundance. The 5 Elements sect hosted them with great hospitality, but their attitude was not friendly. It was all surface-level politeness with fake smiles, their gazes remained cold, and their demeanor was distant. Although they were well-fed and well-cared for, Imo wasn't there for leisure. He was there to learn formations. He was concerned about the 5 Elements spirit formations. However, the sect master of the 5 Elements sect made excuses. Strictly speaking, since it's an agreement from our ancestors, we naturally have no reason to go against it. But after all, several hundred years have passed. The 5 Elements sect master showed a troubled expression. Some of our senior elders have already passed away, and we juniors are not clear about the specific matters of the agreement, so we need to discuss it and deliberate on the relevant issues. Please bear with us, Senior Zhuang. During this time, please rest here at the Five Elements sect and experience the heritage and beautiful scenery of our Five Elements sect. We will discuss the matter of learning formations as soon as possible. The Five Elements sect master's surname was Liao. He wore a golden crown and jade robes, had a fair, beardless face, and a dignified appearance, exuding the demeanor of a sect master. What he said was also fitting. He said a lot, but revealed nothing. Mo Hua pouted, about to say something, when Mr. Zhuang said, "Then we shall trouble Sect Master Liao." Sect Master Liao was flattered and quickly replied, "Not at all. This is what a junior should do." After a brief exchange, Sect Master Liao rose to take his leave. After Sect Master Liao left, Mo Hua asked curiously, "Master, are they playing tricks on us?" Mr. Zhuang nodded. Town guarding ultimate formations are not easily taught to others. Delaying for a while is also normal. Will they go back on their word? No, and they dare not. Mo Hua asked, "Then do we have to wait?" Mr. Zhuang nodded. "Let's wait." Mr. Zhuang glanced at the frowning Mo Hua and said with a gentle smile, "The journey has been tiring, so it's a good time to rest. You can also take this opportunity to have some fun at the Five Elements sect." Fun? Mo Hua was a bit confused. "Yes," Mr. Zhuang said. "The Five Elements sect has nice scenery. You can take the time to explore. Don't rush about the formations." Mr. Zhuang seemed to have his own plans. Mo Hua couldn't figure it out, so he could only say, "All right." Then he would follow his master's advice and play for a while. Sect Master Liao left the guest room and walked along the spacious corridor, past the elaborately carved beams and painted pillars, through the somewhat desolate pavilions and towers, and then through various luxurious but impractical palaces. He arrived at a tranquil mountain peak. On the mountain peak, a cave dwelling had been built. The cave dwelling was somewhat old, clearly built earlier, but the materials used for the details were also expensive. It just looked more low-key. Sect Master Liao's expression was respectful as he rang the carved jade bell in front of the dwelling. A clear and pleasant jade sound echoed, entering the cave dwelling. Sect Master Liao stood solemnly in waiting. After an unknown period, a flash of light appeared before the cave dwelling, the formation was dispelled, and the door opened. An ancient voice came from within. "Enter." Sect Master Liao's spirits lifted. He adjusted his Taoist robe and walked into the cave dwelling. Inside the cave dwelling was also exquisite and luxurious. In the main hall sat an elder with white hair, whose aura was profound and whose prestige was immense. This person was the Grand Elder of the Five Elements sect. He was also the only remaining Golden Core stage great cultivator in the Five Elements sect. Sect Master Liao cupped his fists and bowed. "I apologize for disturbing Grand Elder's seclusion." The Grand Elder opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Has that person arrived?" Sect Master Liao cupped his fists. "Yes." The Grand Elder frowned, his expression solemn, and remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Sect Master Liao said in a low voice, "The formations. Should we pass them on?" The Grand Elder's gaze turned cold. "We cannot." Sect Master Liao hesitated. "This is an agreement from our ancestors. If we don't pass it on, wouldn't it be difficult to account for?" "You don't understand," the Grand Elder said sternly. "The Five Elements sect is not what it used to be. It's not the time to adhere strictly to ancestral rules." Sect Master Liao was confused but dared not disobey the Grand Elder, so he cupped his fists and agreed. The Grand Elder glanced at Sect Master Liao and sighed inwardly. The Five Elements sect had truly declined. Once upon a time, the sect was full of masters. How could a mere foundation establishment late-stage cultivator have the status to be the sect master of the Five Elements sect? In those days, he himself, a Golden Core cultivator, was only an elder. But times have changed. He couldn't be picky. This was already the most talented disciple among the younger generation of the Five Elements sect. There were some things he needed to explain to him. The Grand Elder's gaze deepened as he explained. "The reason we built structures, built cave dwellings, and benefited the sect, earning a large amount of spirit stones, is fundamentally because of formations. It was with formations that the Five Elements sect was able to establish itself. With the convergence of cultivators seeking formations, the Five Elements sect was established, the city of Lishan prospered, and our mountain gate became priceless. Even if we juniors just lie down, we can still earn spirit stones." The Grand Elder frowned. "The problem now is that our Five Elements sect's formations have declined. Earning spirit stones became too easy, the profits too plump, and everyone from top to bottom began to lose ambition. They stopped cultivating and learning formations. As long as those outer cave dwellings exist, the Five Elements sect will have an endless stream of spirit stone income. We can earn spirit stones without making any effort. Who would still make an effort? Our Five Elements sect is no longer established by formations, but by construction and architecture. But as a result, the entire Five Elements sect's formation attainments have plummeted. Now, let alone second-rank formation masters, it would be good if we could produce a few first-rank formation masters. Sect Master Liao said with a solemn expression. I am also deeply convinced of this matter, and I have already found ways to solve it. The sect has decided to rectify the atmosphere, reform the cultivation industry, encourage disciples to study formations, cultivate formation masters, and ensure that the Five Elements sect once again becomes a great formation sect. Sect Master Liao's tone was sincere. However, the Grand Elder remained calm, even somewhat indifferent. These empty words had been spoken for over 100 years. Interests were deeply entrenched, and any move would affect the entire sect. No one dared to act. The disciples within the sect had scattered Dao hearts. To make them endure hardship and learn formations again was simply a fantasy. Real interests were difficult to change. The atmosphere of formations involved Dao hearts. Once corrupted, it was extremely difficult to correct. And in these years, those who profited the most from it, besides himself, the Grand Elder, was this sect master of the Five Elements sect. The butcher's knife was in the pig's hand. How could this meat possibly be cut? The Grand Elder said indifferently. This is not a matter of one day or one night. The immediate priority is to find ways to protect the Five Elements sect's inheritance. Especially the Five Elements spirit formations, which are the foundation of our sect, must never be passed on. The Grand Elder's gaze turned cold. This ultimate formation must be firmly held in our hands and monopolized by the Five Elements sect. It's okay if we can't learn it, but no one outside the Five Elements sect can learn it. Even if it rots, it can only rot within the Five Elements sect. Even if it is lost, it must never fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, it will shake the foundation of our Five Elements sect. Sect Master Liao's eyes lit up. Grand Elder, your foresight is impeccable and your considerations are appropriate. This flattery was neither warm nor cold. The Grand Elder's expression was indifferent. Sect Master Liao pondered for a moment and then said, however, this formation is inherently extremely difficult. Over the years, only a few people in our Five Elements sect have been able to learn it, and most of them were senior elders from the past. Since the previous sect master passed away, no disciple in subsequent generations has been able to truly learn this Five Elements spirit formation. Even our Five Elements sect disciples are like this. Can these outsiders truly learn it? A flicker of apprehension crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. They can. Sect Master Liao showed a hint of surprise. The Grand Elder's eyebrows twitched. You don't know? Back then, that person surnamed Zhuang almost truly learned this Five Elements spirit formation. Sect Master Liao's expression was shocked. How is that possible? The Grand Elder recalled the past, still with lingering fear. Back then, I was just an ordinary disciple, present at the scene, watching that person's heavenly talent, astonishing brilliance. In front of the Five Elements sect master and all the elders, he bit by bit restored the formation patterns of the Five Elements spirit formation, grasped the formation pivot of the Five Elements spirit formation, and bit by bit deciphered the formation of the Five Elements spirit formation. He was only a little bit away from truly learning it. If it weren't for, the sect master and elders at that time had interfered, and he would have truly learned it. The Grand Elder's gaze narrowed, and he swallowed the rest of the sentence. Sect Master Liao still found it hard to believe. Qi condensation? Qi condensation. Sect Master Liao frowned. The Five Elements spirit formation has 13 patterns of the first rank. At the Qi condensation stage, could he have the divine sense of 13 patterns? That's impossible. The Grand Elder sighed. His divine sense wasn't 13 patterns, but he almost learned it. Sect Master Liao found it utterly inconceivable. He could learn this formation even with insufficient divine sense. The Grand Elder's gaze was solemn. That sect of theirs has a lineage that can perceive the origin of formations. Understanding one leads to understanding all. Even with insufficient divine sense, they can comprehend some formations that they originally couldn't. Sect Master Liao was stunned and lost in thought. There's still such a lineage? The Grand Elder's expression was filled with reverence. This is the highest tier of lineage in the path of formations. It requires extremely high comprehension and top-tier bone structure. It's not something ordinary cultivators can learn, let alone master. And he was the best learner among all the disciples throughout the generations. That's why, even at the Qi condensation stage, he was allowed to study it exceptionally, and almost comprehended the 13-pattern first-rank, Five Elements spirit formation. The Grand Elder sighed with emotion. Although our Five Elements sect's Five Elements spirit formation is extremely rare, compared to such truly untransmittable knowledge, it is still significantly inferior. Sect Master Liao lowered his head, his eyes filled with greed and longing. But the Grand Elder could not hide his small intentions. The Grand Elder's expression turned grim, and he said coldly, "Don't have any wicked thoughts. Even if that sect is in decline, they are not someone we can offend." Sect Master Liao's heart tightened, and he cupped his fists in agreement. However, there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Sect Master Liao pondered for a moment and then said, Grand Elder, it's not him who is learning this time, is it? He's here probably to let his disciples learn. Do we need to be so cautious? The Grand Elder said indifferently. Caution is the mother of safety. Sect Master Liao nodded. Grand Elder speaks wisely. He recalled the scene at the mountain gate and sighed. Among his disciples, that little formation master, who looks no more than 10 years old, is already a ranked first-rank formation master. His talent is truly extraordinary. I wonder where they found such good seedlings. Why doesn't our 5 Elements sect have any? Sect Master Liao felt a bit resentful. 10 years old, a first-rank formation master. The Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. Such talent is considered very good for ordinary cultivators, but in their sect, it's just ordinary. Especially compared to that person surnamed Zhuang back then, it's not worth mentioning. Sect Master Liao was slightly taken aback, feeling that the Grand Elder's tone was too arrogant. A first-rank formation master was not worth mentioning. But he didn't dare to retort. He was only at the foundation establishment stage, so naturally, he wasn't as knowledgeable as the Golden Core stage Grand Elder. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and suddenly cautioned. Compared to this little formation master, you should be more wary of his senior brothers and sisters. Senior brothers and sisters? Sect Master Liao thought of the other 2 disciples beside Mr. Zhuang. One had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and the other looked like a hibiscus blooming. They looked like a brother and sister. Although spirit tools obscured them, their divine sense could not probe their background, but the bearing of a great aristocratic family, their profound cultivation, and their outstanding temperament. They were impeccable. They were outstanding cultivation seedlings. And at a glance, one could tell they were disciples unworthy of the 5 Elements sect. Sect Master Liao's expression also became solemn. Grand Elder, you mean, they are the true inheritors of formations for Senior Zhuang? The Grand Elder nodded. Precisely. The Grand Elder pondered for another moment, his eyes brightening, as if he had seen through Mr. Zhuang's intentions. That little formation master is just the vanguard. 10 years old, Qi condensation 9th layer, first-rank formation master, is meant to give us a show of force. But this little formation master is probably not that important. If he were truly important, they wouldn't have personally dismounted to lead the way. It's obvious that the truly troublesome ones are this little formation master's senior brothers and sisters. His senior brothers and sisters are from aristocratic families. Their cultivation is deeper than his, and their formations are naturally more profound. And there are 2 of them. If we really let them learn, it's very likely they will learn our 5 Elements sect's ultimate formation. The Grand Elder's gaze was solemn, and Sect Master Liao also looked worried. Then, Grand Elder, what exactly should we do? We can't possibly resort to force to stop them from learning formations, can we? Resorting to force would mean tearing down the pretense. The outcome would be uncertain. The Grand Elder's face grew thicker. First, drag it out. If we can drag it out until they lose patience. What if we can't drag it out? The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed. If we can't drag it out, then we'll use other methods. Sect Master Liao's gaze shifted, and he nodded. The 5 Elements sect began to stall for time. Mr. Zhuang also appeared leisurely, not showing any signs of urgency. Mo Hua had no choice but to obey his master's orders and play around the 5 Elements sect with his senior brother and sister. The 5 Elements sect was vast, with many cave dwellings, even more cave dwellings than disciples. It seemed they were very wealthy in the past, with inexhaustible spirit stones, which is why they were so extravagant and built cave dwellings everywhere. Besides cave dwellings, other cultivation buildings, such as training rooms, meditation rooms, alchemy rooms, item forging rooms, formation pavilions, etc., were all fully equipped. There were even many buildings that were completely useless. These buildings housed no cultivators, nor were they used by any cultivators. Even their function was non-existent. Their gates were closed, and they were empty. No one knew what they were built for. Like most sects, the 5 Elements sect was divided into inner sect and outer sect. The inner sect was the main body of the sect. Inner sect disciples were one with the sect, sharing its glory and suffering its losses. They learned the orthodox inheritance of the 5 Elements sect, followed the hierarchy of the 5 Elements sect, were bound to the sect, and shared its interests. The sect's industries were managed by inner sect disciples. The sect's core positions were also held by inner sect disciples. Generally, inner sect disciples were not allowed to leave the sect. Outer sect disciples had fewer restrictions. They mostly paid tuition fees to learn formations. Their relationship with the sect was that of master and disciple, but not strictly so. There was kindness, but not close ties. As long as they paid spirit stones, they could learn as they wished, and if they no longer wished to learn, they could leave. The sect did not impose any restrictions. The outer sect was more like an industry of the sect. The sect released some of its inheritance to teach outsiders, thereby expanding the sect's influence, earning tuition fees and spirit stones. And the 5 Elements sect was a third-rank sect. Its fame was great, and the tuition fees were also very expensive. At least for Mo Hua, they were very expensive, and he couldn't afford them. Mo Hua and his two companions walked together, wandering around the Five Elements sect. Most of the people they saw were inner sect elders and disciples. The elders within the sect ignored them. Conversely, some disciples, despite being instructed by their elders and teachers, were not privy to the full situation and would secretly point and whisper about them behind their backs. Mo Hua's divine sense was strong, so he could hear everything they said behind their backs. What surprised Mo Hua was that the male disciples harbored hostility towards them, while the female disciples were more amiable. Male disciples generally expressed displeasure. It's that brat, who rode a large horse, crushed the threshold, and swaggered into the mountain gate, causing the sect's elders to lose face. Too arrogant. He's acting like he's above everyone else just because he's a first-rank formation master. His senior brother, that one in white, is even more arrogant than him. I heard a few senior brothers in the sect wanted to spar with him, but he didn't even acknowledge them. No, I heard that a few senior brothers went to spar with him and were badly beaten by him. That's because he hid his cultivation and won unfairly. Even though he's at Qi condensation, he has the strength of foundation establishment, but he just didn't say it. Truly despicable. The male disciples were indignant. The female disciples said different things. That young man in white is so handsome. I heard he's from an aristocratic family. No wonder his bearing is so different. I wonder which aristocratic family he's from. If he's far away, can I still come back to visit after marrying him? And that little formation master, he's fair and tender, and very cute too. I heard he's also a first-rank formation master. Truly amazing. Mo Hua heard these words, and the male disciples also heard them. As a result, Mo Hua and his companions were even more resented by the male disciples. Mo Hua sighed helplessly. Chapter 526, Keeping It Secret. Even though it was a sect, and one that established itself through formations, the disciples' attitude towards learning was far too poor. These Five Elements sect disciples spent their days not learning formations, but thinking about gossip. No wonder the Five Elements sect's formations had declined. However, what confused Mo Hua was that although these female disciples were praising him and his junior brother, their eyes, like autumn water, were all fixed on his senior sister. Mo Hua turned his head and looked at his senior sister. Bai Zishi was wearing men's clothing for convenience, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking heroic and spirited. Her eyes were bright, her eyelashes long, exuding a sharp beauty. But she hadn't deliberately disguised herself as a man. Even in men's clothes, at a glance, she still looked like a woman. But why are the female cultivators of the Five Elements sect all staring at my senior sister? Before, in the Golden Flower Street of Nanyu City, the female cultivators in the 100 Flowers Pavilion seemed to have shown the same signs. Mo Hua frowned, very puzzled. At first, he thought it was his imagination. In the following days, Mo Hua secretly observed and found that it was indeed so. These female cultivators dared to look at his junior brother openly, but when they looked at his senior sister, their faces would flush, their eyes sparkling. When his junior brother looked at them, they would smile charmingly, while when his senior sister looked at them, they would hurriedly avert their gaze, fuss with their hair, and shyly lower their eyes. Afterwards, some female disciples even secretly sent invitations, fresh flowers, pastries, jade hairpins, or calligraphy and paintings to his senior sister. This really confused Mo Hua. Was he too young and naive, or too inexperienced and ignorant? What were these female cultivators thinking? Mo Hua couldn't figure it out, and finally decided to ask his senior sister. Senior sister. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, and Bai Zishi was sitting in a pavilion, gazing blankly at the fish in the pond, Mo Hua whispered. Bai Zishi turned her head, looked at Mo Hua, and said gently, "What's wrong?" Mo Hua carefully chose his words. "Why do those female disciples only send things to you?" Bai Zishi was a little taken aback, her expression becoming complicated. "Is it inconvenient to say?" Mo Hua whispered. Bai Zishi was silent for a moment, then seemed to make a decision, her eyes brightening slightly, and she slowly said, "I haven't told anyone about this yet." Mo Hua was about to say, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it." But Bai Zishi had already said, "It's because of bloodline." Mo Hua was stunned for a moment. Bloodline? Bai Zishi nodded gently. "My bloodline is a bit special." Special? Does it make her more likable to women? What use could this bloodline have? Mo Hua was a bit bewildered. "I can't tell you the specifics." Bai Zishi's lips curved slightly. With a faint smile, she said softly, "Regarding my bloodline, my mother instructed me not to tell anyone, so..." Bai Zishi glanced at Mo Hua. "You must keep it a secret for me." Mo Hua nodded repeatedly. "Senior sister, don't worry. I won't say a word even if I'm beaten to death." Bai Zishi's eyes, for a moment, were as charming and clear as spring sunlight. Mo Hua's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. At the same time, he felt a bit conflicted. Since his senior sister had shared her secret with him, in return, shouldn't he share a secret too? Secrets were meant to be exchanged. But what secrets did he have? He definitely couldn't talk about the Dao Steel. But apart from the Dao Steel, He didn't seem to have anything else. Bloodline. He didn't have any special bloodline either. His parents were just ordinary rogue cultivators. Being congenitally weak wasn't a special bloodline. Imohua thought for a long time, then remembered something. His eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Senior sister, I'll tell you a secret too. I haven't told anyone else." Baizishi smiled gently and leaned closer to Imohua, wanting to hear what secret he had. Imohua pointed to the sky, his little face serious. "Senior sister, there really is a formation in the sky." Baizishi was slightly taken aback, frowned and thought for a moment. "Didn't you say that before?" Imohua shook his head. "It's different. When I told you before, I heard it from Master. Now I'm telling you because I've actually seen it." Baizishi's beautiful eyes widened slightly. After a moment of thought, she realized. "Did you see it during the lightning tribulation?" Imohua sighed in his heart. His senior sister was too smart. Imohua nodded. When the tribulation lightning descended and then retreated, I saw the formation patterns within through the clouds." Baizishi was truly a little surprised this time. She hadn't expected there to be formations in the heavens, and that Imohua had actually seen them with his own eyes. The Heavenly Tao Grand Formation. Baizishi looked at Imohua, pursed her lips, and smiled faintly. "Okay, I'll keep your secret too." Imohua nodded. Now, with one secret each, it was fair. Baizishi, thinking of Imohua's words, couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky of the Five Elements sect was clear and blue, as if washed clean. It was impossible to discern any formations, but Baizishi still looked up. Imohua also habitually looked up. When he had nothing to do, he would also look up at the sky like this, thinking about when he could comprehend the true formations of the Heavenly Tao. Although he couldn't see any formations now, just by looking at the vast sky, he could vaguely feel the boundlessness of the Heavenly Tao and the profundity of the Great Tao. He would also feel his heart broaden. All gains and losses, all hardships, would not linger in his mind. In the small pavilion, Imohua and Baizishi sat side by side, looking up together at the clear blue sky. After a while, Baizishi came running over excitedly. He had just gone to spar with some Five Elements sect disciples and had won a great victory. He was about to show off to Imohua, but saw Imohua sitting by the railing, his gaze distant, gazing at the sky in the distance. Zishi was the same. Baizishi also imitated them, sat down, and tilted his head up to look at the sky. After a while, there was still nothing in the sky. Baizishi couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, what are you looking at?" Imohua said lazily, looking at the sky. "The sky? There's nothing there. What are you looking at?" Baizishi was a little confused, but he couldn't help but sit with his sister and junior brother, and they looked at the clear sky for a long time. After sitting for a long time, Baizishi finally couldn't stand the loneliness and said, "Junior brother, I'll teach you a Dao technique." Imohua was stunned. "Dao technique?" Baizishi nodded, a smug look on his face. "It's my own creation, a cultivation martial art." "I don't want to learn it," Imohua said decisively. Baizishi was stunned. "Why not?" Imohua sighed. 1. I don't cultivate my body. 2. I don't learn martial arts. 3. Since you created it, it's definitely not good. Baizishi said unhappily. "How can what I created not be good? You're only in the qi condensation stage. What powerful Dao technique can you create? I'll let you see." Baizishi held his long spear and was about to demonstrate it to Imohua. Imohua quickly waved his hand. Forget it. You take a break." "No." Imohua was helpless. "Fine, demonstrate it then." The three found an open space, with artificial mountains and clear water around them, creating a serene landscape. Baizishi looked serious, holding his long spear, gathering his momentum. The wind howled around them, and the plants swayed. Imohua's expression also became a little more serious. "This is a move, a spear technique that descends from the sky," Baizishi said. Then, after gathering his spiritual energy, he leaped into the air, struck a very imposing pose, and shouted, "Flying dragon in the sky." Then, his spear, like a rainbow, stabbed straight down, piercing the ground and kicking up a tiny bit of dust. Imohua stared blankly for a long time, feeling extremely awkward. It was as if ants were crawling on him. Baizishi also covered her mouth, suppressing her laughter. After the demonstration, Baizishi, who had lost his previous smugness, said guiltily, "It's not good." Imohua said helplessly, "The charging time is too long, there are too many flaws in the movements, the spiritual energy consumption is too great, and the power is too small when used. If you fight against a spiritual cultivator, jumping into the air makes you a living target. If you fight against a body cultivator, after charging for half a day, you would have already been cut down. And this name, Flying Dragon in the Sky. For a Qi condensation stage Dao technique move, to have such a name, Imohua was too embarrassed to say anything. Baizishi insisted, "This name is the essence. Everything else can be criticized, but this name cannot." Imohua asked doubtfully, "You didn't create this flashy and impractical move specifically for this name, did you?" Bai Zixing said guiltily. How could that be? He had indeed felt that the name was cool, so he had come up with the move on the spur of the moment. Bai Zixing added, this move isn't that bad. With this move, I can deal with those inner disciples of the Five Elements sect, hitting them one by one, basically having no match for a single move. Mo Hua said helplessly, that's because your cultivation is too high. Even without using Dao techniques, they would still have trouble resisting. Although Bai Zixing was in the Qi condensation stage, he could already fight head-on with those in the foundation establishment stage. The Qi condensation disciples of the Five Elements sect were naturally no match for him. Moreover, the Five Elements sect was rich in spirit stones and too comfortable. Their disciples' Dao hearts were scattered, and their strength was also very ordinary. Therefore, Bai Zixing could rely on this showy Dao technique to kill his way through. Bai Zixing was a little unhappy at being lectured by Mo Hua. Mo Hua paused, then comforted him. It's not good enough yet. If you improve it more, maybe it can really become a renowned Dao technique that lasts for generations. Bai Zixing's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, then I'll teach you. Mo Hua waved his hand. I don't need to learn it. I'm a spiritual cultivator. I use spells. Having more skills never hurts. Bai Zixing insisted. I already know enough. I can't learn too many things. Bai Zixing said, learning this move has its benefits. What benefits? Mo Hua asked in confusion. Bai Zixing said seriously, it's very imposing. Mo Hua, I'm thinking for your own good, Bai Zixing said with a straight face. You will definitely find a Dao companion in the future. Although your appearance is good, fair and clean, you are not from an aristocratic family. It will be difficult to find a good Dao companion. You don't know, most women from aristocratic families are very materialistic. They look at your background, your spirit root, your spirit stone wealth, and whether you have a cave abode. You're at a disadvantage in these aspects. Furthermore, the Dao techniques you've learned are all stealth techniques, water prison techniques, and the like, which are rather insidious. When fighting with others, you also hide yourself, hiding in the distance and throwing fireballs. This is a fighting style that doesn't attract attention. Although it's effective in fights, not attracting attention is a disadvantage. Not attracting attention means not being imposing, and not being imposing means not easily attracting women. Bai Zixing's eyes were bright. That's why I'm teaching you this move. In the future, when you perform a heroic rescue, first use the fireball technique to cripple the opponent, leaving them unable to resist, and then use this move I taught you, Flying Dragon in the Sky, to impressively finish off the opponent. This way, you'll be imposing and handsome. Maybe you'll be able to find a Dao companion. Bai Zixing's plan was very thorough. Mo Hua looked speechless. Why do you always think about such things? I don't need this kind of mindset. Bai Zixing patted Mo Hua on the shoulder. This is my senior brother's good intentions. I'm planning for your future. Mo Hua still didn't want to learn. Bai Zixing was unhappy. You're my junior brother, so I'm teaching you. I wouldn't teach others. Mo Hua insisted on not learning, and Bai Zixing pestered him. Mo Hua, unable to refuse Bai Zixing, reluctantly learned it. The move was called Flying Dragon in the Sky, but in reality, it had nothing to do with dragons, and its power was not great. Besides jumping into the air to be a show-off, it had no other significance. Mo Hua was not a body cultivator, so when he used this move, it was even more mediocre. However, he didn't want to refuse his senior brother's good intentions, so he learned it carefully, not as a cultivation martial art, but purely to temper his movement technique. He used the flowing water steps to leap into the air, and then held his spear to descend. Therefore, Mo Hua and Bai Zixing looked completely different when they used it. Bai Zixing was imposing and grand, like a dragon shaking its head. Mo Hua, on the other hand, had light footwork, graceful as a startled swan, and agile as a swimming dragon. On the beautiful grassy field, Bai Zixing took out a book and read quietly, occasionally looking up at the two of them, her eyes capturing their figures. Time flowed like the clear breeze in the mountains, unhurriedly. Several days later, Mo Hua had already visited all the places in the Five Elements sect that he could. The remaining places were either disciple residences, elders' cave abodes, the scripture pavilion, the pill pavilion, or the formation pavilion, which were not open to the public, or some restricted areas of the sect that were locked and heavily guarded by cultivators. Besides these, there were the formations of the Five Elements sect. If Mo Hua was not mistaken, there was a grand formation within the Five Elements sect, and this grand formation was ancient, with a deep aura and meticulous formation patterns. Mo Hua had tried to deduce it, but he couldn't deduce anything. Mo Hua then ran to ask Mr. Zhuang, Master, is there a grand formation within the Five Elements sect? Mr. Zhuang nodded, yes. Isn't it a first-rank formation? Mr. Zhuang's eyes flickered. It's a second rank. A second-rank grand formation. Mo Hua was shocked. So far, he hadn't even seen many second-rank formations, and now he encountered a second-rank grand formation. The fact that a second-rank grand formation could be built showed how profound the Five Elements sect's ancestry was and how vast their knowledge of formations was. Master, What is the name of the Five Elements sect's grand formation? Mo Hua asked curiously. Mr. Zhuang's gaze became serious. Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation. Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation. Five Elements. Mo Hua's heart tightened. Master, is this grand formation related to the Five Elements Demon Slaying Grand Formation? Mr. Zhuang was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. It's not wrong to say they are related. The Five Elements Demon Slaying Grand Formation focuses on offense, while the Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation focuses on defense. Both grand formations are based on the Five Elements and have some connection to the Five Elements sect. The elders of the Five Elements sect once set up the Five Elements Demon Slaying Grand Formation, completely wiping out a demonic sect's demon gate and killing the demon cultivators within the sect. It's just that the current Five Elements sect probably doesn't have that capability anymore. When a sect is prosperous, it can focus on offense. When a sect is in decline, it can only defend itself. Mr. Zhuang sighed slightly. This Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation can be considered a legacy of the Five Elements sect's elders. With a second-rank grand formation in a third-rank state boundary, it can basically ensure that the Five Elements sect remains invincible amidst the turbulent changes in the cultivation world. Of course, this was generally the case. No matter how impregnable a grand formation was, it was for outsiders. If it rotted from the inside, then there was nothing that could be done. Mr. Zhuang's thoughts stirred, and his gaze was meaningful. Mo Hua also seemed to be in thought. Mo Hua, let me test you, Mr. Zhuang suddenly said. Mo Hua nodded. Master, please speak. Take some time and try to deduce the formation pivot structure of the grand formation. Mo Hua was stunned. Master, this is a second-rank formation. Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly. You can start trying to interact with second-rank formations. Mo Hua was stunned. Interacting with second-rank formations. Starting with a second-ranked grand formation. To learn to walk, do you first try to fly? Does Master think too highly of me? Mr. Zhuang saw what Mo Hua was thinking and smiled warmly. Compared to first-rank formations, second-rank formations have a qualitative change in their formation patterns, but their formation pivot structures have commonalities. You don't need to deduce the formation patterns, but observe the structure and grasp the overall structure. Veins/network. Mo Hua suddenly understood. Okay, Master. After Mr. Zhuang finished his instructions, Mo Hua excitedly ran off, pulling his senior brother and sister to study the Five Elements sect's second-rank Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation. The room was quiet for a moment. Old Kuei reappeared, frowning. You're really not in a hurry at all. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was clear, looking at the undulating mountain ranges in the distance, the dense cave abodes, and the grand formation hidden among them. He said calmly. Let's wait. Wait until I've arranged all the means I need to. Mr. Zhuang looked again at Mo Hua, who was walking away, and said silently in his heart. Also, let me spend more time with these children. Chapter 527, The Gate of Life. Mo Hua began to study the Five Elements sect's Mountain Protection Grand Formation. However, the Grand Formation was a second-rank formation, and a second-rank Grand Formation at that. Mo Hua had no foundational knowledge, and studying it was still extremely challenging. Yet, after pondering for a long time, Mo Hua began to see some of its intricacies. Second-rank formations were different from first-rank formations. Their formation patterns were more complex and profound, and the spiritual energy required to activate them was stronger. The essence of the spiritual energy flowing within the formation also had a fundamental difference from first-rank formations. This difference was somewhat akin to the difference between Qi condensation spiritual energy and foundation establishment spiritual energy. Qi condensation spiritual energy was still gaseous. Foundation establishment spiritual energy, however, was like mercury. Spiritual energy like mercury was condensed into a liquid, like liquid mercury. The spiritual energy of a second-rank grand formation was like this. Even with divine sense calculation was not feasible. Although Mo Hua already had peak 13 pattern divine sense, reaching the limit of early foundation establishment due to the qualitative differences in formation patterns between second-rank and first-rank formations. Therefore, after calculation, the formation patterns that appeared in his sea of consciousness were a mass of dense, complex, and interwoven lines, making it impossible to understand. Fortunately, although the formation patterns were difficult to understand, the structure of the formation pivots was largely similar. Mo Hua could not deduce the specific formation patterns, but by analogy with the Five Elements Demon Slaying Grand Formation and based on his experience, he could deduce the basic layout of the second-rank Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation. After several days, Mo Hua had a superficial understanding of the framework of the Mountain Protection Grand Formation. However, he had no knowledge of the more specific and in-depth details of the formation. But these were enough. At least Mo Hua now had a preliminary grasp and understanding of the Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation. The Five Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation, as its name suggested, was primarily defensive. The numerous single formations connected in the Grand Formation were mostly second-rank formations of the 5 elements of earth, wood, and metal. The purpose was to reinforce the sect, protect the disciples, and resist external enemies. As Mr. Zhuang had said, building such a second-rank Grand Formation in a third-rank state border meant that no matter what kind of force attacked, as long as the Grand Formation was activated, they could basically be in an invincible position. Given the cultivation restrictions of the Heavenly Tao Grand Formation, within the third-rank state border, with Mo Hua's limited cultivation experience, he could not think of any way to break through this mountain protection Grand Formation. Furthermore, Mo Hua also discovered a problem. This Grand Formation seemed to have been renovated. When the 5 Elements sect undertook extensive construction and built its cave dwellings and palaces, it affected the sect's foundations, which naturally also affected the Grand Formation. Now, it seemed that many parts of this 5 Elements mountain protection Grand Formation had been modified. Mo Hua went to ask Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang nodded and sighed. Indeed, they don't cherish the formation left by their ancestors. Mr. Zhuang then looked at Mo Hua and asked, "How is your research going?" Mo Hua then told Mr. Zhuang about the formation patterns, the formation pivots, and some of the formation structures he had deduced. Mr. Zhuang nodded and praised. "You've observed well." Mo Hua chuckled. Mr. Zhuang then asked, "Do you still remember the Gate of Life?" Mo Hua thought for a moment and nodded. He remembered Mr. Zhuang saying that in the principles of formations, where there is life, there is also death, and where there is death, there is also life. When disintegrating formations using reverse spirit formations, it was the death within the formation's principles, and within the disintegration of the formation, the state of death, there was also a sliver of hope, which was the gate of life within the formation. Thinking of this, Mo Hua was startled and whispered, "Master, you're not planning to disintegrate the 5 Elements sect's Grand Formation, are you?" Mr. Zhuang was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. "Where did your thoughts wander to? Disintegrating a formation causes too much harm and incurs bad karma. How could it be used so casually?" Mr. Zhuang drew a mountain diagram on the paper, outlining several lines along the mountain's contours, and instructed, "This is the lineage of the main formation pivots of the 5 Elements Mountain Protection Grand Formation. Remember it. When the formation is circulating, there will be a gate of life on the formation pivot. This small section, although it is a second-rank formation pivot, is similar in structure to the 5 Elements Demon-Slaying Grand Formation, and your divine sense is sufficient, so you should be able to deduce the gate of life yourself." "Yes, Master," Mo Hua nodded. But he was somewhat puzzled. Why was Master asking him to calculate the gate of life? Mo Hua thought for a moment, somewhat worried. "Master, is the 5 Elements sect planning to use the Grand Formation against us?" Mr. Zhuang was slightly taken aback and stroked Mo Hua's head. "Don't worry, it's just being prepared for the worst." Seeing Mo Hua's continued unease, Mr. Zhuang explained, "Second-rank Grand Formations are not found everywhere. This is a rare opportunity, and I will take this chance to teach you some key points of second-rank Grand Formations." Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Master." Mr. Zhuang nodded gladly, and then imparted some key points about second-rank Grand Formations. There were no specific drawing methods, only some general concepts regarding formation pivots, formation eyes, and large-scale macroscopic conceptualization. Mo Hua listened with great interest. He had already constructed a first-rank Grand Formation. For second-rank Grand Formations, without involving specific formations, purely from the perspective of formation principles, he could understand. He just didn't know if he would have the opportunity to actually construct a second-rank Grand Formation in the future. After Mr. Zhuang finished teaching, he instructed, "Remember these words well. If you have time, think about them more, and then go and observe the 5 Elements sect's Grand Formation to verify them yourself. Also, that section of the formation pivot that I outlined, you must calculate it repeatedly and find the gate of life." Mr. Zhuang's expression was somewhat serious. Mo Hua didn't understand why, but he still nodded earnestly. From then on, Mo Hua followed Mr. Zhuang's teachings and began to observe the 5 Elements sect's second-rank Grand Formation. At the same time, whenever he had free time, he started calculating the formation pivot section on the mountainside that Mr. Zhuang had pointed out, searching for the ever-changing gate of life within the continuously flowing formation pivot. When Mo Hua had observed enough and become proficient in calculating, Mr. Zhuang summoned sect leader Liao and instructed, "We have rested enough. You can now fulfill your promise." Sect leader Liao was stunned. The promise. Naturally, it referred to the agreement for Mr. Zhuang's disciple to learn the 5 Elements absolute formation. Sect leader Liao said with a smile, "It's still early. Senior, why don't you rest for a few more days? I still need to discuss this matter with the elders of the inner sect." Mr. Zhuang said indifferently, "What I said just now was a notification, not a discussion." Sect leader Liao, thick-skinned, still wanted to shirk his responsibility, but his heart suddenly sank. He looked up and saw that Mr. Zhuang's gaze was contained, and his entire being was like a peerless sharp sword. radiating an imposing and invincible aura. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations or signs of spells, but there was an extremely strong oppressive feeling. It made him unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Mr. Zhuang's eyes seemed to contain thousands of sword intents, as if they could directly see through sect leader Liao's true nature, making him tremble with fear and lower his head, not daring to meet his gaze. After a moment, everything vanished. There was no power, no oppression. A gentle breeze blew, and there was nothing. Sect leader Liao, however, was sweating profusely and trembling, saying, "Senior, please calm your anger. This junior will return and report to the Grand Elder." Sect leader Liao retreated in panic, then went to a cave dwelling on the back of the mountain to report the matter to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder slammed the table in anger. Too much bullying. Divine sense pressure. Do you really think my Five Elements sect has no one? Sect leader Liao silently thought, my Five Elements sect indeed has no one. But he couldn't feel the slightest resentment in his heart. He just didn't understand. That person clearly had no spiritual energy, and his sea of consciousness was shattered. So why could he still exert such terrifying divine sense pressure? It seemed as if he didn't even need to act, just a glance at him, and his heart would shatter, and he would die. Sect leader Liao was still scared. This was when that person was in decline, with his cultivation and strength reduced by 90%. If he were at his peak, what kind of powerful presence would he be? No wonder so many people had to be careful and devise elaborate plans to deal with him. This person is truly terrifying. Sect leader Liao calmed his emotions and asked about the main issue. Grand Elder, what should we do now? The Grand Elder glanced at Sect leader Liao indifferently, his face expressionless, but his heart was agitated. Whenever something happens, you ask me what to do. Where is there any semblance of a sect leader? How can you shoulder great responsibility and revitalize the Five Elements sect like this? The Grand Elder said, drag it out. Before he could finish speaking, Sect leader Liao interrupted with a wry smile. We can't drag it out any longer. That person looked at him, and he was trembling with fear. If he dragged it out further and was looked at by him a few more times, he suspected that even if his heart didn't shatter, his Tao heart would be broken. How dare he drag it out like this? The Grand Elder frowned. Sect leader Liao stood aside, not daring to breathe, and after a moment, slowly said, how about letting them learn? No, the Grand Elder said resolutely. He looked at Sect leader Liao, his gaze icy. We absolutely cannot let them learn. I said, this formation, even if it's ruined, it can only be ruined within our Five Elements sect. Even if no one learns it, even if it is lost, it cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Sect leader Liao looked somewhat troubled. Then, not letting them learn, but not daring to truly not let them learn. Their Five Elements sect could not afford to offend that person. The Grand Elder also knew the difficulty of the matter, and his turbid eyes flickered. We will set up some trials. Trials? Sect leader Liao hesitated. There doesn't seem to be such a rule within the sect. There is now, the Grand Elder said calmly. As expected of the Grand Elder, he lived long and had a thick skin. Sect leader Liao muttered in his heart, then asked again. But how will these trials be conducted? Who will be tested? Will it be Mr. Zhuang or his disciple? The Grand Elder's gaze turned cold. Can't you use your brain? That's surname Zhuang. Who can test him? Who is worthy of testing him? Sect leader Liao's gaze was slightly cold, but he did not get angry, merely nodding slightly. So, it was his disciple who would be tested. Grand Elder, what do you plan? To test them with? The Grand Elder said solemnly, hold a Tao discussion assembly. Tao discussion assembly. Will it be a comparison of formations? The Grand Elder nodded. Sect leader Liao seemed hesitant, but who will compete? The Grand Elder frowned. The elders and instructors within the sect are definitely out. This is clearly bullying the young by the old, and that surname Zhuang will definitely not agree. Since that's the case, it can only be a competition of formations between disciples. Inner sect disciples will compete. That person's disciple must win against all the inner sect disciples of our Five Elements sect in formations before they can learn our Five Elements sect's Tranfi, sect guarding, Five Elements spirit formations. Sect leader Liao said softly, Grand Elder, are you serious? The Grand Elder looked displeased. Sect leader Liao reminded him, if nothing else, his young disciple is already a first-rank formation master. A genuine first-rank formation master. Currently, no inner sect disciple of the Five Elements sect could be certified as first rank during Qi condensation. How could they compete? Are you trying to make him publicly humiliate our Five Elements sect? Or rather, to offer his face to be slapped? Sect leader Liao was speechless. The Grand Elder, however, shook his head. Otherwise, sect leader Liao did not understand. The Grand Elder retorted, within the inner sect, are there not some disciples who have achieved first-rank standards but have repeatedly failed their certification? Sect leader Liao nodded. There are. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Sect leader Liao asked, your meaning is? The Grand Elder pondered. The Tao Court certification has a quota limit. and the quality of those within varies. Some remote areas have few formation masters, so the certification is more lenient, and the standard of formation masters is also somewhat lacking. As for some aristocratic family disciples, young cultivators, in order to gain the title of genius, they use their connections and relationships, and even if their standards are lower, they can be directly certified as first rank. The water content within these first-rank certifications is even greater. Sect leader Liao frowned. You mean that young formation master surnamed Mo is such a first-rank formation master? The Grand Elder slowly nodded. Even if he didn't go through the back door, it's highly likely he was certified as first rank in a remote small place. The Grand Elder added, however, our 5-element sect is different. The state border of Dali Mountain has many sects that establish their sects based on formations. This place was also once a sacred place for formations. Even though times have changed, the foundation is still there, and there are many formation masters. It is extremely difficult to be certified in this state border. Even being certified as first rank is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Because the certification is not compared with cultivators of the same age, but with all chi condensation and even some foundation establishment formation masters, and then chosen based on merit. Others have longer cultivation years than you, stronger divine sense, have immersed themselves in formations for many years, and have drawn more formations than you. How can these ordinary disciples compare? So it is normal for them not to be certified. At the same time, do not think that just because they cannot be certified, their formation standards are not good. In some small immortal cities or second-rank state borders, they are already genuine first-rank formation masters. Therefore, some uncertified disciples within the sect, in terms of formation strength, may not be inferior to that little disciple of the surname Zhuang who has already been certified as first rank. The Grand Elder's words were reasoned and logical, making sect leader Liao suddenly enlightened. Sect leader Liao praised. As expected of the Grand Elder, you are thorough in your consideration. Now that you say it, that little first-rank formation master may not be that remarkable. Being able to get certified might just be luck. Sect leader Liao pondered again. It makes sense. Although formation masters are said to depend on talent, it is also a profession that depends on practice to make perfect and diligence to make up for shortcomings. That little formation master is only around 10 years old. Even if he had been drawing formations since he was in his mother's womb, drawing them every day, without stopping, how many formations could he have drawn? If he has drawn few formations, his comprehension will naturally be shallow. No matter how high his talent, without diligent practice, it will ultimately be a castle in the air, unable to stand. This sentence struck a chord with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded with satisfaction, but also cautioned. Although that is the case, we cannot be careless. Even when hunting a rabbit, we must use our full strength. We cannot underestimate him. Sect leader Liao cupped his fists and said, the Grand Elder is right. Then he frowned again. This little formation master is easy to deal with, but his senior brothers and sisters. Thinking of that pair of siblings with profound cultivation, unparalleled spirit roots, and the appearance of celestial beings, the Grand Elder's expression also became extremely solemn. After a moment, the Grand Elder sighed and slowly said, since that is the case, we can only ask for help. Help? The Grand Elder nodded. Many formation sects and families in the state border of Dali Mountain have good relations with our 5-element sect. They have many talented individuals within their sects with extremely high comprehension of formations. We can borrow them to bolster our ranks and curb that person's arrogance. Can they win against that pair of siblings? Gathering all the formation geniuses of the state border of Dali Mountain should be enough. Sect leader Liao nodded, but then couldn't help but be curious. Can they win against Mr. Zhuang from back then? The Grand Elder snorted. Don't even think about it. No matter how good their talent is, they won't be able to win against that person. The Grand Elder's gaze contained fear, and he had to admit. In this world, how many Mr. Zhuangs can there be? Sect leader Liao was still somewhat hesitant. Will it be discovered? The Grand Elder shook his head. They are guests from afar, not members of the 5-elements sect. How can we distinguish who our 5-elements sect disciples are? Then, can we get these geniuses to help? Just give them benefits. The cost will probably not be small. Problems that can be solved with spirit stones are not problems. Sect leader Liao felt a pang of heartache, but still nodded. After the plan was finalized, the Grand Elder also breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, at the Tao Discussion Assembly, we will compete in formations. If that person's disciples cannot defeat our 5-elements sect disciples, with his arrogant nature, he will likely not shamelessly ask to learn our 5-elements sect's absolute formations. Sect leader Liao was still somewhat uneasy. Such an obvious scheme. Will that person agree? The Grand Elder sneered. If he wants his disciples to learn our 5-elements sect's formations, then he must agree. We are not refusing. We are merely putting forth a reasonable request. If they don't win against the disciples of the 5-elements sect, why should they learn our 5-elements sect's absolute formations? In other words, if they cannot win against the disciples of the Five Elements sect, even if they go to learn the absolute formations, they will inevitably not be able to learn them. I am saying this to save both of our time. It is for the good of the Five Elements sect, and also for his good. The Grand Elder appeared to be righteous. Sect leader Liao, however, inwardly sneered. Indeed, the older one gets, the thicker their skin becomes. It is because the Five Elements sect has old parasites like you, full of schemes, that it is gradually declining. However, he had no other way to handle this matter. He just didn't know if Mr. Zhuang would agree. Sect leader Liao was apprehensive and found Mr. Zhuang again, explaining the situation. To his surprise, Mr. Zhuang was not surprised, nor did he show anger. He maintained his usual calm demeanor and nodded. Good. Sect leader Liao felt relieved. As long as he agreed. He had also fulfilled his obligation. However, in his eyes, Mr. Zhuang became increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. He could not guess what Mr. Zhuang was thinking, nor what plans he had. After sect leader Liao took his leave, Mr. Zhuang summoned Mo Hua and the other two. In a few days, you will have to compete in formations with the Five Elements sect disciples. No, not you. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua and smiled slightly. Mo Hua, you go and compete. Mr. Zhuang showed a look of amusement. You'll be the vanguard, and incidentally, you'll hold the fort for your senior brothers and sisters, and also enhance my reputation. Chapter 528, The Array Pavilion. Taking the lead? Holding the fort? Gaining prestige? Mo Hua was stunned. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi exchanged glances. Mo Hua asked, Master, what should I do? It's very simple, Mr. Zhuang said with a light smile. You go compete with them. If you win, you can learn the Five Elements Spirit Array. Compete in first-rank formations? First rank. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. When it came to first-rank formations, he feared no one, except for Mr. Zhuang, of course. However, he wouldn't be careless either. Mo Hua frowned. Master, what if the Five Elements sect plays dirty and I lose? It didn't matter if he lost. Personal victory or defeat was insignificant. The Five Elements Absolute Array, though important, was something he would learn sooner or later. The most crucial issue was that if he lost, it would mean losing face for his master. His master's face was of utmost importance. Mo Hua's expression became somewhat serious. Mr. Zhuang felt a warmth in his heart, then raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, you are my disciple. How can they possibly win against you? The words were a bit subtle, but Mo Hua found them to make perfect sense and nodded. However, he still seemed a little worried. Mr. Zhuang's gaze shifted, and he continued. Do you remember what I told you back then? Mo Hua was a little confused, not knowing which words Mr. Zhuang was referring to. Mr. Zhuang feigned regret and sighed. Back then, I went to the Five Elements sect wanting to learn this absolute array, but for various reasons, I didn't get to learn it, and I was looked down upon by them, losing a great deal of face. I cannot avenge this past humiliation. Now, I can only rely on you to regain that face for your master. Being looked down upon, losing face? Mo Hua's small face tensed, and he immediately became spirited. Master, don't worry. I will definitely regain that face for you and crush them. And I'll learn their sect's ultimate technique to anger them to death. Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but smile proudly. Good. Crush them and anger them to death. Old Kuai, who was outside the door, heard this and couldn't help but shake his head. At such an old age, he was still like a child, throwing tantrums and being competitive. Mo Hua thought for a moment and then asked, Master, do I need to show any mercy? Mr. Zhuang shook his head. Not only no need, but you should be arrogant. Arrogant. That's right, Mr. Zhuang said. Use that active pretense I taught you. Active pretense? Mo Hua couldn't quite remember. Mr. Zhuang demonstrated it for Mo Hua again. He put away his gentle expression, his eyebrows becoming sharp, his expression turning cold. He tilted his head indifferently, like a treasure sword unearthed from ages past. In his gaze, he exuded a formidable aura, like a dragon looking down upon the world. His demeanor and bearing were such that one dared not look directly at him. Mr. Zhuang quickly retracted his aura, his expression returning to its gentle warmth. Do you remember now? Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and then he imitated it. He held his head high, hands on his hips. On his fair, tender face, he wore a look of utter disdain. However, instead of a dragon, he looked like a fierce little tiger. Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but pat Mo Hua's head and commented, It's a bit lacking, but it'll do. You need to practice more in the future. Okay, master. Mo Hua replied obediently. Old Kuai looked at the master and disciple pair, feeling even more speechless. Mr. Zhuang then instructed Mo Hua. In a few days, you will take the lead, holding the fort for your senior brothers and sisters. Whoever defeats, you can then compete with your senior brothers and sisters in formations. After Mr. Zhuang said this, Mo Hua understood. I am the threshold. Anyone who wanted to enter had to first overcome his hurdle before they could compete with his senior brothers and sisters. Mr. Zhuang nodded with satisfaction. This child was truly intelligent. Bai Zixing on the side felt a little guilty. Master, my formation skills are not as good as junior brothers. Bai Zixing was quite self-aware. Although he was the senior brother, his formation skills were far inferior to Mo Hua's. If someone could truly defeat Mo Hua, then he would definitely not be their opponent. Bai Zixing was fine. Her formation skills, although not as good as Mo Hua's, were still very high. But he would be exposed. Mr. Zhuang said with a faint smile, "It's fine. Your junior brother's threshold is very high." And it was a high that was unreachable. Mr. Zhuang, recalling Mo Hua at the Qi condensation stage, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at his current formation mastery. Mo Hua, praised by Mr. Zhuang, smiled happily again. In the following days, the Five Elements sect appeared calm on the surface, but in secret, people were coming and going, sending messages and negotiating. Sect leader Liao welcomed and saw off guests. The elders moved frequently. Some unfamiliar disciples also quietly appeared in the Five Elements sect. Mr. Zhuang sat by the window, observing all this with a calm and unperturbed demeanor. A few days later, sect leader Liao came to invite Mr. Zhuang, respectfully saying, "The Tao discussion gathering is about to begin. Please, Mr. Zhuang and your esteemed disciples, proceed to the array pavilion." Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly, stood up, and said to Mo Hua, Bai Zixing, and Bai Zixi, "Let's go." Tao discussion gathering. It was a grand assembly for cultivators to discuss the Tao. It was also a general term for various cultivator conferences. Cultivators would gather to discuss cultivation, academics, item forging, alchemy, formations, and even raising spirit beasts, cats, and dogs. The Five Elements sect's Tao discussion gathering was primarily for discussing formations. The Array Pavilion was a cultivation tower where the sect collected formations. It housed formation books, formation diagrams, precious inks, ancient brushes, and valuable formation papers, as well as a series of formation-related cultivation items. The Array Pavilion was a secret location and also one of the important venues for the sect's cultivation discussions. The Five Elements sect had been founded on formations, and now it flourished through earth and wood. Therefore, the Array Pavilion was built to be very large and luxurious. The Array Pavilion had 4 floors. The venue for the Tao discussion gathering was on the most spacious floor, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, opulent and magnificent. At this time, writing desks and inkstones were all prepared, and the disciples of the Five Elements sect had already taken their seats. At the head table were the Grand Elder of the Five Elements sect, sect leader Liao, and various elders and guest elders. The Grand Elder, who had been in seclusion for a long time, had emerged. Beside the Grand Elder were 2 old men dressed in fine robes and adorned with golden crowns, their auras powerful, revealing them to be 2 golden core stage cultivators. At this moment, the Grand Elder was discussing in low tones with these 2 old men. This person's surname is Zhuang, and he has a great background. It's not appropriate to elaborate. It is an ancestral agreement, and we must abide by it. However, the sect has fallen into decline and is not what it used to be. They are bullying us, coveting our Five Elements sect's ancestral absolute array. I implore my 2 old friends to help our Five Elements sect with all your might. The Grand Elder deliberately played the victim, his words earnest. The other 2 old men responded with certainly, certainly, but their expressions were bland, showing a lack of concern. The Grand Elder cursed them inwardly, truly wise from years of experience. The older they got, the more worldly they became. They wouldn't move without benefit, like 2 stingy iron roosters. The Grand Elder cupped his hands and said, "Sect Leader Chu, Brother Shun. After this is accomplished, generous gifts will be presented." The Grand Elder's hand, hidden within his sleeve, secretly gestured a number of spirit stones, visible to both old men. Both of them had their eyes light up. The old man surnamed Shun was the ancestor of the Shin family, an aristocratic formation family from the nearby Sishui city, and possessed a cultivation base of early golden core stage. His originally indifferent old face immediately broke into a smile, and his tone became very familiar. "Grand Elder is too polite. I cannot refuse, cannot refuse." Then, Ancestor Shun continued with a serious expression. "The Tao court is unified, and cultivators act according to the law. No matter how great one's background, they must still follow the rules. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Grand Elder, rest assured, I will uphold this justice for you." He was Ancestor Shun. The Shun family was large and prosperous, with many disciples, requiring a large expenditure of spirit stones. More was never too much. The Grand Elder cursed inwardly. "You old man, greedy for money," while on the surface he smiled and cupped his hands in praise. "Brother Shun is truly warm-hearted. I admire you, my younger brother." The elegantly dressed sect leader Chu, on the other hand, pondered for a moment before saying, "My brother, I don't want these spirit stones." Not wanting spirit stones. The Grand Elder was not only unhappy, but also felt a sense of caution. Not wanting spirit stones did not mean he truly didn't want them. It was very likely that the spirit stones were not to his taste. This sect leader Chu was the supreme sect leader of the Array Profound sect. He was very old and had long since abdicated, holding an honorary title. However, he was highly respected within the sect and still held considerable influence. The Array Profound sect was proficient in formations and did not value spirit stones as much. As expected, sect leader Chu continued. It's not easy for your 5 elements sect to earn spirit stones. How can I have the nerve to kick you while you're down? Ancestor Shun beside him was displeased. What did that mean? Asking for spirit stones was kicking them while they were down? But he had lived for a long time and had some control over his emotions. His old face was full of wrinkles, and one couldn't tell if he was pleased or angry. The Grand Elder frowned. Then Brother Chu. Sect leader Chu continued. I only need to borrow the formation diagram of your 5 elements mountain protecting array for a look. The Grand Elder's expression drastically changed, and he quickly said, No, absolutely not. The formation diagram of the 5 elements mountain protecting array? You must be dreaming. How could the formation diagram of the Great Array be shown to you? Wouldn't that be equivalent to revealing all your family assets to you? This old man. The Grand Elder cursed inwardly. Ancestor Shun on the side also said sarcastically, Spirit stones are external possessions, while formations are the foundation of one's existence. Receiving some spirit stones is already good. Coveting someone's family assets is a bit too shameless. Sect leader Chu did not get angry, but tried to bargain. I can just look at the first-rank ones. Not even the first-rank ones. Not the actual formation diagrams, just the simplified diagrams. Brother Chu, please don't make it difficult for me. Sect leader Chu then put on a stern face. My brother, you don't trust me? This is not a matter of trust or distrust. Sect leader Chu understood the Grand Elder's concerns and said, The difficulty between a first-rank Great Array and a second-rank Great Array is vastly different. The formation patterns are worlds apart. Even if the formation pivots have some similarities, they are essentially 2 completely different types of formations. The one your 5 elements sect has set up is a second-rank Great Array. If I only look at the first-rank formation diagrams, it will not have any impact on your 5 elements sect. The Grand Elder hesitated. This? Sect leader Chu sighed and said emotionally, In my life, Chu has no other desires than to peruse formation diagrams. Now that your 5 elements sect is in danger, and I step forward to help you vent your anger, it is based on the past relationship between our 2 sects. Now, if you push back and prevaricate with such a small request, my brother, it will be too disheartening for me. Sect leader Chu's expression was disappointed. But the Grand Elder knew clearly that this was a tactic of retreating to advance and seize the initiative, threatening him. If he didn't let him see the formation diagram, he would stand by and do nothing, not helping the 5 elements sect. The crucial point was that the Array Profound sect was founded on formations and was very powerful. While the 5 elements sect had gradually declined, the Array Profound sect had strived for progress, with many formation geniuses among its disciples. If this person named Chu did not help, it was truly uncertain who would win. Relying solely on the disciples of the 5 elements sect, along with the geniuses from the Shun family and other families, it was truly uncertain if they could defeat Mr. Zhuang and his pair of talented disciples. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, All right. In consideration of the centuries-old relationship between our 2 sects, I agree. Sect leader Chu's expression lit up with joy. The Grand Elder then added, However, you can only view this formation diagram in the Array Pavilion, and only for 1 day. You cannot take it away. Sect leader Chu frowned. What can be seen in 1 day? Although it was only first rank, it was still a great array. The formation patterns were complex, the formation pivots were profound, and the individual formations were numerous. Although he was in the Golden Core stage, he was only a high-rank second-rank formation master. He was not very confident that he could grasp the first-rank Great Array within a day. Sect leader Chu thought again and felt that it wasn't just a lack of confidence, but a complete lack of it. 3 days. Sect leader Chu said, Give me 3 days to look at this Great Array formation diagram. The Grand Elder cursed inwardly again. 3 days? Was that looking at it? This glance of yours is taking too long. 2 days. The Grand Elder said. Sect leader Chu immediately pushed his advantage. 2.5 days. The Grand Elder firmly stated. 2 days. If that doesn't work, then forget it. I'll find someone else. All right. Sect leader Chu immediately decided. 2 days. It's 2 days. Ancestor Shin couldn't stand watching and said indifferently. We are all Golden Core cultivators, sect ancestors. We are not street vendors haggling over small profits, being so calculative over trivial gains. Although he spoke sarcastically, he was actually filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he should have also bargained. Everyone bustles for profit. Everyone struggles for gain. For spirit stones, it's not shameful. Taking this opportunity to haggle a bit and gain more benefits would be better than anything else. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since he had already agreed, he couldn't go back on his word and ask for more. A person can be shameless, but not to that extent. Ancestor Shin sighed. Then, he felt a little strange. Why would this sect leader Chu, who refused substantial spirit stones, trade them for 2 days to view the first-rank 5 elements mountain protecting array? Ancestor Shin looked at sect leader Chu with a meaningful gaze, but he did not pursue the matter. With the profits settled, the Grand Elder began to discuss the subsequent arrangements. That person has 3 disciples in total. Among the 3, the youngest disciple is already a first-rank formation master at a tender age. The other 2 are a brother and sister pair. Their talent is astonishing, and their depth cannot be discerned. Their formation skills are unknown, but since they are senior brothers and sisters, they must be even more unfathomable than the youngest disciple. At least first rank. And they must be seasoned first-rank formation masters. The Grand Elder found it somewhat difficult to speak, but he still said, "With our 5 elements sect strength, we can still handle that young formation master. But for that exceptionally talented brother and sister pair, we have little confidence." The Grand Elder cupped his hands towards sect leader Chu and Ancestor Shen. "At that time, we will have to trouble the Array Profound sect and the talented disciples of the Shun family to assist us in winning the formation match and preserving the heritage of our 5 elements sect." Sect leader Chu nodded. That is natural. He also wanted to take this opportunity to showcase the formation strength of the Array Profound sect. Let everyone know that after the decline of the 5 elements sect, their Array Profound sect was the true leader in the Tao of formations. The 5 elements sect provided the stage, and they would perform. It was truly perfect. Ancestor Shun, thinking of the substantial spirit stones and the first-rank 5 elements mountain protecting array formation diagram, was somewhat confused and frowned as he asked the Grand Elder, "Are that person's disciples truly so powerful that they are worth you paying such a price?" The Grand Elder's eyebrows twitched. If this were in the past, with the 5 elements sect producing talents one after another, they naturally wouldn't fear competing with Mr. Zhuang's disciples, unless these disciples truly possessed Mr. Zhuang's unparalleled comprehension and talent. The Grand Elder sighed inwardly. Frankly speaking, they couldn't compare to Mr. Zhuang. But as the saying goes, there was only one Mr. Zhuang in so many years. Mr. Zhuang's disciples, after all, were not Mr. Zhuang. No matter how powerful they were, there would always be a limit. It was only then that the Grand Elder conceived the idea of the Tao discussion gathering and competing in formations. Although the 5 elements sect was not doing well, the Grand Elder was unwilling to admit it and lose face, diminishing his prestige. He said, "Their talent is extremely good. The actual level of their formation skills can only be known after competing. It is possible that they are not the opponents of our 5 elements sect disciples." The Grand Elder began to praise himself, and then he said tactfully, "However, concerning the sect's heritage, which is a matter of great importance, I must be cautious and act meticulously to avoid any accidents that would cause the sect's heritage to fall into the hands of others. Even if it means paying some price, it is worth it." Sect leader Chu and Ancestor Shun also nodded. Even if they looked down on the 5 elements sect's formation skills at the moment, the Grand Elder's considerations were valid. It was a matter of the sect's secret heritage. Being cautious was always the right approach. Sect leader Chu then said, "Grand Elder, rest assured. The 5 elements sect is named after the 5 elements spirit array. This absolute array will definitely remain within the 5 elements sect, and no one will be able to learn it." The Grand Elder was overjoyed. "Thank you, Sect leader Chu." Ancestor Shin frowned. However, daring to covet the absolute array, it is likely that these disciples' talents are extraordinary. Sect leader Chu calmly replied, "No matter." He sneered. "The Tao of formations is vast and profound. It requires both talent and diligent study. Even with talent, one cannot master everything. Formation patterns, formation pivots, formation cores, formation principles, as well as some profound formation techniques, cannot be all-encompassing. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Even the most talented formation masters are the same. If the strength of Mr. Zhuang's disciples is average, we will win against them in a straightforward manner, teach them a lesson, and let them experience the vastness and profundity of formations and the mysteriousness of formation principles. Let them understand that there is always someone better, and there is always a higher peak. If they are indeed exceptionally talented and their formations are superb, then we will use our strengths to attack their weaknesses. We have so many disciples, each with their own specialties. We will always have areas where we are stronger than them. By competing this way, we can also defeat them. Although it might be considered an unfair victory, the sect's heritage is paramount. We do not need to be overly concerned with these details. Winning is winning, and losing is losing. Since they dare to come and learn formations, they must be mentally prepared for this. If they are inferior in skill, they have no grounds to argue." The Grand Elder nodded and praised. "Good." Ancestor Shin also stroked his beard and said, "Good." After the discussion, they sat up straight, waiting for Mr. Zhuang and the others. The bustling disciples in the array pavilion gradually quieted down. Half an hour later, Mr. Zhuang, with Mo Hua and the other two, entered the array pavilion in front of everyone. The array pavilion instantly became even quieter, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. The three Golden Core ancestors, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, all opened their eyes. In their aged gazes, a sharp light flickered as they looked at the newcomers. So this is that Mr. Zhuang. Indeed, he has an ethereal bearing, unmatched in the world. The man and woman behind him, are they that brother and sister pair? Indeed, they possess regal bearing and flawless Daobone. And the one behind them. All three were stunned. How could he look so young? Although they knew beforehand that a 10-year-old had become a first-rank formation master, seeing him in person still felt incredible. He was too young. This is a first-rank formation master? Are they kidding me? They had discussed and deliberated for so long in earnest, and it turned out to be just this little kid. Comparing with him would be bullying, wouldn't it? Chapter 529, Sparring Match. Mo Hua followed Mr. Zhuang into the Pavilion of Formations. The vast Pavilion of Formations was magnificent, filled with cultivators. On the main hall, three old men, with their hair white as snow and profound cultivation, exuded a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Golden Core. It was Mo Hua's first time seeing Golden Core cultivators, and he felt a little nervous. However, he then remembered that he was Mr. Zhuang's disciple and couldn't let his master lose face. So, he imitated Mr. Zhuang, lifting his small head and adopting an arrogant demeanor. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi remained calm. The Bai family was a powerful force, and a few Golden Core cultivators were not enough to faze them. The Grand Elder raised his hand, signaling for silence, then stood up and bowed from afar, saying, Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly. The Grand Elder said, Please. Mr. Zhuang then took a seat on the high platform on the other side, facing the three great Golden Core cultivators from a distance. Mo Hua and the other two stood respectfully behind Mr. Zhuang. After they were seated, the Grand Elder got straight to the point. Mr. Zhuang, can the Tao discussion commence? Mr. Zhuang replied calmly, It can. Quite the airs he has. The Grand Elder thought, displeased but showing no outward emotion. Instead, he turned to the assembled disciples with a solemn expression and announced loudly, Our five-element sect is founded upon formations. We have esteemed guests who have traveled from afar to sit and discuss the Tao and exchange knowledge of formations. This is truly a fortunate occasion. Since we are here to discuss formations and spar, according to our ancestral teachings, there are established procedures. First, we discuss formation principles. Second, formation structures. Third, formation studies. Formation principles encompass everything. Formation structures involve the universe within the brushstrokes, with formation patterns, pivots, and eyes complementing each other. Formation studies. The Grand Elder's opening speech was dry and lengthy. Mr. Zhuang grew a little weary and directly stated, No need. The Grand Elder paused, and the other cultivators also showed surprise. Too troublesome, Mr. Zhuang shook his head. Let's keep it simple. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings, his tone plain yet laced with disdain. All the Qi condensation disciples present, everyone, regardless of whether they are from the five-element sect or not, come forward directly. No matter what the competition is, as long as any of you can surpass my disciple, we will not learn the five elements' spiritual formations. The pavilion of formations fell into dead silence. Then, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Arrogant. This was truly too arrogant. The Grand Elder's face turned crimson. Sect leader Chu and old ancestor Shun on the side also showed chilling glares. All the formation masters seated below were indignant. This was a complete disregard for the five elements sect. No, for all the formation masters in the Great Li Mountain Prefecture. Mo Hua, standing behind Mr. Zhuang, couldn't help but open his mouth. His master really liked this. So arrogant. He had been with Mr. Zhuang day and night, and thought his master was always gentle, elegant, amiable, and approachable. On the other hand, Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were not surprised at all. Good. The Grand Elder was furious, gritting his teeth. You asked for this yourself. Don't blame us for bullying you. Hundreds of disciples were present, a gathering of prodigies, bringing together nearly all the formation geniuses from various families and sects in the Great Li Mountain Prefecture. And you, with your mere 3 disciples, think you can defeat so many people? A pipe dream. Who will go first? The Grand Elder asked coldly. A disciple in a blue robe rose from his seat and said, This disciple is untalented but willing to spar formations with the honored guest. This was arranged beforehand. This disciple possessed the strength of a near first-rank formation master and could rank among the top 5 of the younger generation of formation masters in the Five Elements sect. The Grand Elder nodded slightly and looked at Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang smiled faintly and patted Mo Hua's shoulder. Mo Hua then stepped forward, his voice clear, saying, I'll do it. Although it was expected, the Grand Elder still asked, Where are your senior brothers and sisters? Aren't they competing? In front of the Golden Core Great Cultivators, Imohua was still a little nervous. Can't lose Master's face. Can't lose Master's face. Imohua silently recited these words twice. Then, imitating Mr. Zhuang, he held his head high and chest out, feigning arrogance, and saying, "You are not worthy to compete with my senior brothers and sisters. Get past me first." Such audacity from a mere child. The disciples from various sects and families seated below became even more annoyed. The three Golden Core Great Cultivators, however, remained calm. Although Imohua spoke arrogantly, he was clearly a bit nervous and lacked confidence. After all, he was young and inexperienced, and in front of these old foxes, he inevitably revealed a hint of timidity. The three old Golden Core ancestors thus looked down upon Imohua a little. The Grand Elder looked at Mr. Zhuang, asking for his opinion. "Mr. Zhuang, what shall we compete in?" Mr. Zhuang said dismissively, "Anything." The Grand Elder snorted inwardly. "Good. Then we shall follow the rules of the Five Elements sect. Let's start with a first-rank formation. The formation principles that required too much talking would be skipped. They would directly draw formations, proving their skill with their brush. They would use a first-rank formation to test the waters and see how much skill this young formation master possessed. First-rank heavy water formation. 1 hour limit. Let's see who draws it better." After speaking, the Grand Elder looked at Imohua and asked, "Young sir, what do you think?" Imohua hesitated for a moment. "Heavy water formation? What kind of formation is this? I don't think I've learned it. However, as long as it's a first-rank formation, it should be fine." Imohua nodded. "Good." The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Although it was a test, there were specific considerations. This heavy water formation was a treasured first-rank formation of the Five Elements sect. Its application was obscure, it was not widely circulated, and few people learned it. Moreover, it was relatively difficult to learn. Except for the disciples of the Five Elements sect, most formation masters would not know it. He had specifically chosen it as a test question. If Mr. Zhuang's young disciple had learned it, then there would be nothing to be done. It would only prove that his knowledge of formations was indeed extensive. Everyone would compete and win or lose based on formations. But if he didn't know it, he would most likely lose. In 1 hour, learning it and drawing it would be impossible. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. Originally, testing with this formation could be considered winning unfairly. But now that Mr. Zhuang was so arrogant and had made such bold claims, using such an obscure test question was not unfair. Imohua and the blue-robed disciple from the Five Elements sect came to the center, each sitting at a table. Several feet apart, formations shielded them, making it impossible to see with their eyes or pry with their spiritual sense. Of course, in the presence of 3 Golden Core cultivators and over 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators, there was no way to play any tricks. After a while, someone distributed the formation diagrams. Imohua took the diagram and frowned. Heavy water formation. He really hadn't learned it. The formation patterns were somewhat obscure, but the formation pivot was relatively simple. The spiritual sense requirement was a bit higher, 9 patterns or more, but less than 10. The overall difficulty was similar to the first-rank Molten Fire formation. After assessing it, Imohua felt relieved and a little happy. He hadn't expected to learn new formations in a formation competition. What a gain. Imohua then focused his attention on the heavy water formation diagram, studying the formation pivot and memorizing the formation patterns, while simultaneously calculating the spiritual energy trajectories in his mind. On the other side, the blue-robed disciple had already begun to draw. The heavy water formation was a treasured formation of the Five Elements sect, and he had learned it long ago. In the past few days, with the Grand Elder's guidance, he had practiced it many times and knew it by heart. It was like the examiner leaking the questions before the exam and having him write down the answers more than 10 times. Therefore, he was drawing the heavy water formation with great ease at this moment. Imohua was studying the formation diagram, while the blue-robed disciple was drawing the formation. The Grand Elder watched clearly from above and nodded slightly. He could now confirm that this young formation master had not learned the heavy water formation. Good. The Grand Elder rejoiced inwardly. The first battle was won. They should have secured this first round. When this young formation master lost, it would be the turn of his senior brothers and sisters. He wanted to see what the formation level of Mr. Zhuang's esteemed disciples was. Time trickled by. Half an hour later, the blue-robed disciple had already drawn more than half of the formation. Imohua had also finally finished studying the heavy water formation. After studying it, it was time to draw. As Imohua moved, the Grand Elder noticed and thought to himself, knowing that time is running out, he can only draw it with a brave face. The Grand Elder understood. When he participated in the Formation Master Ranking Assessment, he did the same when he encountered formations he didn't know. With time running out, he couldn't just hand in a blank paper. He would draw as much as he could. Perhaps, he could even guess a few formation patterns correctly. As someone who had been through it, the Grand Elder understood. However, as he watched, he was slightly surprised. This young formation master, not to mention anything else, at least his brush strokes and the momentum of drawing the formation looked quite convincing. Another half-hour passed. The blue-robed disciple had finished drawing and carefully inspected it again, nodding with satisfaction. The formation was complete, and the formation patterns were smooth. Everything that should be there was there. Although there were some minor flaws, they were like minor blemishes on white jade, not affecting the overall quality much. This was already exceeding expectations and living up to the Grand Elder's hopes. The blue-robed disciple was self-satisfied. On the other hand, Imo had also finished drawing and, after a check, shook his head slightly. This was his first time drawing. His brushwork was not yet proficient. He could only strictly follow the formation diagram, being meticulous but lacking in spirit and flavor. But it was passable. He would submit it and see. The two sealed their formations and submitted their papers. These two formations were then placed before the Grand Elder and the other two. The Grand Elder glanced at Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang said, "You may look." The Grand Elder nodded and first looked at the formation submitted by his sect's disciple. With just one glance, he was reassured. It was drawn well, even better than when he had taught him before. It was clear that he had put in a lot of effort. Then, he eagerly unsealed Imo formation. With just one glance, he frowned. Where was the formation? Why was there only a formation diagram? He flipped further down and was taken aback again. Two identical formation diagrams. After carefully distinguishing, the Grand Elder realized that one of them had fresh ink and different ink, but the brushstrokes were too neat, and the formation patterns were exactly the same, as if carved from the same mold. At first glance, they looked like two formation diagrams. The Grand Elder's heart trembled. The formation drawn by this young formation master was exactly the same as this formation template? Cheating? But how could he possibly cheat in front of 3 golden core cultivators? The Grand Elder looked again carefully, confirming it earnestly, and then had to admit that these neat and rigorous formation patterns were indeed drawn by hand by that young cultivator. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Imo became more serious. To be able to draw to this extent, this formation must have been practiced countless times. And to be able to practice an obscure formation to such a proficient level. Indeed, he was Mr. Zhuang's disciple. He had some skill. Then he recalled the previous events and felt displeased. This little brat stared at the formation diagram for a long time earlier, pretending he didn't know it. Was he acting? Tricking me? His personality was too wicked. Although talented, he lacked virtue. The Grand Elder evaluated him in his heart. Sect leader Chu and old ancestor Shun, upon seeing Imo formation, were also secretly surprised. Although it is meticulous and lacks spirit, with a bit of artificiality, for someone so young to draw it so methodically is already very good. At least it was better than what the disciple of the 5 Elements sect drew. The Grand Elder compared it again with the heavy water formation drawn by the blue-robed disciple earlier and sighed slightly. Their disciple, although he drew it well, only managed to draw it. There were also many flaws in his brushwork. It was fine when not compared, but comparing them, it was not good. When it came to formations, good was good, and bad was bad. In front of so many formation masters, especially in front of Mr. Zhuang, the Grand Elder could only admit defeat. This round, the Grand Elder paused, thinking for a long time before remembering the name of this young formation master. It was as if this name was easily overlooked and difficult to remember. Imo has a slight edge. Imo's expression brightened. The blue-robed disciple looked dejected, unable to understand how he had lost or where he had lost. After drawing the formation, Imo felt warmed up and was no longer nervous. The first battle was a victory, and he had brought honor to his master. Moreover, he had learned a new formation, the heavy water formation, which he learned for free from the 5 Elements sect. Imo was very satisfied and looked forward to the subsequent competitions. In the magnificent and gilded pavilion of formations, filled with cultivators, Imo leaned on the high table, swinging his small legs, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "What else are we competing in?" The Grand Elder's brow twitched, and he felt a faint sense of pressure from the innocent and spirited Imo. His gaze narrowed, and after pondering for a moment, he said solemnly, "Brush speed." Imo was stunned, then understood. It was a competition to see who could draw faster. The brush speed of formation masters also had its own significance. The faster a formation was drawn, the more formations could be drawn, whether for constructing large-scale cultivation projects, cultivation production, commanding Dao soldiers in war, or in cultivator battles. In any situation involving the application of formations, being a fraction of a second faster in drawing formations gave an advantage. Especially in duels between formation masters, if others had already completed their formations, and you were still laboring over drawing formation patterns, then the unfinished formations would have to wait for the next life. However, in terms of brush speed, it was also Imo's strong suit. The heavenly evolution art enhanced his control over spiritual sense. Back when he was in Immortal Pass City, constructing the item forging workshop and alchemy workshop, and later building the 5 Elements demon-slaying formation, he single-handedly managed the work of 10 people. Not to mention that he had also comprehended the Spirit Hub formation. Bring it on, Mo Hua said expectantly. He wanted to know if the 5 Elements sect would let him learn any more formations for free. The Grand Elder frowned, sensing something was not right, but he could only grit his teeth and wave his hand. From the crowd, a disciple in a golden robe emerged and sat opposite Mo Hua. He was thin, tall, with upturned eyebrows, looking somewhat arrogant. The formation diagram was also distributed. Mo Hua glanced at it and was somewhat disappointed. It was a sharp gold formation. He had already learned this formation. He hadn't managed to get a new formation for free. Mo Hua felt a bit regretful. Since he had already learned it, he wouldn't waste time and would finish it quickly. The Grand Elder said, "Begin," and Mo Hua and the golden robe disciple started drawing simultaneously. The golden robe disciple drew very quickly. His spirit root was special, making him affinity with gold's spiritual energy. Therefore, he could draw all gold element formations with ease, at least twice as fast as others. In the entire 5 Elements sect, no disciple could draw gold element formations faster than him. Because of this, he had gained the appreciation of the Grand Elder. The golden robe disciple was full of confidence and wrote with a rapid brush. But before he could draw a few formation patterns, he heard a crisp, somewhat childlike voice say, "I'm done." The golden robe disciple's hand trembled, and he pressed his brush down, smearing a large patch of golden ink on the paper. But he couldn't bother with that anymore. He stiffly turned his neck and saw Mo Hua sitting in his chair, gently swaying, with a look of joyful anticipation as he waited to submit his paper. The golden robe disciple found it unbelievable. How long had it been? He was already finished? And when Mo Hua's completed formation was presented, the Grand Elder's expression became even more solemn. It was perfect, indeed, the sharp gold formation. The Grand Elder was stunned and lost in thought. Even sect leader Chu and old ancestor Shun on the side had not recovered from their shock. Too fast. They only saw Mo Hua pick up his brush, dip it in ink, start drawing, and then with a few swift strokes, as if playing around, he finished the sharp gold formation in no time. This was a first-rank formation. Could a first-rank formation master draw a first-rank formation this quickly? Was this truly the level of a first-rank formation master? The 3 old golden core ancestors remained silent for a long time, unable to utter a word. Mo Hua, however, was getting bored waiting and asked, "What else are we competing in?" If they could finish quickly, he could help master regain face, and then learn the supreme formation with 13 patterns of the first rank. What else are we competing in? Mo Hua's voice was clear and carried a hint of composure. This time, it wasn't just the Grand Elder, but also sect leader Chu and old ancestor Shun, who vaguely felt the pressure emanating from that chi condensation young cultivator on the scene. Chapter 530. Who else? What should we do? The Great Elder and the other 2 began transmitting their thoughts. Our 5 Elements sect has taken the lead, losing 2 matches. It's not suitable for us to fight again. Next, it should be the Array Profound sect, and the geniuses from the Shun families turn to show their skills. The Great Elder spoke tactfully. Sect Master Chu and the Shun family elder understood. The 5 Elements sect was out of resources. Among the Chi Condensation disciples, the 2 who had just fought were the most outstanding they could produce. Yet, they were defeated effortlessly by that young formation master. Unless they send out a first-rank or second-rank Foundation Establishment disciple. Otherwise, the remaining mediocre disciples of the 5 Elements sect would only bring shame upon themselves. But if they sent out Foundation Establishment disciples, it would be blatant bullying and shameless. Such a thing would be even more embarrassing if it got out. Great Elder, please rest assured. I, Chu, will do as I promised. Sect Master Chu appeared to be in control of the situation. Next, let our Array Profound sect disciples have a go at this young formation master. The Array Profound sect was different from the 5 Elements sect. The 5 Elements sect was in decline, but the Array Profound sect was gradually flourishing. The sect had several formation prodigies whose talent surpassed his own from back then. Sect Master Chu glanced at Mo Hua, who was sitting leisurely at a table in the Grand Hall, and slowly said, "Little brother, let's compete in first-rank formations again." First-rank formations? Mo Hua asked, puzzled. Didn't we already compete? This time, we won't compete on who draws better or faster, but on who draws more difficult formations. A sharp glint flashed in Sect Master Chu's eyes. Our Array Profound sect will field a disciple. Each of you will draw a formation. Whoever's formation is more difficult, requires stronger divine sense, and contains more formation patterns, will win. Mo Hua nodded. Who will go? From the crowd, a disciple wearing the 5 Elements sect's Dao robe stepped forward. Earlier, they had conspired to have their formation prodigies pose as 5 Elements sect disciples for the competition. But since Mr. Zhuang had exposed their plan, and everyone present was discerning, continuing to pretend would only be self-deception and pointless. This disciple was handsome and refined. He cupped his fists and said, I am Chu Xian, a direct disciple of the Array Profound sect. Imohua also cupped his small fists. Imohua. Then, he felt that lacking a suffix made him seem less imposing, so he added, I am my master's direct disciple. He felt this statement was quite impressive. Chu Xian, however, thought he was a bit childish and couldn't help but shake his head. Afterwards, the two began drawing formations. Chu Xian was confident, his brushstrokes as if guided by divine inspiration. Imohua, however, was caught in a dilemma. Compete on who draws more difficult formations? Then, what level of difficulty formation should he draw? Should it be the 9 elements reversal formation with 10 patterns, the thick earth formation with 11 patterns, or the spirit hub formation with 12 patterns? Drawing a moderately difficult one might not guarantee a win. Drawing one that was too difficult, however, would be a bit too ostentatious. True strength was best kept hidden. Imohua secretly sized up Chu Xian, contemplating that he only needed to draw a formation slightly more difficult than his. This Chu Xian was quite polite, and his demeanor and speech were quite proper. Drawing a more difficult formation to win by a small margin would save him some face. Drawing something too difficult would make the gap between them seem too large, which would be impolite. Imohua's consideration was very thoughtful. But how could he know what level of difficulty formation Chu Xian could draw? After a moment of thought, Imohua's eyes brightened. He could deduce it. Since they were drawing their own formations, peeking a few times wouldn't count as cheating. Imohua glanced at Chu Xian, his divine sense subtly moving. With a little deduction, he understood. Although he didn't know what formation Chu Xian was drawing, based on the trajectory of the spiritual energy, it was likely above 9 patterns, very close to 10, but still not reaching 10. It had a hint of a perfect formation, but only a hint. Imohua drew perfect formations every day, so he was very sensitive to their aura. This disciple named Chu Xian was drawing a formation very close to a perfect one, but it wasn't quite there yet. However, it was already very good. This was one of the most talented first-rank formation masters Imohua had ever seen. Such a formation master should be encouraged properly. He shouldn't be dealt too heavy a blow. Little Imohua felt a sense of cherishing talent and nodded slightly, beginning to draw his own formation. In the Grand Hall, the Great Elder looked at Chu Xian with some surprise. This is the Withering Wood Spring Returns formation. Sect Master Chu nodded. Indeed, the Withering Wood Spring Returns formation. Is it the 10-pattern first-rank perfect formation passed down in your Array Profound sect? Old Ancestor Shen also frowned. Sect Master Chu sighed. The Ancestral one is a perfect formation, but what Shinner drew is not quite it. He paused, then calmly explained. A 10-pattern first-rank formation requires Foundation Establishment Divine Sense to learn. Qi Condensation disciples, lacking Foundation Establishment Divine Sense, cannot learn it at all. Therefore, our Array Profound sect's past sect masters have been diligently researching how to simplify this perfect formation so that Qi Condensation disciples can learn it. It took 4 generations of sect masters and immense effort. By my generation, we have finally achieved some results. Sect Master Chu's tone was bin thuong, but his face showed unconcealed pride, clearly extremely pleased. Although the efficacy of this formation is a bit weaker now, it is infinitely close to a perfect formation. More importantly, Qi Condensation disciples can truly learn it. However, the divine sense requirement is extremely high, surpassing that of ordinary 9-pattern first-rank formations, and the difficulty is also extremely high. Sect Master Chu stroked his beard and sighed. Although he spoke with humility, anyone could tell he was showing off. But there was nothing they could do about it. Old Ancestor Shen shook his head. The Great Elder felt both envious and jealous, along with a touch of heartache. The formation standards of the Array Profound sect were rising steadily. But the 5 Elements sect was declining with each generation. Not valuing formations, with earth and wood strengthening the sect, its prosperity would eventually fade away. At the same time, he felt a bit more at ease. A first-rank formation drawn by a Qi Condensation cultivator that was infinitely close to a perfect formation, peak of first-rank 9 patterns, the limit of Qi Condensation divine sense. The winning odds for this match were very high. The inheritance of the 5 Elements sect might also be preserved. The 3 Golden Core ancestors seated above had their own thoughts. Mr. Zhuang's demeanor was calm and unfazed. In the middle of the hall, Imohua and Chu Xian were each drawing their formations. After an unknown period of time, both finished their formations simultaneously. After sealing them, they handed them in. The Great Elder first looked at Chu Xian's Withering Wood Spring Returns formation, his expression filled with emotion and astonishment. This was a pseudo-perfect formation, a first-rank formation that was close to a perfect formation. It was a ladder for Qi Condensation cultivators to touch the realm beyond the ranking system. A Qi Condensation cultivator who could draw this formation was naturally extraordinarily gifted. But to be able to simplify this formation and apply it reflected the formation heritage of a sect. However, these had nothing to do with the current 5 Elements sect. The Great Elder sighed, then opened Mo Hua's formation. After just one glance, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Sect Master Chu and Old Ancestor Shun noticed the Great Elder's abnormality and also looked over. Their gazes shifted from the Great Elder's astonished expression to the formation in his hand, and their hearts jolted, their brows twitching wildly. 10 patterns. A perfect formation? This little fellow could draw a perfect formation, and not a simplified version of a perfect formation. It was a genuine, accurate, 10-pattern first-rank perfect formation. The expressions of the three became solemn. This is a perfect formation. First rank, 10 patterns. Undoubtedly a perfect formation. What perfect formation? Sect Master Chu frowned. Our array profound sect does not have this kind of inheritance, so we can't tell. The Great Elder and Old Ancestor Shun also looked confused. Old Ancestor Shun transmitted his thoughts, his voice trembling. If he can draw a 10-pattern first-rank formation, doesn't that mean this little fellow, despite being only at the Qi condensation cultivation level, possesses foundation establishment divine sense? Sect Master Chu's heart pounded. Cultivation had its limits. Qi condensation cultivators cultivated spiritual energy and condensed divine sense. This was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. In his entire life, he had never seen a Qi condensation cultivator possess foundation establishment level divine sense. At most, he had only heard of it, and that was in almost legendary whispers. The Great Elder pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Not necessarily. How do you say that? Sect Master Chu asked. The Great Elder frowned, deep in thought. The Qi condensation realm possessing foundation establishment divine sense. How could it be so easy? Even Mr. Zhuang back then, with his exceptional talent, his divine sense never broke through. I suspect this young cultivator can draw a 10-pattern first-rank formation because, like Mr. Zhuang, he learned that inheritance. Old Ancestor Shun couldn't help but ask, what inheritance? The Great Elder's gaze turned solemn. That supreme innate formation Tao inheritance that can unify the origins of all formations, leading to a comprehensive understanding. Sect Master Chu and Old Ancestor Shun both gasped. The Great Elder's heart sank. He had misjudged. He had previously thought this young formation master was merely someone Mr. Zhuang used to make an initial probe. Even if he were a first-rank formation master, his strength would only be ordinarily strong, and perhaps not valued by Mr. Zhuang. Now he realized he was completely mistaken. This young formation master possessed extremely high formation attainments and immense formation strength. He might have even received that authentic, supreme, innate formation Tao inheritance from Mr. Zhuang. This showed that this young formation master was highly favored by Mr. Zhuang. And this young formation master was only the junior disciple. Above him, there was a pair of senior brothers and sisters. If he could draw a 10-pattern first-rank formation, what about his senior brothers and sisters? Could they draw 11 patterns, or even 12 patterns? Cold sweat streamed down the Great Elder's face. No wonder this person named Zhuang was so arrogant. He indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Mo Hua, sitting below, seeing their dawdling, asked, "How is it?" The Great Elder's mouth twitched, a bitter expression on his face. Chu Xian's formation, the Withering Wood Spring Returns formation, is peak first rank 9 patterns. Mo Hua's formation is first rank 10 patterns. Mo Hua wins. First rank 10 patterns. Chu Xian, who had thought victory was assured, immediately stood up, looking at Mo Hua with disbelief. The other disciples also began to discuss. Isn't first rank only 9 patterns? How can there be a 10-pattern first rank formation? You don't even know this? Are you from the 5 Elements sect? Just give up on formations. First rank 10 patterns is a perfect formation, an out-of-bounds formation. Usually, you can't learn it. But he's only at Qi condensation. How can he learn a 10-pattern formation? How should I know? Are you going to ask? One disciple whispered. Didn't you see the Great Elder's face? It's like a pig's kidney. He's clearly unhappy. Who dares to ask him at this moment and incur his displeasure? You're dead. The Great Elder is a golden core cultivator. He can definitely hear what you say. The disciple's face turned pale. He covered his face with his sleeve, hoping the Great Elder wouldn't see him. Chu Xian's emotions churned, his expression shifting from defeat to unwillingness. Finally, he sighed and shed the arrogance from his face, bowing respectfully to Mo Hua. Mo Hua returned the bow, silently nodding. This Chu Xian had a good temperament and was indeed a promising talent. The scripture pavilion was a bit noisy. After a while, it quieted down slightly. Mo Hua began his soul-searching question again. What else do we compete in? No one dared to respond. All the disciples in the hall looked at the 3 golden core ancestors seated above. The 3 golden core ancestors had grim expressions. They had clearly underestimated this young formation master. The original plan was to use disciples from the 5 Elements sect to deal with this young formation master and test the waters. Then, the Array Profound sect and the Shen family would send out their prodigies to deal with that pair of phoenix-like siblings. But now, they were being thoroughly defeated by this, testing the waters young formation master. Whether it was his innate divine sense that was strong or that he had learned the formation inheritance, this young formation master was a formidable opponent. Old Ancestor Shun transmitted his thoughts. What should we do? The great elder's gaze shifted, and he said sternly, as things stand, this competition is no longer about the gains or losses of one sect or one family, but about the honor of a province and a realm. Our entire Daliang Mountain Province realm is filled with formation prodigies. If we can't even defeat this young formation master, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? Sect Master Chu and Old Ancestor Shin frowned. The great elder's words were intended to draw them in, a deliberate alarmist tactic. But they couldn't refute it, because it was indeed the truth. Sect Master Chu, however, had a concern. Even if we defeat this young formation master, there are still his senior brothers and sisters. Not necessarily. The great elder's eyes flashed. I suspect this Mr. Zhuang might be bluffing. This young cultivator's talent is already astonishing. Formation masters with such talent are not like cabbage. How can there be so many? Even if his senior brothers and sisters are stronger than him, they probably won't be much stronger. Sect Master Chu and Old Ancestor Shun both nodded. Thinking about it this way, it did make some sense. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. At this point, no matter what, they had to press on. Since he can draw a first-rank perfect formation, his foundation within the scope of first-rank formations must be extremely profound. We won't have any chance if we test further. The previous arrangements won't be used. We can only test some unconventional aspects. After they finished transmitting their thoughts and deliberating, the great elder asked Imohua, "Little sir." His address had become more respectful. Being able to draw a first-rank perfect formation at the Qi condensation stage, he, like Mr. Zhuang, deserved the title of Sir. Do you understand formation deciphering? The great elder asked. Imohua nodded. Slightly. Sect Master Chu nodded. From the crowd, another disciple stepped out, cupped his fists, and said, Junior Chu He, my formation attainments are ordinary, but I excel in the path of formation deciphering. My skills are not yet perfected, but I am willing to seek guidance from this little sir. Formation deciphering was indeed a niche art. Except for disciples from aristocratic families or those within sects with formation inheritance, few formation masters would bother studying formation deciphering. Generally, cultivators preferred breaking formations over deciphering them. Breaking formations was noisy but simple and crude, while deciphering formations was subtle but complex and profound. Although Imohua found formation deciphering smooth and used it often, he was already very familiar with it. But he also remembered what Mr. Zhuang had said. At that time, Mr. Zhuang had said that formation deciphering was a path for formation masters that was intellectually stimulating and for leisure, difficult and niche, and rarely studied. Imohua now understood that what Mr. Zhuang meant by intellectually stimulating and leisure was definitely different from ordinary people. In reality, formation masters who were proficient in formation deciphering were few and far between. The question proposed by the great elder for formation deciphering was also simple. Deciphering a first-rank composite formation. See who deciphered it correctly and quickly. Imohua felt a bit bored upon seeing the composite formation. It was indeed too simple. It was only a composite formation containing 3 single formations, and among them, only one formation had 9 patterns. The other 2 had 7 and 8 patterns respectively. This wasn't even an appetizer. Imohua looked up. The scripture pavilion was bustling with many disciples. If they continued to compete like this, who knew how long it would take? He wanted to quickly resolve it. So, while the disciple named Chu he was still deciphering the first formation, Imohua had finished deciphering them all with swift actions. He then casually said, I'm done. The great elder and the other 2 were stunned again, but their hearts had already grown somewhat numb. Imohua had undoubtedly won the formation deciphering competition as well. Imohua said directly, You can all come up as you please. Hurry up, I don't have much time. He still wanted to learn the 5 elements perfect formation soon, and then focus on foundation establishment. His words were somewhat arrogant. Everyone present looked indignant. Soon, more disciples, feeling unconvinced, stepped forward to compete with Imohua in formations. But no matter what they competed in, they were quickly defeated. In terms of formations alone, almost no first-rank formation master present could withstand even a single move. Gradually, everyone present no longer felt anger, only solemnity. A trace of fear surfaced in their hearts. Drawing formations well, drawing them quickly, knowing perfect first-rank formations, proficient in formation deciphering. He could be said to be flawless. In the Daliang Mountain Province realm, where formation disciples were numerous, would there really be no one who could defeat this young cultivator? Old Ancestor Shen no longer hid his cards and instructed. Shen 1. A disciple stepped forward, his eyes blazing, as if he had suppressed himself for a long time. I will compete with you in deduction. The great elder was greatly shocked, and Sect Master Chu was also shaken. Even Mr. Zhuang showed a hint of surprise. Old Ancestor Shen sighed deeply. This was his trump card, kept hidden. He had originally not wanted to reveal it. Shun Wen was his great-grandson, naturally sharp in divine sense and meticulous in thought. Later, by chance, he was taken as a disciple by a Grand Formation Master who taught him the method of divine sense deduction. The Grand Formation Master had instructed him that formation deduction involved secrets, and it should not be spread or easily revealed. Therefore, he had always kept silent. But when the time came, he couldn't help but reveal it. Deduction. This formation knowledge, which he, a golden core cultivator and a second-rank high-grade formation master, did not possess, this young formation master should. Old Ancestor Shun had only thought halfway when he heard Mo Hua calmly say, "Okay." Old Ancestor Shun's relieved heart immediately tensed up again. "No way. You little kid, you even know divine sense deduction?" Thus, Old Ancestor Shun soon discovered that Mo Hua not only knew it, but also calculated quickly and accurately, with a relaxed expression, handling it with ease. They both deduced the spiritual energy trajectories of the formations. Shun Wen had just started calculating when Mo Hua had already finished. Shun Wen lost quickly and thoroughly, looking dejected. Similarly, Mo Hua began to ask again, "What else do we compete in?" The entire venue fell silent. Seeing that no one spoke, Mo Hua changed his question, "Who else?" All the disciples' faces turned pale. Even the 3 Golden Core ancestors were silently awestruck. They had never expected that what was supposed to be a grand event would conclude so anticlimactically. This young formation master, quietly sitting at the table, stood as a lone sentinel, truly defeating all the formation prodigies of their entire province. Just like Mr. Zhuang back then. No, there were still some differences. The great elder's unbearable past memories flashed through his mind. The person named Zhuang back then was like a gleaming immortal sword, impossible to look at directly. But this young formation master named Mo, with his restrained edge and approachable demeanor, was like a naturally formed raw jade. Simply a monstrous talent. The scripture pavilion fell silent for a long time, and the disciples were in a state of utter stillness. The 3 Golden Core ancestors were also at a loss. After an unknown period, Mr. Zhuang slowly stood up and said calmly, "Is the competition over?" The great elder's heart trembled, but he couldn't speak. Mr. Zhuang glanced at him and said without room for negotiation, "The victory and defeat are decided. Tomorrow, we will come to the scripture pavilion to learn the 5 elements perfect formation." Chapter 531, Immortal Heaven Formation Flow. The Tao discussion ended. Mo Hua wreaked havoc. The 5 elements sect was utterly defeated. Mr. Zhuang calmly left the formation repository, his expression, as usual, a touch of effortless grace within his arrogance. It seemed this small scene was not enough to move him. However, Mo Hua knew Mr. Zhuang very well. He knew that although his master appeared calm, he must be extremely happy inside. With Mr. Zhuang happy, Mo Hua felt the trip was worthwhile. He couldn't help but lift his chest and follow behind Mr. Zhuang. Seeing his junior disciple steal the spotlight, Bai Zixing nodded, his face beaming with pride. Bai Zixi also glanced at Mo Hua, her eyes like water, a faint smile on her lips. The master and disciples returned to their guest room after leaving the formation repository. Mr. Zhuang praised Mo Hua, saying, "Well done." Mo Hua smiled. "It's all thanks to your excellent teachings, master." Mr. Zhuang felt very pleased. Having a well-behaved disciple made all the difference. Mr. Zhuang then said, "Rest today, and tomorrow you will go to learn the 5 elements spirit formations." "Okay." Mo Hua nodded vigorously, his eyes full of anticipation. Then he remembered something and looked worried. "Master, will the 5 elements sect allow me to learn the 5 elements spirit formations?" Mr. Zhuang's gaze sharpened. "For the sake of the 5 elements sect's ancestors, I have already shown them enough respect. They set the rules, they provided the questions, and they even found reinforcements. In the end, they lost fair and square. If they still hesitate and refuse to uphold the agreement from back then don't blame me for being ungracious." Mo Hua felt relieved, but he still had some concerns. "Even if they let me learn, they'll probably still try to trip me up, right?" Mr. Zhuang nodded. "That's natural. However, as long as these sneaky tactics aren't too excessive, I won't bother with them." Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua and gently patted his small shoulder. "You will encounter many such petty tricks in the future. Learn to deal with them yourself." Mo Hua nodded. "Yes, master." Mr. Zhuang looked a bit tired and closed his eyes for a moment to rest. Then he opened them and continued to instruct. "Tomorrow, you will go to the formation repository with your senior brothers and sisters to see if you can comprehend the 5 elements spirit formations." After speaking, Mr. Zhuang looked at Bai Zixing and Bai Zixi. Mo Hua's divine sense is sufficient, so he can learn formations with 13 patterns. Your divine sense is not enough, so try to use the method I taught you. Bai Zixing and Bai Zixi respectfully nodded in agreement. Mo Hua's expression shifted slightly, and he seemed about to speak, but ultimately said nothing. However, Mr. Zhuang noticed his expression. As Mr. Zhuang finished his instructions and let the disciples leave, he paused and called Imo back. Imo Hua, who was at the threshold, turned back, looking puzzled. Master? Mr. Zhuang beckoned him. Imo walked over to Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang was silent for a moment and asked, Do you want to ask something? Imo hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was gentle, as if he had seen through Imo thoughts, and he said softly, Ask whatever you want to ask. Imo knew he couldn't hide anything from Mr. Zhuang, so he no longer concealed it and asked in a low voice, Master, what exactly are you teaching my senior brothers and sisters? Do you want to know? Yes. Imo nodded. He was indeed very curious. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was thoughtful, and instead of answering, he asked, Why didn't you ask me before? Imo replied honestly, Master is far-sighted and has his own plans. If he could tell me, he would have. If he didn't say anything, it must be for my own good. Mr. Zhuang was slightly taken aback, then felt a warmth spread through his heart, like a stream flowing through sunshine on a spring day. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was warm and gentle, and he asked Imo softly, Don't you think I'm biased towards your senior brothers and sisters? Imo shook his head. Master has already treated me very, very well. He taught him everything he could, even things that were beyond the curriculum, things he shouldn't teach. Normally, he asked the most questions. His master never got tired of answering them in the most detailed way. Normally, his senior brothers and sisters regarded their master with awe and reverence. As for how his master treated him, it was more with closeness. Thinking about it, Imo felt that his master was indeed more partial to him. Imo looked at Mr. Zhuang, his gaze clear and pure, with an amber-like crystal dependence and trust. Mr. Zhuang's eyes were slightly moist, and his heart was filled with indescribable emotions. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Imo, you must remember what I am about to say, but do not tell anyone. Imo's heart tightened, and he nodded seriously. Mr. Zhuang formed a hand seal and gently waved his hand. Nothing changed around them. However, Imo vaguely felt that the space within a few feet inside the room seemed to have been isolated. It isolated both sound and karma. Mr. Zhuang said sternly, The treacherous Taoist. Imo's expression changed, and his pupils constricted. Nothing happened around him. Imo breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhuang knew Imo understood and continued. I told you, our lineage has a sect. The treacherous Taoist, Zixi and Zixing's mother, and I, are from the same sect. We are fellow disciples. Now, you, Zixing, and Zixi are also disciples of this sect. This sect has a long inheritance. I am the 49th sect leader of this sect, but I cannot tell you the name of this sect, nor can you know it. This sect has many inheritances, the most important and orthodox of which can only be learned by the sect leader's direct lineage, is a formation inheritance, which is what I taught your senior brothers and sisters. This inheritance is called. Mr. Zhuang's expression was solemn, and he said word by word, Immortal Heaven Formation Flow. Imo was surprised. Innate formation flow? Mr. Zhuang shook his head, not innate. He took out a brush and wrote the character immortal, Xian, immortal, on the paper. It's immortal heaven. Immortal heaven. Imo was somewhat incredulous. The immortal from becoming an immortal? Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly. This inheritance is a top secret. Outsiders have only heard of it, but have never seen the inscription of the inheritance, so they have always thought this inheritance was innate formation flow, but its true name is Immortal Heaven Formation Flow. Immortal Heaven Formation Flow means the origin of immortal heaven formations. Since the beginning of heaven and earth, when immortals attained the Tao and inscribed Taoist principles, they formed the formations of the heavens. Thus, all formations in the world are derived from the Tao and also return to the Tao, all having a unified origin. Innate formation flow summarizes the origin of all formations in the world. Once one is understood, all are understood. Learning one leads to understanding 10,000, and 10,000 formations return to 1 foot. After learning the immortal heaven formation flow, one can comprehend the origin of most formations in the world. Learning formations thereafter will be twice as effective with half the effort. It can even bypass the divine sense obstruction, allowing one to study formations that require extremely high divine sense and are very difficult. Imo's mouth fell open. This was not an inheritance. It was like a cheat code given by the heavenly Tao. Of course, Mr. Zhuang added, the immortal heaven formation flow is marvelous and has extremely strong effects, but it is also extremely difficult to learn, and it has extremely high requirements for comprehension and aptitude. Your senior brothers and sisters can learn this inheritance, but you cannot. Is it because my spirit root is poor? Imo asked doubtfully. Yes, but not entirely. Mr. Zhuang said, a poor spirit root can at most lead to poor learning, but it wouldn't prevent you from learning. You, however, cannot learn it. Imo was stunned. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was obscure, and he cautioned again. Remember, you absolutely cannot learn it. This inheritance involves too much karma. You cannot get involved, at least not with your current cultivation. Even if you one day cultivate the foundation establishment or golden core, you cannot touch this karma. Even golden core cannot touch it. Imohua's gaze was stern, and he nodded solemnly. Master, I remember. Mr. Zhuang looked into Imohua's eyes, confirming he had truly heard and remembered, and then breathed a slight sigh of relief. There is another reason. Mr. Zhuang continued. You cannot learn the immortal heaven formation flow, or rather, you don't need to learn it. This time, Imohua was truly confused. Mr. Zhuang sighed. The origin of immortal heaven formations, the return of 10,000 formations to one. Understanding one leads to understanding 10,000, marvelously effective. It can comprehend the origin of all formations and techniques in the world. These words were also passed down by our sect's ancestors. Imohua's eyes lit up, and he understood. The ancestors lied. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was gratified, and he nodded. These words have been passed down by the sect's ancestors through the generations, but whether they are true or false, or how true they are, is not clear. Currently, the immortal heaven formation flow does indeed strengthen formation comprehension, leading to understanding all, and these aspects are consistent with what the ancestors said. But what about the future? What it will be like when one cultivates to the depths and comprehends to the heights is unknown. Moreover, even if the immortal heaven formation flow contains the origin of all formations in the world, it is ultimately still the Tao summarized by others. It's just that this person might be an immortal, and it's hard to say whether it's an immortal or what kind of immortal. Mr. Zhuang looked at Imohua with expectant eyes. Zixing and Zixi, they need to learn the immortal heaven formation flow to comprehend formations because they have sufficient aptitude but insufficient divine sense. Therefore, they must rely on such means to learn advanced formations. But you are different. Your divine sense is stronger than anyone else's. You can completely rely on your own divine sense, learn it yourself, practice it yourself, and comprehend it yourself. Even if it is more arduous and bumpy, and takes more time and effort, what you gain will be your own. Your comprehension will also be deeper. Do not have preconceived notions and learn the immortal heaven formation flow. Do not rashly attempt to comprehend the origin of myriad formations in the world before learning the formations of the heavens. Otherwise, all your formation comprehension will be like a castle in the air, and the origin you think you see may not be the true origin. You need to learn your own formations, and to forge your own path. Forge his own path. Imohua felt as if he had been struck by enlightenment, his eyes shining brightly. He said nothing, merely bowed silently to Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang looked at him with gratification, feeling somewhat emotional. He had finally taken a good disciple in his life. Even though his life had been bumpy and his remaining years were drifting, heaven had not been unkind to him. Past events surfaced in his mind. A myriad of emotions mingled. Mr. Zhuang sighed, looking at Imohua, his mood gradually calmed. The next day, Mr. Zhuang led Imohua and the other two to the formation repository. The formation repository was not as crowded as it had been. The vast formation repository was quiet and solemn. Between the carved beams and painted pillars, countless formation classics and diagrams were displayed, appearing rigorous and magnificent. The only ones receiving Imohua and his disciples were the great elder of the Five Elements sect and sect leader Liao. The great elder's expression was not good. It seemed the scenes from yesterday were still vivid in his memory. He could even hear Imohua asking in his dreams, "What else is there to compare? And who else is there?" The great elder's eyelids twitched. This young formation master, although he looked innocent and pure, was a true formation prodigy. He was a miniature Mr. Zhuang, even more detestable than Mr. Zhuang. The great elder felt heartbroken. The Five Elements sect had lost, and their core inheritance would be given to others to learn today. Although the Five Elements spirit formation with 13 patterns was difficult to learn, facing Mr. Zhuang and the unfathomable young formation master Imohua, the great elder had no confidence, so his pale face was tinged with anxiety. Sect leader Liao, on the other hand, seemed unaffected. It was as if he didn't care whether the Five Elements sect's ultimate formation would be learned by others. Once everyone was assembled, the great elder, with a grim expression, said reluctantly to Mr. Zhuang, "Please." Mr. Zhuang nodded faintly. The group followed the stairs up to the upper floors of the formation repository. The Five Elements sect's formation repository had 4 floors. The first floor was spacious, with a main hall, desks, and bookshelves. It was mainly used to store first-rank formations, and for disciples to borrow, study, and comprehend formation books and diagrams, as well as for gatherings and Tao discussions. The second floor was smaller. Although not luxurious, it was more ancient and was mainly used to store second-rank formation diagrams. It was generally not open to the public. The third floor was even smaller and was used to store third-rank formations. The furnishings were somewhat old, even a bit shabby, but the atmosphere was ancient and profound, making it more awe-inspiring than the grand but unpretentious hall on the first floor. Third-rank formations. Mo Hua smacked his lips. The foundation of the Five Elements sect was indeed profound. He himself had not seen many second-rank formations yet, let alone third-rank ones. He really wanted to flip through the third-rank formation diagrams to see what third-rank formations looked like. How many formation patterns were there? How the formation core flowed? How the formation I was constructed? How to learn them? And what kind of effects they would have? Unfortunately, Mo Hua knew that the great elder of the Five Elements sect was a stingy old man. With his uncompromising nature, he would definitely not allow him to look through the third-rank formations in the formation repository. As expected, not only was he not allowed to look through them, but he wasn't even allowed to stay. The great elder led Mo Hua and the others up the formation-covered stairs, unlocked the path with his elder token, and went all the way up to the second floor, past the third floor, and finally reached the fourth floor. First floor for first rank, second floor for second rank, third floor for third rank. The Five Elements sect should not have fourth-rank inheritances, so what was stored on this fourth floor should be the Five Elements sect's town-protecting set of 5 ultimate formations, the Five Elements spirit formations. Mo Hua peeked his small head out from behind Mr. Zhuang, looking left and right. The fourth floor of the Five Elements sect was even more cramped. The surrounding furnishings were simpler, all made of wood, with beams and windows. In the center was a shrine. Below the shrine were 5 meditation cushions. The walls and floor were painted with formations, but the formation patterns were hidden, and the aura was profound and abstruse, at least second rank, and possibly even third rank. Even fourth rank, Mo Hua would not doubt it. Mo Hua felt a sense of reverence for the Five Elements sect. Although the current Five Elements sect, stripped of its ornate facade, was like mud that could not be plastered onto a wall. However, its ancestors had a truly profound heritage. Even though the fourth floor of this formation repository was made with ordinary wood as the formation medium, the formations laid out still inspired respect and dared not be underestimated. The great elder also sighed briefly. After calming himself, he said to Mo Hua and the others, "The Five Elements spirit formations are hidden within this shrine. Sit on the meditation cushion and visualize the shrine. If your comprehension is sufficient, you will see the formation diagram of the Five Elements spirit formations." Visualize? Mo Hua was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but glance at the shrine. So, this shrine was a different kind of visualization diagram? Visualize the shrine, and if comprehension is sufficient, one can learn the Five Elements spirit formations? It shouldn't be that simple. Mo Hua secretly glanced at the great elder and saw a hint of playfulness and slyness flashing in the great elder's eyes. Not just a stingy old man, but also an old fox. Mo Hua grumbled inwardly. Chapter 532, The Divine Shrine. Our Five Elements sect keeps its word. We acknowledge the bet and the loss. The Grand Elder cast a wary glance at Mo Hua before continuing. Young friends, you may study here and learn our Five Elements sect's ultimate inheritance, the Five Elements spirit formation. The Five Elements spirit formation, with 13 patterns at the first rank, is a top-tier ultimate formation. I trust one don't need to elaborate on how precious this formation is. However, there are rules to learning this formation that must be followed. First, you may only learn for 5 days, with 2 hours each day. If you manage to learn it, our Five Elements sect will have nothing more to say, but if you cannot, you must look after yourselves. Second, while learning the formation, you must not damage any brick or wood within this room, and all furnishings must not be moved. Third, you must not disrespect the divine shrine or insult the ancestors of our Five Elements sect. Fourth, regardless of whether you learn it, or how much you learn, you are absolutely forbidden from divulging it to others. Fifth, the Grand Elder continued to drone on with a lot of extraneous words, laying down a series of rules. Mo Hua found it tedious, but out of consideration for the Five Elements spirit formation, he endured it. After the Grand Elder finished, he looked at Mr. Zhuang again and said tactfully, "The third floor has prepared precious Lishan Cloud Mist tea. We invite Mr. Zhuang to move there and rest while enjoying it." This was a clear dismissal. During the formation study, outsiders could not be present before the divine shrine. Mr. Zhuang nodded, his gaze sweeping over Mo Hua and the other two. He instructed, "Study well." Then, he brushed his sleeves and went downstairs for tea. The Grand Elder followed Mr. Zhuang out. As the Grand Elder left, he lit the incense burner, glanced at the three of them with a complex look, then locked the door before departing. Before the silent and solemn divine shrine, only the three of them remained. They had only 5 days, with 2 hours each day, to comprehend the Five Elements sect's 13-pattern Five Elements spirit formation. They had to seize the time. In front of the divine shrine, there were 5 futons. Sit on the futons, visualize the divine shrine, and comprehend the formation. This was what the Grand Elder had said. He had also specifically mentioned that the sit on the futons meant kneel and sit. But kneeling was out of the question. The ancestors of the Five Elements sect had nothing to do with Mo Hua, and he wasn't worth kneeling for. Mo Hua sat cross-legged on the futon. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi glanced at Mo Hua and followed suit, sitting cross-legged on their futons. Mo Hua sat in the middle, Bai Zishi to his left, and Bai Zixing to his right. The three then focused their attention and began to visualize the divine shrine. The divine shrine was made of black wood with gold lacquer, opulent yet ancient and solemn. It was adorned with intricate gold carvings depicting ancestral statues, spiritual beasts, carriages, rare flowers and plants, ornate beams and painted buildings, and various magical treasures. Mo Hua found it dazzling but didn't quite understand the purpose of these carvings. Only in the center of the divine shrine did there seem to be a dojo. In the center of the dojo, a massive formation disc was displayed. Surrounding it were formation masters, their expressions respectful. Above the dojo, an elder stood with a solemn expression, pointing to the sky, as if imparting knowledge and preaching the way. The divine shrine preached the way. The dojo held the formation disc. These were the most closely related parts to formations on the entire divine shrine. Could it be that the 5-element spirit formation is etched onto the formation disc in the center of the divine shrine? Mo Hua guessed, and then calmed his mind, visualizing the divine shrine and focusing his thoughts on the formation disc in the center. Indeed, after a moment, it was as if a Buddhist bell chimed. The incense smoke from the burner in front of the divine shrine wafted before Mo Hua. Then, wisp by wisp, it enveloped the front of the divine shrine, condensing into patterns that manifested on the formation disc. Mo Hua's spirit lifted. It is indeed so. Just as he was about to focus on the formation patterns, a deep, ancient voice echoed in his ear. I shall impart the formation to you. This feeling was all too familiar. Back in Nanyue City, when Mo Hua had seized Zhang Quan's ancestral diagram and was visualizing it, this ethereal, ancient voice had whispered in his ear, constantly chanting, I shall impart the great Tao to you, assist you in ascending to immortality, live for eternity. Mo Hua instinctively felt resistance. Another charlatan. His gaze flickered, and with a subtle movement of his divine sense, he cleared his mind and shunned illusion. After a moment, everything vanished into thin air. The incense burner still emitted wisps of smoke. But this smoke was just ordinary smoke. It didn't form patterns and had no external manifestations. The ancient voice in his ear also disappeared. The divine shrine remained as it was. The formation disc was also empty. It seemed everything had dissipated due to Mo Hua's rejection. When Mo Hua looked again, the divine shrine was still the divine shrine. Without the formation, everything was gone. Mo Hua was stunned. He tried visualizing for a long time, but there were no changes. Mo Hua pondered for a moment and murmured to himself, could it be that I've overdone it? Did that voice just now really want to impart the formation to me? The smoke from the incense burner did indeed condense into profound 5-elements formation patterns. And then I saw through the illusion, and the ancestors of the 5-elements sect were displeased and refused to teach me. Surely not. Mo Hua tried a few more times, but it was all in vain. It seemed the divine shrine truly no longer wished to teach him the formation. The smoke was just ordinary smoke, no longer condensing into patterns. Mo Hua sighed helplessly. Should he blame himself for having too strong a divine sense, a clear Tao heart, and being too sensitive to changes in divine thoughts? Mo Hua turned his head and looked at his junior brother and junior sister. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were both sitting cross-legged, their postures upright, their gazes focused as they visualized the formation disc in the center of the divine shrine. The light of formation patterns flashed in their eyes, as if they were comprehending something. The two of them seemed to be learning the 5-elements spirit formation. Mo Hua didn't want to disturb them. Mo Hua tilted his head to the right to look at Bai Zixing. Then he tilted his head to the left and gazed at Bai Zishi for a while, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Junior sister is truly beautiful. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and her eyes were like stars in the sky, serene and crystal clear. This was even after she had disguised herself, concealing her original appearance. If she were in her original state, she would be even more beautiful. After watching for a while longer, Mo Hua snapped back to reality. Almost forgot, it's important to focus on the 5-elements spirit formation. Mo Hua began to concentrate wholeheartedly, visualizing the divine shrine. But no matter how he visualized, the divine shrine showed no change. He couldn't even pretend to be foolish, close off his divine sense, and silently repeat, come and tempt me, I won't see through you anymore. To no avail. The divine shrine still ignored him. Mo Hua sighed. He looked at the divine shrine for a while longer, and a question arose in his mind. Did this divine shrine have any relation to visualization diagrams? Some divine thoughts could be housed within visualization diagrams. These divine thoughts varied. They included understanding of the great Tao, insights into the heavenly Tao, as well as residual divine thoughts of cultivators after death, or even malevolent thoughts of ghosts and zombies. Currently, Mo Hua had not seen a single proper visualization diagram. All the ones he had seen were improper. The diagrams were filled with impure, malevolent spirits. So, was this divine shrine a proper visualization diagram? Imo also remembered his master saying that the term visualization diagram was a general term. Not all objects of visualization were diagrams. A blade of grass, a brick, a piece of spiritual equipment, or a magical treasure could all contain the great Tao, or house divine thoughts, or be parasitized by malevolent spirits. So, in that case, this divine shrine is another kind of visualization diagram. It's just that other visualization diagrams are diagrams, while this one is a shrine. Could something be residing within the divine shrine? Is it a certain divine thought? Or the methods of the 5 elements spirit formation? Whatever it is, it's a good thing. Imo eyes lit up, then he felt a bit disappointed. Too bad it's too big to move. And the 5 elements sect would never allow him to move it. Imo muttered inwardly. If only I could move the divine shrine, it would be a permanent solution. I could study it every day and visualize it morning and night, and I would definitely learn the 5 elements spirit formation. Alas, this was just wishful thinking. Moving the ancestral divine shrine of the 5 elements sect was indeed too much. But the current problem was, how could he learn the 5 elements spirit formation? Imo was somewhat troubled, staring blankly at the divine shrine. The smoke in the incense burner gradually dissipated. Time also ticked by. Unknowingly, the allotted time had arrived. The incense in the burner gradually burned out. Only then did Imo realize that 2 hours had passed, but he hadn't learned a single formation pattern. It was like taking an exam, with the submission deadline approaching, but he hadn't written a single word yet. Imo's little heart trembled. He then realized that this test would last for 5 days, and if he didn't learn it today, he still had 4 days, which somewhat relieved him. The incense burner burned out. All the lingering, ethereal aura had vanished. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi returned to their senses, blinked their eyes, their pupils slightly bright, withdrawing from their meditative state. They glanced at Imo in unison, only to find Imo appearing as if he had attended a class and learned nothing, and had consequently given up, causing them to be momentarily stunned. Just then, the Grand Elder opened the door. His gaze swept over the 3 of them. He asked nothing, but simply said, "The time for today has come. You may return tomorrow." Imo and the other 2 bowed politely and left with Mr. Zhuang. Back in their room, Imo said with a hint of guilt, "Master, I didn't learn anything." Mr. Zhuang looked somewhat surprised and curious, then said with interest, "What did you see?" Imo truthfully replied, "I saw formation patterns on the formation disc and heard an old man speaking. Then, habitually, I discarded the distracting thoughts, and afterward, I couldn't see anything else. Apart from spending a little time secretly glancing at Junior Sister, all the other time was spent pondering the visualization diagram or daydreaming." "Master, why is this happening?" Imo asked. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Perhaps your divine sense is too strong." Divine sense too strong, perceiving the essence. Tao heart pure, not easily swayed. But because of this, he couldn't see the illusory diagram of the divine shrine, and thus couldn't see the inheritance of the 5 elements sect. Imo muttered, "The 5 elements sect is too absurd. Why would they use such a strange method to pass down an ultimate formation?" Mr. Zhuang silently glanced at Imo, thinking that it wasn't the 5 elements sect that was absurd, but his divine sense that was truly extraordinary. At the first rank of Qi condensation, he already possessed 13 patterns of divine sense. The ancestors of the 5 elements sect probably never anticipated this. Mr. Zhuang then asked Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi, "What about you 2?" Both nodded. Bai Zixing said, "We both learned. When we sat on the futons and visualized the divine shrine, formation patterns would appear on the formation disc in the center of the divine shrine's dojo. There was also an elder who would explain the key points of learning the 5 elements spirit formation." Mr. Zhuang said, "Draw them for me to see." Bai Zixing mumbled, "I didn't learn it completely." "It's fine," Mr. Zhuang said, "draw whatever you learned." "Okay." Bai Zixing nodded, then took out paper and brush, and began to draw the 5 elements formation he learned from the divine shrine. Bai Zishi, with her delicate hands holding a brush, in an elegant posture, also began to draw. After finishing, they handed it to Mr. Zhuang together. Mr. Zhuang took just one glance and nodded. Indeed, it is the 5 elements spirit formation with 13 patterns at the first rank. Imo also leaned over to take a look. What Bai Zixing drew was a fire tribute ultimate formation. It wasn't complete, but it should be the fire spirit formation within the 5 elements spirit formation. What Bai Zishi drew was a wood attribute ultimate formation, with 13 formation patterns, not a single one missing. It was a complete wood spirit formation. Clearly, Bai Zishi's talent for formations was much better than Bai Zixing's. A complete first rank 13 pattern with spirit formation. Although it used the immortal heavenly formation style, she had completely memorized it in just 2 hours. Imo couldn't help but praise, "Junior Sister, you're amazing." Bai Zishi nodded, accepting Imo's praise, her eyes sparkling. Bai Zixing pouted. Although he was displeased with Mo Hua's sweet talk, he still worried. Junior brother, you can't see the dojo formation diagram. Does that mean you won't be able to learn the 5-element spirit formation? The 5-element spirit formation, for him and Zixi, was merely adding icing to the cake. They did not rely on formations. But Mo Hua was different. Mo Hua had to follow the path of formations and continuously learn formations to strengthen his divine sense. The 5-element spirit formation was crucial for Mo Hua. Mo Hua sighed again. He had no good solution. If the formation diagram never appeared within the Divine Shrine's dojo, then he was truly helpless. He couldn't possibly smash the Divine Shrine. Bai Zixi thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes brightening. Brother, and I will teach you. Bai Zixing was stunned for a moment, then understood. That's right, Zixi and I will learn it first, and then teach you. Mo Hua was taken aback. Then he pondered it, his eyes lighting up. It seemed. It wasn't entirely impossible. Learning from wherever was still learning. It was only natural for his junior brother and junior sister to teach him formations. However, does this count as divulging it? According to the Grand Elder of the 5-Element sect, only oneself could learn and practice it. Bai Zixi shook her head. It doesn't count as divulging. Mo Hua thought about it, then nodded, feeling it was correct. They were all from the same sect and had the qualification to learn the ultimate formation. Mutual exchange would naturally not be considered divulging. Thus, Bai Zixi and Bai Zixing began to teach Mo Hua the wood spirit formation and the fire spirit formation. Bai Zixi's expression was calm. Bai Zixing, on the other hand, was full of excitement. He rarely had the opportunity to teach Mo Hua formations. While teaching the formation patterns, they also conveyed all the key points and insights they had heard from the elder to Mo Hua. Mo Hua studied attentively, memorizing the formation patterns, listening to the explanations, and asking questions whenever he had any. By evening, Mo Hua had finally grasped the formation patterns of the wood spirit formation and the fire spirit formation. However, although Mo Hua could draw these patterns, they lacked effectiveness. Like other ultimate formations, they seemed to be missing something important. They had the form of the formation patterns, but not the spiritual essence of the formation. This was within Mo Hua's expectations. But another question preoccupied him. Why are there only the wood spirit formation and the fire spirit formation? Where were the other 3 elemental 5-elements spirit formations? Bai Zixing and Bai Zixi exchanged glances and shook their heads. All I saw was this spirit formation. Is it one by one? After learning one, can we learn others? If it's sequential, then why is the order different? Wood, then fire. How is this order determined? The 3 of them couldn't figure it out. Mo Hua sighed. We can only see tomorrow. Bai Zixing also said, that's the only way. Bai Zixi also frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Zhuang watched the 3 of them and smiled slightly, saying nothing. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the Formation Storage Pavilion, before the ancient and magnificent Divine Shrine, the Grand Elder lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them in the burner. The incense smoke curled upwards. After a while, 2 of the incense sticks burned unevenly. The stick on the left burned the most, leaving the shortest remnant, but still a long piece remained. The stick on the right was second. It had burned some, but not much. The stick in the middle had not burned at all. The Grand Elder's heart rejoiced, and he nodded. They haven't learned it. Good. Not only had they not learned it, but they hadn't learned anything at all. The Grand Elder felt relieved and somewhat emotional. They had talent, a solid foundation in formations, and their understanding was correct, but they were still too young. Learning too much leads to superficial knowledge, and their comprehension was also lacking. They hadn't understood the 5 elements' ultimate formations at all. It seemed his guess was correct. His senior brother and sister were indeed stronger than him. However, even with greater talent, they were still far from truly comprehending the 5 elements spirit formation. Of the 3 sandalwood incense sticks in the burner, apart from the one in the middle, the other 2 had a long way to go before truly burning out. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands in a salute towards the Divine Shrine and said piously, "Bless our 5 elements sect. May our inheritance remain unbroken, and may the Tao of formations flourish." There was no response from within the Divine Shrine, but the Elder's wooden carving in the dojo opened its eyes. Chapter 533, Meditation Cushion. The next day, the Grand Elder opened the door and burned incense. Smoke curled from the shrine. Mo Hua and his 2 junior siblings sat on meditation cushions, just like yesterday, calming their minds and concentrating on visualizing the shrine. Bai Zixing and Bai Zixi quickly entered a meditative state, continuing to visualize formation patterns. Mo Hua, as usual, couldn't visualize anything. The shrine was just a shrine. On the Tao field, formation masters were gathered, all like wooden carvings and clay sculptures, devoid of life. Smoke swirled over the formation disc, but not a single formation pattern was visible. Mo Hua sighed and lay on the ground, watching his senior brother and sister visualize the shrine. Half an hour later, Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi opened their eyes, exchanged a glance, and then turned to look at Imo. Imo's eyes lit up. How was it? Bai Zishi said, it's the same as yesterday. What I saw was still the wood spirit formation diagram. Even after learning it, what appears in the Tao field is still only the wood spirit formation, with no other 5 elements formation diagrams. Bai Zixing also nodded. What I saw was only the fire spirit formation. However, I didn't finish learning it yesterday, and I only completely finished learning it today. Imo frowned. The 5 element spirit formations included 5 ultimate formations: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Now that the wood spirit formation and fire spirit formation were present, where were the others hidden? Imo surveyed the entire 4th floor of the formation repository again, his gaze falling on the meditation cushions on the ground. 5 meditation cushions. 5 elements spirit formations. Bai Zishi also noticed it, and asked, is it related to the meditation cushions? Imo nodded, pondering. That stingy old man. The Grand Elder, before we came in, he instructed us not to damage a single brick or piece of wood in this room, and not to move any of the furnishings. Not to move any of the furnishings. Does he mean these meditation cushions? These meditation cushions are clearly unusual. Imo looked at the meditation cushions again, his eyes gradually lighting up. The reason I learned different formations is because the meditation cushions I sat on were different. By sitting on different meditation cushions, one can visualize different 5 elements spirit formations. 5 meditation cushions, perfectly corresponding to 5 formations. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi's eyes also lit up. Let's try it. Bai Zishi sat on the leftmost meditation cushion, while Bai Zixing sat on the rightmost one. The two of them calmed their minds again, gazed at the shrine, and visualized the formation diagrams. An hour later, Bai Zixing was still visualizing. Bai Zishi had finished visualizing and exited her meditative state, turning to Imo and saying, it's the metal spirit formation. Imo understood instantly. It seemed his guess was correct. The 5 elements spirit formations corresponded to the 5 meditation cushions, and one could only visualize different 5 elements spirit formations by sitting on different cushions. However, Imo was still a bit surprised. Junior sister, you finished learning the metal spirit formation? She learned it in just 1 hour of visualization? Bai Zishi nodded. One formation, one flow. Once one is understood, all are understood. Imo suddenly realized. This should be what Master called the ultimate inheritance of formations, the origin of celestial formations. With the celestial formation flow, one could comprehend extremely profound formations. And Junior Sister's flawless spirit root, combined with the supreme celestial formation flow, was like adding icing to the cake, complementing each other perfectly. That's why she learned the 5 element spirit formation so quickly. Bai Zishi then said to Imo, move aside. Imo was taken aback. Bai Zishi pointed to the meditation cushion he was sitting on. Imo then realized that one cushion corresponded to one formation, and now only the cushion he was sitting on remained to be learned. Imo got up and moved aside. Bai Zishi walked in front of Imo and sat down lightly and gracefully. His junior sister sat quite close, and Imo could even smell a faint, ethereal fragrance, a clear and elegant scent that lingered in his nose and heart. Imo's little face turned slightly red, and he suddenly became flustered. Bai Zishi looked at Imo with puzzled beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Imo shook his head and found an excuse, saying solemnly, I can't learn formations, I feel a bit embarrassed. Bai Zishi was silent for a moment, then hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. She slowly reached out, patted Imo's shoulder, and adopted her senior sister's demeanor. It's okay, I'll help you learn. Imo's heart warmed, and he smiled brightly. Thank you, senior sister. Bai Zishi looked at Imo's clear smile, and unusual emotions welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but look serious, forcing herself to calm down and say, I'm going to learn formations now. Don't disturb me. MHM, MHM. Imo nodded repeatedly, then sat cross-legged behind Bai Zishi, sitting upright to guard the Dharma for his junior sister. Bai Zishi knew Imo was watching her, and felt a little unsettled. In a daze, she felt Imo's gaze like winter sunlight, shining on her, clear and warm, making her comfortable, yet also making her, who had been cold for a long time, a little uneasy. She closed her eyes, and it took her a while to calm her mood. Then she opened her eyes, her gaze like water, and she quietly focused on visualizing the shrine, comprehending the last of the 5 elements spirit formations, the water spirit formation. Imo just sat there quietly, watching his focused junior sister, and didn't feel bored. The shrine was peaceful, and time quietly flowed by. 2 hours later, the incense had burned out once more. Within the shrine, the Tao field also fell silent. The Grand Elder opened the door again, glanced at the 3 of them, and said faintly, Time is up. Imo and his 2 junior siblings left the formation repository again and returned to their guest rooms. leaning on the table and discussing and summarizing. I've learned the Earth Spirit Formation. I've learned the Metal Spirit Formation, and I'm more than halfway through learning the Water Spirit Formation. I've memorized the formation diagram, but I'm still a bit unclear about the formation insights. Emohua nodded. Earth Spirit Formation, Metal Spirit Formation, Water Spirit Formation. Combined with the previously learned Wood Spirit Formation and Fire Spirit Formation. The 5 elements spirit formations were basically complete. But, is it really this simple? Emohua frowned. An ultimate formation with 13 patterns of the first rank shouldn't be learned so easily. Why don't we test the effects? Bai Zixing suggested. Emohua thought about it and nodded. Formations emphasize practical application. If a drawn formation had actual effects, it would mean they had truly grasped the 5 element spirit formations. If the formation was useless or failed, it would mean they hadn't truly learned the 5 element spirit formations. The 5 element spirit formations could strengthen the 5 elements, amplify spiritual energy of the 5 elements, and thereby enhance the power of spirit tools, spirit machines, Taoist arts, and spells of the 5 elements. Bai Zishi took out a spirit sword embryo. This was a blank spirit sword, forged not long ago, with no formations on it. It was something she practiced item forging with in her spare time. Bai Zishi drew the metal spirit formation on the sword embryo, then activated the formation with her spiritual energy, and then performed sword techniques. Golden sword light condensed at the sword tip and slashed towards the ground. When the sword light hit the ground, the formation on the ground was damaged, the bricks and stones shattered, and a sword mark appeared, with residual brilliant golden spiritual energy. How was it? Emohua asked. Bai Zishi shook her head. It enhanced it a little, but it was negligible. Emohua was somewhat disappointed. Let's try something else. Bai Zishi said. Emohua nodded. After that, besides the metal spirit formation, the 3 of them tried the wood spirit formation, fire spirit formation, water spirit formation, and earth spirit formation. Those who knew related 5 element spells used them to test, but some didn't. For example, the wood spirit formation and earth spirit formation. Although Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi had good spirit roots, their attributes were limited, and they didn't know the related spells. In this situation, Emohua learned the quicksand spell and wood poison spell, 2 5-element spells, on the spot. He had minor 5-element spirit roots, so he could learn any 5-element spell. However, because he learned them on the spot, he wasn't proficient, and their power was small, making them unusable in actual combat, but sufficient for testing formations. All 3 of them tested them, and were ultimately somewhat disappointed. The 5-element spirit formations seemed to have an effect, but it was negligible. Emohua sighed slightly. Although disappointed, this was within his expectations. Ultimate formations were called ultimate formations not only because of their numerous formation patterns and high spiritual sense requirements, but also because they involved changes in the essence of spiritual energy or special formation inheritances. To comprehend ultimate formations, one needed to grasp certain rules. Spirit reversal formations required calculation. Solid earth formations required sensing the Tao principles of the earth. Spirit hub formations required understanding the central structure of spiritual energy, transforming spiritual energy into filaments, and thus controlling spiritual energy with meticulous precision. What did the 5 elements spirit formations require? How could one understand the essence of spiritual energy in the 5 elements spirit formations and truly master this ultimate formation? All 3 were somewhat perplexed. At midnight, Emohua lay on his bed, his spiritual sense immersed in his sea of consciousness. The Tao steel appeared before Emohua. Emohua practiced the 5 elements spirit formations on the Tao steel again and again. Emohua's spiritual sense was at 13 patterns. The 5-element spirit formations also had a threshold of 13 patterns. Furthermore, although the 5-element spirit formations were ultimate 5-element formations, their root was in the 5 elements. Emohua had drawn major 5-element formations before and had a deep understanding of 5-element formations, so learning them wasn't too difficult. After practicing more than 10 times, Emohua could draw the 5-element spirit formations. But he could only draw them. He simply drew the formation patterns, cleared the formation hubs, and constructed the formation eye. He had only drawn the form, not comprehended the spirit. He hadn't truly mastered them. The 5-element spirit formations must have deeper mysteries. Where is this mystery hidden? Emohua hugged his knees, propped his head up, and lay on the white ground of his sea of consciousness, beginning to think from beginning to end about the people and affairs of the 5-elements sect. The grand elder who upheld the inheritance, the indifferent sect leader Liao, a pile of elders who had no presence and couldn't be distinguished from one another, and disciples whose formation knowledge was in decline. A sect based on formations, grand construction. A second-rank, 5-elements mountain protection formation. Thinking about it, Emohua's thoughts began to wander. He always felt that the 5-element sect had an indescribable sense of incongruity. But he couldn't see where this incongruity lay yet. Emohua shook his head and focused his attention on the 5-elements spirit formations. The 5 elements spirit formations were the most important matter. According to his master, learning the 5 element spirit formations would provide him with a foundation to establish himself, and only then could he proceed to foundation establishment. The 5 elements spirit formations were hidden in the formation repository. In the formation repository, there was a shrine. In front of the shrine, there were 5 meditation cushions. The Grand Elder's goal was to prevent him, his senior brother, his junior sister, and even his master's lineage from learning the 5 elements spirit formations. He didn't want the 5 elements spirit formations to be passed on. Conversely, this means that the shrine indeed contained the inheritance of the 5 elements spirit formations. If the Grand Elder didn't obstruct, it was entirely possible for someone to learn it. Mo Hua then considered it from the perspective of the ancient ancestors of the 5 elements sect. If I were an ancestor of the 5 elements sect, the first priority wouldn't be to worry about the inheritance being learned by others, but to find a way to ensure that my disciples could truly comprehend the inheritance of the 5 elements sect. If I can't learn it, the sect will eventually perish. As long as I learn it well, it doesn't matter if others learn only fragments. So speaking, that shrine should be the work of the ancestor of the 5 elements sect. The inheritance of the 5 elements sect was sealed within the shrine. Descendants of the 5 elements sect, by visualizing the shrine, could comprehend the 5 elements spirit formations. If this were the case, then this inheritance would not only include the formation patterns of the 5 elements spirit formations, but also the true mysteries within the 5 elements spirit formations. This mystery might be a Tao principle, a spiritual sense technique, or the comprehension of certain formation rules. The formation diagrams of the 5 elements spirit formations were merely the form. This mystery was the essence of the inheritance. And this mystery must be within the shrine. Otherwise, no one in the 5 elements sect would be able to learn the 5 elements spirit formations. Although now, no one in the 5 elements sect can learn it. Mo Hua pondered for a while and nodded. It must be so. It wasn't that he was proud. In terms of learning and comprehending first-rank ultimate formations, there were probably few people with more experience than him, and few first-rank formation masters with stronger spiritual sense than him. Even he couldn't learn it now, let alone the disciples of the 5 elements sect. Therefore, the shrine must contain something else. The third day, as usual, the Grand Elder burned incense, offered sacrifices, and then closed the door. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi took turns sitting on the meditation cushions, visualizing the shrine and the Tao field. This was both to consolidate the formation patterns they had learned before, identify and fill gaps, and to see if they had missed any details. Mo Hua, as usual, did neither. Because he couldn't visualize anything. The shrine seemed unwilling to let him see anything. Mo Hua was doing something else. He was observing the layout of the entire 4th floor of the formation repository, the formations, and the specific structure and purpose of the shrine. As he observed, Mo Hua thought, if I were an ancestor of the 5 elements sect, how would I arrange formations, construct a shrine, and design the form of inheritance, so that my disciples could learn the orthodox inheritance of the 5 elements sect, and also prevent ill-intentioned disciples from other sects, like myself, from stealing the inheritance? First, formations. Defensive formations, soundproofing formations, and spiritual sense obstruction formations would be indispensable. Mo Hua looked around. There were extremely obscure, profound, and powerful formation energies emanating from all sides. These should be the means arranged by the ancestor of the 5 elements sect back then. Mo Hua's knowledge was limited, but he guessed that these formations were at least of the 3rd rank. 3rd rank formations were beyond Mo Hua's understanding. Mo Hua could only ignore them for now. Secondly, the shrine. Mo Hua stared at the shrine for a long time, connecting it with his deductions from yesterday, and gradually understood some issues. The 5 elements sect built this shrine, and who it honored might not be their ancestors. Family shrines honor ancestors, revering bloodlines. Sects honor lineage, so who they honor should be their inheritance. Therefore, although the shrine contained the names of ancestors and wooden carvings of formation masters, its core was the Tao field. The Tao field symbolized the transmission of the Tao. Its purpose was to allow all disciples of the 5 elements sect to gaze upon the shrine, as if personally present in the Tao field, hearing the ancestors lecture on the Tao, listening to the true explanations of formations, and comprehending the profound mysteries of the great Tao. But how could they listen? Mo Hua looked at his senior brother and junior sister again. They sat cross-legged on the meditation cushions, looking at the shrine, and visualizing the formation diagrams that appeared in the Tao field. Meditation cushions. Mo Hua went to study the meditation cushions again. These meditation cushions were just ordinary meditation cushions. Although the material was special and Mo Hua couldn't understand it, there were no formations inside, and his spiritual sense detected nothing unusual. This meant that the meditation cushions themselves were not crucial. But I do need to sit on the meditation cushions when visualizing. Mo Hua remembered the Grand Elder's words again. Do not move any of the furnishings. Mo Hua's heart tightened. Do not move meant that the meditation cushions could not be moved from their positions. In other words, the most crucial aspect of the meditation cushions was their orientation. Master said that everything in the world has an outward appearance and an inner reality, a virtual and a real aspect. The physical meditation cushions were the outward appearance. The virtual orientation was the reality. It wasn't by sitting on the meditation cushions that one could visualize the shrine and comprehend the ultimate formations. It was by sitting in the orientation of the meditation cushions that one could see the essence of the shrine. 5 elements orientations. These 5 orientations were used to learn the formation patterns of the 5 elements spirit formations. So, were there other orientations? By sitting in these orientations and visualizing the shrine, could one see the true mysteries of the shrine and comprehend the genuine Tao principles of the 5 elements spirit formations hidden within the formation patterns? Mo Hua's spirit surged, and he took out paper and brush, marking out the entire layout of the 4th floor of the formation repository. This included the shrine and the 5 meditation cushions corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mo Hua looked at the diagram, his gaze sharp. The meditation cushions corresponded to the 5 elements. Each meditation cushion also corresponded to a 5 elements spirit formation. There seemed to be a special formation relationship between these 5 elements spirit formations and the shrine. And this relationship contained formation principles, which seemed to be calculable through spiritual sense derivation. I had something to do today, which delayed me by more than half a day, so the update is late again. I apologize. I need to write more when I have time. I can't be a slacker. Chapter 534, Soul Separation. However, this kind of calculation involved a profound array. While not exceptionally difficult, it was very time-consuming. 2 hours passed, and Mo Hua still hadn't found any clues. The 3 of them left the shrine again and returned to the 5 Elements sect's guest room. Mo Hua meditated briefly to rest and replenish his spiritual sense, then continued calculating the relationship between the 5 Elements spirit array and the shrine. On the shrine diagram, Mo Hua drew 5 Elements spirit arrays according to their positions. Then, based on his calculations, he made markings between the spirit arrays. Lines crisscrossed, connected, and intertwined. Although Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi knew the immortal heavenly array style, they couldn't perform calculations. They could only watch Mo Hua as he calculated and drew by himself. Mr. Zhuang also watched silently, offering no advice or speaking. It was clear he wanted Mo Hua to be independent and solve problems, unravel mysteries, and comprehend formations through his own abilities. Because he knew clearly that he couldn't help Mo Hua his entire life. In fact, he couldn't help him for much longer. Mo Hua worked tirelessly, calculating arrays. At night, he submerged his spiritual sense into his sea of consciousness and continued calculating on the Tao stele. Within the Tao stele, his spiritual sense could be traced back. This greatly increased his calculation efficiency. Finally, the next morning, Mo Hua had calculated the array relationships within the shrine's 5 elements array diagram. The shrine structural diagram showed the shrine as the core, with the 5 elements spirit arrays as the spokes. The formation patterns were rigorous, and the spiritual energy pathways intertwined, forming a complex and profound spiritual path diagram. These spiritual energy pathways had 6 convergence points. 5 of them were the locations of the 5 meditation cushions, and the 6th was a hidden location. This location was on the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion, hidden, with no meditation cushion or any other markings. Mo Hua even suspected that the 5 Elements sect's great elder might not even know about this location, because calculating it was too complex, and it required extreme precision. Not a single iota could be wrong. The method of using spiritual sense to calculate profound arrays and spiritual paths might not have been much for the 5 Elements sect of the past. But things were different now. For the current 5 Elements sect, it might truly be like an unreadable book. Mo Hua let out a sigh of relief. Regardless, figuring out this location meant he was one step closer to understanding the essence of the 5 Elements spirit array. The 4th day, after the great elder finished burning incense and left, Mo Hua, who had been pretending to meditate, immediately got up, took out the calculated shrine 5 Elements diagram, and then looked for the correct location according to the calculated spiritual path. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were also helping to search. The entire 4th floor of the scripture pavilion was covered in a single, complete stone slab. The stone slab was smooth, with no patterns or any reference points, so determining the location took some time. After a cup of tea, Mo Hua placed a drop of ink on a seemingly ordinary spot. This drop of ink was the convergence point of the 5 Elements spiritual path. It was also the 6th meditation cushion for visualizing the shrine. Mo Hua sighed. The ancestors of the 5 Elements sect were truly cunning. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi glanced at Mo Hua, remaining silent, but thought to themselves, no matter how cunning they are, they're no match for you. Despite all the measures taken by the Five Elements sect ancestors and their deeply hidden secrets, you still managed to uncover them. Try visualizing it. Bai Zishi urged. Time was running short. It was already the 4th day, and the 5-day period was approaching. Not a moment could be wasted. Okay. Mo Hua nodded, then sat cross-legged at the convergence point of the 5 elements, sitting on the 6th phantom meditation cushion, and visualized the shrine. This time, what he saw was no longer a dojo. It was a grand gate. The shrine's great gate. The gate was deep and ancient, carved with 5 types of complex patterns. Mo Hua was very familiar with these patterns. They were the formation patterns of the first-rank 13 patterns, 5 elements spirit array. But the gate was tightly shut. Mo Hua sighed. He finally understood how the 5 elements sect's 5 elements spirit array was lost. This gate was designed to guard against both the malicious and the upright. It guarded against outsiders and its own people. The patterns on it were clear and obvious, immediately identifiable as a riddle formation. The formation's spiritual path had been altered, as if encrypted. One had to perform calculations to decipher the array and open the gate. How could an ordinary formation master possibly calculate this? Was this 5 elements spirit array not meant to be learned by first-rank formation masters at all? The ancestors of the 5 elements sect must have had some issues with their brains. They wrapped up their own inheritance like a zongzi, tightly sealed. Mo Hua felt speechless. But now was clearly not the time for silent criticism. He immediately spread out paper, took out his brush and ink, and meticulously, stroke by stroke, copied the complete 5 elements riddle formation on the gate. After copying it, it was almost 2 hours later. Mo Hua then wiped away the ink mark he had made. As expected, the Great Elder arrived shortly after. Time is up, please leave. The Great Elder's tone was still polite, but there was a hint of a cold smile in his eyes. Mo Hua and the other 2 could only return. Mo Hua could calculate and decipher the 5 elements riddle formation on the shrine gate himself, but it would take some time. However, before that, he went to ask Mr. Zhuang. Mo Hua handed the formation diagram he had copied to Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang seemed surprised but not unexpected. Mo Hua understood. Master must have seen this riddle formation before, and possibly even deciphered it himself, and entered the shrine. But Master definitely wouldn't give him any direct guidance. So Mo Hua asked something else. Master, were these measures set up by the ancestors of the 5 elements sect? Mr. Zhuang said with some emotion. In a way. Why make it so complicated? Mr. Zhuang said with a playful tone, to guard against thieves. Guard against thieves? Mo Hua was startled, then asked, guarding against me? Mr. Zhuang smiled slightly. Yes, you too. But, even if it's to guard against thieves, isn't it too much trouble? Isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill? Mr. Zhuang shook his head. No, what they were guarding against were the disciples of our lineage throughout the ages. It's not making a mountain out of a molehill. We, cultivators of this lineage, have always had exceptional spiritual roots and astonishing talent. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua and paused for a moment. Mo Hua was self-aware. Master, except for me. Everyone else has exceptional spiritual roots and astonishing talent. Mr. Zhuang was silent for a moment and said tactfully, your spiritual roots are a bit lacking, but in terms of formations, you are still astonishingly talented. MHM. Mo Hua nodded. Master, please continue. Mr. Zhuang recalled where he had left off and continued. If the ancestors of the 5 elements sect didn't set a high threshold and make the riddle difficult, it would be easily seen through. It's quite reasonable to guard against us. But in doing so, the descendants of the 5 elements sect end up suffering. Once the sect declines, if the younger disciples of the 5 elements sect are not capable, almost none of them will be able to decipher the maze and inherit the legacy. These formations will only be lost to time. Mr. Zhuang said this, looked at Mo Hua, and earnestly taught. In the cultivation world, sects and families that are founded on formations always hide their inheritances very deeply. The 5 elements sect's method of hiding formations is quite unique. It seems simple, yet it is obscure. Although obscure, it all conforms to formation principles. You should pay more attention, learn more, and after deciphering it, draw inferences, so that when you encounter similar formation inheritances in the future, with the 5 elements sect as a reference, you can decipher and comprehend them yourself. Mr. Zhuang's tone became slightly somber. The cultivation world has existed for tens of thousands of years, with aristocratic families rising and falling, and sects flourishing and declining. Some powers, though seemingly insignificant, their ancestral inheritances are not to be underestimated. These inheritances are often hidden in inconspicuous things. Cultivation is about destiny. Some people's destiny relies on luck, and some people's destiny relies on insight. Luck is innate and unpredictable, but insight is acquired and can be learned, seen, and contemplated through one's own efforts. The great Tao favors those who are diligent. You must be more mindful in the future. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was subtle and restrained, hiding deep emotions. Okay. Mo Hua nodded solemnly. He understood that his master was using the five elements sect's inheritance to teach him a method. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. His master hoped that he would rely on his own vision, cognition, and insight in the future to find opportunities, seek formations, and explore the great Tao. Mo Hua looked at the weak Mr. Zhuang, his heart filled with a sense of loneliness and complexity. By evening, Mo Hua was still engrossed in calculating formation patterns and deciphering the five elements riddle formation. Thanks to the Tao steel, Mo Hua's calculations became faster and faster. At this very moment, in the scripture pavilion, the great elder was again lighting 3 incense sticks in front of the shrine. One incense stick had burned 1/3 of the way, another 1/4, and the middle incense stick, despite having a flame, remained motionless. The great elder felt relieved and somewhat surprised. Relieved that the five elements sect's inheritance was preserved. With only 1 day and 2 hours left, there was no way they could comprehend the five elements sect's ultimate sect-preserving array, the five elements spirit array. Surprised that the little formation master hadn't grasped even a sliver of the five elements spirit array from the shrine, the great elder sneered. Early bloomers do not necessarily become great. Talented in youth, but that's all there is to it. With potential exhausted, what future awaits? I overestimated that little formation master. The great elder turned to leave. He didn't notice that in the shrine's dojo, the wooden elder also gave a strange smile. Although the riddle formation on the gate was complex, it was similar to the five elements convergence patterns in front of the shrine, except one was converging and the other was diverging. Mo Hua, now familiar with the process, spent 1 night calculating the formation's spiritual path. On the 5th day, the last day designated by the five elements sect for comprehending the five elements spirit array, Mo Hua felt a bit apprehensive, but, as usual, stepped into the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion with his junior brother and junior sister. After the great elder burned incense and closed the door, he went to the 3rd floor to have tea with Mr. Zhuang. It was quiet in front of the shrine. Mo Hua reconfirmed the location and began to visualize the shrine. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi stood on either side of him, acting as his protectors. The moment Mo Hua visualized the shrine, the gate densely covered with formation patterns reappeared. Using his spiritual sense, Mo Hua activated the array. Following the spiritual path diagram he had calculated the previous day, gradually restoring the formation patterns, redistributing the converged spiritual paths back to their original positions. Soon, the complex formation diagram on the shrine gate became clear and distinct. These were 5 clearly separated 5 elements formation diagrams. In the center of the diagrams, surrounded by a taiji-shaped lock, Mo Hua's divine sense moved, and the taiji slowly rotated. The shrine gate followed suit, and the 5 elements flowed, forming a vortex. Inside the vortex, it was pitch black. Mo Hua's heart tightened. Before he could ponder further, he felt a suction force from the void, pulling at his sea of consciousness, as if trying to draw his spiritual sense out of his body. Mo Hua immediately calmed his mind and manifested himself. The moment he manifested himself, his divine sense body was pulled by the gate, detaching from his sea of consciousness, being drawn into the gate, and entering the shrine. The moment his spiritual sense left his body, the luster in Mo Hua's eyes dimmed, and he slowly closed them, his body going limp and slumping down. Seeing this, Bai Zishi immediately embraced Mo Hua, then frowned and checked Mo Hua's breathing. Her frown deepened. Bai Zixing was also startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Zishi's gaze narrowed. It seems like his spiritual sense has separated from his body. Bai Zixing was shocked. He's only in the qi condensation stage. Separating his spiritual sense from his body is very dangerous. Bai Zishi immediately said, "Soul calming pill and qi guarding pill." Oh. Bai Zixing fumbled through his storage bag. After a moment, he took out 2 bottles of pills, selected one from each, and handed them to Bai Zishi. Bai Zishi's fair fingers picked up the pills and fed them into Mo Hua's mouth. Mo Hua's previously pale complexion gradually regained its color. His breathing also gradually became steady. Bai Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Zixing also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, "How could his spiritual sense have separated from his body?" He then looked at Bai Zishi and asked, "What do we do now?" Bai Zishi looked at the shrine and said calmly, "Let's wait." Bai Zixing had no other options inside. "We can only do that." Bai Zishi laid Mo Hua down on the ground, took out a soft blanket, and placed it under Mo Hua's head. Then she sat beside him, hugging her knees, and silently watched Mo Hua. Mo Hua felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, and his spiritual sense felt light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast square. Surrounding him were seniors and ancestors, but they were all like wooden carvings and clay statues. Besides that, spirit beasts competed in splendor, flowers vied in beauty, carriages and horses flowed like water, and palanquins drifted like clouds. There were also precious vases with flowers, and painted beams and carved rafters. Every step revealed a new scene, a feast for the eyes. Imohua had seen all these sights on the shrine, and this square was the dojo within the shrine. However, from the outside, each scene, each pavilion, each person, and each object were bas-reliefs and wood carvings. Now, looking at them again, they were lifelike, almost indistinguishable from reality. Imohua released his spiritual sense, surveying his surroundings, and then frowned. No, something was wrong. Everything here was fake, but one thing was not. He turned his gaze upwards, towards the dojo. Above the dojo, there was an elder. The elder was a wooden carving, with a stern face, wearing wooden clothes, and his beard and hair were all carved patterns. But the moment Imohua looked at it, its appearance changed. Its wooden clothes gained color, its stiff face gained vitality, its beard and hair turned white, and its eyes became deep, casting a gaze towards Imohua from above the dojo. After a moment, a hoarse voice came from the dojo. Someone actually managed to enter. Imohua didn't know his identity, but seeing his age and venerable demeanor, he politely cupped his hands and bowed. Junior Imohua greets Senior. May I ask who Senior is? The elder slowly stood up, his expression becoming more lifelike. The colors of his Dao robe shifted, finally forming 5 colors, like 5 elements Dao robes. His voice was majestic and solemn, striking the ground with its resonance. I am the 23rd generation transmission elder of the 5 Elements sect. Chapter 535, Preaching the Dao. The 5 Elements sect's Dao preaching elder. Imohua's heart trembled. A Dao preaching elder, responsible for imparting knowledge and the Dao, held a unique position within a sect. While not the most powerful, they were undeniably the most transcendent, and the most familiar with and deeply understanding of the sect's heritage. This elderly man carved from wood was actually the Dao preaching elder of the 5 Elements sect. Imohua's thoughts raced. The Dao preaching elder looked at Imohua, and suddenly his gaze sharpened. You are not a disciple of my 5 Elements sect. Imohua was a little curious. How did you see that? The Dao preaching elder's gaze was unfathomable. Your divine sense is powerful, your spiritual sense manifested. My 5 Elements sect is not what it used to be. Our heritage has declined. We cannot even produce disciples like you. Imohua nodded, finding this reason quite plausible, and asked again. You are the Dao preaching elder, and the Dao you preach is the 5 Elements spirit array? The Dao preaching elder did not hide anything. That is correct. His gaze drifted into the distance, looking at the array disc in the center of the training ground. My body has perished, but my spirit remains. I guard this shrine. If any disciple, with the approval of the 5 Elements sect, sits on the meditation cushion and visualizes the shrine, I will manifest the 5 Elements spirit array in the center of the training ground to impart the formation patterns and the essence of the array. Imohua nodded upon hearing this and asked, Then you saw me before? The Dao preaching elder slowly nodded. I saw you. 5 days ago, when you first came, I saw you. Imohua asked again, Why didn't you teach me that day when I visualized the shrine? The Dao preaching elder's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Don't you have a clue yourself? Imohua was taken aback. The Dao preaching elder's eyelids twitched. Your divine sense is too strong. You saw through the array disc. How could I teach you then? Oh. Imohua scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The Dao preaching elder sighed with some emotion. I have guarded this training ground for so many years. You are the first cultivator who saw through the training ground's array disc and made me want to teach, but unable to. You are not a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, and you still wish to teach me? Imohua asked. The Dao preaching elder said with a sigh of relief. Those who can reach this shrine and visualize the training ground are either disciples of the 5 Elements sect, or they have ties to the 5 Elements sect, or perhaps there is a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter what, it is all a matter of fate. I am the Dao preaching elder, so naturally, I teach without discrimination. As long as my 5 Elements sect's Dao can be passed down. Imohua felt a sense of reverence and no longer held back, asking directly. Then can you teach me the 5 Elements spirit array? The Dao preaching elder pondered for a moment and sighed. So be it. In the past few centuries, let alone entering the shrine, there have been fewer and fewer disciples even qualified to enter the formation library and visualize and comprehend before the shrine. There is no Dao to preach. If this continues, I, the Dao preaching elder, will truly become a wooden carving and clay sculpture, withering away here, unable to see the light of day. The Dao preaching elder looked at Imohua again and nodded in approval. Your talent is excellent, your divine sense is strong, and your Dao heart is pure. The heritage of the 5 Elements sect falling into your hands is not a disgrace. There is just one point, however. The Dao preaching elder's expression became serious. If you learn the 5 Elements spirit array, and if you have the opportunity, you must promote this array and make it flourish. If the 5 Elements sect encounters difficulties in the future, please lend your aid and repay this karma. Imohua's expression became solemn. I will, absolutely. Good. The Tao preaching elder felt relieved and then asked, have you learned the formation patterns of the five elements spirit array? Yes, I have. Imohua nodded. The Tao preaching elder was a little surprised. With a wave of his sleeve, ink and brush appeared on the training ground. Draw it for me to see. All right. Imohua dipped his brush in ink and drew one each of the five elements spirit arrays for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Tao preaching elder's pupils constricted, but he still suppressed the shock in his heart and praised. Very good, excellent. In such a short time, you have learned the formation patterns of the five elements ultimate array so proficiently and drawn them without a single error. This is truly rare. However, the Tao preaching elder's tone shifted. You should also know that ultimate arrays are not bound by category. They transcend form. Learning the formation patterns does not mean mastering the ultimate array. To truly comprehend the five elements spirit array, being able to draw the formation patterns is far from enough. Imohua said humbly. This junior understands. Please guide me, senior. The Tao preaching elder nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard. A promising pupil indeed. I will now teach you how to truly comprehend the five elements spirit array. Listen carefully. Imohua nodded and listened attentively. The Tao preaching elder's expression was solemn as he slowly said, the five elements spirit array is a supreme array among the five elements category. The difficulty, depth, and breadth of formations involved in the five elements spirit array can even rival that of grand arrays. The five elements grand array excels in its grandeur, while the five elements spirit array excels in its profundity. My five elements sect in the past relied on this five elements spirit array to strengthen the five elements, aid in combat, enhance the might of spirit tools, and increase the power of spells. Only then could we be ranked among the first-class formation sects. The amplification of spiritual energy in the five elements spirit array hinges on the comprehension of the essence of the five elements spiritual energy. This essence lies in the word strengthen. With the same five elements spiritual energy, when amplified by the array, it can increase by 10 to 20%. Then the power of your spirit tools, cultivation martial arts, or spells will also be enhanced by 10 to 20%. Imohua frowned. Then how exactly should I comprehend it? The Tao preaching elder said, it sounds simple, but it is difficult to do. I can only tell you the principles of the array, but the fundamental understanding still requires you to comprehend it yourself. Imohua nodded. The Tao preaching elder said, the strengthening of the five elements fundamentally lies in the transformation of spiritual energy. You need to use the formation patterns to decompose the spiritual energy, then reconstruct it, and then generate and transform it. Subsequently, use the principle of mutual generation in the five elements for amplification. In this way, the spiritual energy itself will be strengthened, manifesting the Tao through spirit. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, endlessly deriving. This includes the array principle of generation. With generation, one can naturally be self-reliant and strive for improvement. The Tao preaching elder's words were profound. Imohua's brow furrowed even tighter, clearly unable to understand it for the moment. The Tao preaching elder nodded slightly. Memorize these words, ponder them carefully, and comprehend them diligently. If you understand them, then try drawing the five elements spirit array. By integrating the array principles with the formation patterns, you will gradually understand the intricacies. Think hard about it. After speaking, the Tao preaching elder closed his eyes to rest. Imohua began to ponder intensely. After a long while, he suddenly looked up at the Tao preaching elder, his gaze filled with a hint of curiosity. The Tao preaching elder sat upright, exuding an air of immortal grace. Imohua secretly extended a small hand and cast a fireball technique, smashing it at the Tao preaching elder. The Tao preaching elder, who was meditating, was caught off guard and was directly sent flying by Imohua's fireball technique. The Tao preaching elder stood up in a rage. What are you doing? Imohua's gaze became even more certain. Disregarding everything, he rapidly tapped his fingers, casting one fireball technique after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireball after fireball struck the Tao preaching elder. Stop, stop, ignorant child. The Tao preaching elder was furious. Arrogant. How dare you? Disrespecting your master and disrespecting the Tao. This is utmost disrespect. I will surely let you die without a burial place. The Tao preaching elder threatened in anger. Imohua was not only unafraid, but let out a cold snort of disdain. What kind of character are you, daring to deceive me? Speaking nonsense in front of me? I've seen your tricks many times. Petty skills, yet you dare to show off in front of an expert. The Tao preaching elder still wanted to say something, but was repeatedly suppressed by Imohua's swift and fierce fireball techniques. Unable to breathe. Soon, he was riddled with holes by the fireball techniques. His face was incomplete, his body was incomplete, and his Taoist robe was incomplete. But after a moment, he transformed into a pool of golden molten metal and finally reshaped himself, revealing his original form. He was not the Tao-preaching elder, but a strange, monstrous little ghost. The only similarity was that they both wore five-colored Taoist robes. The five-colored Taoist robes symbolized the five elements. This was a five-elements ghost. The five-elements ghost revealed its true form and glared at Imo Hua with disbelief. How did you see through me? Within the training ground, it had a natural advantage, merging with the aura of the entire training ground. Other people, or ghostly spirits, and even all thought forms, should not have been able to see through it. Hundreds of years of responding to the spiritual aura. It was both a five-elements ghost and the Tao-preaching elder. Imo Hua snorted. Because you were talking nonsense. You don't understand the five elements ultimate array at all. How can you be a Tao-preaching elder if you don't understand the five elements ultimate array? The five elements ghost sneered. I don't understand, but you do? If you understood, why would you come to learn? Imo Hua calmly replied. I don't understand the five elements spirit array, but I know a thing or two about ultimate arrays. He began to criticize it point by point. In an ultimate array, the decomposition of spiritual energy is not called decomposition. It is accurately called reverse decomposition. Ordinary decomposition does not constitute an ultimate array. But reverse decomposition is an entirely different ultimate array. The reconstruction of spiritual energy involves the spiritual hub, which is a control array of spiritual energy, not a formation array based on the five elements. The transformation of spiritual energy is only one of the five elements, specifically a fire element ultimate array, but it is also entirely different from the five elements spirit array. The generated energy is not one's own spiritual energy. This type of ultimate array is not used to strengthen spiritual energy, but to nourish all things. In the principles of the array, strengthen and generation are different concepts. They are related but cannot be confused. The five elements array is about strengthening, not generation. Also, spiritual energy does not increase on its own. Your understanding of 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, is also incorrect. The form of spiritual energy will change, but its essence is conserved. The strengthening of the five elements will not create spiritual energy out of thin air. Even with amplification, the five-element spirit array does not magically increase its own spiritual energy. Rather, it should be about strengthening oneself by borrowing some external force. Imo Hua spoke fluently and incessantly. The five-elements ghost, however, looked bewildered. What was this ghost talking about? What was reverse decomposition? What was a spiritual hub? What was transformation? Why were strengthen and generation different? What was this conservation of spiritual energy? The five-elements ghost pondered carefully, and then its heart skipped a beat. It was over. It had encountered an expert. This chaotic field of ultimate arrays, this brat truly understood it. The five-elements ghost was somewhat incredulous. This set of teachings for the five-element spirit array was pieced together by itself from various fragments. It had used this set of sayings to deceive people for so many years, tricking people when it saw people and tricking ghosts when it saw ghosts, and it had never had any problems. This was because no one could understand ultimate arrays. At most, others would disbelieve and be unable to comprehend, but they would not dare to question it. However, it never expected to fail today. Who exactly was this little formation master, who knew so much about ultimate arrays? The five-elements ghost looked at Imo Hua, its heart trembling. Imo Hua, however, did not want to waste time. He pointed at the five-elements ghost, locking onto it with his divine sense, and a crimson flame surged from his fingertips. He said coldly, "Where is the inheritance of the five-elements spirit array?" The five-elements ghost sneered. "Arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Imo Hua flicked his finger, and a crimson fireball whistled out. The five-elements ghost wanted to dodge, but found that it was already firmly locked by this little formation master's divine sense. Unless it could run faster than the fireball technique, it could not dodge it. It was hit by the fireball technique again. The fireball manifested by its divine sense exploded on it. The flames burned its flesh and skin. Although it was a fire of nothingness manifested by spiritual sense, the burning pain it produced was clear and real. With limited time, Imo Hua did not hold back. Fireball technique after fireball technique bombarded the five-elements ghost, leaving it with no room to resist. It wanted to charge at Imo Hua, but had to endure the bombardment of the fireball techniques. Occasionally, when it escaped the suppression of the fireball techniques, it would be bound by the water prison technique. If it did not get close to Imo Hua, it could only be worn down by Imo Hua's long-range fireball techniques. The key was that this fireball technique was incredibly bizarre, fast, accurate, and quite powerful. After about 10 rounds, the five-elements ghost's heart turned to despair. It realized that it was no match at all. It was a little ghost. But this little ghost opposite it was a monster. Human strength has its limits, and so do ghosts. Those who know the times are wise. Similarly, those who know the times can also be ghostly sages. The five-elements ghost, the former Tao-preaching elder, fell to its knees with a thud and shouted, "Young friend, spare me. Mo Hua saw that its voice was loud, and it clearly had ample energy, so he did not stop. He thought to wear down its strength a bit more. The five elements ghost became anxious and quickly started addressing Mo Hua with different honorifics. Little brother, young master, little ancestor. You can't keep hitting me. Spare my life. Seeing that it had even called him little ancestor, Mo Hua reluctantly stopped. Then he asked again, where is the inheritance of the five elements spirit array? The five elements ghost mumbled, unwilling to speak. Mo Hua did not tolerate it, and sent another fireball technique its way. Only then did the five elements ghost behave. Looking at Mo Hua's expression, it said uneasily, I don't know. Mo Hua's displeasure showed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The five elements ghost hurriedly said, little ancestor, it's true. I really don't know. You've been in this training ground for so long, impersonating the Tao preaching elder, and you don't know anything? Mo Hua clearly did not believe it. The five elements ghost said, I was originally just an ordinary ghost, residing in a broken painting, wandering everywhere. Later, I was obtained by the old sect master of the five elements sect, who captured my evil thoughts and threw me into this shrine to impersonate the Tao preaching elder and deceive cultivators who wanted to learn the five elements spirit array. Although I have been in this training ground for a long time, I know very little about formations. As for profound ultimate arrays like the five elements spirit array, I am even less knowledgeable. Little ancestor, you must believe me. Mo Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. This five elements ghost spoke so lightly, calling itself an ordinary ghost, residing in a broken painting, and wandering everywhere. The reality was likely not that simple. Mo Hua still remembered the green-faced little ghost from the first visualization diagram he saw. That little ghost, in its residual memories, had images of transforming from human to ghost, then bewitching cultivators everywhere and devouring their divine senses. This five elements ghost had probably done its fair share of bad deeds. However, the five elements spirit array was the priority for now. Other matters could be settled later. Mo Hua's expression became serious. The five elements ghost's expression was timid. It did not seem to be lying. Moreover, what it said made sense. The five elements spirit array, a top-tier ultimate array with 13 patterns of the first rank, was something that even if this little ghost meditated on for hundreds of years without finding the proper method, it would be impossible to gain any comprehension. But if it didn't know, then where was the inheritance of the five elements spirit array hidden? Mo Hua looked around, his gaze shifting, and suddenly asked, before you came, was this training ground always like this? The five elements ghost nodded. Mo Hua's gaze sharpened. Was there also a Tao preaching elder? The five elements ghost shook its head. No, there wasn't. So, the position you sat in while impersonating the Tao preaching elder was originally vacant. The five elements ghost's heart skipped a beat, and it nodded slightly. Mo Hua slowly walked to the center of the training ground and discovered that there was a meditation cushion on the ground. The five elements ghost, impersonating the Tao preacher, had been sitting on this meditation cushion. Another meditation cushion. Mo Hua's spirits lifted. He sat on the meditation cushion and then looked straight ahead, feeling as if everything in front of him had become clear. The entire shrine, all things, were within his sight. He could even see his junior brother and junior sister outside the shrine. The junior brother looked bored and a little worried. The junior sister sat on the ground, hugging her knees, silently watching her divine sense depart, leaving only her physical body lying flat on the ground, herself. In addition, Mo Hua could also see the meditation cushion outside the shrine. No, to be precise, it was the location of the meditation cushion. The location of each meditation cushion was inscribed with a formation between reality and illusion. This was the five elements spirit array, a more complete and rigorous set of formation patterns. There were some discrepancies with the formation patterns he had already obtained. Mo Hua pondered for a moment and understood. It seemed that this impersonating Tao preaching elder had also tampered with the formation patterns. The formation patterns learned through visualizing the shrine had errors compared to the true five elements formation patterns. The purpose was still to prevent others from learning the true five elements spirit array. Mo Hua immediately matched the formation patterns in his mind with the ones he saw now. Then, with a slight calculation of his divine sense, he obtained the true formation patterns of the five elements spirit array. But this was still not enough. Formation patterns were still merely form. Painting a dragon still required dotting its eyes. Mo Hua was missing that final stroke to truly comprehend the five elements spirit array. But what was that stroke? Mo Hua frowned. Tao preaching, meditation cushion, manifesting formations. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. He immediately manifested the complete five elements spirit array on the array disk in the center of the training ground. He wanted to see some clues. As he finished manifesting the true formation patterns of the five elements spirit array, a faint divine sense suddenly emanated from the meditation cushion he was sitting on. This divine sense was masterless and mindless, like a blank, pure thought form. This divine sense slowly flowed into the array disk and merged with the 5-element spirit array. The 5-colored radiance above the 5-element spirit array suddenly became brilliant and dazzling. Emohua was stunned. What did this mean? What was this divine sense telling him? Or perhaps, what was it demonstrating to him? Emohua pondered for a long time, then suddenly looked up at the 5-elements ghost and asked with urgency, "Where did you hear those words about ultimate arrays?" Seeing Emohua concentrating in thought, the 5-elements ghost wanted to sneak away. As soon as it took a step, Emohua asked this question. It did not dare to show any abnormality and said, "From many people." Who? The sect master of the 5-elements sect, the elders, some disciples chatting, others, visiting cultivators, and formation masters qualified to learn the 5-elements spirit array. The 5-elements ghost listed them one by one. Emohua said, "Were any of those words spoken by a former sect master or elder of the 5-elements sect?" The 5-elements ghost frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly said, "Yes." "Which one?" The 5-elements ghost paused for a moment, its expression becoming solemn. It slowly said, "This sentence came from the oldest and most obscure elder of the 5-elements sect." When he was alone, facing the shrine, he slowly said this sentence. Spiritual sense. Manifest the Tao. Chapter 536. Divine Sense Manifesting the Tao. Divine Sense Manifesting the Tao. Emohua's heart tensed. What does it mean for divine sense to manifest the Tao? The 5-elements imp twitched his lips and said with a bitter smile, "How would I know?" Emohua glared at him. The 5-elements imp quickly added, "I really don't know. I'm not a Tao transmission elder, and I don't understand formations. Aren't you making things difficult for me by asking this? Besides, I only heard this from someone else." Emohua asked, "Which elder said this?" The 5-elements imp shook his head. "I don't know. He's too old, with a face full of wrinkles. His vitality is constantly declining, and he can barely open his eyes. I've never seen him before. But the old sect master of the 5-elements sect and all the elders are very respectful towards him, which shows he has very deep seniority." Deep seniority. Emohua frowned. Someone with deep seniority might know the secrets of the 5-elements spiritual array. Emohua turned his head and looked at the training ground. In the center of the training ground, the 5-elements spiritual array was shining brightly. The scene from just now replayed in Emohua's mind. He had manifested the 5-elements spiritual array, but the formation patterns were dim. The formless, shapeless, and thoughtless divine sense flowed from the cushion onto the 5-elements spiritual array above the training ground, and the 5-elements spiritual array lit up. A manifested formation lighting up meant the formation was effective. This was the same as in the Tao steel. On the Tao steel, the formation patterns lighting up and glowing meant the formation was successful. Emohua propped his chin and pondered. Divine sense flowed into the 5-elements spiritual array, and the formation patterns lit up. This seemed to be a demonstration. It was also the final link in the inheritance. The 5 cushions outside the shrine taught the formation patterns of the 5-elements spiritual array. The 6th cushion, which only indicated position, opened the door to the shrine. Inside the shrine, this cushion above the training ground, the 7th cushion, revealed the secrets of the 5-elements spiritual array. Divine sense manifesting the Tao. Spiritual energy conservation. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. Emohua's heart trembled, and he suddenly understood. Spiritual energy was conserved, the amount of spiritual energy in a cycle condensed into a certain amount of spell power. And the 5-elements spiritual energy could amplify the power of spells. Spiritual energy itself did not increase or strengthen. So where did the amplified spell power come from? Emohua's gaze sharpened. It was divine sense. The old elder of the 5-elements sect had spoken of divine sense manifesting the Tao, meaning to integrate divine sense into Taoist magic and merge it with spiritual energy. This way, the power of the 5 elements could be strengthened without changing the spiritual energy. But drawing formations already required the consumption of divine sense. What was the difference between these two? Emohua recalled the scene of divine sense merging into the spiritual array above the cushion, and his mind gradually opened. Generally, when drawing formations, the consumed divine sense was not used for the formation itself. It was more like, it was used to comprehend the great Tao and communicate with the Tao charm in the hidden realms, consuming mental energy to draw the formation patterns. This kind of divine sense was a depletion of thought. But the 5-elements spiritual array was different. In addition to the divine sense consumed by the formation itself, an additional portion of divine sense was needed to flow into the formation and merge with the spiritual energy. In this situation, divine sense and spiritual energy, though taking different paths, arrived at the same destination, and both were considered a form of cultivation power. Divine sense manifesting the Tao. Only by merging divine sense and spiritual energy could one draw the true 5-elements spiritual array. But precisely because of this, This ultimate formation required far more divine sense than 13 patterns. 13 patterns of divine sense were merely the threshold for comprehending the formation patterns. While drawing formation patterns, one also needed to allocate divine sense to merge into the formation, amplify spiritual energy, and make the 5 elements spiritual array effective. This aggravated the consumption of divine sense. The 5 elements spiritual array, on the surface, was a 13-pattern ultimate formation, but it required higher divine sense than ordinary 13-pattern formations. Mo Hua felt somewhat speechless. No wonder this ultimate formation was almost lost. Not only was it difficult, but its inheritance was so troublesome. Even more outrageous was that for a first-rank formation with 13 patterns, the divine sense requirement was already high, and it was actually falsely marked in reverse. Mo Hua shook his head. At this point, there was no need to dwell on these matters. The current problem was, how exactly should divine sense and spiritual energy be merged? Thinking alone was useless. Mo Hua decided to try it himself, following the demonstration of the cushion's transmission. He sat on the cushion and tried to draw the metal spiritual array on the formation disc in the training ground again. While drawing, he allocated a portion of his divine sense to merge into the formation patterns. He failed after drawing only a few strokes. Divine sense had to comprehend the formation and merge into the formation patterns simultaneously, dividing one's attention, which was indeed difficult. Mo Hua tried a few more times. After trying a few more times, Mo Hua gradually got the hang of it. He understood that this was also a method of using divine sense. One mind, two uses, divine sense splits. Both dividing attention and merging required extremely high divine sense. However, Mo Hua, with the Heaven's evolution art as his foundation and having comprehended the spirit hub formation, their synergy allowed him to control divine sense and spiritual energy with meticulous detail. Controlling divine sense was not a problem. As long as he knew the method and tried a few more times, it wasn't that difficult. As Mo Hua drew, he couldn't help but frown. To learn the 5 elements spiritual array, one needed powerful divine sense, the ability to deduce with divine sense, to learn the Heaven's evolution art, to comprehend the spirit hub formation, and to understand the principles of ultimate formations. He happened to possess all of these. Was it a coincidence, or was it his master's intentional arrangement? Mo Hua became even more grateful for Mr. Zhuang's thoughtfulness, and he silently vowed, "Since this is the case, I must learn the 5 elements spiritual array and not let down my master's expectations." Mo Hua concentrated his mind and focused on drawing the metal spiritual array. He was drawing with some effort. The consumption of divine sense also gradually increased. But his divine sense was at the peak of 13 patterns. Although not yet 14 patterns, it was still much stronger than 13 patterns. If his prediction was not wrong, with his divine sense, he should be able to draw a single 5-element spiritual array. After an unknown amount of time, just as his divine sense was about to be exhausted, Mo Hua stopped his brush and let out a long sigh of relief. Before him was a complete metal spiritual array. Moreover, the formation was shining with golden light. The ethereal divine sense, merged into the manifested spiritual energy, flowed between the formation patterns like liquid pure gold. This was the amplified metal element spiritual energy. This was also the true power of 5 elements amplification. Mo Hua was overjoyed, a clear smile on his face. The 5 elements imp beside him, however, looked astonished, then his pupils trembled. What was this? A metal element ultimate formation? How could this little cultivator draw it? When could he draw it? He knew nothing when he first came in, right? He sat on the cushion for a while, looked at the formation disc for a while, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he learned this ultimate formation? The 5 elements imp found it hard to believe. He had been impersonating the Tao transmission elder here for hundreds of years, seen so many formation masters, yet he had never seen such a heaven-defying prodigy with such comprehension. Is this little cultivator really human? The 5 elements imp was shocked, and then a sense of danger surged. He looked up and saw Mo Hua looking at him, his gaze probing and clearly malicious. It was like looking at a colorful pastry. The 5 elements imp couldn't help but shiver, his voice trembling. What? What are you going to do? Mo Hua's gaze was somewhat cold. He was contemplating how to deal with this 5 elements imp. Logically, it should be killed. These ghostly malevolent thoughts, even if they appeared harmless on the surface, were sinister and alien beings. Their hearts were bound to be different. It was precisely because his divine sense was strong and he was skilled in combat that this 5 elements imp appeared timid. If his divine sense were weak, at best he would be tricked and played with by it impersonating the Tao transmission elder, and at worst, it would reveal its true form and devour him. Moreover, Mo Hua's divine sense was still not strong enough. These evil entities' thought bodies, could be eaten one by one. Mo Hua looked at the 5 elements imp, like a cat looking at a mouse, his gaze becoming brighter and brighter. A shadow fell upon the 5 elements imp's heart. The 5 elements imp shouted sternly, "You can't kill me." "Why? I helped you. What did you help me with? I. The five elements imp's mind raced, and he quickly said, I taught you the five elements spiritual array. Mo Hua blinked. Didn't you say you didn't understand formations and couldn't do the five elements spiritual array? If you can't do it yourself, how can you teach me? The five elements imp was speechless for a moment, then said again, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have known about divine sense manifesting the Tao, and wouldn't have been able to comprehend the five elements ultimate formation. Mo Hua was taken aback. He pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. This five elements imp had indirectly helped him. He wanted to say something else. The five elements imp's expression suddenly turned ferocious. He bared his fangs and lunged at Mo Hua, wanting to bite off Mo Hua's neck. His movement was swift. In an instant, he was close to Mo Hua. Then his expression turned delighted, his eyes greedy, and he opened his mouth to bite down fiercely. When it came to life and death, it couldn't be bothered to waste words. It couldn't let its life be decided by the mercy of others. So it struck first. From the previous battle, it felt that it had seen through Mo Hua's moves. He could manifest divine sense, was proficient in spells, and had always maintained a distance during combat. Since that was the case, he must be skilled in ranged spells and weak in close combat. As long as it had a chance to get close and take a bite, just one bite, and the five elements poison would enter its body, and this little imp would die a terrible death. The five elements imp, as it wished, got close to Mo Hua. Under its sinister fangs was Mo Hua's fair and tender neck. It bit down fiercely. In the next moment, its upper and lower teeth were met with a sharp pain. The five elements imp's gums went numb, and a chill went down its spine. It had missed. It looked up. At some unknown time, Mo Hua had already drifted away like a fish, landing far away, his expression calm and collected, with a hint of regret. I was just finding some excuses for you to spare your life, but you went and found your own death. The five elements imp's eyes widened in panic. What happened? How did this little imp escape? It didn't have time to think further and lunged at Mo Hua again. But Mo Hua's left hand clenched, forming a water prison art, while his right hand pointed, manifesting a fireball technique. The five elements imp was instantly immobilized by the water prison art and was bombarded by successive fireball techniques. It felt burning pain and bitterness in its heart. Why was it so unlucky to encounter this little bringer of misfortune? Seeing its body gradually dim, it immediately begged for mercy. Little ancestor, I was wrong. Mo Hua ignored it and continued to bombard it with fireballs, not listening to any explanations. Seeing that it was no good, the five elements imp gritted its teeth and said, Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. Mo Hua stopped and couldn't help but ask, Is it a real secret or a fake secret? The five elements imp seized the life-saving straw and quickly said, It's real. Mo Hua then said, Tell me first. The five elements imp's eyelids twitched, and it hesitated. If I tell you, can you let me go? Mo Hua's expression turned cold. Are you threatening me? The five elements imp sneered and was about to mock him when it saw Mo Hua's imposing aura. Mo Hua formed a technique with his fingers, looking as if he would send it to heaven if they disagreed, and he didn't hear the secret. The five elements imp was startled and quickly said, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. It muttered in its heart. Why was this little ancestor impervious to both soft and hard approaches and unreasonable? Mo Hua's expression softened slightly and said, Tell me first, and I'll consider whether to let you go after I hear it. A person under the eaves had no choice but to bow. The five elements imp hesitated for a moment, sighed, and then said, This secret is something I discovered myself, secretly, over these past few hundred years. It glanced at Mo Hua, then pointed to the surrounding training ground, filled with carvings of formation masters, covered in formation patterns, with a wide formation disc, exuding an air of solemnity, and said with a solemn expression, This training ground is actually a fake training ground. Inside the shrine, there is another. Real training ground. A real training ground? Mo Hua clearly didn't believe it. He raised his hand, about to continue charring the imp. The five elements imp immediately swore, It's true. If I lie, I shall be annihilated and have no place to be buried. Mo Hua was taken aback. Did it swear such a harsh oath? He thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Tell me carefully. The five elements imp breathed a sigh of relief and said, This shrine, though it looks simple, is a place where gods reside, an object for divine sense to be stored. The inheritance methods within it can only be performed by cultivators of high realm and profound divine sense. Such an exquisite shrine, how could it be used solely to teach a first-rank ultimate formation? The five elements imp whispered, These years, I've been trapped in the shrine, guarding the training ground. For hundreds of years, I've seen many five elements sect cultivators, heard many five elements sect secrets, and explored alone within this shrine. Finally, I discovered that there are two different training grounds within this shrine. The five elements imp pointed to the ground. This training ground here is the training ground, which transmits the five elements ultimate formation. And there is another training ground. The Five Elements Imp's voice trembled slightly. It is the true inheritance training ground. Within the inheritance training ground, the Five Elements sect's true inheritance, which they never reveal, is sealed. After speaking, the Five Elements Imp secretly glanced at Imohua. It had originally thought that after saying this, Imohua would be overjoyed, excited, or greedy, or at least curious. But Imohua's expression was as calm as water. He retorted, "What is the Five Elements sect's true inheritance?" The Five Elements Imp paused and shook his head. "Have you been to the true inheritance training ground?" The Five Elements Imp shook his head again. Imohua then asked, "You said this inheritance is never shown to people, so how do you know about it? Because you are a ghost?" This was a cold joke. The Five Elements Imp couldn't laugh and could only shake his head. "Good." Imohua nodded, his gaze becoming dangerous. "To save your life, you're making up stories and stalling for time, trying to trick me again." It was already quite good for the Five Elements sect to have the Five Elements spiritual array. Beyond that, what other so-called true inheritance could there be? His master hadn't even mentioned this matter. How would this little imp know about it? Even if this inheritance existed, this Five Elements imp, who didn't understand formations, couldn't possibly discern it. It had sat on this training ground cushion for hundreds of years. It had seen the demonstration of divine sense manifesting the Tao in the Five Elements spiritual array countless times, yet it was still like a blind person, knowing nothing. With this level of understanding, could it know the Five Elements sect's true inheritance? It was likely that even if this inheritance were placed before it, it would still be clueless, like reading a celestial book, knowing nothing. This Five Elements imp was full of lies and useless to keep. A murderous intent appeared in Imohua's eyes. The Five Elements imp saw the look in Imohua's eyes and was greatly shocked. It finally revealed its trump card. "It's true. I know the entrance." Imohua's gaze sharpened. "The entrance to the true inheritance training ground." The Five Elements imp quickly nodded. Imohua did not comment, but said, "Show me." The Five Elements imp hesitated for a long time, and finally, with a sigh of helplessness, said, "All right." It walked into the training ground, to above the training ground, near the cushion, and then sighed slightly, picked up the cushion, flipped it over, and placed it back in its original position. "Flip the cushion, then sit on it, and you'll see the true inheritance training ground." Imohua's eyelids twitched. This Five Elements imp might not be lying. The cushion transmitted the Tao, one positive and one negative, one surface and one inside. One was for transmitting techniques, the other for inheritance. On the surface, it was just an ordinary shrine, the same training ground, but within the cushion, there was hidden potential. This kind of planning was truly ingenious and exquisite. Imohua glanced at the Five Elements imp again, still wary. The training ground might be real, but he was still uneasy about this imp. However, time was running out. Although Imohua hadn't calculated it, he knew that it had been almost 2 hours since he entered the shrine training ground. Once the time was up, he would have to leave. If he left, he probably wouldn't be able to enter the Five Elements sect's formation pavilion again. Imohua really wanted to know if the Five Elements sect truly had this inheritance training ground. Why not? Just take a look. Imohua took a step closer to the cushion, but still hesitated. Just then, a sudden change occurred. An astonishing aura suddenly erupted from the surroundings. Imohua's heart tensed. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw the Five Elements imp's expression change. It was no longer timid, but cold and ferocious. Five-colored light surged from its body. At the same time, its sharp claws went straight for Imohua's vital points. This Five Elements imp had hidden its strength? Imohua frowned, but was not afraid. He used the flowing water steps and narrowly dodged the Five Elements imp's claw strike in a desperate move. However, as he retreated and dodged, one of his feet inadvertently stepped onto the cushion. The cushion suddenly exerted a powerful suction, pulling Imohua. Imohua felt the world turn upside down. The scenery blurred and changed, and then he plunged into a void. And his figure completely disappeared from the training ground. The training ground was empty. The Five Elements imp burst into laughter. Good, good. It was worth my pretense and enduring humiliation for so long. It looked again at the spot on the cushion where Imohua had just vanished and sneered. No matter how intelligent and cunning you are, you will be trapped to death in this shrine training ground, never to escape. The Five Elements imp then became ecstatic. After hundreds of years, I can finally escape. Just then, the incense burned out. 2 hours had passed. The Five Elements imp no longer hesitated, transformed into a beam of light, and fled the shrine. At this very moment, Mr. Zhuang, who was drinking tea on the 3rd floor to recuperate, suddenly opened his eyes. The Grand Elder stood up and said with a relaxed smile, "The time has come. I should go and invite the senior's esteemed disciple out. I wonder how much they have learned." Mr. Zhuang, however, said, "No rush." The Grand Elder's smile gradually faded. "Senior, what do you mean?" "Nothing much," Mr. Zhuang said indifferently. "This tea is good. Accompany me for a while longer." The Grand Elder was slightly annoyed and said with a forced smile, "Senior, you've already drunk for 2 hours. No matter how good the tea is, you must have had enough." "I've had enough, but I have a fellow Taoist who hasn't drunk yet," Mr. Zhuang said with a slight smile. "Fellow Taoist?" The Grand Elder was taken aback. Then his gaze shifted, and he noticed an empty seat to his right, where an ancient, taciturn old man was now sitting. This person was precisely Old Man Kuei. The Grand Elder angrily said, "Zhuang." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Old Man Kuei look up and glance at him. That glance pierced directly into his heart, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, sending a chill through his entire body. The Grand Elder staggered a few steps, then stabilized himself and immediately changed his tune, saying politely, "Senior Zhuang, please take your time, there's no rush." After speaking, the Grand Elder, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He wanted to look at Old Man Kuei, but he didn't dare to, only feeling fear. What cultivation level did this old man possess? The Grand Elder was terrified but did not dare to say anything more. However, fortunately, the incense had burned out, the shrine was closed, and no Tao could be revealed. Even if those few imps stayed inside, they wouldn't learn anything. It didn't matter if they stayed longer. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. Mr. Zhuang's outward appearance was calm, but ripples arose in his heart. The fingers hidden in his sleeve formed a hand seal. After a moment, his gaze showed surprise. His little disciple seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming serious. What secrets did the ancestors of the Five Elements sect still hide? Chapter 537, Formation Flow. Inside the Formation Pavilion, before the Divine Shrine, the incense had burned out, leaving behind residue. Bai Zishi and Bai Zixing guarded Emo Hua's body, which was in a state of spiritual sense departure, with worried expressions. "It's time. Why hasn't Emo Hua woken up yet?" Bai Zixing asked worriedly. Bai Zishi also frowned. Just then, Emo Hua let out a murmur and opened his eyes. Bai Zishi and Bai Zixing's expressions lit up with joy. Bai Zishi asked softly, "Are you all right?" Emo Hua's eyes held a moment of confusion, then gradually cleared. He slowly sat up, nodded, and said with a smile, "I'm fine." Upon hearing Emo Hua's smile, Bai Zishi's gaze turned cold. She immediately delivered a hand chop to the back of Emo Hua's head, knocking him unconscious. Bai Zixing was shocked. "Zishi, why did you hit Emo Hua?" Bai Zishi shook her head. "He's not right." "Not right?" Bai Zixing was stunned, then carefully observed Emo Hua. His brow gradually furrowed, and he also noticed some discrepancies. Emo Hua's aura had changed. His face was no longer as cute as before. His smile from just now felt a bit out of place. This was not their junior brother. Bai Zixing then recalled some of Emo Hua's earlier instructions. "If you find something wrong with me, knock me out immediately." Bai Zixing nodded slightly, puzzled. Did an evil spirit invade his sea of consciousness? Possibly. That's not right. How could there be an evil spirit in the Divine Shrine? Bai Zishi shook her head. "I'm not sure." "Then where is Emo Hua?" Bai Zishi turned her head, gazing at the Divine Shrine. Her glassy eyes held a hint of depth. Bai Zixing's mouth opened. "He's not still inside, is he?" He grew anxious. "The incense is finished, the shrine is closed. How will junior brother get out?" "How about?" Bai Zixing frowned, thinking. "We find that Grand Elder, ask him to burn another stick of incense, open the Divine Shrine, and let junior brother out." Bai Zishi slowly shook her head. "No." The Divine Shrine involved the core inheritance of the Five Elements sect. The Grand Elder would certainly not agree. The reason junior brother was trapped inside was definitely because he discovered the shrine's secret. Otherwise, with his intelligence, he wouldn't be unable to get out. "Let's wait a bit longer," Bai Zishi said calmly. Bai Zixing was a little worried. "But the time is up." Bai Zishi's beautiful eyes narrowed, her thoughts racing. The time is up, but Grand Elder hasn't arrived. This must mean Master calculated an unforeseen event and is holding back Grand Elder. Master is buying junior brother time. "We'll wait here, guard junior brother, and wait for him to come out." Bai Zishi's voice was clear and calm. Bai Zixing had always listened to his sister. He knew she was smarter than him, so he readily agreed and nodded. Inside Emo Hua's sea of consciousness, the Five Elements little ghost was hopping mad. "What's going on? How was I exposed?" After only saying 2 words and smiling, he was seen through, and then decisively knocked out. Why? How could that little girl see through me at a glance? Even as fellow disciples, spending time together, they wouldn't be able to tell at a glance. It's a bit strange. The Five Elements little ghost felt a sense of apprehension. This sect, from top to bottom, from junior brothers to senior sisters, were indeed not to be trifled with. Not only did they have good aptitudes and high comprehension, but their minds were also incredibly sharp. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be able to escape. It hadn't intended to occupy Emo Hua's physical body permanently, because that was impossible. This brat's master had a terrifying origin. Its own little secrets would be seen through at a glance. It just wanted to use Imohua's body to escape the divine shrine and the formation pavilion. But it never expected that before being exposed by Imohua's master, it would be seen through by his junior sister. The five elements little ghost was very confused. It impersonated the Tao proclaiming elder and was seen through by this little cultivator. It impersonated this little cultivator and was seen through by his senior sister. Was its acting really that bad? The five elements little ghost frowned, feeling annoyed. Now it was in a difficult position. It was trapped within Imohua's sea of consciousness. It couldn't leave, and it certainly couldn't stay. It didn't think it could truly deceive everyone. It should still try to leave and figure something else out later. The five elements little ghost sat down cross-legged and surveyed its surroundings, exclaiming in admiration. This brat's sea of consciousness is truly a blessed land, vast and resilient, with a pure aura. Even though his spiritual sense has departed, the residual spiritual consciousness is incredibly pure and profound. This isn't the sea of consciousness a chi condensation cultivator should have. It's comparable to foundation establishment. No, even far superior to ordinary foundation establishment. Truly a little prodigy. The five elements little ghost shook its head. Suddenly, its expression changed. No, this isn't right. This sea of consciousness is not right. It sniffed the aura within, and its pupils widened in shock. Aura of the great Tao. This is an aura of the great Tao, closer to the origin than the five elements energy. There's something ancient and terrifying hidden within this brat's sea of consciousness. A trace of greed flickered in the little ghost's eyes, but then it turned into deep fear. Having resided in the divine shrine for hundreds of years, it had witnessed the evolution of formations countless times. In the darkness, it had developed a sense of premonition regarding heavenly secrets. This premonition at this moment made it inexplicably uneasy. It felt as if it lingered any longer, once midnight arrived and something awakened, that ancient and powerful aura of the great Tao would grind it into dust, bit by bit, completely erasing it, never to be reborn. The five elements little ghost trembled all over, its limbs going soft. I'm doomed, I'm going to die. I need to find a way to escape quickly. If I don't run, it's over. Although this was an opportunity, it clearly wasn't meant for it. The five elements little ghost forced itself to calm down. It's fine. There's still time. Later, it would control this little cultivator's body. As long as it could move, it would immediately run out, escape the formation pavilion, find any five elements sect cultivator to parasitize, and completely break free from this terrifying sea of consciousness. As long as it got out, the world would be its oyster. Without being confined to the divine shrine, it could feed on cultivator's spiritual senses and live a carefree life. And as long as it consumed enough and its spiritual sense grew stronger, digesting the five elements energy, it would eventually achieve Tao comprehension. It could even ascend to the position of a heavenly demon or the realm of an evil god. The five elements little ghost calmed its emotions, its eyes filled with ambition. And at this very moment, within the divine shrine, in the true dojo, after a world turned upside down, with everything inverted, Imohua opened his eyes, his spiritual sense restored. The dojo before him was still the same, yet everything was different. The surrounding wood carvings and clay figures seemed to have come alive. Each one was mechanically, meticulously, and according to a certain rule, constantly drawing formation patterns. All the decorations within the divine shrine, spiritual beast carriages, exotic flowers and rare plants, carved beams and painted buildings, various magic treasures, had shed their forms, revealing the formations within. All appearances were false, only formations were true. Imohua felt both shocked and perplexed. This is the inheritance dojo of the five elements sect. Was that five elements little ghost lying to him? The dojo did exist, but was there truly the five elements sect's true inheritance within it? Was the five elements sect's true inheritance a rarer formation than the five elements ultimate formation? It shouldn't be, right? Imohua was somewhat bewildered. And that five elements little ghost, it tricked me into coming in and trapped me here. Was it trying to escape the divine shrine? How should I get out? There seemed to be no exit around the dojo. The 2-hour time limit must be up. Who knows what has happened outside the divine shrine? Imohua's thoughts raced. After a moment, he shook his head and calmed himself. Worrying about these things now was useless. What must be, must be. First, he needed to understand the dojo's secrets. Imohua began to release his spiritual sense, carefully surveying the dojo, trying to see if this dojo was truly an inheritance dojo, and if the five elements sect's true inheritance was truly within it. After investigating, Imohua mused. Firstly, within this inheritance dojo, there was no one. Or rather, no living spiritual sense, spiritual consciousness, or even a malevolent spirit. The surrounding formation master wood carvings, although they seemed alive, constantly drawing formations, were still just wood carvings, or more like puppets. The formations they drew were of various categories, but all were related to the five elements. The formation patterns they drew were rigid and precise. Mo Hua stared at them for a while, his gaze filled with doubt. Rather than saying they are drawing formations, it's more like they are recording formations. Meticulously recording the process of drawing formations. Mo Hua looked at the formation patterns they drew again, his expression even more perplexed. These formation patterns, although within the 5 elements, were different from standard formation patterns. They seemed to have undergone special treatment, evolving little by little, and finally being summarized and categorized. And besides the formations drawn by the wood-carving formation masters, the entire dojo, every landscape, and every object, including the great formation disc in the center of the dojo, were all of this special type of formation. It was this categorizing type of formation pattern. Mo Hua frowned. What kind of formation is this? Or perhaps, the formation itself is not the key. The method of categorization is the focus? Mo Hua looked at them all again, meticulously. Upon looking, he was startled. He discovered that many of the formations here, he couldn't understand at all. Because these formations were not first-rank formations at all. They were second-rank, third-rank, or even formations above third rank. These formations, containing formation patterns, had more complex strokes, more profound force, more obscure methods, and a far greater number of formation patterns than first-rank formations. After just a few glances, Mo Hua felt his spiritual sense drain away like water. Mo Hua was deeply alarmed and quickly guarded his mind, warning himself, "Don't aim too high, don't aim too high." After his thoughts settled and his spiritual sense was replenished, Mo Hua continued to look, but this time with self-awareness. He specifically chose to look at first-rank formations. Mo Hua was intimately familiar with first-rank 5 elements formations. His understanding of 5 elements formation principles was also profound. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to look at them. Mo Hua compared the 5 elements formations he had mastered, the 5 elements formation styles he had comprehended, with the special, variant 5 elements formations in the dojo, and meticulously analyzed them. He also repeatedly observed the methods of drawing formations by the wood-carving formation masters, trying to ponder the extensions of the same formation, the evolution of formation patterns. After an unknown period, Mo Hua suddenly paused, then suddenly realized, and exclaimed, "Could this be deduction?" Different from the spiritual sense deduction taught by his master, this was a completely different method of deduction. What his master taught him was to deduce the spiritual traces through formation patterns, inferring the more essential spiritual energy trajectory when the formation was operating. Conversely, it was also possible to deduce specific formation patterns from formation spiritual traces. The former deepened the understanding of formations from the surface to the interior. The latter revealed the true formation patterns from the interior to the surface. But this deduction method within the 5 elements sect's inheritance dojo was entirely different. It seemed to deduce, not the relationship between formation patterns and spiritual traces, but purely the summarization and deduction of formation pattern changes and formation variations. From complex to simple, from 2 to 1, deepening the understanding of commonalities between different formations and different formation patterns. Mo Hua was suddenly enlightened. Could this method of deduction be the true inheritance of the 5 elements sect? Although Mo Hua only half understood, he felt it was profound and remarkable. This was deduction after all. He had to learn it. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Formations are fish, and deduction is fishing. By learning deduction, one can better learn and comprehend formations. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. A special deduction method. As expected of a first-class formation sect with a long and illustrious heritage, Mo Hua's mood became excited. But then he encountered a difficulty. How should he learn this deduction method? Mo Hua released his spiritual sense again and searched the dojo thoroughly, from top to bottom, inside and out. Within the dojo, there were only formations, no other means of inheritance like them. There were no manuals, scriptures, writings, or insights. Mo Hua then stroked his chin and began to ponder. Based on all the previous events, the ancestors of the 5 elements sect were somewhat rigid, somewhat stubborn, and somewhat obscure in their actions. They disliked teaching directly and preferred to simplify complexity. They disliked spoken words and writings, preferring direct demonstration. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. He looked at the wood-carving formation masters constantly drawing formations around him, and suddenly understood. These wood-carving formation masters were demonstrating how this deduction should be calculated. Step by step, from low to high, from easy to difficult, from the change and iteration of basic formation patterns, gradually evolving, transforming, and merging. This means he has to watch and learn himself. However much he can learn is how much he can learn. If he can comprehend it, then he has understood it. What others say is not yours. What you understand yourself is more thorough. Mo Hua sighed with emotion. The ancestors of the 5 elements sect indeed had the demeanor of masters. Without delay, Mo Hua watched the wood carvings draw formations, categorizing them himself, learning the 5 elements sect's special deduction method. The formations drawn by the wood carvings were not just first rank, but Mo Hua could only learn first rank. Mo Hua wasn't greedy. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He would learn first rank first, and the higher ranks later. One must eat meals bite by bite, eat as much as one can. Time flowed by in the dojo. Mo Hua focused his attention, immersing himself. Following the mechanical movements of the wood carvings, he learned the 5 elements sect's deduction method bit by bit. Formation patterns, in his mind, deduced and transformed. After an unknown period, Mo Hua finally grasped the knack of it. Mo Hua also tried deducing several formation patterns himself, then compared them with the formation patterns in the dojo. Finding no errors, he nodded with satisfaction. He already possessed a powerful spiritual sense, and with the foundation of the deduction method taught by Mr. Zhuang, he would calculate for fun, calculate formations, great formations, ultimate formations, and had become extremely proficient in deduction. The 5 elements sect's deduction method, although special, was not particularly difficult. Mo Hua learned quickly. In terms of deducing first-rank formations alone, he had already learned about 70 to 80%. There were still some imperfections, which he would gradually refine and comprehend in the future. Mo Hua's eyes sparkled. A special deduction method. Although that 5 elements little ghost had tricked him, it hadn't lied to him. There was indeed a higher formation inheritance within this dojo. Learning this deduction was not in vain. Mo Hua nodded. Then, he became curious again. What was this deduction used for? What use were these evolved formation patterns? To apply what one has learned. If it cannot be used, why learn it? Mo Hua stroked his chin and fell into thought. Did I miss something? Mo Hua then carefully recalled and rethought this deduction method from beginning to end. Spiritual sense deduction, formation variations. Unifying complex and different 5 elements formations, diverse formation patterns, into unified, comprehensive formation patterns. Transforming complexity into simplicity, and the many into one. And then, the many become one. If one is understood, all is understood? Mo Hua was stunned, then felt as if struck by lightning, his mind greatly shaken. If one is understood, all is understood. Could that be the immortal heaven formation flow? No, it should be called the 5 elements formation flow. The 5 elements formation flow. Mo Hua's pupils widened. Then this deduction, the deduction he had just learned, was the deduction method for categorizing the source of formations? What was deduced was the formation flow. The true inheritance of the 5 elements sect was a formation flow. Mo Hua's mouth opened wide, his heart filled with unparalleled shock. He never expected it. The ambition of the 5 elements sect's ancestors was so great. They built this dojo, intending to analogize the immortal heaven formation flow, to personally deduce it, and to pass it down through generations. The source of 5 elements formations. Chapter 538, Pastries. Mo Hua then realized his perspective was too narrow. The inheritance of the 5 elements sect far exceeded his imagination. However, his doubts only increased. What was the difference between the 5 elements array flow and the immortal heaven array flow? Did the immortal heaven array flow, which governed all formations and resonated with the great Tao of formations, encompass the 5 elements array flow? Did the 5 elements array flow contain insights that the immortal heaven array flow did not touch upon? Or were the two entirely different inheritances? Mo Hua was somewhat confused. Beyond this, there was a more crucial question. The 5 elements sect established a shrine, a Tao field, to deduce formations, simplifying complexity and unifying multiplicity, aiming to derive the most profound array flows within the formation inheritance. So, had they succeeded in their deductions? If they had, where was this 5 elements array flow? Or rather, what exactly was this 5 elements array flow, and in what form did it exist? Mo Hua paused again. He then realized he didn't even know what an array flow truly was. He hadn't studied the immortal heaven array flow, nor had he even seen it. He only had a vague concept, a superficial understanding. Mo Hua furrowed his brow, his mind filled with questions. What kind of inheritance is this so-called array flow? A cultivation method? A Taoist art? A formation diagram? A stream of consciousness? A personal experience? A divine sense? Or, like the 5 elements spirit arrays, is it a demonstration of some array principle? Mo Hua searched the Tao field meticulously once more, still finding nothing. The only anomaly was the formation patterns in the central Tao field. He hadn't noticed them before, but now, having learned the 5 elements deduction method, he realized that many formation patterns in the center of the Tao field were actually incomplete. It was as if there were only arguments, but no conclusions. Only deductions, but no array flows. Mo Hua sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. It seemed they hadn't succeeded in their deduction. But then he thought, this was also normal. If the 5 elements sect had truly deduced the 5 elements array flow and made it their inheritance, their formation path would have flourished, propelling them to the ranks of top formation sects. their descendants would not have fallen into decline like this. It seemed that deriving array flows was indeed extremely difficult. Perhaps the Five Elements sect had poured immense human and material resources, as well as the divine sense and calculation power of their formation masters, into a single grand endeavor. The result was failure. They hadn't derived the array flow, which led to wasted time, depleted foundations, and severe weakening, causing the sect to gradually decline. They tried to gamble on destiny, but they lost the bet. What a pity. Mo Hua felt a sense of wistfulness. He genuinely wished he could witness what a true Five Elements array flow was like. However, on second thought, it was already excellent that he could learn the deduction method of the Five Elements sect. One shouldn't be too greedy. Moreover, by learning this deduction method, did it mean that when his divine sense became powerful enough and his understanding of formations deepened, he could try to deduce an array flow himself? Deduce my own array flow. Mo Hua's heart skipped a beat, his eyes shining with anticipation. Mo Hua glanced at the Tao field again. This Tao field, which recorded the method of array flow deduction, was the true inheritance Tao field of the Five Elements sect. But he could only learn up to this point. After all, the shrine belonged to the Five Elements sect, not him, and he couldn't continue learning indefinitely. He needed to find a way to leave. Mo Hua walked around again and discovered that the key to leaving was still the cushion. Mo Hua had noticed it when he entered. The cushions in the inheritance Tao field had formation patterns drawn on them. However, these formation patterns were also variant ones. He couldn't understand them at first. Now, having comprehended the Five Elements sect's special deduction method, he understood. The deduction method was the method of opening the door. He flipped the cushion over and began to deduce and summarize. He condensed the formation on the cushion into a single formation pattern and drew this pattern in the center of the cushion. The surrounding scenery merged and distorted, inside and outside inverting. Mo Hua felt dizzy for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the inheritance Tao field. His current location was the transmission Tao field. The surroundings were decorated with wooden carvings, clay figures, carriages, spirit beasts, and decorative vases, rather than the true essence of the Tao field composed of formation patterns. It was empty all around. The little Five Elements ghost had also vanished. It ran away. Mo Hua's gaze sharpened. It trapped him in the Tao field, and then tried to escape. He made a mental note of this debt. Mo Hua took another look around. The transmission Tao field was now silent. The 2 hours had passed. The incense had burned out. The shrine was sealed. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Furthermore, he couldn't see what was happening outside. Mo Hua walked along the outer edge of the Tao field to the shrine's gate. He had entered through this gate earlier. Now the gate was tightly shut, surrounded by dense formations, like chains locking the gate completely, separating the inside and outside of the shrine. Mo Hua, however, breathed a sigh of relief. For him, formation problems were not problems. It was impossible to trap him with formations. Mo Hua frowned and pondered. Which method should I use to open the door? Breaking the formation? It would be too strenuous. Dissecting the formation? The formations on this gate were created by the ancestors of the Five Elements sect. They were likely only first rank for the sake of inheritance, but the methods were very unique and ancient. To dissect each formation one by one would indeed take time. Time was limited, so he should try a different approach. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. Formation disintegration. Ever since he had used a grand formation to disintegrate and eliminate Feng Shi, Mo Hua hadn't tried disintegrating formations for a long time. His master had instructed him not to use disintegration lightly, and certainly not to be discovered. But now, he was in the Five Elements sect shrine. There was no one else, not even a ghost. Sneaking in a bit of disintegration should go unnoticed. Of course, it wasn't absolutely necessary. Mainly, his hands were itching for it. As long as he didn't cause too much of a commotion, discreetly disintegrating a door should have no impact. Moreover, Mo Hua also wanted to see what a formation manifested by divine sense would look like after disintegration. Mo Hua, with practiced ease, deduced the formations on the shrine's gate and then, based on the formation pivot and spiritual traces, set up a reverse spiritual formation. Afterward, he immediately hid far away and cast the fireball technique to strike the gate. Upon impact from the fireball technique, the shrine's gate's formations were automatically activated. The formations on the shrine were manifested by divine thought and driven by divine thought. The power of divine thought flowed along the formation patterns, passed through the reverse spiritual formation, triggering disintegration. Then, one by one, the formation patterns dissolved, and a trickle of divine thought gradually reversed, collapsed, and annihilated into nothingness. The scale of disintegration was not large, but the power of the disintegration after reversal was silent and awe-inspiring. The shrine's gate seemed to have been bitten by an invisible beast, leaving behind a dark, gaping hole. Divine sense disintegration. Mo Hua was startled. This was the true power of body dead and Tao dissipated. Spiritual energy could disintegrate, and so could divine sense. Spiritual energy and divine sense were different, but it seemed they also had commonalities. 5 elements spirit arrays required divine sense to merge with spiritual energy. Formation disintegration could use both spiritual energy and divine sense as a medium for disintegration. Mo Hua then recalled the 4 words spoken by the very old elder of the 5 elements sect. Divine sense transforms the Tao. These 4 words seemed to carry a deeper meaning, but with his current cultivation and knowledge, he couldn't comprehend it yet. Never mind, I'll think about it slowly later. The shrine's gate had been broken open, and he could leave. He wanted to settle accounts with that little ghost. Mo Hua licked his lips. Besides, he was hungry. The 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. Mr. Zhuang, Old Kuei, and the Grand Elder of the 5 Elements sect were still drinking tea. The Grand Elder of the 5 Elements sect suddenly felt a palpitation. He had a feeling that something extremely precious had suddenly disappeared. The shrine. Could something have gone wrong? The Grand Elder's heart tightened, and then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Impossible. How could the shrine have problems? That was built by the old ancestor. It's filled with formations and filled with profound mysteries. Moreover, there's that thing guarding it. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. The Grand Elder gradually calmed down, secretly raised his eyes, and cast a rather displeased glance at Mr. Zhuang and Old Kuei. But he didn't dare to be presumptuous, so he could only inwardly snort. If you can't learn it, you can't learn it. Things like absolute formations cannot be understood without accumulated effort and deep contemplation. How can you grasp it just by delaying your time? You don't seem to be taking the 5 Elements sect's inheritance seriously. Mr. Zhuang and Old Kuei sat upright, drinking tea, unaffected by the Grand Elder's attitude. But the tea they were drinking felt rather bland. Old Kuei asked, "How is it?" He asked openly, without concealing it from the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder beside him was like a fool, unable to hear or see anything. Mr. Zhuang calculated with his fingers, his eyes lighting up. Not bad. Learned it. Mr. Zhuang's gaze sharpened. What should have been learned has been learned, and what shouldn't have been learned is about to be learned. Old Kuei was stunned and asked curiously, "Does the 5 Elements sect really have other inheritances? What are they?" Mr. Zhuang shook his head, helplessly saying, "I truly don't know." Mr. Zhuang's thoughts stirred, and he suddenly frowned. The true inheritance. Perhaps his sect's old ancestor had, for the sake of this inheritance, taken advantage of the situation and leveraged the favor to make this agreement with the 5 Elements sect? Mr. Zhuang fell into contemplation. Old Kuei raised an eyebrow, glanced at Mr. Zhuang, and asked, "Back then, you didn't notice it?" Mr. Zhuang faltered, "Well, humans can make mistakes, it's unavoidable." Old Kuei's gaze was somewhat disdainful. Mr. Zhuang coughed. "Besides, the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect were too cunning. I was young back then, so it's understandable that I didn't notice." Mo Hua noticed it, Old Kuei said calmly. Mr. Zhuang faltered again, then his thoughts turned, and he said righteously, "Mo Hua is my direct disciple. If he noticed it, it's as good as me noticing it." Old Kuei's tone was calm. What a thick skin. Mr. Zhuang continued to drink tea, looking indifferent. However, as he drank, Old Kuei's words still caused him a hint of doubt. Mo Hua noticed it. Was it because this child was naturally intelligent, kind-hearted, and had good fortune? Or was it heaven's will in the hidden currents? Mr. Zhuang sighed slightly, his gaze somewhat obscure. At this moment, Mo Hua, having blown open the shrine's door, left the shrine in a flash and returned to his sea of consciousness. As he had expected, the little 5 Elements ghost was currently occupying his sea of consciousness. Mo Hua didn't alert it, but instead concealed himself and crept behind it to see what it was doing. The little 5 Elements ghost was squatting on the ground, drawing some complex patterns, its expression fluctuating between joy and anger, and it kept muttering. It was either complaining, cursing, or calculating. Why isn't it awake yet? It can't be past Z sure. I need to escape sooner. I've been trapped for hundreds of years, and I never want to go back to that desolate Tao field. Fortunately, it's not a complete loss for me. I want to go out, eat heartily, kill wantonly, and make up for the losses of these past few hundred years. Sooner or later, I will comprehend the 5 elements. The little 5 Elements ghost smiled sinisterly but didn't finish its sentence. Mo Hua, however, was quite curious and asked, "Comprehend the 5 elements, and then what?" A voice appeared out of nowhere in the silent sea of consciousness. The little 5 Elements ghost was startled and jumped up, looking around frantically, shouting sternly, "Who?" Mo Hua didn't hide his presence and slowly revealed himself. The little 5 Elements ghost's eyes widened. "It's you? You? How did you get out?" It shook its head and muttered to itself, "No, impossible. The incense has burned out, the shrine is sealed, and you were trapped in the Tao field. How could you possibly get out?" Mo Hua's expression was calm. "I am a formation master. Don't try to trap a formation master with formations." The little 5 Elements ghost's eyelids twitched, and it shouted angrily, "Nonsense. What does being a formation master have to do with it? Even a formation master, if locked in a shrine and trapped in a Tao field, would absolutely be unable to escape. Clearly, there's something wrong with you, this little cultivator. In all its long life, it had never seen such an outrageous little formation master. To be able to solve the mystery of the Tao field and break the lock on the shrine, escaping from the shrine even after the incense had burned out. Are the ways of formations this profound? How can a mere first-rank formation master know so much? The little five elements ghost's heart sank. It stopped dwelling on these matters and retorted. What do you want? What do you think? Mo Hua's smile was kind, but his eyes held a menacing glint. The little five elements ghost was greatly alarmed and quickly said, let's talk. I won't stay here. As long as you let me go, we can discuss everything. Mo Hua remained noncommittal. The little five elements ghost pleaded. I was forced into this. Trapped in the shrine for hundreds of years, guarding the Tao field, it was dry and boring. That feeling, no matter how bad it gets. I just wanted to escape, to see this vast world, and incidentally, eat a few people? Mo Hua said calmly. The little five elements ghost paused. Then its expression gradually turned cold. You heard everything? Mo Hua nodded. Stop pretending. Evil spirits and ghosts. How can they have human hearts? I can see what kind of person you are at a glance. The little five elements ghost shed its timid, pleading expression, revealing its fangs, and smiled sinisterly. You forced me into this. I originally planned not to use this move until I left the five elements sect. Before its words fell, the little five elements ghost's aura suddenly intensified. Its body grew larger and larger, its flesh becoming as hard as iron, with bulging veins. At the same time, formations actually appeared on its body, and they were precisely the five elements spirit arrays. The five elements spirit arrays strengthened the five elements and amplified spiritual energy, while also greatly amplifying the five elements' evil power on the little five elements ghost. The five elements gave birth, and the evil spirits became powerful. With metal as claws, wood as bones, water as blood, fire as breath, and earth as flesh. The little five elements ghost, amplified by the five elements spirit arrays, transformed into a colossal, menacing five elements fierce ghost. The little five elements ghost roared at Mo Hua, but it didn't know that no matter how fierce it was just a small scene. Mo Hua's expression remained normal, showing no fear. Not only was he not afraid, but Mo Hua's gaze was also thought-provoking. He looked at the five elements fierce ghost that the little five elements ghost had become and nodded. You're not right. The five elements fierce ghost was stunned. Mo Hua pondered for a moment and said slowly, you don't know formations. But now, you've manifested formations. Manifesting formations requires extremely strong comprehension of formations. You, a ghost that doesn't understand formations, with unfamiliar formation patterns and incomprehensible array principles, how can you manifest formations? And not just any formation, but the five elements absolute formation. Mo Hua's gaze deepened, and he asserted, there's a big problem with you. The five elements fierce ghost felt a bit guilty, and cold sweat trickled down its face. Mo Hua thought again and continued, not only that. You've been trapped in the shrine for hundreds of years. You can't possibly know nothing. That inheritance Tao field. You must have entered it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have designed this plan to trick me into going in and trapping me there. Mo Hua frowned. But after you went in, how did you get out? You don't understand formations, let alone deduction, so you couldn't possibly get out. But you got out. Which means you must have taken something to be able to escape from the inheritance Tao field. Mo Hua suddenly realized. This little five elements ghost was a thief. You? Mo Hua's gaze was sharp as a sword. What did you steal from the Tao field? The five elements fierce ghost was greatly alarmed and quickly said, no, I didn't. But its denial was weak and unconvincing. Mo Hua's gaze was clear and sharp, fixing on it. The five elements fierce ghost felt uncomfortable under Mo Hua's gaze. It felt as if this gaze was bright and penetrating, like a demon-revealing mirror, exposing its true form and leaving it nowhere to hide, unable to keep any secrets. Formations are profound, and intelligence is akin to a demon. What kind of little monster is this? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Just then, Mo Hua's gaze suddenly froze, as if he had remembered something, and he muttered to himself. No, it's still not right. Nothing can allow a little ghost that doesn't understand formations to suddenly comprehend the five elements spirit arrays. Unless this thing is the source of the five elements formations. Mo Hua's heart trembled. So that's how it is. Not only did he underestimate the foresight of the five elements sect's ancestors, but he also far underestimated their attainments and formations. The five elements sect had actually succeeded. With the strength of the entire sect and the divine sense and calculation power of all their formation masters, they had indeed deduced the source of the five elements formations. And this five elements array flow, although its form was unknown, was very likely stolen by this little five elements ghost from the Tao field and carried with it. And now, This little five elements ghost, along with this five elements array flow, were both within his sea of consciousness. Mo Hua's eyes shone brighter and brighter, like stars. He looked at the five elements fierce ghost and couldn't help but lick his lips again. Unexpectedly, he had thought this was just an ordinary pastry. He hadn't expected that this pastry was filled, and it was filled with a five-colored mixed fresh meat filling. Chapter 539, Origin Pattern. The five elements little ghost's heart was greatly shocked. This little formation master saw through it. He saw that it had spied on the ancient inheritance of the five elements sect. The five elements little ghost's ferocity flashed. It had to kill him. At all costs, it had to kill him. This matter could not be leaked. The five elements sect must not know, otherwise its fortuitous encounter would be lost. What insight into the Tao of five elements, ascending to the position of heavenly demon, the step of evil god, would all be delusions. The five elements little ghost poured all its strength into activating the five elements spirit array. On its body, five-colored light shone brilliantly, its entire form composed of surging five elements power, exuding astonishing might. Mo Hua's gaze slightly condensed. This was the effect of five elements formation flow. Proficient in the Tao of five elements, amplifying five elements power, borrowing the formation flow to control the five elements and enhance oneself. Amplified by the five elements spirit array, the five elements little ghost transformed into a ferocious ghost, resembling a phantom, and pounced fiercely at Mo Hua. Mo Hua, unhurried, cast the flowing water steps, retreating while simultaneously restraining it with the water prison technique and attacking the ferocious five elements ghost with the fireball technique. But his spells, when they hit the ferocious five elements ghost, suddenly became much less effective. The water prison technique could not control it for long. The power of the fireball technique also drastically decreased. Each fireball technique struck the ferocious ghost's body, blocked by the formation patterns that materialized on it. It could only make the ghost stumble, hindering its offense but not causing much damage. Mo Hua frowned slightly. The ferocious five elements ghost, however, was overjoyed. It understood the situation, and while accelerating its attacks, it laughed wildly. Formation arrays are profound and contain the most fundamental understanding of the heavenly Tao. Formation arrays materialized by divine sense are even more powerful. For your young age to be able to materialize spells is already quite good, but in the face of formation materialization, it is ultimately a minor art. Today, you are bound to die. The ferocious five elements ghost expression was ferocious. Mo Hua's gaze was calm. He suddenly pointed his fingers repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of fireball techniques, suppressing the ferocious five elements ghost. Then, he withdrew, creating distance, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. The ferocious five elements ghost placed its arm across its front, blocking the fireball techniques, and then materialized formation patterns to resist the aftermath of the explosions, but its body was still somewhat disheveled. When it looked up, it saw Mo Hua with his eyes closed, doing something unknown. The ferocious five elements ghost snorted coldly, putting on a show. Then it suddenly accelerated, pouncing fiercely at Mo Hua. The chilling wind was sharp. Just as the ferocious five elements ghost was about to reach Mo Hua suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze slightly cold, and said clearly, "Lock." The charging body of the ferocious five elements ghost was suddenly pulled and held by some force. It looked down, and its pupils trembled. There was a formation on the ground. A golden formation had locked it. At the same time, the instant the ferocious five elements ghost was locked, the golden and red formation patterns on the ground, like flowing water, meandered and circulated rapidly, forming formation patterns and coalescing into four arrays. One of them was the golden lock formation, its golden formation patterns condensing into chains that firmly bound the ferocious ghost. The three surrounding arrays were the earth-fire arrays, their formations like raging flames, filled with great killing intent. This was a combined formation named Golden Lock, Three Lotuses, Earth-Fire. The ferocious five elements ghost gasped. Damn it! It had been tricked by this brat again. He could actually materialize formations. Is this brat really only in his teens? How could he have such profound understanding of formations? Materializing formations in the sea of consciousness solely relying on divine sense. Aren't these the methods used by those old sect masters and elders of the formation sects? How did he learn it? Before it could think further, the Golden Lock Three Lotuses Earth-Fire combined formation was completed. Formation arrays inherit the heavenly Tao, and their killing power against divine sense is also the strongest. The ferocious five elements ghost cried out in terror, "Don't." Mo Hua resolutely commanded, "Explode." The Golden Lock Three Lotuses Earth-Fire combined formation instantly detonated. The Golden Lock formation trapped the enemy, and the Earth-Fire formation killed the enemy. The triple Earth-Fire array, like three fire lotuses growing side by side, ignited raging flames, completely engulfing the ferocious five elements ghost. The ferocious five elements ghost struggled in agony within the flames. After the raging flames surged for a while, they gradually dissipated, revealing a ghost silhouette, which was precisely the ferocious five elements ghost. Its body was in a sorry state, but its injuries were not severe, and its silhouette had not dimmed much, clearly indicating that the consumption of its divine sense was not significant. The ferocious five elements ghost, its soul shaken, then became overjoyed. It almost forgot that it was no ordinary little ghost. It had comprehended the origin of the five elements array of the five elements sect, and its resistance to the five elements was extremely strong. Ordinary five elements arrays would greatly reduce their damage to it. Although this golden fire combined formation was powerful, 1 gold and 3 fires, it did not deviate from the five elements category, so it could not eliminate it. It could not even inflict heavy injuries on it. The ferocious five elements ghost laughed heartily, then looked at Imo, its eyes filled with ferocity. Brat, you've used up all your tricks. What are you going to do next? Imo's expression slightly condensed. The ferocious five elements ghost sneered, then pressed forward, continuing to pursue Imo. Imo sighed, had to continue using the flowing water steps, narrowly evading the ghost's claws and teeth, constantly escaping. The two chased and fled, locked in a stalemate. The ferocious five elements ghost did not get angry. Instead, it revealed a playful expression like a cat playing with a mouse. You keep running. As long as you make one mistake, you will fall into my hands. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. The ferocious five elements ghost laughed wantonly. Imo's expression remained calm. He looked at the ferocious five elements ghost, and a trace of playfulness suddenly appeared in his eyes. After dozens more rounds, Imo seized an opportunity and repeated his old trick. He still started with the fireball technique, suppressing the ferocious ghost, causing its body to falter, buying himself a little time. Then he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and materialized a formation. Again, the ferocious five elements ghost sneered. But this time, it was fearless, striding forward. Soon, a golden lock formation materialized beneath its feet, its formation patterns spreading out, transforming into chains, locking the ferocious ghost. This was within its expectations. However, the formation that materialized next was not the Earthfire array. It was still a golden lock formation. The second golden lock formation added another layer of restraint. Then came the third, the fourth. A total of 5 layers of golden lock formation tightly bound the ferocious five elements ghost. At the same time, Imo was still concentrating, desperately materializing something. The ferocious five elements ghost was stunned. What did this mean? Only trapping and not killing? Had this brat gone mad? Or was he trying to trap himself, then seize the opportunity to escape and find reinforcements? The ferocious five elements ghost expression was disdainful, and it snorted coldly. Then, the five elements spirit array on its body erupted with dazzling light. The five elements' power was further enhanced. The ghost's body grew larger, and its strength became increasingly powerful. With a fierce struggle, it broke several chains and shattered several formation patterns. Then it roared ferociously and continued to exert force. The 5 layers of golden locks snapped one by one. The dense golden formation patterns also dimmed one by one. Finally, with a skyward roar from the ferocious five elements ghost, it completely broke free from the restraint of the 5 layers of golden lock. Brat, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can give you a quick death. The ferocious five elements ghost let out a sinister laugh, its long tongue scarlet, its fangs sinister. Imo's calm little face, however, broke into a bright smile. He pointed at the ferocious five elements ghost and commanded in a clear voice. Kneel. The ferocious five elements ghost was stunned, then laughed instead of getting angry. Brat, are you foolish? You. Before it finished speaking, the smile on its face vanished. It discovered a terrifying fact. Its body, uncontrollably, slowly, little by little, was kneeling towards this brat. I can't control myself. I am kneeling. The ferocious ghost's expression turned terrified. What's going on? It looked down abruptly at its chest and discovered that on its heart meridian, a blue formation had appeared at some unknown time. This formation was profound and complex, and it did not belong to the 5 elements. It had never seen it before. Even more terrifying, this formation had 12 formation patterns. First rank, 12 patterns. The ferocious 5 elements ghost exclaimed, Absolute formation. It looked at Imo with disbelief. You know other absolute formations? And they were non-5 elements absolute formations. It had comprehended some of the 5 elements origin and could resist formations of the 5 elements category, but it could not resist non-5 elements formations, let alone an absolute formation. The spiritual hub absolute formation of the small hidden spirit sect. Imo smiled calmly. He had first used the 5 layers of golden lock formation to bind the ferocious 5 elements ghost, and then, while it was focused on breaking free and had no other thoughts, he had secretly drawn the spiritual hub formation on its chest. And now, the spiritual threads of the spiritual hub formation were gradually spreading, eroding, and controlling the ghost body bit by bit until it was completely under control. No, the ferocious five elements ghost cried out. Although it didn't know the specific use of the spiritual hub formation, it could vaguely sense that it was gradually losing control of its own body. This was a control-type formation. Once completely controlled, it would become this brat's plaything. It would be like fish on a chopping board, at his mercy. The ferocious five elements ghost struggled desperately, resisting with all its might. It absolutely could not kneel. It absolutely could not surrender. But this was not something it could decide. Even the corpse king of a half-step Delphine knelt, let alone a mere ferocious ghost. The ferocious five elements ghost gritted its teeth, its expression ferocious. Despite resisting with all its might, it was still being pulled by the faint blue spiritual threads, its entire body trembling, slowly kneeling towards Emohua. Finally, it completely knelt before Emohua. The ferocious five elements ghost's face was ashen. Emohua smiled slightly and pointed a finger. The spiritual hub formation on the ghost's chest instantly bloomed with myriad spiritual threads, moving and stitching throughout its limbs and bones, turning it into a puppet, completely dominated. The ferocious five elements ghost was greatly alarmed and trembled. "You, what are you going to do?" Emohua smiled slyly and commanded again. "Now kill yourself." The ferocious five elements ghost's eyes widened, looking at Emohua in horror. It suddenly realized. It was not actually a ferocious ghost. The cute smiling brat in front of it was the real demon. Full of schemes. So despicable, shameless, and vicious. The ferocious five elements ghost wanted to refuse Emohua's command, but it was useless. It could no longer control itself. Under the control of the spiritual threads, the ferocious five elements ghost, unable to control its own body, raised its claws and stabbed itself, starting to mutilate itself with claw after claw, endlessly. Emohua smiled contentedly and remarked, "The spiritual hub formation is really useful." Then he lay on the ground, with his legs crossed, resting and recuperating, waiting for the opportune moment, watching from afar as the ferocious five elements ghost killed itself. After a long time, when the ferocious five elements ghost was covered in wounds, its form pathetic, and its divine sense dimmed, Emohua finally told it to stop. The ferocious five elements ghost stopped, its breath weak, but it still glared at Emohua. "Stinking brat." Emohua curled his lips. "Kneel." The ferocious five elements ghost plopped head down again. "Slap yourself," Emohua instructed. The ferocious five elements ghost, with a palm like a fan, slapped its own face. It slapped itself more than 20 times. Emohua said, "Stop." The ferocious five elements ghost stopped. Emohua looked at it and said calmly, "Are you going to behave now?" The ferocious five elements ghost nodded angrily but obediently. Emohua was satisfied, then asked about the important matter. "What exactly did you steal from the inheritance ground?" The ferocious five elements ghost's expression shifted. "I told you. Will you let me go?" Emohua smiled brightly. "If I say I will, do you believe me?" The ferocious five elements ghost's eyelids twitched. "Believe you, my foot. It's death sooner or later. Why should I tell you?" The ferocious five elements ghost said in a deep voice. Emohua was not one for pleasantries. He flicked his finger, and spiritual threads spread out, starting to control the ferocious five elements ghost to kill itself again. Stabbing itself with its own claws was really painful. If it continued to kill itself, it would truly die. The ferocious five elements ghost was terrified and immediately said, "I'll tell you." Emohua nodded. "Speak." The ferocious five elements ghost said helplessly, "What I stole from the ground was a formation pattern." Emohua frowned. "A formation pattern?" The ferocious five elements ghost nodded. Emohua's gaze sharpened. "Are you lying to me again? How could it be just a formation pattern?" The ferocious five elements ghost cursed inwardly. This brat was truly suspicious. However, at this point, it dared not lie anymore. The ferocious five elements ghost sighed helplessly. "This is no ordinary formation pattern. It is called origin pattern. It is condensed from 5 colors, 5 elements, and 5 strokes of ink. The 5 colors correspond to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each stroke contains a stream of 5 elements origin. This origin pattern symbolizes the origin stream of the 5 elements sex formations, condensing the blood and sweat of the ancestors of the 5 elements sect, and is the culmination of the 5 elements formations." Emohua was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he asked the question he cared about most. "Where is this formation pattern now?" The ferocious 5 elements ghost mumbled, "I ruined it. Ruined it." The ferocious 5 elements ghost said, "At first, I was just impersonating a transmission elder in the transmission ground, swindling people. Later, by chance, I entered the inheritance ground and saw the formation pattern in the center of the ground." The ferocious 5 elements ghost's eyes showed longing. that formation pattern, with 5 colors flowing, crystal clear and brilliant. I don't know formations at all, but just by looking at it, just one glance, I felt like I had comprehended most of the 5 elements formations in this world. I knew this was the top inheritance of the 5 elements sect. It's a secret that the 5 elements sect cannot reveal. This is a top secret inheritance that the current 5 elements sect doesn't even know about itself. This formation pattern is too beautiful. So I sat on the meditation cushion and kept looking. Although I still don't know formations or understand formation principles, it seems I can instinctively materialize various 5 elements formations, including even the 5 elements spirit array. But as I watched, greed arose in my heart. I felt that such a treasure should not be hidden away. If I take it out, contemplate it every day, study it every day, and also eat some people to replenish my divine sense, then one day, when my divine sense grows strong, will I be able to master and materialize all the 5 elements formations in this world. This formation pattern belongs to me. I want to take it out of the ground. But this origin pattern is embedded within dense formation patterns, as if it was derived from these formation patterns and mutually responsive, connected together, and cannot be extracted individually. I don't know formations, I don't understand calculations, I don't know what to do. Later, I simply forcefully broke the formations, dismantling all the surrounding formation patterns. But when I dismantled the formation patterns, this origin pattern seemed to dim as well, and its 5 elements power dispersed, gradually annihilating. The ferocious 5 elements ghost felt both regret and heartache. The origin pattern was annihilated, and I only comprehended a small portion of the 5 elements formations. Fearing discovery by the 5 elements sect, I could only secretly leave the ground, then find a way to escape and leave the shrine. If I had the origin pattern in hand, the ferocious 5 elements ghost secretly glanced at Imohua. Although not explicitly stated, its gaze was clear. It meant that if it had the origin pattern, Imohua would be no match for it. Imohua frowned, somewhat confused. He felt that what the ferocious 5 elements ghost said was full of doubt, but looking at its gaze and expression, it seemed it was not lying. This was rather strange. Imohua recalled the scene in the ground again, as well as the abrupt, incomplete formation patterns in the center of the ground. They seemed to have been forcibly destroyed, causing the missing parts. If what this ferocious 5 elements ghost said was true, then the 5 elements sect's inheritance would truly be annihilated. Origin pattern. Imohua stared at the ferocious 5 elements ghost for a few more moments, pondered for a while, then suddenly froze, startled, and said in a deep voice, "You are lying to me." The ferocious 5 elements ghost hurriedly said, "I am not lying to you." Imohua shook his head. "No, it's not that you're lying to me. It's that you've been deceived too." The ferocious 5 elements ghost was stunned. Deceived by whom? Imohua's expression sharpened. Deceived by the formation pattern. No, how is that possible? The ferocious 5 elements ghost shook its head. What are you talking about? Imohua's voice was slightly cold. How did you know the words origin pattern? Origin pattern. The ferocious 5 elements ghost was startled. After carefully pondering, its eyes showed terror. That's right, how did I know? Who told me? Where did I hear it? Imohua's gaze sharpened, and he continued. I've never heard of the term origin pattern, nor has my master ever mentioned it. This must be an extremely obscure ancient inheritance. Since it is a lost, ancient inheritance of the 5 elements sect, then the current 5 elements sect, including the 5 elements sect of hundreds of years ago, would almost certainly not have anyone who knows about it. If no one knows, no one mentions it. You are a little ghost who doesn't understand formations. If no one told you, how could you possibly know? If no one told you unless... Imohua's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, Origin pattern told you. The ferocious 5 elements ghost's pupils shrank. Or rather, Imohua's tone was grave. You have been parasitized by that origin pattern. The current you is actually a puppet of that origin pattern. The ferocious 5 elements ghost was stunned and lost, then laughed and murmured. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be parasitized and not know it myself? How can this? It stopped before it finished speaking, then its entire body trembled uncontrollably, twisting irregularly. A 5-colored pattern suddenly lit up on its forehead at the heavenly gate. This pattern was ancient and profound. It had 5 strokes, corresponding to the 5 elements, divided into 5 colors, colorful and dazzlingly bright, with an ancient and bizarre shape, like the eyes of 5 strange beasts. Within the eyes, there was the cruelty and indifference of the heavenly Tao. Imohua's gaze trembled. This was the 5 elements origin pattern that the 5 elements sect had calculated using the entire sect's computational power thousands of years ago. Chapter 540, Dugout. The 5 elements origin pattern resembled 5 narrow, multicolored eyes, clustered together like petals. Within each eye were ancient and profound patterns, both beautiful and sinister, occasionally even blinking as if possessing a life of their own. The five elements fiend, bewildered, widened its pupils in utter terror. What's happening? What's wrong with me? Where am I? Who am I? My forehead, what is that on it? I. Before the five elements fiend could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. The peculiar eye-like origin pattern suddenly widened, its internal patterns becoming sharp and dazzling like pupils. Threads and strands, dense formation patterns, like multicolored ants, spawned from the origin pattern, crawling down the five elements fiend's forehead, from its shoulders to its limbs, and even to its heart meridians, gradually covering its entire body. The five elements fiend's entire body was crawled over by formation patterns. From inside to out, densely packed, it was all formation patterns. Its consciousness was completely devoured by the origin pattern, becoming a true five elements puppet. The five elements fiend transformed into a puppet. Its eyes were black and hollow, but the five eyes on its forehead grew brighter and brighter, finally trembling once, their patterns like pupils, all looking towards Emohua. Emohua's expression drastically changed. He leaped, immediately drawing back. At the same time, the spot where he had just stood was already covered in formation patterns. Emohua frowned. This origin pattern was like a plague, and these spreading formation patterns were like the toxins emitted by the plague. Once they touched a spiritual consciousness body, they would parasitize, devour, and control it. Just like that five elements fiend. And now, this five elements fiend, completely dominated by the origin pattern, had become a toxin source itself. What was more troublesome was that this plague was now in his sea of consciousness. Emohua's expression was grave. He conjured a formation circle beneath his feet to protect himself, then attempted to activate the Spirit Hub formation on the five elements fiend's chest. The Spirit Hub formation involved the essence of spiritual energy. It was not a five elements formation itself, but a super-grade ultimate formation. Therefore, although suppressed by the formation patterns derived from the five elements origin pattern, it was not erased. With a movement of Emohua's spiritual consciousness, the Spirit Hub formation suddenly lit up. The five elements fiend's chest glowed with a bright pale blue light. Threads of spiritual energy spread out from its chest, weaving into a cocoon like threads, attempting to trap the fiend and seal the five elements origin pattern within its body. However, while these spiritual threads restrained the fiend, they could not suppress the formation patterns. The five elements fiend was restrained by the spiritual threads and unable to move. But the origin pattern on its forehead, shaped like five-colored eyes, continued to proliferate, emitting formation patterns, eroding the fiend, corroding the spiritual threads, and gradually spreading throughout Emohua's sea of consciousness. What should I do? Emohua's gaze was solemn. If these formation patterns continued to proliferate endlessly, filling his sea of consciousness, would he also become like this five elements fiend, parasitized by this origin pattern and completely reduced to an empty shell? His master was right. There were indeed great dangers within the sea of consciousness, and most of them were dangers that were unpredictable, unforeseeable, and difficult to fathom. Emohua simultaneously controlled the Spirit Hub formation to contend with the five elements origin pattern, while forcing himself to calm down, his thoughts racing as he pondered a solution. This origin pattern should be the result of the five elements sex derivation of five elements formation flows. The question was, they had calculated it. But had they calculated it correctly or incorrectly? What exactly was this thing they had calculated? How could a formation inheritance possess its own will? How could it parasitize? Did the five elements sect, once a top-tier formation sect in the cultivation world, gradually decline because they derived this thing? Emohua's heart was filled with doubts. With his limited knowledge of such ancient secrets, Emohua could not figure it out, so he temporarily set it aside and continued to ponder. The five elements sect derived formation flows using a special derivation method. They unified the derivation of all five elements formation patterns, categorized their variations, and condensed them into this origin pattern, condensing the multitude into one. Although it was only a single formation pattern, it contained and encompassed nearly all of the five elements sect's inherited five elements formations. These formation patterns adhered to its will, and it was now releasing these formation patterns. The origin pattern was the toxin source, and these derived compiled formations within it were the toxins. Then, to stop the origin pattern from spreading, he had to do the opposite, re-deriving and recompiling these formation patterns back into the origin pattern. Was this derivation the five elements sect's unique derivation method? In other words, the method for categorizing formation flows recorded on the five elements sect's inheritance ground? Emohua frowned. He was somewhat uncertain, but with no other options, he could only try it as a last resort. The eyes of the origin pattern continued to rotate, and formation patterns seeped out from these eyes, flowing into Emohua's sea of consciousness. These formation patterns were all first rank. The origin pattern contained all five elements formations, and was definitely not just first rank, but it seemed the spread of the origin pattern was also gradual. If the first rank weren't released, the second rank couldn't come out. But this was still alright. If there were truly second-rank formation patterns, Imo would be completely helpless. Without delay, Imo held his breath and began to derive these formation patterns, which moved like water snakes, according to his own ideas. Imo focused intently, deriving them very quickly. In a moment, he had derived a small area of 5 elements formation patterns. After deriving them, then what? Imo frowned, then released his spiritual consciousness to perceive these formation patterns. These formation patterns were not dead, nor were they fixed. The lines of these formation patterns resembled ink marks, as if alive. His spiritual consciousness could control and alter their patterns. Imo hesitated for a moment, then used his spiritual consciousness to control a small portion of the formation patterns, changing their shapes and twisting their formation arrays. This caused the formation arrays of these formation patterns to conform to his own categorized derivation method. The moment the formation arrays were altered, the formation patterns changed. They stopped spreading. Not only that, but they also began to contract and condense. As if time were rewinding, these formation patterns, the way they had extended before, now traced back. Imo's spirits lifted. This method was feasible. The one who tied the bell must also be the one to untie it. The 5-element sect's origin pattern still required the 5-element sect's derivation to be restrained. Without delay, Imo immediately pushed his spiritual consciousness to its limit. Like the ancestors of the 5-element sect deducing formation flows, he was now personally categorizing these formation patterns into one, deriving them into the origin. Although it was only a small step, it was the first step on the great path of derivation. The formation patterns gradually contracted. The origin pattern suddenly trembled incessantly, its 5-colored eyes contorted with rage. There was still more. The ancestors of the 5-element sect were all dead. It never expected that after thousands of years, someone would still grasp this derivation method and be able to suppress its formation patterns. The origin pattern stared intently at Imo. More and more formation patterns flowed from its eyes, becoming denser and denser. But Imo's derivation was also becoming more skillful. His understanding of 5 elements formations was already different from ordinary cultivators. Within the scope of first-rank formations, even if he couldn't compare to the ancestors of the 5-element sect, he wouldn't be far off. Coupled with his current peak foundation establishment, 13-pattern spiritual consciousness, and with the heavenly evolution art augmenting him, Imo's derivation speed was extremely fast. In his sea of consciousness, formation patterns spread and retracted simultaneously, dividing the territory and reaching a stalemate. The faster Imo calculated, the deeper his understanding of the 5-element sect's secret derivation method became, and the more proficiently he applied it. Finally, the speed of the origin pattern spread could no longer match Imo's derivation speed. The spreading formation patterns began to backtrack. Imo derived and categorized bit by bit. Like a small fisherman pulling a net, catching all the fish that leaped out of the pond. The formation patterns gradually contracted, eventually all gathering and assimilating into one, condensing again and sealing within the origin pattern. The 5 elements origin pattern's eyes dimmed, its luster retracted. The 5 elements fiend, serving as a puppet, also ceased to move. The sea of consciousness suddenly became much quieter. Imo sat down on the ground, letting out a long sigh. He had derived a large number of 5 elements formation patterns in a short period, leaving him exhausted. But fortunately, he had managed to curb the proliferation of the 5 elements origin pattern. Imo breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rest, his heart suddenly sank. He looked up and saw the 5 elements fiend cracking inch by inch, as if its spiritual consciousness shell could not withstand the immense strain. Concurrently, a layer of blackness covered the 5-colored eyes of the 5 elements origin pattern. The 5 origin patterns gradually protruded. It was as if something was trying to break free from its constraints and emerge from its eyes. Imo felt a terrifying aura. This was the aura of an extremely powerful and evil spiritual consciousness. It even somewhat resembled a high-grade Tao calamity. This spiritual consciousness was incredibly powerful, and it harbored extreme malice towards Imo. Merely revealing a sliver of its aura caused Imo's spiritual consciousness to waver, his emotions to become unstable, and even his sea of consciousness to ache intensely, with a feeling of impending fragmentation. This origin pattern wants to shatter my sea of consciousness? Imo was greatly alarmed. Just then, a profound and ancient aura suddenly appeared. This ancient aura permeated Imo's sea of consciousness and entwined with Imo's spiritual consciousness, seeming to protect him from external harm. In the center of the sea of consciousness, the Tao steel stood tall and majestic, serene and vast, suppressing all evil. The bizarre and terrifying aura instantly vanished without a trace. The moment the Tao steel appeared, the 5 elements origin pattern acted as if it had seen a ghost. Its eyes widened drastically, and all the patterns within its pupils trembled. It immediately retracted, concealed all its aura, derived some formation patterns to supplement the five elements fiend's limbs, and then tried to flee as fast as it could. Mo Hua was enraged. "Wanna run?" He endured the intense pain, his small face taut, and used the flowing water steps. With a few flashes, he closed in on the five elements fiend, extending his small hand to grab at the five eyes. He was coated with the aura of the Tao steel. Startled, the origin pattern immediately closed its eyes and retreated into the fiend's forehead. But it was still a step too late. Mo Hua, quick-handed, grabbed it directly. The origin pattern was furious and was about to resist. But Mo Hua was protected by the Tao steel, its aura terrifying. As soon as the origin pattern opened its eyes, it immediately cowered and shut them tightly. Mo Hua sneered, "Cheap cur." The origin pattern trembled, daring to be angry but not daring to open its eyes. After suppressing the origin pattern, the Tao steel slowly disappeared from Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. It seemed that the minor skirmish was not worth the Tao steel's attention, and Mo Hua should resolve it himself. But when the origin pattern tried to bully the younger one by being superior, it did not agree. With the backing of the Tao steel, Mo Hua's back immediately straightened. He held the palm-sized five elements origin pattern in his hand, kneading it, pinching it, pulling it, and thoroughly venting his anger. Seeing that it still showed no reaction, Mo Hua then began to examine it carefully. The closed-eye five elements origin pattern resembled a jade pendant. Held in his hand, it was neither soft nor hard, neither cold nor warm, and it was both ethereal and solid. It was an object condensed from spiritual consciousness. It was the crystallization of the five elements sect's spiritual consciousness calculation power. Ordinary spiritual consciousness bodies, despite their realistic appearance, were still vague and shadowy, like gaseous phantoms. Even Mo Hua's form was solidified, but there were still some phantom aspects. It felt like a real person, but it was not a real person. But this origin pattern was almost an actual object, infinitely moving from ethereal to solid. Mo Hua frowned. From ethereal to solid. Could this be the path to powerful spiritual consciousness? And also the path his own spiritual consciousness needed to take to achieve enlightenment? Mo Hua shook his head, deciding to ask his master about it when he returned. The current problem was still how to deal with this origin pattern. This origin pattern seemed to hide many secrets. It was a formation flow, a top-tier formation inheritance, and incredibly precious. At the same time, it undoubtedly hid the truth of the five elements sect's decline. Most importantly, there was the powerful and strange aura within the origin pattern. What exactly was this aura? Also, why did this inheritance come alive, proliferate formation patterns, parasitize spiritual consciousness, and control fiends? Mo Hua thought for a long time, but remained clueless, sighing. Indeed, I need to read more books. Cultivation knowledge is also a part of a cultivator's strength. He then examined the jade pendant-like five elements origin pattern in his hand, feeling a bit troubled. Where should I put this origin pattern? Putting it in his sea of consciousness was definitely not an option. This origin pattern was like a plague. It would proliferate on its own, encroach and parasitize, and hide unknown malevolent thoughts within. Although suppressed by the Tao steel, it was still too dangerous. A wise person does not stand under a dangerous wall. He couldn't plant a mine in his own sea of consciousness. If it couldn't be placed in his sea of consciousness, it could only be placed outside. An object for spiritual consciousness to reside in? A shrine could work. But the shrine belonged to the five elements sect, and he couldn't take it away. If he stored the origin pattern in it, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, this origin pattern had its own will, had entered his sea of consciousness, and had seen the Tao steel. It was even more impossible to let it escape. Even if it couldn't be killed or eaten, it must be kept in his possession. Residing. Mo Hua stroked his chin in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Visualization diagram. Zhang Quan's ancestor diagram could store spiritual consciousness. After Mo Hua had devoured Zhang Quan's entire family of zombie ancestors, elders, and disciples, he was left with an ancestor diagram, without an ancestor. This blank ancestor diagram seemed suitable for storing this five elements origin pattern. But how should I put it in? Mo Hua had little experience, so he decided to try it first. His spiritual consciousness withdrew from his sea of consciousness, and his consciousness gradually awoke. Mo Hua, standing before the shrine, slowly opened his eyes. Bai Zishi was initially overjoyed. Then her delicate face sank, her expression serious. Her fair little hands formed a knife-like shape and were placed behind Mo Hua's head, as if she would knock him out again if they disagreed. Bai Zixing, standing beside her, also had a solemn expression. Mo Hua opened his eyes and felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, so he quietly asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong?" Bai Zishi gazed into Mo Hua's eyes and found that his gaze was clear, his eyes like water reflecting her image. She nodded and said softly, "It's Junior brother." Bai Zixing breathed a long sigh of relief, then remembered something and quickly asked, Have you learned the 5 elements spiritual formation? Mo Hua smiled and nodded. Bai Zixing was overjoyed, then asked curiously, what did you encounter inside? Why did it take so long? And just now? Bai Zishi, however, said with a slightly heavy gaze, let's talk about it outside. Right, let's go out first. Bai Zixing immediately nodded. Wait, Mo Hua said, I have something else. He opened his storage bag and rummaged for a long time, finally finding a crumpled, blank ancestor diagram in the corner, which had been splashed with incense ash and stepped on. Mo Hua opened the ancestor diagram, and just as he was considering how to store the 5 elements origin pattern in the diagram, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. The 5 elements origin pattern, impatient, drilled out of his sea of consciousness and plunged into the blank diagram. It seemed it didn't want to stay in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness for even a moment. The 5 elements origin pattern was stored in the visualization diagram. The blank diagram suddenly erupted with 5-colored light, and 5 5-colored patterns clearly appeared. These 5 patterns encompassed all 5 elements formations and contained the origin of the 5 elements. This visualization diagram then became the 5 elements formation flow diagram, containing the 5 elements sex formations throughout the ages and its most top-tier inheritance. In an instant, the entire diagram's aura transformed. An extremely obscure, profound, and robust 5 elements aura spread out from the diagram, radiating outwards from the formation pavilion as the center. The ordinary disciples of the 5 elements sect were unaware, but the sect leaders and elders all had drastically changed expressions. This is such a dense 5 elements aura, profound, ancient, and exceptionally mysterious. Does our 5 elements sect still possess such an inheritance? What inheritance is this? The Grand Elder, who was drinking tea on the 3rd floor, had his pupils tremble violently. Being closer, he felt it even more clearly. The shrine. What happened? The Grand Elder's heart trembled, and he suddenly got up, intending to go to the 4th floor to see what had happened. Mr. Zhuang, standing beside him, also had a subtle change in expression, lost in thought, murmuring, the origin of the 5 elements. What exactly did Mo Hua find? Did he dig away the 5 elements sex millennia of formation foundation? Chapter 541, The Foundation. The Great Elder had already risen in a hurry, his expression grave, and he quickly walked towards the 4th floor. Mr. Zhuang's gaze deepened, and within his pupils, calculation patterns emerged, profound and unfathomable. At the same time, he formed a Taoist seal with his hand, flicked his sleeve, and as if erasing something from thin air, the heavenly mechanism was broken, and causality was erased. The sect masters and elders of the 5 elements sect suddenly froze. The Great Elder also suddenly stopped in his tracks, lost in thought. After a moment, he was bewildered and muttered, what's going on? I just forgot something. What did I forget? The Great Elder's mind was blank. He frowned and thought hard, but could not figure it out. It was as if something extremely shocking had happened just now. But it also seemed that it was all his illusion. Like a midday nap, waking up at midnight, everything was just a lingering dream from when he was awake. The rain passed without a trace, hazy and indistinct, leaving no trace. The Great Elder glanced suspiciously at Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang was still drinking tea, his posture relaxed, calm, and elegant, with an air of immortal grace, as if nothing had happened. Sensing the Great Elder's gaze, Mr. Zhuang looked up and asked as if nothing were amiss. What is it? The Great Elder was stunned and began to doubt himself. Did the man surnamed Zhuang tamper with anything? But he didn't seem like it. What could he possibly tamper with? The Great Elder looked around again. All the scenery, furnishings, tables, chairs, teacups, screens, and formation pavilions were exactly the same as in his memory, without the slightest change. There were no traces of any external interference. The Great Elder shook his head slightly. An illusion. These past few days, he had been dealing with a tiger, being wary of the man surnamed Zhuang, cautious of that wooden old man, and also worried that the 5 elements sect's inheritance would be stolen. His worries were too great, so he had illusions. The inheritance was stolen. At this thought, the Great Elder's heart trembled. He wanted to go and check the shrine, but as soon as he took a step, he stopped himself. The Great Elder turned his head and looked at Mr. Zhuang with considerable displeasure, saying, Mr. Zhuang, it's already been over an hour. Isn't it about time? Mr. Zhuang feigned difficulty. The Great Elder glanced at old Puppet warily, but only dared to glance before withdrawing his gaze, and then focused on Mr. Zhuang again, insisting. It's been over an hour. The 5 elements sect, have already made concessions. Please, sir, no one to stop. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment, then sighed. Very well, whether they succeed or not is up to the children's own destiny. It cannot be forced. The Great Elder cupped his hands. Mr. Zhuang is very understanding. Then he extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Please, Mr. Zhuang, accompany me to take a look. Mr. Zhuang nodded. All right. The Great Elder led the way, bringing Mr. Zhuang to the 4th floor of the formation pavilion. He opened the large door with some trepidation and looked inside. The cushions were still in place, and the shrine looked normal at first glance. The incense in the censer had long since burned out, leaving only cold ashes. Mo Hua and the other 2 young cultivators were inside. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were fine, but Mo Hua was covering his small head, his brows furrowed, and his expression seemed pained, as if his spiritual sense was overused. He didn't learn it. The Great Elder was somewhat expectant. Mo Hua looked up and saw Mr. Zhuang. He wanted to speak, but stopped, not knowing what to say. Mr. Zhuang immediately sighed. Alas, if you didn't learn it, then you didn't learn it. Mo Hua was stunned, and then his expression became disappointed. He drooped his head. Master, I've disappointed you. Mr. Zhuang looked regretful and said nothing. Seeing Mr. Zhuang's expression, the Great Elder was taken aback, and then he breathed a long sigh of relief. Afterward, he felt a surge of pride, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum, with an irrepressible smile. The Great Elder chuckled twice, feigning comfort. The 5 Elements spiritual array is the sect-protecting array of my 5 Elements sect. It has 13 patterns of the 1st rank and is endowed with natural creation. To comprehend it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although your disciples are exceptionally talented and have high comprehension, they are still young. They are learning the profound formations of my 5 Elements sect, so it is normal that they cannot comprehend them. There is no need to take it too much to heart. The path of cultivation is long, and the road ahead is still very long. Suffering some setbacks can further temper one's character. The Great Elder stroked his beard. Mo Hua also imitated Mr. Zhuang, sighed, and cupped his hands. The Great Elder speaks wisely. The Great Elder raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mo Hua. This supremely talented individual, with his arrogant demeanor, who had defeated the genius formation masters of the 5 Elements sect, no, the entire region of Dali Mountain, was now struck by a blow in front of the 5 Elements sect's inheritance, his face full of disappointment. The Great Elder felt as if he had drunk honey. He had rarely felt so elated in his life. The Great Elder even said, "If Mr. Zhuang doesn't mind, you can stay in my 5 Elements sect for a while longer and let my 5 Elements sect fulfill its duties as a host." Mr. Zhuang seemed somewhat uninterested. "We'll talk about it later." He waved his sleeve and left. Mo Hua and the other 2 bowed slightly, cupped their hands to the Great Elder, and also followed Mr. Zhuang away. The Great Elder watched their retreating figures. The smile on his face faded. He snorted and sneered to himself. "So you've tasted hardship, have you? The inheritance of my 5 Elements sect is not something anyone can learn." On the way back, there was no one from the 5 Elements sect around. Mo Hua, abandoning his disappointment, couldn't help but beam. As he laughed, Mo Hua frowned again, rubbing the back of his head, and wondered strangely, "Why does my head hurt a little?" Bai Zishi froze, her cheeks slightly red. "I hit you." "Ah." Mo Hua was stunned. Bai Zishi said apologetically in a small voice, "You woke up earlier, but you seemed a bit off, so I knocked you unconscious." Mo Hua thought about it, and understood. Previously, he had been trapped in the shrine's Taoist dojo, and the 5 Elements little ghost had escaped into his sea of consciousness, trying to take over. It must have been trying to escape at that moment. Fortunately, his senior sister was smart and knocked him unconscious. Mo Hua nodded, "It's fine." But he couldn't help but rub his head, muttering to himself, "Senior sister hits really hard." While practicing spells, could she also be practicing body cultivation? Seeing Mo Hua continuously rubbing the back of his head, Bai Zishi realized she might have hit him a bit too hard and felt a little distressed, saying, "Does it still hurt?" Mo Hua shook his head. "It doesn't hurt much anymore." Bai Zishi thought for a moment and said softly, "Let me rub it for you." Mo Hua's small face turned slightly red. "No need." But before he finished speaking, he felt his senior sister's fingers rubbing his forehead. They were cool and soft, and in an instant, the pain disappeared. Mo Hua's heart trembled uncontrollably, and his face turned even redder. After a moment, Mo Hua realized another hand had appeared on his head. He turned his head and saw Bai Zixing rubbing it too. Mo Hua was stunned. "What are you doing?" Bai Zixing said, "I'll rub it for you too." Mo Hua refused. "No need." Bai Zixing was rough and clumsy, messing up his hair. Bai Zixing said unhappily, "This is a senior brother's care for his junior brother. No need. You don't appreciate what's good for you. You're still being picky." The 2 of them were bickering. Mr. Zhuang walked behind them, looking at the 3 disciples with a gentle gaze, his lips curling slightly. A breeze blew, and Mr. Zhuang tilted his head slightly, looking at the 5 Elements sect's mountain-protecting grand array. The smile in his eyes gradually faded. After a moment, his gaze returned to gentleness. However, within this gentleness, there was both regret and melancholy. After returning to their guest rooms and resting for a while, Mr. Zhuang asked Mo Hua, "Did you learn the 5 Elements spiritual array?" "Yes." With the Great Elder not present, Imo no longer hid anything and nodded with a smile. Not only that, but I also saw something else in the shrine. Imo told Mr. Zhuang everything he had seen and heard in the shrine, in meticulous detail. Mr. Zhuang was also quite surprised. Origin pattern? Yes, Imo nodded, and then asked. Master, is this origin pattern the 5 elements formation flow? Do all formation flows have origin patterns? Mr. Zhuang looked at Imo and sighed slightly. Logically speaking, I shouldn't tell you about formation flows now. But since you've seen it and learned the art of derivation, I'll explain it to you simply. Imo sat up straight and listened attentively. Mr. Zhuang said, the so-called formation flow, its full name is formation origin flow, and what it seeks is the commonality and essence of a certain type of formation. The forms of formation flows are diverse. Some are a set of versatile formation matrices, which are like skeletons. After learning them, it will be twice as effective to draw similar formations. Some are a kind of Taoist charm. After comprehending this Taoist charm, all similar formations can be understood through analogy. Some are carried by physical objects, swords, pictures, sculptures, even mountains and rivers. And of course, there is also, as you said, a formation pattern. Simplifying the complex, unifying the many, condensing thousands of formations into a single origin pattern. This type of formation flow inheritance is more difficult and more complex, and consumes the most spiritual sense for derivation. Mr. Zhuang shook his head at this point, his expression filled with emotion. I never expected that the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect would have such great courage to devote the entire sect's strength to deriving the origin pattern and creating a formation flow, aiming to make the 5 Elements sect's formations flourish and become a giant in the Tao of formations. Imo couldn't help but ask, Master, what is the difference between the 5 Elements formation flow and the Immortal Heaven formation flow? Does our sect's Immortal Heaven formation flow include the 5 Elements formation flow? Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking and explaining. Formation flow means formation origin flow. But the so-called origin flow is not necessarily the true origin flow. Imo was stunned and frowned. Then his eyes lit up. The origin flow is understood by people. Even if it approaches the great Tao, it may not be the true great Tao. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was gratified, and he nodded. Yes, so the so-called formation origin flow is not necessarily the true origin flow, but rather the formation master's comprehension and summary of the origin flow of the formation flow. The Immortal Heaven formation flow is like this, and the 5 Elements formation flow is the same. In other words, the formation flow created by the 5 Elements sect's derivation of 5 Elements formations is called the 5 Elements formation flow. Other sects that comprehend the origin of 5 Elements formations can also be called 5 Elements formation flows. Mr. Zhuang looked at Imo again meaningfully. One day, if you comprehend the origin of the 5 elements yourself and create your own formation flow, it can also be called the 5 Elements formation flow. Imo suddenly understood. So, the Immortal Heaven formation flow encompasses all the formation origin flows in the heavens. Even if these origin flows include 5 Elements formations, they may have discrepancies with the 5 Elements sect's 5 Elements formation flow, or even be completely different. Mr. Zhuang nodded. Formation flows have advantages and disadvantages, but they also have drawbacks. The Immortal Heaven formation flow includes extremely profound formation comprehension and can even be regarded as a canonical text by ordinary formation masters. But no matter how profound, it is just one person's opinion. To believe it completely is worse than not believing it at all. Therefore, I told you not to rush to learn the formation flow, but to comprehend and learn formations from all over the world step by step, put them into practice, and integrate them. In the future, you will form your own formation flow, and through the formation flow, seek the true great Tao. Mr. Zhuang said meaningfully. Borrowing the Dharma to attain the Tao. All Dharma is a raft. Formation flow is the Dharma, the raft, not the Tao. Imo felt that he understood some of it, but not completely. He carefully remembered Mr. Zhuang's words, and would verify them when he had an epiphany later, comprehending them slowly. But after listening to Mr. Zhuang's words, Imo had a general understanding of formation flow. Formation flow is a summary and comprehension of the origin of formations. All formation flows in the world, including the Immortal Heaven formation flow and the 5 Elements formation flow, involve the origin of formations. On one hand, they are extremely profound and mysterious, and on the other hand, they may have their own strengths, and their authenticity is difficult to discern. One must learn and use them personally. Combine knowledge and action, apply what is learned, discern them one by one in practice, and make them one's own. Blindly adhering to formation flow will make one a puppet of the formation flow, mistaking the raft for the Tao, becoming self-satisfied, and having no hope of seeking the Tao. Imo's eyes became brighter and brighter. Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but nod. Imo understood some things and suddenly frowned, asking about another matter. Master, does the origin pattern have its own will? Mr. Zhuang's gaze sharpened, and his tone became slightly serious. Its own will? Yes. Mo Hua thought for a moment and said, it derives and spreads on its own, can parasitize, can dominate, and although it cannot speak, the formation pattern is like an eye, with human-like emotions. Mr. Zhuang's expression became solemn. Are you referring to that 5 elements origin pattern? Mo Hua nodded. Mr. Zhuang's expression was as dark as water. He tapped the table with his finger, his thoughts churning. After a long time, he finally spoke. Generally, origin patterns do not have one. Inheritance is inheritance. This is the cognition and comprehension of a cultivator, a method, and it has no will. The one with will is the person who controls the inheritance. The origin pattern is abnormal. Mr. Zhuang frowned and pondered. Did something go wrong with the 5 elements sect back then, and the derivation was erroneous, causing the origin pattern to mutate? Or was it attacked by misfortune and invaded by evil spirits? Or was it plotted against, and something was nurtured? The decline of the 5 elements sect, could it be because of this origin pattern? Mo Hua nodded repeatedly. He thought the same. As expected of his master's disciple, he thought the same as his master. Mr. Zhuang's gaze deepened, and he asked Mo Hua, what about that origin pattern? I hid it in the painting. Painting? Mo Hua took out that visualization diagram. Previously, this visualization diagram was the portrait of the zombie ancestor of the Zhang family. Now that there were no zombies, it had an origin pattern, and the formation inheritance was imprinted on it, becoming the 5 elements formation flow diagram. Mr. Zhuang took out a few copper coins and placed them on the table, forming a formation array that Mo Hua could not understand. Then, he placed the diagram within the formation array and slowly opened it. On the diagram, there was a 5-colored formation pattern. The formation pattern was sealed, and its luster was contained, but its aura was ancient. Master, be careful, it will open its eyes. Mo Hua reminded him softly. Open its eyes. Mr. Zhuang was slightly stunned. He looked at the 5 elements formation flow diagram, but found that the formation pattern was motionless and showed no signs of opening its eyes. It was very quiet, even. Obedient? Mr. Zhuang asked doubtfully. What's wrong with it? It probably moved from the shrine and injured its vitality, so it doesn't dare to show its face. As for how its vitality was injured, it was related to the Dao steel, so Mo Hua did not elaborate. Mr. Zhuang generally understood and did not delve deeper, but he still glanced at Mo Hua silently, thinking that his young disciple, although appearing harmless, seemed to never go easy when bullying people. This reassured him. Mr. Zhuang looked at the 5 elements formation flow diagram again. His thoughts stirred, and with a slight derivation, he became more and more surprised, finding it somewhat unbelievable. This is truly the foundation of the 5 elements sect. Foundation? Mo Hua was confused. Mr. Zhuang's expression was complicated. He looked at Mo Hua and said helplessly, thousands of years of foundation. Isn't that just the foundation itself? Mo Hua's mouth opened slightly, feeling somewhat incredulous. Thousands of years of foundation. He pointed at the 5 elements origin pattern, finding it difficult to understand. Just this thing? The 5 elements origin pattern trembled with anger, but ultimately did not dare to open its eyes. Mr. Zhuang nodded, unifying the many, deriving the origin pattern, the 5 elements sect, in order to calculate the formation flow, compiled all the formations of the sect into this origin pattern. In other words, this origin pattern contains all the formation inheritance of the 5 elements sect over thousands of years. Mo Hua was stunned. Although he knew that this origin pattern was the derivation of the formation flow and should be extraordinary, he never expected it to be so extraordinary. But Mo Hua was a little confused. How is this origin pattern used? He was actually completely ignorant about formation flows. He was not very clear about the purpose of this origin pattern. He couldn't possibly use it as a pathogen to infect other people's seas of consciousness. Mr. Zhuang said, there are 2 situations. The first situation is that if the origin patterns cannot be suppressed, then do not look at it, do not learn it. Otherwise, once it parasitizes you, your sea of consciousness will be taken over, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The second situation. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua. If you have a way to suppress this origin pattern, then you can try to derive it in reverse, to dismantle the origin pattern. Reverse derivation, dismantling the origin pattern? Mo Hua was stunned. Mr. Zhuang nodded and continued. You have learned the 5 elements sex derivation methods. You can summarize formation patterns and simplify the complex. Conversely, you can also simplify the complex and deconstruct the summarized formation patterns. Mr. Zhuang sighed. This origin pattern contains all the 5 elements formation inheritances of the 5 elements sect. After you dismantle it, you will obtain the formation diagrams of these formations. The 5 elements sect, all formation inheritances. Mo Hua nodded, then remembered something, and his heart trembled violently. Then isn't it? Mr. Zhuang smiled slightly and nodded. That's right, this naturally includes the inheritance of the 5 elements spiritual array. And it's not ordinary inheritance. Mr. Zhuang's tone was filled with undisguised admiration. It is very likely a complete set of precious and almost lost ancient grand formations, from the first rank to the second rank, or even the third rank, and above the third rank. This is the true foundation of the 5 elements sect over thousands of years. Chapter 542, Intimidation. Including first rank and above, a complete set of 5 elements absolute formation inheritance. And it was the ancient inheritance of the 5 elements sect, a once first-class formation sect. Mo Hua was extremely excited. After Mo Hua finished his joy, Mr. Zhuang smiled faintly. Of course, it's not that simple. I knew it. Mo Hua muttered to himself. After a moment of thought, he asked Mr. Zhuang, Master, this foundation should be hidden very deeply, right? Mr. Zhuang nodded and said in a deep voice, to obtain the inheritance of the 5 elements sect's foundation, it's not that easy. First, as I mentioned earlier, you need a way to suppress the origin pattern. If you can't suppress it and rashly attempt to deduce it, you will inevitably be parasitized by the origin pattern and perish. Even if you can suppress it, you must be extremely careful. This origin pattern is too ancient, containing an endless amount of divine sense calculation power. What exactly happened to it is unknown. The 5 elements sect back then, with such great power, so many formation masters, and such profound knowledge of formations, could not do anything about it. Therefore, if you truly wish to comprehend and deduce the origin pattern, you must be extremely careful and have absolute certainty. Mr. Zhuang's expression was solemn. Mo Hua nodded seriously. Master, I will be careful. If I need to cower, I will cower. Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but smile and continued. The second requirement is still divine sense. Origin patterns involve deduction, and deduction consumes a lot of divine sense. Moreover, it's reverse deduction, and it's deducing an origin pattern that has condensed countless calculation powers, so the requirement for divine sense is also extremely high. Mr. Zhuang glanced at the 5 elements formation flow diagram again, gazing at the 5 closed-eyed, 5-colored origin patterns with a deep gaze, and said slowly, this origin pattern contains all the 5 elements formations treasured by the 5 elements sect, including the 5 elements spirit formations, like a formation Tao scripture. But most of the formations within are encrypted through variations of formation patterns. If your divine sense is insufficient, you won't be able to deduce them. With your current divine sense, even if you attempt to deduce it, you will only see the tip of the iceberg. The remaining Tao scripture is endless. You will have to explore and comprehend it when your cultivation improves and your divine sense becomes stronger in the future. Mr. Zhuang closed the formation flow diagram and put it into Mo Hua's hand. This origin pattern encompasses all phenomena of the 5 elements. It is the most core formation inheritance of the entire 5 elements sect. Even in the entire cultivation world, it can be considered a rare treasure, priceless. You must keep it safe and never leak it, otherwise, you will be coveted. Mo Hua felt the diagram in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds and nodded solemnly. Mr. Zhuang patted Mo Hua's head, slightly relieved. One more thing, Mr. Zhuang said again. The 5 elements spirit formation needs a new name. Change the name? Mo Hua was startled. Doesn't it sound good? Although he felt that 5 elements spirit formation was not domineering enough and lacked style, like a common formation, and a bit rustic, he didn't think it needed a name change. Mr. Zhuang smiled and shook his head. A formation's name relates to its principles. Generally, names are not taken arbitrarily. The 5 elements spirit formation includes the word spirit. Although it sounds ordinary, those who understand formations know that this formation involves the essence of 5 elements spiritual energy, making it completely different from ordinary formations. I want you to change the name to avoid association with the 5 elements sect. The 5 elements spirit formation is closely related to the 5 elements sect. If you know the 5 elements spirit formation, it will inevitably mean that you have a connection with the 5 elements sect. Possessing jade invites trouble. In the eyes of those with intentions, this is you showing off your treasures and parading them around. Mo Hua suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Master is right. It's best to make a fortune in silence. Although we are learning legitimately, being too ostentatious can easily attract jealousy and trouble. Besides, that grand elder is old and petty. If he knew I learned their sex formation, he would probably die of anger. To prevent him from getting too agitated, I won't tell him. Mo Hua said considerately. Mr. Zhuang chuckled, pondered for a moment, and then instructed. In the cultivation world, cause and effect are intertwined. Although you obtained this origin pattern through your own abilities, it is still considered a favor from the ancestors of the 5 elements sect. If there's an opportunity in the future, you can repay this karma and do some good deeds for the 5 elements sect lineage, but not now. Mo Hua nodded. I remember. Then he asked again, Master, for the 5 elements spirit formation, if I change the name, what should I call it? Mr. Zhuang said gently, you can think of that yourself. There are very few formation masters who know this formation. Having what others don't is your foundation. Even if you give it an unpleasant name, you'll be the one using it. Mo Hua frowned. This was indeed a serious issue that needed careful consideration and couldn't be taken lightly. But it wasn't urgent now. The immediate priority was to see if he could suppress the origin pattern as he originally intended and deduce all the 5 elements formations, including the 5 elements spirit patterns, from it. Mo Hua bid farewell to Mr. Zhuang and returned to his room, intending to begin comprehending the origin pattern. But after thinking, he still felt it was not appropriate. He had promised his master to be cowed. Mo Hua then set up some formations around him to isolate his aura, preventing anyone from detecting it, and also set up control formations to prevent himself from going wild if parasitized. The formations in the room were as dense as a spiderweb. Mo Hua clapped his hands, feeling much more at ease. But he was still uneasy, so he went next door and knocked on the door. Bai Zishi opened the door, looking at Mo Hua with confusion. Mo Hua said, Senior sister, later tonight, if I act abnormally again, you stop me and then call master. Bai Zishi's eyes lit up. You want me to knock you out too? Mo Hua's back of the head ached faintly, but he gritted his teeth and said, knock me out. Then he added, but can you be gentle? Bai Zishi nodded, I'll be gentler. After entrusting her, Mo Hua returned to his room and placed the 5 elements formation flow diagram, containing the mutated 5 elements origin pattern in front of him. Just as Mo Hua was about to open it, he hesitated again, feeling that he could be even more cowardly. Mo Hua checked the sky. It was already high sure, 9 to 11 p.m. Soon it would be Z-Sure, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. When Z-Sure arrived, the Dao Steel would appear in his sea of consciousness. With the Dao Steel supporting him, he could then attempt the deduction. Sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping wood. Let's wait a bit longer. Mo Hua sat cross-legged, calming his mind and concentrating. As Z-Sure arrived, Mo Hua immediately opened his eyes, then opened the diagram, and calmly visualized, deducing with all his focus. The origin pattern's eyes were closed, showing no abnormalities, just an ordinary formation flow. It was a compilation of formations into a formation source flow. Mo Hua followed the deduction methods of the 5 elements sect to reverse deduce. As expected, in his sea of consciousness, a bit of formation patterns at the edge of the origin pattern slowly emerged, detached, transformed, and finally formed complete formations. These formations were familiar to Mo Hua. They were commonly used 5 elements formations within the first rank category. Although due to ancient inheritance, the strokes were slightly different and the formation patterns had some variations, they were generally the same. Mo Hua's spirits lifted. Master was right, reverse deduction was feasible. This origin pattern was indeed a Tao scripture, a treasure trove containing countless 5 elements formations. As long as one learned to deduce, one could reverse analyze and obtain various 5 elements formation diagrams. Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and he continued to deduce. The sea of consciousness was silent, and Mo Hua was completely focused. After calculating for more than half the night like this, Mo Hua finally understood another point. Reverse deduction was related to the strength of divine sense. The stronger the divine sense, the higher the rank of 5 elements formations that could be deduced. His current divine sense was at the peak of 13 patterns, so the formation patterns he deduced were also below 13 patterns. He could not decode formations above 13 patterns. As for what specific formations could be deduced, it was up to fate. Currently, the formations Mo Hua deduced from the origin pattern, although all classified under 5 elements, were diverse, covering metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They ranged from formations with 3 to 4 formation patterns to first-rank formations with 9 patterns. It was like drawing lots. Whatever he drew was what he got, with no discernible pattern. Mo Hua frowned. Based on his deductions, deducing the origin pattern and deriving the formation flow was a massive undertaking. Such a cultivation project must have procedures and rules. These formation patterns must also be organized in a certain order and framework to form the origin pattern, not be in a state of chaos. However, Mo Hua couldn't figure it out yet, and could only wait to slowly comprehend it in the future. Mo Hua couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Thousands of years of foundation. How many formations would be inside this origin pattern? If it were completely deduced and fully decoded, what would it look like? What if he learned all the formations within? Being skilled in both formations and deduction. Wouldn't that make him a human origin pattern? Mo Hua thought about these things randomly, feeling very expectant. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt sleepy, as if he had been calculating for too long and was tired, with his divine sense having been consumed quite a bit. Mo Hua's eyelids drooped, feeling drowsy, and his little head kept nodding. Let me sleep for a bit. Mo Hua thought this, and after a moment, he suddenly jolted awake. Sleep for what? This was in his sea of consciousness. In front of the Tao stele, he never felt sleepy. Something's wrong. Imo opened his eyes and saw that the origin pattern on the 5 elements formation flow diagram had opened its eyes at some point. Imo's heart leaped. He became fully alert and used his divine sense to look. Indeed, in his sea of consciousness, there were dense formation patterns again. This origin pattern was getting restless again, harboring wicked intentions, and taking advantage of his divine sense being depleted from calculation. It had spawned an earth element sleep-inducing formation to make him drowsy and fall asleep. At the same time, its formation patterns, like ants and tentacles, were secretly seeping into his sea of consciousness. It wants to parasitize me. Imo's gaze sharpened. No. Imo followed the formation patterns and was shocked. The target of the origin pattern is the Tao stele? It's brazenly trying to parasitize the Tao stele? Imo frowned, his mind racing. After thinking for a while, his expression sank. No, it wants to assimilate with the Tao stele. Imo suddenly realized. The Tao stele was ethereal, harmonizing with the great Tao, and possessed the aura of the great Tao. This origin pattern wanted to align with the great Tao and merge with the Tao stele. This origin pattern wants to be a concubine, attaching itself to the Tao stele. You think you're worthy? Imo raised his eyebrows and intended to use the method of deduction to reorganize the formation patterns and force the origin pattern back into the 5 elements formation flow diagram. However, his deduction was still a bit slow. Several 5-colored formation patterns had already spread along Imo's sea of consciousness and attached themselves to the Tao stele in the center. The 5-colored formation patterns were imprinted on the ethereal surface of the Tao stele. The eyes of the origin pattern suddenly widened. The ancient aura of the great Tao made it tremble, but it also seemed to make it extremely excited. It was being gradually eroded by the great Tao, but at the same time, it was approaching the origin of the great Tao and undergoing a gradual transformation. Imo wanted to suppress the formation patterns with deduction, but his divine sense was limited, and his speed was ultimately too slow. Imo's heart sank slightly. Just then, an aura of annihilation suddenly emerged from the Tao stele. This aura was also ancient, but more domineering, possessing the coldness and dead silence of obliterating everything. On the Tao stele, blood-colored formation patterns lit up. It was the immortal pattern that Imo had secretly observed and recorded when he collapsed the Great Array, annihilated Feng Shi, and triggered the heavenly Tao formation, drawing down the heavenly tribulation. As the aura of the immortal pattern appeared, scarlet tribulation lightning actually appeared on the Tao stele. The lightning flickered, and in just an instant, it completely erased all the formation patterns spread by the 5 elements origin pattern. The origin pattern's vital energy was severely damaged. Its eyes trembled, filled with shock. Immortal pattern? Tribulation lightning? If the Tao stele represented the all-encompassing great Tao, then tribulation lightning represented pure, killing Tao, obliterating all things. The origin pattern seemed to have never expected that Imo's sea of consciousness would contain an immortal pattern and have engraved a tribulation lightning, hiding a world-shattering, killing calamity. The origin pattern whooshed and, with lightning speed, retreated back into the 5 elements formation flow diagram. Now its eyes were closed even tighter, as if condensed into a thin line, trembling incessantly, not daring to open them at all, for fear of seeing something terrifying if it did. Imo was somewhat speechless. You're just a cheap skin. You don't learn your lesson without a beating. The origin pattern was now too scared to even get angry. It could only hide in the diagram, pretending to be dead. Imo shook his head, but also breathed a sigh of relief. With the suppression of the Tao stele and the deterrence of the immortal pattern, this 5 elements, origin pattern, should be completely honest now and not dare to harbor any wicked intentions. In the future, his deduction of 5 elements formation patterns would also be much safer. But at the same time, Imo had another doubt. What was the relationship between the immortal pattern and the origin pattern? Was the immortal pattern itself a higher-end origin pattern? If that's the case, when he deduces the origin pattern, he can obtain the 5 elements formations compiled within the origin pattern. Then if one day, his divine sense becomes powerful enough to deduce the immortal pattern, what would he obtain from the immortal pattern? Heavenly tribulation? Lightning formations? Imo's small heart thumped rapidly. However, these things were just speculation, and he wasn't sure yet. He would have to verify them in the future when his cultivation was higher, his divine sense was stronger, and his attainment in formations was deeper. Imo sighed. His cultivation is not high enough, and his divine sense is not strong enough. It seems he needs to cultivate diligently and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. There were still so many powerful formations waiting for him to learn. Imo's spirits lifted, and he nodded. Meanwhile, in front of the shrine, the Grand Elder frowned. After Imo and the other 2 suffered setbacks and Mr. Zhuang was embarrassed, The Grand Elder had felt immense satisfaction and had been proud for a few days. But after a few days, the more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Mr. Zhuang was a master of planning. He didn't seem like someone who would fail so simply. As for his 3 disciples, he didn't know much about the brother and sister, so he wouldn't comment for now. Just talking about that young formation master named Mo, his talent was astonishing, and his formation talent was indeed extraordinary. But the biggest problem was that he had talent, but no virtue. He was too malicious, too cunning. Would such a young formation master be so dejected just because he couldn't learn formations? Or, it was normal for him not to be able to learn, but with his talent, to not be able to learn at all, that was abnormal. The Grand Elder felt that he might have been tricked by Mr. Zhuang and his disciples. The key was that he had actually believed them. The Grand Elder's blood surged. He lit incense in front of the shrine again. This time, the incense had no abnormalities. It burned peacefully and completely. However, the Grand Elder's frown deepened. No abnormalities meant no prompts. Where did the little ghost raised in this shrine go? The Grand Elder looked at the shrine again and suddenly froze. The shrine itself seemed normal, but the area below it was dark, as if a door was missing. Who broke the shrine's door? It couldn't be. The shrine contained the inheritance of the 5 Elements sect. The shrine's door was broken, and the little ghost inside was gone. The Grand Elder's heart trembled, and an unbelievable thought surfaced in his mind. Has the foundation of my 5 Elements sect been completely emptied? It couldn't be. Chapter 543, Bottleneck. The Grand Elder summoned Sect Leader Liao. Sect Leader Liao stared at the shrine for a long time before asking doubtfully. It seems the door is indeed missing. Both of them frowned, utterly perplexed. This shrine was passed down from the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect, a divine sense dojo containing the inheritance of the 5 Elements spiritual formations. The shrine was created by the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect and was infinitely profound. Who possessed the ability to forcibly break open the shrine's door? And how did they manage it? Was it the 3 disciples of Mr. Zhuang, or the little ghost inside? Sect Leader Liao was also aware of the matter concerning the little ghost. This was a secret of the 5 Elements sect from years ago. To prevent the formation inheritance from being lost, centuries ago, the old sect leader of the 5 Elements sect had specifically captured a little ghost and placed it in the shrine for safekeeping, creating a mystique to mislead outsiders and prevent the 5 Elements sect's core inheritance from leaking out. But now, the shrine's door was broken, and the little ghost was missing. Sect Leader Liao asked with surprise and doubt, that 5 Elements spiritual formation inheritance. The Grand Elder shook his head and sighed. I don't know either. He then raised his eyes, examined the shrine again, and frowned. For these past few hundred years, I've always felt a special aura within this shrine, as if it contained some unique inheritance. But now, with the shrine missing a door, this aura has also suddenly disappeared. It's as if everything inside has been hollowed out by someone. The current shrine was merely an empty shell, like an unoccupied palace, vast and desolate. Sect Leader Liao asked in surprise, Grand Elder, what other inheritance does our 5 Elements sect possess? The Grand Elder remained silent, because he didn't know either. Sect Leader Liao shook his head, inwardly sneering. Tooting their own horn, besides the 5 Elements spiritual formations, what other inheritance did the 5 Elements sect have? Even the 5 Elements spiritual formations were merely nominal, as no one could learn them, nor could they ever be learned. However, these words were naturally not something he could say out loud. Sect Leader Liao's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and he said in a low voice, Grand Elder, could it be that Mr. Zhuang and his disciples stole our 5 Elements sect's inheritance? The Grand Elder's heart jolted, and his brow furrowed even deeper. This was precisely what he was worried about. Mr. Zhuang was unfathomable, and his disciples were even more extraordinarily talented. If Master and disciples had plotted to steal their 5 Elements sect's inheritance, the consequences would be endless. The crucial question was, what exactly was this inheritance? The 5 Elements spiritual formations? If it were the 5 Elements spiritual formations, they couldn't argue, as this was something they were supposed to learn, and they had learned it legitimately. But what if it was more than just the 5 Elements spiritual formations? More than just the 5 Elements spiritual formations. What else could it be? What had the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect left behind for themselves? The Grand Elder was utterly bewildered. Sect Leader Liao, with other thoughts in mind, asked, what do you plan to do? What to do? The Grand Elder's gaze sank. You mean? If there truly is another inheritance within this shrine, it must be extraordinary. We must investigate. Investigate. Sect Leader Liao raised an eyebrow. You know. The Grand Elder hesitated. Sect Leader Liao continued. The shrine is damaged, and the inheritance is lost. Mr. Zhuang's disciples are the most suspicious, so. Sect Leader Liao leaned closer to the Grand Elder and lowered his voice. We must find a way to keep them here first. Keep them? The Grand Elder pondered. Sect Leader Liao nodded and suggested. First, we investigate the Five Elements sect, then the missing little ghost, and then Mr. Zhuang and his group. Before we clarify the situation, we must keep them. If the inheritance is in their hands, we will find a way to take it back. If it is not in their hands, we will apologize and make amends, and the matter will be settled. The Grand Elder sneered upon hearing this. It's not that easy to settle. Do you know who you are keeping? That Mr. Zhuang is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the silent elder by his side had unfathomably deep cultivation. Sect leader Liao knew the Grand Elder's concerns and began to explain slowly. We will start with courtesy and then resort to force. Let's first invite them to stay at our Five Elements sect for a while. Since there are some past connections with our ancestors, it is reasonable to ask them to be guests and exchange formation knowledge. Perhaps they will stay. This is the courtesy first. If they refuse, then we resort to force. Senior Zhuang and that elder might have extraordinary cultivation, but his disciples are merely at the qi condensation stage. They have had encounters with our Five Elements sect disciples recently, and they are stronger than qi condensation disciples, even comparable to Foundation establishment, but at most early Foundation establishment. They cannot escape the grasp of our Five Elements sect. Mr. Zhuang appears calm, but he clearly cares about these disciples, especially his youngest disciple surnamed Mo, whom he dotes on exceptionally. As long as we restrain that young disciple, no, even if we restrain any one of his disciples, we can use them to threaten Mr. Zhuang and make him yield. If that doesn't work, sect leader Liao pointed to the sky and said solemnly, we still have the Five Elements mountain protecting Grand Formation. The Grand Elder was startled. You want to activate the Grand Formation? Sect leader Liao nodded. Once the Grand Formation is activated, we won't worry about not being able to keep them. No matter how strong their cultivation is, they wouldn't dare to transcend the limits of the heavenly Tao. They will definitely be trapped within this Grand Formation. The Grand Elder frowned and pondered. He felt that sect leader Liao had a point, but he still lacked confidence. He was still hesitant to offend Mr. Zhuang, especially within the Five Elements sect's mountain gate, within the protecting Grand Formation, to confront Mr. Zhuang head-on. Is it not good to fall out like this? The Grand Elder expressed his concern. Sect leader Liao took a step back and said softly, Grand Elder, we don't necessarily have to fall out with Mr. Zhuang. If we entertain them warmly and they happen to stay, wouldn't that be even better? Even if we have to activate the Grand Formation and resort to force, it's not about killing each other. As long as he hands over our Five Elements sect's inheritance, even half of it, it's better than losing it all to someone else. We will have an explanation to our ancestors of the sect. Grand Elder. Sect leader Liao looked at the Grand Elder with a sincere tone. The inheritance is a grave matter. The inheritance is a grave matter. The Grand Elder's heart trembled. Yes, all of this is for the sake of our Five Elements sect's inheritance. Even with risks, they had to take them. The Grand Elder glanced at sect leader Liao again and nodded inwardly. Although this sect leader's realm was a bit lower and his vision a bit narrow, when faced with the situation, he still had some discretion and could come up with some means. Good. The Grand Elder nodded. You go and make arrangements now. Make sure to keep them in our Five Elements sect. Sect leader Liao's expression brightened, and he cupped his hands in acknowledgement. After the two finished their discussion, the Grand Elder remained before the shrine, pondering with a worried expression. Sect leader Liao left the formation pavilion alone. Night had fallen, and outside the formation pavilion, the carved beams and painted rafters glowed with splendor. As sect leader Liao walked out of the formation pavilion, he glanced back and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The inheritance is a grave matter? Inheritance, my ass. As things stand now, what inheritance does the Five Elements sect still have? Formation studies were in decline, and formation masters were lost. The current Five Elements sect, relying on earth and wood, was merely a facade. Like that shrine, it was just an outwardly golden and inwardly empty shell. No people, no formations, just an empty shell. What use was it? Revitalizing the sect was a joke. Sect leader Liao gave a contemptuous smile and then twisted his jade thumb ring. But it wasn't a loss. Over the years, he had reaped considerable benefits from it, squeezed the value out of these rotten timbers and dead beams, and earned a fortune. Now, it was time to leave. The mess was for others. Spirit stones were his own. As for the Five Elements sect, sect leader Liao snorted coldly. Although he was part of the Five Elements sect, it was merely an identity. Changing allegiances was not a big deal. But before he left, this Five Elements sect still had one last use. Sect leader Liao took in the entire Five Elements sect's mountain gate, a cold smile forming on his lips. 2 days later, sect leader Liao visited Mr. Zhuang. He still appeared composed and guileless, sincerely saying, This junior has long admired Senior Zhuang. I apologize for any offense or difficulty I caused previously. Mr. Zhuang remained noncommittal. Sect leader Liao continued, Now that the matter of the inheritance is settled, and by chance, I would like to invite Senior to stay at the Five Elements sect for a while longer, so that I may fulfill my duties as a host. Sect leader Liao spoke with sincere emotion, but his heart was filled with tension. He couldn't gauge Mr. Zhuang's intentions or fathom his thoughts. Being looked at by Mr. Zhuang's profound gaze made him feel as if he were on pins and needles, his palms sweating. Sect leader Liao waited with a palpitating heart for Mr. Zhuang's reply. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Good." This single word, "good," made sect leader Liao feel relieved. He felt as if a weight had been lifted from him and couldn't help but smile. Senior is willing to grace us with your presence. This junior is immensely grateful. Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly and, without saying more, picked up his teacup. Sect leader Liao, being sensible, cupped his hands and bowed. Then this junior will not disturb senior's cultivation. Farewell. After sect leader Liao left, Mr. Zhuang called Mo Hua over. After some thought, he instructed, "You should cultivate diligently during this period. You will attempt to establish your foundation here at the Five Elements sect." Mo Hua was startled. Here? The Five Elements sect was not a good place. From top to bottom, they were filled with jealousy and hatred towards him. Even if not openly hostile, their attitude was at least unfriendly. Mr. Zhuang, however, said confidently, "It's fine. Attempt foundation establishment right here." Mo Hua was a bit doubtful. Is it a bit too early? His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of qi condensation in only a few months. His sea of qi was not yet stable, his foundation was not solid, and his cultivation was not firm enough. Attempting foundation establishment now felt a bit premature. Mr. Zhuang said gently, "Your spirit root is not very good. No matter how much you cultivate spiritual energy, it will be limited. Therefore, there are not many requirements. You don't need to refine your realm, nor do you need to seek a solid foundation. As long as you can break through, that's good enough." Although his tone was gentle, these words were still a bit hurtful. "All right." Mo Hua nodded, and then asked, "Master, what about my divine sense? Is it sufficient? Will drawing the 5 elements spiritual formations enhance your divine sense?" Mr. Zhuang asked. "Yes, but not by much." Mo Hua replied truthfully. "Can it break through to 14 patterns?" Mo Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. "It feels very difficult." During this period, he had been drawing 5 elements spiritual formations whenever he had free time. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He drew the 5 elemental formations again and again. He drew them during the day, and at night, he drew them on the Tao steel. His divine sense was indeed slowly growing, and its growth rate was quite considerable, much stronger than when he drew the spirit hub formation. Although the requirement for the 5 elements spiritual formations was 13 patterns, it was because of the need to merging with the Tao, transform into Tao, with divine sense, separating a portion of divine sense to merge into the formation and become one with the spiritual energy. Therefore, the actual consumption of divine sense was greater than for 13 patterns, and the spirit hub formation only had 12 patterns. If the enhancement of divine sense from drawing the spirit hub formation was a small stream, then the enhancement of divine sense from drawing the 5 elements spiritual formations was a small river. However, whether it was a small stream or a small river, in the face of the threshold between 13 and 14 patterns, they were all like a drop in the bucket. It was like pouring water into a chasm, gully. The water was not insignificant, but the chasm was unfathomably deep, and it could never be filled. Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment and said, "Then forget it. Just establish your foundation with the peak of 13 patterns of divine sense." "Do I not need to reach 14 patterns?" Mo Hua asked timidly. Mr. Zhuang shook his head and sighed. "We won't force it. 14 patterns are good, but it's indeed too difficult. Moreover, plans could not keep up with changes. There wasn't much time left." Mr. Zhuang's gaze flickered with a trace of melancholy, and then he instructed again. "You will establish your foundation with the peak of 13 patterns. Although it's not the absolute extreme, it's already very good." Mr. Zhuang had intended to say very strong, but after hesitating, he decided not to let Mo Hua become arrogant. However, honestly speaking, having peak 13 patterns of divine sense at the qi condensation stage was, even in his understanding, extremely rare, and even considered the limit. Going any higher was truly too difficult. Mr. Zhuang said sternly, "With your peak 13 patterns of divine sense to establish your foundation, theoretically, you will break through the obstruction and your divine sense will multiply, reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage, between 14 and 16 patterns. As for the specific amount, it will depend on fate." Mo Hua asked curiously, "Master, why will my divine sense multiply and only reach mid-foundation establishment, not 26 patterns?" Mr. Zhuang was taken aback and couldn't help but tap Mo Hua's forehead. "What are you thinking? The growth of divine sense is not simple addition and subtraction. Patterns are just markers. Between 2 markers, the amount of divine sense could be vastly different. Qi condensation with 9 patterns and foundation establishment with 10 patterns already show a difference of a full doubling. 26 patterns would be golden core. Where would such good things happen? Mo Hua chuckled sheepishly, then asked curiously again, Master, is the divine sense difference between early foundation establishment and mid-foundation establishment also a doubling? Mr. Zhuang said, that's not necessarily true. The divine sense difference between early foundation establishment and mid-foundation establishment is significant, but it won't be as much as a full doubling. Mo Hua, with his sharp mind, found another issue. Then why, when I break through to foundation establishment, will my divine sense double and only reach mid-foundation establishment? Mr. Zhuang took a sip of tea and continued to explain to Mo Hua. Because the further the divine sense grows, the slower it grows, and the harder it is to grow. Moreover, your situation is special. Your divine sense is already very strong. Therefore, when you break through your realm, your divine sense will increase greatly, but it might not double. The heavenly Tao has its limits and restrictions. Without restrictions, your child's divine sense would truly become lawless. Mr. Zhuang glanced at Mo Hua and sighed silently in his heart. Mo Hua nodded, understanding vaguely. All right, focus on your cultivation. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua again and smiled gently. It's estimated that within a month, your cultivation will be almost there. Try to break through your realm. See what the bottleneck of the heavenly evolution art is, and then find a way to break through the bottleneck and establish your Tao foundation. Mo Hua nodded, his eyes sparkling. Although he couldn't reach 14 patterns, which was a bit regrettable, he was still very happy to be on the verge of establishing his foundation. If he couldn't reach 14 patterns, then so be it. Man models himself on earth, earth models itself on heaven, heaven models itself on the Tao, and the Tao models itself on nature. Cultivation emphasizes going with the flow and not forcing things. One should not be insatiably greedy. For the next month, Mo Hua focused solely on cultivation, continuously absorbing spirit stones. Even when learning formations, he only did so on the Tao steel at midnight. During the day, he spent most of his time meditating and refining spirit stones. Daily cultivation emphasized steady progress, like water dripping through stone. Perseverance and consistent practice were key. But now that he was close to establishing his foundation, he needed to spend more time and more spirit stones, to use his time and spirit stones on the edge of the blade. Mo Hua cultivated with undivided attention, preparing for foundation establishment. Bai Zishi and Bai Zixing knew that Mo Hua was about to attempt foundation establishment, so they did not disturb him. At the same time, they silently guarded their junior disciple, in case he encountered any mishaps during his cultivation or was disturbed by others. Mo Hua's cultivation progressed smoothly. Spirit stones were consumed one by one, and his spiritual energy increased bit by bit. Finally, after a month, Mo Hua's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th layer of qi condensation. At the same time, he also touched upon the bottleneck of foundation establishment. Chapter 544, Enigmatic Sky. This day, as Mo Hua was cultivating normally, his sea of qi suddenly trembled and became full on its own. Mo Hua rejoiced. 9th layer perfection, spiritual energy overflowing. He had touched the threshold of foundation establishment. The abundant spiritual energy condensed from his sea of qi, flowed, and gradually solidified, as if covered in a layer of mist, making it feel moist. This was a precursor to spiritual energy becoming like mercury, and a prerequisite for foundation establishment. Spiritual energy like mercury, to ascend to foundation establishment. However, before spiritual energy could condense into mercury, he needed to break through a bottleneck. This bottleneck varied from person to person, mainly depending on the cultivation method and the cultivator's spirit root. Mo Hua's cultivation method was the heavenly evolution art. Therefore, the bottleneck for foundation establishment, as recorded in the heavenly evolution art, was in the sea of consciousness. As expected, after a moment, this overflowing spiritual energy turned into wisps of spiritual threads, flowing out from the sea of qi, circulating along the meridians, converging at the Baihui point, and then at the Tianmen point, seeping inwards into Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. The spiritual energy entering the sea of consciousness transformed into wisps and began to weave into formations. Mo Hua was no stranger to this scene. He had experienced this when breaking through from early qi condensation to mid-qi condensation, and then from mid-qi condensation to late qi condensation. This time was no different. The spiritual threads outlined patterns, forming enigmatic formations that covered his sea of consciousness. Mo Hua's only worry was that this enigmatic formation might exceed the 9th pattern of the first rank, forming 10 patterns, or even more. He had never seen or learned such profound formations. If he had to break through the bottleneck by deciphering such formations, it would be extremely difficult. It would also be much harder for him to achieve foundation establishment. Mo Hua anxiously stared at the spiritual threads, watching them weave enigmatic formations like embroidered flowers. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was just composite formations, and they were all relatively simple. With his current level of formation mastery, deciphering composite formations was still well within his capabilities. Fortunately, his master had taught him a great deal of profound formation knowledge and had even made him establish himself through formations and prove his Tao with his spiritual sense. His formation mastery also far surpassed that of ordinary first-rank formation masters. Otherwise, even deciphering composite formations would be very tricky. Now, if he wanted to achieve foundation establishment smoothly, it would likely require much more effort. Effort always yields rewards. Mo Hua felt fortunate in his heart. However, after a while longer, his expression froze, and his face grew increasingly solemn. Something was wrong. The enigmatic formations were still being generated, and there was no sign of them stopping. One composite formation after another emerged and connected together. The enigmatic formations multiplied, layer upon layer, like snowflakes in deep winter, piling up and covering the entire sea of consciousness. When the enigmatic formations were complete, Mo Hua couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was this? Spiritual energy like threads, densely woven, formed an entire formation world, like a giant cocoon, completely and utterly shielding his sea of consciousness. This was a grand formation composed of enigmatic formations? Mo Hua's heart trembled. The grand formation was like a cocoon, obscuring his sea of consciousness. Either he would be trapped within, or he would break free and transform into a butterfly. Mo Hua fell silent for a long time, at a loss for words. This was too outrageous. How could there be such a bottleneck for foundation establishment? Mo Hua observed the colossal enigmatic formation again. His spiritual sense swept over it, roughly counting, and his eyes widened in shock. The entire grand formation contained anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of enigmatic formations. He had to decipher all these enigmatic formations one by one. How long would that take? Mo Hua frowned and tried to decipher a few enigmatic formations. The enigmatic formations weren't difficult, and he could decipher them. It was just the sheer quantity that was overwhelming. Mo Hua estimated. If he deciphered 10 sets of formations per day, it would take about 10 to 20 years to completely decipher this self-imposed enigmatic formation. Mo Hua deciphered for a while longer, then looked up and sighed deeply, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Before him lay a vast and boundless sea of formations, and the few enigmatic formations he had deciphered were but a drop in the ocean. The thought of all the enigmatic formations yet to be deciphered made Mo Hua's scalp tingle. And that wasn't the most troublesome part. If these enigmatic formations constituted a grand formation, then the most difficult aspect would be its pivot. What would the structure of the enigmatic formation's pivot be? And how would it be deciphered? Mo Hua had no idea. This was not a problem that one person could solve. Constructing a grand formation required immense manpower, and deciphering one required even more spiritual sense computation. Because deciphering formations was much more troublesome than drawing them. What to do? Mo Hua frowned. Besides deciphering them, the only other method he could think of was dissolution. He had completely dissolved the 5 elements demon-slaying grand formation using the spirit reversal formation, leaving not a trace behind. But the problem was, this was within his own sea of consciousness. If he dissolved the grand formation, he would likely be destroyed along with it. Mo Hua sighed again. I can only go ask Master. The next day, Mo Hua eagerly sought out Master Zhuang. Master Zhuang was drinking tea when he heard Mo Hua, paused, and slowly looked up. Grand formation? Yes. Mo Hua nodded. Many of them, covering my sea of consciousness, with numerous formation patterns and dense spiritual threads, like a pale blue cocoon. Master Zhuang's pupils contracted. Cocoon? Yes. Mo Hua nodded again, then asked worriedly. Master, can I still achieve foundation establishment? Master Zhuang's gaze sharpened. Then he smiled calmly and said gently, is there any foundation establishment that isn't difficult? The reason a bottleneck is precisely because of the obstruction of the great Tao, which is not easily overcome. Otherwise, everyone in this world would cultivate without hindrance. Since you are a cultivator, aspiring to seek the heavenly Tao, whether it is difficult or not, it should not hinder your Tao heart. If you achieve foundation establishment tomorrow, you will still have to cultivate and decipher formations. Similarly, if you achieve foundation establishment 10 or 20 years from now, you will still have to cultivate and decipher formations. Cultivators only seek the great Tao, regardless of success or failure. The tasks that need to be done are the same, so do not be hesitant due to gains or losses. Mo Hua's state of mind became suddenly clear, and his doubts were all resolved. Right? Worrying is useless. If this bottleneck truly required 10 to 20 years to decipher, then so be it. Could he not decipher formations and not break through, remaining a chi condensation cultivator for his entire life? There was no point in looking back and forth at what had already been decided. Regardless, the tasks that needed to be done were the same. He was a formation master, and he only needed to focus on learning and deciphering formations. He could not let his Tao heart be disturbed by the difficulty, success, or failure. Mo Hua's anxious heart, which had been somewhat unsettled by the prospect of foundation establishment, gradually calmed down. His breathing became steady, and his gaze grew firm. Master Zhuang felt gratified and nodded slightly, smiling. Good. It's good that you understand. However, you don't need to rush. Completely deciphering the enigmatic formation won't take that long. All right, Master. After the master and disciple finished speaking, Mo Hua got up to bow and was about to leave to ponder the enigmatic formation matter further, but Master Zhuang suddenly called him back and paused for a moment, saying, Mo Hua, draw a part of the enigmatic formation and show it to me. Mo Hua, not understanding why, took out paper and brush and drew a portion of the enigmatic formation, along with a part of its pivot. Master Zhuang nodded. Good. After Mo Hua left, Master Zhuang looked at the portion of the enigmatic formation Mo Hua had drawn, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Puppet Elder appeared, and, after glancing at the enigmatic formation, also frowned deeply. What is this thing? You don't know, do you? Master Zhuang murmured distractedly. Puppet Elder's gaze deepened, and he shook his head. Never seen it. It was clearly only a first-rank formation, and also an enigmatic formation, yet in his many years of cultivation experience, he seemed to have no recollection of it. Yes, Master Zhuang murmured. I also thought I would never see this kind of formation again in my lifetime. Puppet Elder's expression turned serious. What kind of formation is this? This kind of formation is called. Master Zhuang was silent for a long time, a struggle evident in his eyes, before finally speaking. The enigmatic sky, grand formation. Puppet Elder's eyes widened abruptly. The enigmatic sky, grand formation. Master Zhuang nodded with a wry smile. The enigmatic sky, grand formation. Puppet Elder's expression shifted, and he seemed to want to say something several times, but ultimately swallowed his words, only saying blankly, How could it be? How could it be the enigmatic sky grand formation? Puppet Elder frowned deeply, not delving further, but asked, How is this enigmatic sky grand formation different from ordinary enigmatic formations? Master Zhuang shook his head. They are different. Enigmatic formations can form grand formations, but these grand formations are merely collections of simple enigmatic formations. They only possess the scale of a grand formation but lack its skeletal structure. Strictly speaking, they are not grand formations. Master Zhuang glanced again at the formation Mo Hua had drawn and sighed. The enigmatic sky grand formation is different. It is an extremely special grand formation. So special that it's impossible to ascertain the true nature of this formation. The existing enigmatic sky grand formations seal unfathomable secrets. The enigmatic sky grand formation holds the mysteries of the heavens. The formation principles involved are also bizarre and strange. Master Zhuang gazed at Puppet Elder, as if questioning, but also as if questioning himself. Enigmatic formations are just tricks for decoding, so why can they form grand formations? And how can they form grand formations? All grand formations integrate myriad formations, emphasizing common roots and origins. Some are primarily for killing, some for trapping, and some for defense. So, what formations does the enigmatic formation integrate? What is its common root, and what is its common origin? What does it advocate for? Is it the word mystery? And what kind of person would have the ability, the courage, and the immense spiritual sense computation power to construct an enigmatic sky grand formation? What is the purpose of constructing the enigmatic sky grand formation? Master Zhuang pondered for a long time, then suddenly realized, murmuring to himself, I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. This cultivation method, the heavenly evolution art, has a major problem. Constructing the enigmatic sky grand formation within the sea of consciousness. This cultivation method might not be meant for humans at all. Perhaps, this is truly a cultivation method for certain monsters in the literal sense. Who created this cultivation method? Or rather, is this truly a cultivation method that humans can create? Can humans use a cultivation method to construct an enigmatic sky grand formation in a cultivator's sea of consciousness? Master Zhuang's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Ancient cultivation method. Enigmatic sky grand formation. Heavenly evolution. The great Tao has 50, the heavenly evolution 49, and man escapes 1. He felt as if he had glimpsed something, but as soon as he tried to think about it, it became a fog, as if he had fallen into the enigmatic sky grand formation. Alas! Master Zhuang sighed. He didn't have much time left to consider these matters. The current problem was Mo Hua, this child. Can the enigmatic sky grand formation be deciphered? Puppet Elder asked. Although it's called enigmatic sky, it's still an enigmatic formation and only first rank. With Mo Hua's formation attainment, deciphering it is possible, but it might genuinely take 10 years or so, and that was under favorable conditions. If the enigmatic sky grand formation underwent any unpredictable changes or unforeseen circumstances, then achieving foundation establishment would truly be as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was possible that it could take decades to falter. We need to think of a way. Master Zhuang mused, his eyes flickering with calculation patterns as the secrets of heaven shifted. After a long time, he seemed to have found a sliver of opportunity. This sliver of opportunity was extremely subtle and extremely dangerous, but it was graspable. Master Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the sky, and wore a bitter smile. Man's calculations are not as good as heaven's. Everything was calculated, but an accident still happened. Now, more trouble would arise. I had originally wanted to witness Mo Hua's foundation establishment with my own eyes, to fulfill a wish, but now it seems it's too late. My journey ends here. Master Zhuang's gaze held a hint of melancholy, then returned to a state of equanimity. What is to come, will come. Puppet Elder watched him silently, his gaze obscure, gradually fading into darkness. After returning, Mo Hua immersed himself in his sea of consciousness whenever he had free time, deciphering the enigmatic formations one by one. Although there were many enigmatic formations, he remained neither arrogant nor impatient. However, as he deciphered, he realized that this set of enigmatic formations seemed different from the ones he had encountered before. The previous enigmatic formations were like dead, rigid things. They disappeared after being deciphered. But the grand formation before him now had flowing formation patterns, as if it were alive. Moreover, large sections of composite formations were connected, resonating with each other, coexisting. He had to target the composite formations and decipher them in large batches. Otherwise, after deciphering individual formations, new ones would continue to generate. Mo Hua had no choice but to consult Master Zhuang again. Master Zhuang seemed to have been preparing for a long time. He handed Mo Hua a stack of thick formation books and diagrams, saying directly, "The grand formation in your sea of consciousness is called the enigmatic sky grand formation. Just remember this name, and don't speak of it to anyone outside. These are some records about the enigmatic sky grand formation, along with my summarized insights. Keep them carefully and study them well. They should be helpful for deciphering formations." Mo Hua felt grateful, but also sensed a hint of dissonance. It seemed as if his master was busy making arrangements. "Master," Mo Hua whispered. Master Zhuang shook his head, not letting him speak further, and said gently, "Go study well." Mo Hua hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yes," and left respectfully, but a persistent worry lingered on his young face. There were some things he knew. He knew his master was avoiding someone. He also knew that his master had said that the destination of this journey was the Five Elements sect. Then, upon arriving at the Five Elements sect and learning the Five Elements spirit formations, what next? Master had not said. Mo Hua had harbored suspicions about some matters for a long time, but only now did he realize with a shock that, however unwilling he might be, what was to come would come. Mo Hua's unease grew. Meanwhile, the Five Elements sect remained outwardly calm, until Mo Hua met an acquaintance. One day, Mo Hua was studying formations at a table with his senior brother and senior sister. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps and looked up to see a graceful woman standing at the doorway, wearing a veil, with a cold aura. Mo Hua froze, then rejoiced, "Aunt Shui." Aunt Shui saw Mo Hua and smiled, her beautiful eyes appraising him for a few moments before nodding. "Long time no see, you've grown taller." Mo Hua smiled broadly. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were also very pleased. After a brief exchange, Mo Hua asked curiously, "Aunt Shui, why are you here?" "Yes," Bai Zixing said. "Didn't Master tell you not to follow?" "Master Zhuang summoned me." Aunt Shui replied. "Master?" Mo Hua and the other two exchanged glances, a little puzzled. Aunt Shui nodded. "Master Zhuang told me not to accompany you, but I was worried about your safety, so I actually followed you, just from a distance. Master Zhuang knew and didn't blame me, so it was tacit permission. During this time, I've been outside Lishan City. A few days ago, I wanted to write a letter to Madam, but the ink moved on its own, forming text on the paper, and coalescing into the character come. So I knew it was Master Zhuang's intention. He wanted me to come. But why did Master summon you?" Mo Hua asked, a little confused. Aunt Shui shook her head. She wasn't sure either. "Has Master Zhuang rested?" Aunt Shui asked. Mo Hua replied, "Master has rested and is currently drinking tea." Aunt Shui nodded, and then got up to visit Master Zhuang. Mo Hua and the other two followed. In the ancient, tea-scented room, Master Zhuang, with elegant and straight posture, was diligently drinking the clear tea Mo Hua had brewed for him. Upon seeing Aunt Shui, Master Zhuang was not surprised. Aunt Shui respectfully bowed to Master Zhuang, who nodded in acknowledgement. Aunt Shui then asked in a low voice, "May I ask why you summoned me, sir?" Master Zhuang was silent for a moment, his gaze subtle as he took in the appearance of Mo Hua and the other two. Then he slowly said, "You take these 3 children with you. Leave the Five Elements sect, leave Lishan City, and never return." Chapter 545, A Killing Game. Master. Mo Hua and the other two were startled. Aunt Shue's expression also changed, and she quickly said, Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang shook his head. I've taught you everything I can. This is a dangerous place, and you cannot stay any longer. But Mr. Zhuang's expression was indifferent, his gaze resolute. It was clear he had made up his mind. Everyone knew that Mr. Zhuang was unfathomable and acted according to his own judgment. They could not interfere at all. Aunt Shui helplessly sighed. Sir, when should I take them away? Mr. Zhuang had anticipated this. Tomorrow. Aunt Shui cupped her hands and agreed. Mo Hua's eyes were filled with reluctance, wanting to say more, but he saw Mr. Zhuang shake his head and say gently, I'm a bit tired and want to rest. You and your senior brothers and sisters go pack up. You'll leave tomorrow. Mo Hua felt a pang of sadness, but nodded understandingly. Master. The three returned to their rooms, their spirits visibly dampened. Bai Zixing asked in confusion, why did Master suddenly tell us to leave? It's not sudden. Mo Hua's expression was dejected, and he shook his head. Master must have planned this for a long time. The Five Elements sect was the final stop of their journey. Bai Zixi also lowered her gaze. A hint of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes before she looked up at Aunt Shui and asked, Aunt Shui, did Mother send you? Aunt Shui was slightly taken aback. Bai Zixing said, Zixi, Aunt Shui was already ordered by Mother to protect us. Bai Zixi shook her head. It's different. I mean, is Mother? Is she also coming? You followed Master, following Mother's orders, to guide her. Aunt Shui looked at Bai Zixi's clear and beautiful eyes, and for a moment, she seemed lost in thought. Miss Zixi really resembles Madam. Equally beautiful, equally intelligent and quick-witted, and also equally sharp-minded and decisive. Perhaps even more so. Aunt Shui didn't want to hide anything and nodded. Yes, Madam will be coming. Bai Zixi's complexion paled slightly. Bai Zixing still didn't understand. What's wrong if Mother comes? Bai Zixi tightly pursed her lips, her gaze heavy. Master and Mother are from the same sect and are like siblings. But for so many years, Master has been unwilling to see Mother. Why? Bai Zixing asked curiously. Because... Bai Zixi paused, then said gravely, Mother is scheming against Master. Scheming? Bai Zixing was startled. The two were siblings, and while Bai Zixing, with his optimistic nature, hadn't noticed certain things, the more sensitive Bai Zixi was well aware. Before, Mother couldn't scheme successfully, so she didn't dare to see Master. But now that she's coming, it means Master won't be able to leave. Bai Zixing said, even if Mother comes, what's the big deal? Would she harm Master? Master has many enemies. Bai Zixi sighed, lowering her eyes. Mother can calculate it, and his enemies can also calculate it. If Master can't leave, then naturally, he will have to face many enemies. Mo Hua frowned. Does Master have many enemies? Bai Zixi nodded, looking at Mo Hua. Many. Some have old grudges, and some are simply ill-intentioned. Mo Hua was taken aback. Does Master possess any treasures that others covet? Bai Zixi frowned and looked at Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui was lost in thought for a moment, then sighed. Mr. Zhuang possesses a great secret, but this secret is known to Madam, to the great cultivators of the Dao court, and to the old ancestors of the demonic sect. Aunt Shui gave a wry smile. It's not something I can know. These cultivators were too distant from Mo Hua, and these powers were too immense. Mo Hua was merely a rogue cultivator in the Qi condensation realm, with no concept of such conflicts. He only worried about Mr. Zhuang. Mo Hua asked, Aunt Shui, can't Master break free? Aunt Shui looked at Mo Hua's eyes, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but she had to say, if it weren't a desperate situation, Mr. Zhuang wouldn't have asked me to take you away. Mo Hua and the other two drooped their heads in disappointment. Mo Hua's thoughts raced, but no matter how he thought about it, he found himself utterly powerless. He was only at Qi condensation, only a first-rank formation master. Even if he knew ultimate formations, he was only a first-rank ultimate formation master. His sea of consciousness was established for foundation establishment, but it was still only foundation establishment. He could perform derivations, but unlike his master, he couldn't see through causality and derive heavenly secrets. He knew great formations, but he couldn't construct them alone to reverse the universe. He couldn't help, nor could he protect his master. Mo Hua sighed dejectedly. Just as he was frowning, racking his brains, still finding no solution, he suddenly looked up and his expression changed drastically. Seeing Mo Hua's anomaly, Aunt Shui couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Mo Hua frowned without speaking, then ran out of the room to the corridor and looked up at the sky. Aunt Shui, Bai Zixing, and Bai Zixi exchanged glances, then followed Mo Hua outside the room and looked up from the intricately carved beams and painted corridors. But the sky was a clear blue, with no abnormalities. Bai Zixing asked, Mo Hua, what happened? Mo Hua tilted his head back, his expression solemn. The sky is being covered by something. Aunt Shui's face changed, and she looked up again. After a moment, her brow furrowed deeply. She still couldn't see anything. It was broad daylight. The sky was clear and vast. There wasn't a single cloud. But she also knew that although this child Mo Hua had ordinary spiritual roots, he was intelligent, had an extraordinary spiritual sense, and was proficient in formations. Moreover, he was favored by Mr. Zhuang. He must have genuinely seen something unusual. Mo Hua's expression was solemn. Ever since he had seen tribulation lightning and immortal patterns, he often looked at the sky. Although he couldn't see anything, he could vaguely sense a subtle celestial energy in the sky. It was like the Tao's essence of the earth. Every time he looked up at the sky, he could perceive the self-improvement of the heavenly Tao, continuously generating life. But now, this hint of essence was gone. It was as if it had been covered by something. Mo Hua tilted his head, still staring intently at the sky. After a moment, his pupils trembled slightly, and he muttered, "They're here." Aunt Shui suddenly felt a palpitation and looked up sharply. She saw that the previously clear blue sky suddenly began to bloom with a blood tide from the horizon. A blood-red soul banner, like a tide, obscured the sun and moon, slowly drawing together from the horizon, spreading and covering the area. It seemed to be about to envelop the entire five-element sect. No, the entire Lishan city. Aunt Shui's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed, "A supreme treasure of the demonic path, a soul-refining banner." An anomaly suddenly appeared, and the sky was filled with blood. The entire five-element sect was instantly thrown into chaos. What's going on? Where did the sea of blood in the sky come from? Such powerful demonic energy. Is this a golden core stage demonic cultivator? A group of elders were both surprised and enraged. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, to attack my five-elements sect with demonic and evil artifacts. This is outrageous. The arrival is not benevolent. Not just not benevolent, but extremely malevolent. Do they think the five-elements sect has no one? Great Elder. The Great Elder's expression was grave. Just then, a colossal demonic sword emerged from the vast sea of blood. The body of this sword bore a gigantic, blood-covered vertical eye. Within the vertical eye, there were dense human faces. They were wailing, suffering, and struggling, as if they were vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts unable to transcend after being devoured by the demonic sword. With the emergence of this sword, the vast blood energy condensed into sword energy, which was tangible and contained terrifying killing power. Another golden core supreme treasure of the demonic path. The blood banner controls the main predicament, while the demonic sword slaughters. Everyone in the five-elements sect was terrified and trembling. The Great Elder shouted sternly, "Quick! Activate the Great Formation! Activate the Great Formation! Activate the Great Formation!" A group of elders received the order and hastily passed down the command. After a while, the five-elements sect mountain body trembled, and spiritual energy surged. Above the vast sect, formations lit up one by one, accompanied by astonishing spiritual pressure, forming an entire great formation. Five-colored light shot into the sky. The second-rank five-elements mountain-protecting great formation was fully activated. After 600 years, this mountain-protecting great formation of the five-elements sect finally saw the light of day again. A vast amount of spirit stones was instantly consumed, and spiritual energy flowed like water along the formation pivots, surging and powerful. Mo Hua was within the five-elements mountain-protecting great formation, feeling an indescribable shock. This is the five-elements mountain-protecting great formation. It's a second-rank great formation. The formation patterns were more complex. The formation pivots were more substantial. The five-colored light was dazzling, and the spiritual energy flowed like rivers. It was both beautiful and grand. Mo Hua's heart trembled, and he was suddenly startled. "Master!" The blood banner and the demonic sword were supreme treasures of golden core demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators disregarded the Tao court, and their sudden attack was not directed at the five-elements sect, but at his master, who was currently within the five-elements sect. As Mo Hua turned around, he realized that Mr. Zhuang had appeared behind him at some point. "Master!" Mo Hua's expression was worried. Mr. Zhuang dotingly stroked his head, smiled slightly, and then looked up at the five-elements mountain-protecting great formation, sighing. "This formation is a good thing, what a shame." Mo Hua also looked up and saw that the terrifying demonic sword had transformed into 10,000 streams of bloody sword energy, like a fierce wind and torrential rain, fiercely attacking the great formation. Demonic energy surged along with the sword energy, striking the spiritual barrier of the great formation, one by one sword by one sword. The entire formation let out a fierce humming sound. The entire five-elements sect shook, the mountains and rocks trembled, and the sect swayed. Cave dwellings collapsed, and wood and stone cracked. The spiritual energy of the great formation was also rapidly depleting. However, at the same time, more spirit stones were refined by the spirit gathering formation, flowing into the five-elements mountain protecting great formation like a river, stabilizing the formation base and supplying the formation. The demonic sword's attack ceased. And although the Five Elements mountain protecting Great Formation had suffered heavy losses, it still held. All the cultivators of the Five Elements sect breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Elder's worried heart finally settled. It held. It's good that it held. As long as it held, there would be a chance for a turnaround. The world under heaven is all Tao land. This world belongs to the Tao court. Although these demonic spawn, for some unknown reason, suddenly became so bold as to attack the Five Elements sect, as long as they could hold, once the Tao court or other righteous paths came to their aid, this great disaster could be averted. The Great Elder looked again at the Five Elements mountain protecting Great Formation outside the sect mountain gate, his heart filled with emotion. The Great Formation is indeed the foundation of the sect. In a life or death crisis, this is truly a life-saving thing. Without the Great Formation, the golden core sword energy released by the demonic sword just now would have been enough to kill more than half of the Five Elements sect's cultivators. As the only surviving golden core cultivator of the Five Elements sect, he was old and frail and could not resist it. But how did these demonic fiends dare to openly attack my Five Elements sect? The Great Elder frowned, puzzled. Could it be that their target is? The Great Elder was deep in thought, but before he could ponder further, his expression changed, and he looked sharply at the Great Formation, his heart filled with alarm. That's not right. This mountain-protecting Great Formation is a bit off. The Great Elder suddenly stood up, looked around, and shouted sternly, "Where is Liao Tianda?" Liao Tianda was the sect master of the Five Elements sect. The surrounding elders and disciples of the Five Elements sect exchanged glances. Only now did they realize that the Five Elements sect was facing a great disaster, but no one had seen the sect master's whereabouts. Where had sect master Liao gone? The Great Elder's heart grew cold. He looked up at the Great Formation, his eyes filled with horror. Because the Five Elements mountain-protecting Great Formation, which originally flowed with five-colored spiritual energy, had gradually turned blood red. This blood red color was the color of blood and slaughter. An aura of evil surged from the Great Formation. This was not the Five Elements sect's mountain-protecting Great Formation. It was an evil Great Formation. Why? When was the Great Formation tampered with? The Great Elder's expression shifted, his thoughts racing, and he slowly understood. Extensive construction. The Five Elements sect, in order to build cave dwellings, undertook extensive construction, which inevitably required altering the sect's layout and modifying the Five Elements mountain-protecting Great Formation. In this process, someone secretly tampered with it, altering the formation pivots. They changed the Five Elements sect's mountain-protecting Great Formation into an evil Great Formation. Those who could tamper with it must be high-ranking officials within the Five Elements sect. The most likely suspect was the sect master of the Five Elements sect, Liao Tianda. His authority within the sect was second only to his own. When he was in seclusion, all sect matters were handled by him, and he benefited the most from the extensive construction of cave dwellings. Now that disaster had struck, he had fled. Liao Tian. Duh. The Great Elder's eyes were filled with rage, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. This ungrateful beast had long since betrayed the sect. While filled with anger, he was also confused. How could Liao Tianda? How could he tamper with the Five Elements sect's mountain-protecting Great Formation? A second-rank Five Elements Great Formation, let alone Liao Tianda, who was merely at the Foundation establishment realm, even he, the Great Elder at the Golden Core stage, did not possess the formation attainments to alter it. The Great Elder thought carefully and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. There was a high-level expert from the demonic path. This person must be proficient in formations. He had secretly instigated Liao Tianda to alter the formation patterns of the Five Elements mountain-protecting Great Formation. Taking advantage of the extensive construction, he had embedded evil formation patterns into the Five Elements sect's formation base. On the surface, the Five Elements sect's Great Formation still looked like the Five Elements mountain-protecting Great Formation. But once the Great Formation was activated and spiritual energy was consumed at an accelerated rate, it would be contaminated by demonic energy, activating the hidden evil formation patterns and gradually shedding its spiritual energy, transforming into a demonic Great Formation. This involved profound knowledge of formations. The Great Elder himself understood nothing about it, but he knew that such a feat of secretly altering a Great Formation could only be accomplished by a high-level expert from the demonic path. Moreover, this person's cultivation might not be merely at the Golden Core stage. The Great Elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Only then did he realize that this was a trap. The Five Elements sect was a chess piece, and Liao Tianda was a pawn. The Five Elements mountain-protecting Great Formation was a great dragon. Someone had planned for hundreds of years, secretly placed pieces, and orchestrated this killing game. The target was not the Five Elements sect, but it could only be. The Great Elder turned his head and looked into the distance, looking towards Mr. Zhuang between the carved beams and corridors. It was him. The demonic sect had set up a trap, and the person they wanted to kill was Mr. Zhuang. At the same time, The spiritual energy above the five elements mountain protecting Great Formation had been completely polluted, turning a scarlet blood red. Everyone within the Great Formation, bathed in the blood red light, felt dizzy, and the blood energy in their bodies seemed to be gradually draining away. This lost blood energy slowly surged upwards, merging into the Great Formation, strengthening the formation bit by bit. The Great Elder felt despair. This is the five elements blood fiend Great Formation. This was a second-rank demonic path trapping and killing Great Formation. Cultivators trapped within the Great Formation could not escape, and could only be refined to death by the blood energy. These golden core demonic cultivators wanted to use this formation to trap Mr. Zhuang. Just then, from the distant blood sea outside the five elements sect, a deep and cold voice echoed. Demonic path, Yuhua stage, Xian Sanren. I seek an audience with Mr. Zhuang. Yuhua stage? Xian Sanren. The Great Elder was stunned by the words, Yuhua stage. After a long while, he snapped back to reality and mumbled the name, Xian Sanren. Suddenly his heart turned to ice. Xian Sanren. Is the Xian demonic ancestor from back then? It was his doing? The Great Elder's limbs went weak, and his heart turned to ash. My five elements sect today may face annihilation. The blood banner obscured the sky, and the blood sea was vast. Within it, Xian Sanren's voice echoed again. Demonic path, Yuhua stage, Xian Sanren. I seek an audience with Mr. Zhuang. Within the five elements sect. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhuang snorted coldly. I won't see you. Scram. His voice was not loud, but it resounded through the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth fell silent. Xian Sanren remained silent for a long time, his icy words filled with anger. Under my five elements blood fiend Great Formation, you have no say. Mr. Zhuang let out a cold laugh, showing off your limited skills. Then, with a gentle flick of his sleeve, without any fluctuation of spiritual energy or divine sense, the heavens and earth suddenly changed. Amidst the vast sea of blood, the formation patterns on the evil Great Formation dissolved one by one. The Great Formation, originally filled with blood energy, was gradually purified by spiritual energy. The formation patterns transformed, and the formation pivots reversed. It was as if causality was inverted, and time flowed backward. Five-colored light began to shine again, and even more brilliantly. The five elements blood fiend Great Formation reversed its formation, transforming back into the five elements mountain protecting Great Formation, shielding all the cultivators of the five elements sect within the formation. What kind of skill was this? The entire five elements sect was dumbfounded. Outside the five elements sect, beneath the sea of blood, a demonic cultivator, clad in black robes, with a youthful face and deep, sinister eyes, also had his pupils contract. Celestial reversal. It's truly as its name suggests. Chapter 546, Entrustment. This demonic cultivator, clad in black robes with white hair and a youthful complexion, was none other than the feather transformation realm demonic ancestor, Xian Sanren. Behind him stood several golden core stage demonic cultivators. A youth, exceptionally beautiful, but with a pale face, as if wearing a perfectly sculpted, flawless mask of dead skin. An elder, a sword servant carrying a sword case, with a wooden expression, only the whites of his eyes visible. A burly demon cultivator, with sharp fingertips and bloodshot eyes. These three were the demonic cultivators who had appeared outside Nenyu City. The only one missing was the old woman, who reeked of decay and muttered nonsensically. This fellow surnamed Zhuang really has some skill, the pale-faced youth sneered. The demon cultivator chuckled. If you don't understand formations, don't speak carelessly. What do you mean he has skill? This is one of the most profound formation arts in the cultivation world. No one in your entire blood refining sect could possibly understand it. The pale-faced youth's face darkened slightly, but the sword case elder said, Be cautious with your words. Mr. Zhuang is not someone we can criticize. The pale-faced youth was displeased, but said no more. Beneath the torrent of blood from the soul refining blood banner, the five elements mountain protecting grand array flowed with light, its spiritual energy surging, resisting the pervasive killing intent and monstrous demonic energy, standing in opposition. The sword case elder licked his lips, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes, and said to Xian Sanren, Venerable one, the demonic sword requires more sentient beings to be killed and soaked in human blood before it can break this grand array. Xian Sanren's gaze turned grim. After a moment of thought, he suddenly shook his head. No rush. Even if we break the grand array, we can't do anything to him at this moment. It's enough to trap him for now. Then he smiled sinisterly. I spent hundreds of years planning, using the blood fiend array current to alter the five elements mountain protecting grand array, but I didn't expect him to break it with a mere flip of his hand. As expected of Mr. Zhuang, who possesses the potential of a half-step celestial being. However, all calculations end here. This place has already been locked by the Nether Dao heavenly mechanism, sealing the heavenly secrets. Cultivators from the Tao court will not discover us for a short period. Within 3 days, once the soul-refining banner's blood sea is immense and completely seals Lishan City, and the demonic sword hangs in the sky, devouring flesh and blood, the entire Lishan City will transform into a purgatory, and not a single living being will escape. The Nether Tao Heavenly Mechanism Lock, the soul-refining banner, and the chaotic demon sword. These 3 demonic supreme treasures are enough to trap and kill any cultivator. Even Mr. Zhuang is no exception. Moreover, times have changed. He is no longer the Mr. Zhuang who once overlooked the world. The Sword Case Elder and the other 2 bowed in agreement. Venerable One is wise. Xian Sanren closed his eyes to rest, seemingly calculating something. The Sword Case Elder and the other 2 dared not disturb him, so they bowed and retreated. The 3 retreated to the side. The demon cultivator's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he whispered to the Sword Case Elder, "Do you think we can capture this person this time?" The Sword Case Elder said sternly, "We are acting on orders. Whether we succeed or fail is not for us to worry about." The demon cultivator, finding no amusement, snorted, putting on airs. "I don't believe that if an opportunity for immortality is placed before you, you wouldn't be tempted." The corner of the Sword Case Elder's eye twitched. "How can you and I be worthy of coveting such an opportunity?" He lowered his voice again. "We are acting under the command of the demonic cult's nether ancestor. We are merely pawns. I will kill some people to feed the demonic sword. You should be obedient, follow orders, and strive for some merit. In the future, you can advance further from your position as a demon elder. This is the most practical matter. The word immortal is something for nether ancestor to consider. How can it be something we at our realm can dream of? Above immortal is the longevity of heaven and earth. Below immortal is an abyss 10,000 feet deep. One wrong step, and both of us will perish without a burial place." The demon cultivator perfunctorily replied, all right, I know." However, in his heart, he was disdainful. "An opportunity for immortality is placed before me, and I don't believe you aren't tempted." A flash of sharp light appeared in the burly man's eyes. Beside him, the pale-faced youth also showed covetousness and great ambition. Even the solemn expression of the Sword Case Elder held a ripple of emotion beneath his stern facade. Immortality. The 3 had their own thoughts, and a moment of silence fell. After a moment, the demon cultivator suddenly asked curiously, "Where is that old woman? Why don't I see her?" The Sword Case Elder was startled, then frowned. "She must have gone to refine corpses." The demon cultivator found it strange. Refining corpses? Can that be more important than what's happening now? "You don't understand what corpse she is refining." The Sword Case Elder's gaze sharpened. "If that corpse is refined successfully, it will truly be extraordinary. It's just a zombie." The burly man shook his head. The pale-faced youth also showed disdain. Inside the 5 Elements sect, beneath the mountain protecting array, the Grand Elder met Mr. Zhuang, his expression conflicted. He hesitated for a long time before bowing and cupping his hands. "The 5 Elements sect thanks you for saving our lives, Mr." He was very unwilling in his heart. The calamity of the 5 Elements sect was due to Mr. Zhuang's involvement. But fundamentally, it was because of the traitor Liao Tianda. Liao Tianda was the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. The sect leader colluded with the demonic cult, altered the Grand Array, and plotted against Mr. Zhuang. From this perspective, their 5 Elements sect was equally responsible. The 5 Elements Blood Fiend Grand Array was a second-rank evil array capable of refining the flesh and blood of all cultivators within the array. Even he, a Golden Core cultivator, could not resist it, let alone the other disciples of the 5 Elements sect. If not for Mr. Zhuang, the 5 Elements sect would have faced annihilation today. Their disciples would have been killed and injured, becoming nourishment for the evil array, perishing under this grand array that their ancestor had left to protect their clan. Therefore, even though the Grand Elder was unwilling, he still had to bow his head and thank Mr. Zhuang. There was also another reason. He wanted to preserve the foundation of the 5 Elements sect. Outside the 5 Elements sect, the blood banner obscured the sky, and the blood sea permeated everything. The demonic sword hung high, its killing intent rampant. Moreover, there was a feather transformation realm demon ancestor. This was a dead end. The Grand Elder was filled with despair. He had racked his brains, but found no solution, so he could only place his hope in the unfathomable Mr. Zhuang. He hoped Mr. Zhuang could show their 5 Elements sect a path to survival, allowing their disciples to live. However, after having made things difficult for him multiple times before, he was now too ashamed to speak. Mr. Zhuang seemed to see through the Grand Elder's thoughts and said calmly, "I can save you." The Grand Elder's heart trembled, his eyes filled with hope, but also some doubt. "You," Mr. Zhuang said, "my disciple has learned your sect's inheritance. In a sense, he owes your sect a favor. Cause and effect cycle, one good deed for another. I will save you once and give you a way out, both to settle the karma and to give an accounting to the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect." The Grand Elder was overjoyed but felt a lump in his throat, wanting to speak, but stopping. Mr. Zhuang looked calm and said nothing. After hesitating, the Grand Elder could not let it go and hesitantly asked the doubt that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. Mr. Zhuang, what inheritance of my 5 elements sect did your disciple obtain? Mr. Zhuang smiled faintly. What do you think? The Grand Elder frowned, deliberating. The 5 elements spirit formations. I fear it is more than that. Knowing that, what good would it do? The Grand Elder was stunned. Mr. Zhuang shook his head. You couldn't even learn the 5 elements ultimate formations. What good would any other inheritance do you? These words struck the Grand Elder deeply, but he was powerless to refute them. For so many years, the younger generation had become complacent and lacked ambition. It had been a long time since anyone could learn the 5 elements ultimate formations. It was their own fault for letting a pearl be covered in dust. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Mr. Zhuang's gaze sharpened, and he continued, in the future, if my disciple achieves success in formations, I can pass this inheritance to your 5 elements sect again. The Grand Elder's body trembled, and he was shocked. Are you serious, mister? Mr. Zhuang nodded. However, there is one thing you must promise. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, but the inheritance was important, so he said, Please, Mr. Zhuang said gravely, do not mention my disciple's affairs to anyone, especially my youngest disciple. Do not mention anything about the 5 elements sect, the inheritance, or even that he came here and you met him from now on. The Grand Elder was taken aback. This. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was deep, his expression serious. The Grand Elder's heart tightened. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized that this seemingly trivial matter might be extremely important. All right. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. Mr. Zhuang looked through the Grand Elder with clear eyes, nodded slightly, and instructed. The soul refining banner will be completely refined in 2 days. At that time, the Blood Sea will be immense and will seal the entire Lishan City. Mr. Zhuang opened a map of Lishan City, tapped his finger, and drew a line. At noon tomorrow, all the elders and disciples of your 5 elements sect should leave Lishan City from the southwest corner, following this line, and do not return. The Grand Elder was somewhat astonished. The demonic cult will likely not give up. You don't need to worry about it. The Grand Elder nodded obediently, but a sense of reluctance arose. Then my 5 elements sect's foundation. Mr. Zhuang's gaze turned cold. As long as the formations and people exist, the sect exists. If formations are lost and people die, the sect perishes. These broken bricks and tiles are not the foundation. People are the root, and formations are the foundation. The Grand Elder suddenly awoke, his face showing shame. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Zhuang nodded, having said all he needed to say. The Grand Elder then respectfully rose, bowed deeply to Mr. Zhuang, and left. Mr. Zhuang then called Aunt Shui and his 3 disciples, saying, The 5 elements sect will leave tomorrow. You will go with them, but before you leave, I have a few things to entrust to you. Mr. Zhuang first kept Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi, handing them 2 jade slips. This is the complete formation diagram of the Immortal Heaven formation current. Keep it well and comprehend it diligently. Do not let down this inheritance. This is also something your mother was thinking about. She couldn't learn it in her time, so she always hoped you too could learn this supreme formation origin. As for other matters, you have a family and a mother who has made arrangements. I believe I don't need to worry about them. The 2 accepted the jade slips and fell silent for a moment. Bai Zixing lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Bai Zishi hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Master, I'm sorry, my mother. Mr. Zhuang smiled slightly. That's something from the previous generation. It has nothing to do with you. Mr. Zhuang looked at the 2 children gently, comforting them. Your temperament and talent are both excellent. I am teaching you the Immortal Heaven formation current of my own volition, not just because of your mother. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi's eyes felt sore, and they respectfully kowtowed to Mr. Zhuang 3 times. Mr. Zhuang accepted their gift with composure and then sighed softly. From now on, take good care of yourselves. And also, take good care of your junior disciple for me. Yes. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi nodded solemnly. After that, they reluctantly withdrew. Mr. Zhuang then called Mo Hua in alone. Master. Mo Hua's eyes felt a little teary. Mr. Zhuang smiled gently, beckoned Mo Hua to his side, and handed him a ring. This ring was simple, but ancient and grand. Your senior disciples have families, backgrounds, and a mother with considerable cultivation and means. They lack nothing, so I will be a bit biased and leave this for you. This is a Nazi ring. It's similar to a storage bag. It can store things, but it's more concealed than a storage bag. Although you come from a rogue cultivator background and don't have many treasures, you have quite a few secret items, especially the jade slip for the heavenly evolution art, and that 5 elements formation flow diagram. Keep these safe and never lose them. Mr. Zhuang personally placed the Nazi ring on Mo Hua's hand with great care. The Nazi ring was of normal size, but Mo Hua's hands were small, so he could only wear it on his thumb. This ring needs to be blood recognized, Mr. Zhuang said. He then drew a line across his fingertip, and a bloodstain appeared on Mo Hua's left thumb, the blood flowing into the Nazi ring. The Nazi ring seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing Mo Hua's blood. The wound was painful, but Mo Hua pursed his lips and endured it without a sound. After a moment, the pain subsided. Mo Hua looked down and saw that the Nazi ring on his thumb seemed to have disappeared, but a connection had been subtly established within his spiritual sense. It was as if the ring still existed on his thumb, but only he could see it. Seeing that the ring did not reject him, Mr. Zhuang was completely relieved. He looked at Mo Hua again and asked gently, "Have you remembered everything I taught you?" "Yes." Mo Hua nodded. Mr. Zhuang asked one by one. From spiritual sense calculations to various formation principles, from spirit reversal formations, earth thickening formations, to the 5 elements spirit formations, and even the structural pivot of grand formations and key points of formations. Mr. Zhuang repeated everything patiently. It seemed as though this was the last time he would be teaching his little disciple. Therefore, he repeated everything, no matter how small, with patience and tenderness. As Mo Hua listened, his nose tingled, and his eyes began to blur. After finishing, Mr. Zhuang patted Mo Hua's head and asked, "Gui Daoren, you know him, right?" Mo Hua was startled and nodded slightly. "Gui Daoren is my senior disciple and can be considered your martial uncle. He has already fallen into demonic cultivation, and he cultivates the art of Gui, oddity/strangeness. His disposition is cold, his methods are extremely powerful, and he is also an extremely arrogant person, but he is proficient in spiritual sense techniques, and his application of spiritual sense is at its peak. If you encounter him in the future, you must be extremely careful to guard against him." "Yes, master." Mo Hua's eyes were moist as he nodded. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua, thought for a moment, showing a hint of apology, but still said directly, "As your master, I have a great opportunity and an even greater secret, but I cannot pass these on to you, nor can I tell you. Passing them to you would bring you immense disaster. Even just knowing about them would incur karma. Therefore, you cannot know anything, and you should not know anything. The immortal heaven formation current is a unique inheritance, and I cannot teach it to you. All I can teach you are some obscure and complex spiritual sense techniques, as well as the principles of formations. In the future, you must rely on your own abilities, learn formations one by one, and comprehend them bit by bit. Even if it is arduous, and you face countless setbacks, you must forge your own path, form your own formation current, cultivate supreme spiritual sense, and prove your own Tao." Mo Hua's expression was serious, and he nodded. "I understand, master." Mr. Zhuang nodded, looking at Mo Hua, feeling as if there were 1,000 words he wanted to say but could not. In the end, only a long sigh remained. Mo Hua also drooped his little head. After a moment, Mr. Zhuang seemed to make up his mind and smiled slightly at Mo Hua. "You must be tired. Rest for a while." Mo Hua shook his head. Just as he was about to say, "I'm not tired," wanting to spend more time with his master, he felt a wave of drowsiness. It seemed he was indeed too tired, having not slept for several days, and felt extremely weary. Mo Hua's eyelids grew heavy, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. His breathing was even, his face as picturesque as a painting, innocent and cute. However, his small brows were tightly furrowed, as if he were worried about something. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua with reluctance, as if wanting to engrave Mo Hua's appearance in his heart forever. He reached out and gently stroked Mo Hua's forehead, smoothing out his furrowed brows, and murmured softly. It seemed these words could only be spoken when Mo Hua was asleep. "The thing I am most fortunate for in this life is taking you, this child, as my disciple. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the day you achieve mastery in formations. This is my final gift to you. You must live well." When Mo Hua woke up, it was not yet dawn, and his master was still by his side, but his aura was noticeably weaker. "Master," Mo Hua said worriedly. Mr. Zhuang smiled gently. "I fell asleep." Mo Hua felt a bit ashamed. Mr. Zhuang shook his head. "Go and pack up. After dawn, leave with your senior disciples." Mo Hua's heart trembled with reluctance. "Master, can't you go with us?" Mr. Zhuang did not answer, but gently stroked Mo Hua's head and said softly, "Go." Mo Hua could only leave reluctantly. After dawn, Missouri Hua left Lishan City with Aunt Shui, his senior disciples, and all the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect. Before leaving, he and his senior disciples went to see Mr. Zhuang again. But Mr. Zhuang's door was closed, as if he would no longer see them. Mo Hua knocked on the door, but there was no response. When the time came, he had no choice but to leave. Mo Hua left with the cultivator team, and with every few steps, he would look back, hoping to see his master one more time. But until he left the 5 Elements sect, he still didn't see his master. "I won't see master anymore." Mo Hua's tears flowed uncontrollably. and on a tall building of the Five Elements sect. Mr. Zhuang, unseen by anyone, watched Mo Hua leave. He watched Mo Hua's small figure, constantly looking back, wiping away tears, as he gradually moved further away, eventually disappearing between the pavilions and towers. In his gentle gaze, endless anticipation flowed. I have entrusted the past of the sect to your senior disciples, but I have entrusted the future of the sect to you. Chapter 547, Leaving the City. The city was sealed by the soul-refining blood banner, and the monstrous demonic sword swept through. Lishan City had become ruins. Yesterday, it was adorned with carved beams and painted pillars. Today, it was nothing but broken walls and ruins. The former splendor was now just a mess. Big White pulled the cart, leading the way. Mo Hua, along with his senior brother, senior sister, and Aunt Shui, followed behind. They, along with the main group of cultivators from the Five Elements sect, left the sect, passed through the sect-protecting formation, and entered the desolate Lishan City. Seeing the surroundings, Mo Hua realized that Lishan City had long been an empty shell. Many of the merchants residing there were hidden demonic cultivators. There were not many orthodox cultivators. When disaster struck, most of these cultivators were either dead, injured, or had fled. The merchants were not local cultivators. They came for profit and left when the profit was gone. No one was willing to die with Lishan City, and no one cared about its survival. Like flowers without roots, they bloomed in splendor and withered in an instant. Lishan City, where every inch of land was valuable, had its prosperity end, revealing its desolate true nature of earth, stones, and mud. However, Mo Hua didn't care about these things. As he walked, he occasionally looked back, hoping that each time he turned, he would see his master again. But in the end, he saw nothing. Mo Hua lowered his head sadly. Bai Zixing was also sad and patted Mo Hua's shoulder. Bai Zixi, however, held Mo Hua's hand. Aunt Shui's gaze was surprised, but her expression was complex. She sighed slightly and said nothing. Everyone walked together towards the outside of Lishan City. The Grand Elder and the elders of the Five Elements sect led the way. Although blood seas loomed overhead and sword chi permeated the air, Lishan City was bathed in a blood-red hue, with demonic energy seeping out. However, this path was smooth and without incident. There were no demonic cultivators, no killing intent, no danger. It was truly a path to survival, just as Mr. Zhuang had said. The Grand Elder found it somewhat unbelievable, and at the same time, he felt relieved, sighing in his heart. Mr. Zhuang is indeed a master. He has greatly helped our Five Elements sect. As they walked, in just a moment, the gates of Lishan City appeared before them. Exiting the gates meant leaving Lishan City. It meant leaving this place of troubles, this inferno. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked up, the breath he had just exhaled was abruptly held. A chilling coldness spread through his heart. In front of them, the city gates were suddenly engulfed in a blood sea, blocking their path. And atop the city gates, at this very moment, stood a group of strangely shaped cultivators. In the center was one wearing a black robe, with white hair and a youthful complexion, his eyes deep and sinister. It was Ancestor Xuanma. On his side stood a weathered old man carrying an evil-looking sword box, a pale-faced, beardless youth with a face as delicate as a meticulously crafted death mask, and a large man with fangs and blood-red eyes. Behind these individuals was a group of demonic cultivators with sinister auras, all at least at the Foundation establishment stage. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in terror, his heart shattering. All the cultivators of the Five Elements sect turned ashen-faced. Xian Sanren smiled sinisterly. Beneath the blood banner, the vengeful souls and fierce ghosts cannot be reborn. Not even a residual soul will be left. How could I possibly let you go? The Dao Court is very strict. I haven't massacred a city in hundreds of years. Today is a rare opportunity. Let me have a taste of meat. The Grand Elder felt a sense of despair. An old demon at the feather transformation stage. The Five Elements sect is doomed. His face contorted in sorrow, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the sinister smile on Xian Sanren's face gradually fade. As if seeing something, his expression turned solemn. Following Xian Sanren's gaze, the Grand Elder saw an old man sitting on a rooftop not far to the west, his face weathered, his body like a withered tree. It was the unfathomable old man beside Mr. Zhuang, called Old Puppet. A glimmer of hope reignited in the Grand Elder's heart. Xian Sanren looked at Old Puppet, his expression ashen, and cupped his hands. What esteemed senior is this? Old Puppet glanced at him indifferently. You are not worthy of knowing. I shall spare your life. Begone. Xian Sanren was enraged and sneered, about to attack. He suddenly paused, as if recalling something, his expression changing drastically, and he exclaimed, You are. Old Puppet's gaze turned sharp. Xian Sanren immediately shut his mouth, fear preventing him from speaking. He forcibly suppressed his inner terror, his face trembling. He cupped his hands towards Old Puppet, and his figure gradually faded from atop the city gates, then disappeared. The demonic cultivators behind Xian Sanren were also stunned and shocked. What is the identity of this old man? Even Xian Sanren has to show him respect? However, they dared not ask. They feared offending this mysterious old man with their impudent words, and they also feared incurring Xian Sanren's wrath with their improper speech. Since Xian Sanren dared not stop him, they naturally dared not. Thus, all the demonic cultivators had no choice but to retreat. The demonic cultivators withdrew one after another. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully towards Old Puppet from afar. All the cultivators of the Five Elements sect also looked solemn and bowed towards Old Puppet. Old Puppet lightly tapped his finger, and a dark fireball shot out. The gates of Lishan City shattered, the demonic energy was incinerated, the blood banner had a large gap burned into it, and the blood sea seemed to be torn apart, revealing an opening. Go! Old Puppet uttered only this word, and then closed his eyes to rest. The Grand Elder felt a surge of gratitude and bowed respectfully from afar. He then glanced back, waved his hand, and led the people of the Five Elements sect through the opening created by Old Puppet, heading out of Lishan City. Imohua also glanced at Old Puppet and couldn't help but murmur, "Grandpa Puppet." Old Puppet seemed to hear Imohua's voice, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Imohua, and a smile curved his lips. This was the first time Imohua had seen Old Puppet smile. It was like a puppet smile. Though stiff and somewhat unnatural, it was very gentle. In Imohua's ears, Old Puppet's hoarse and kind voice sounded. "I came to see you off." Imohua's nose stung, and he waved his hand forcefully, bidding Old Puppet farewell. Old Puppet smiled again and then said softly, "Go." And Imohua nodded, glanced at Old Puppet again, then reluctantly shifted his gaze and walked towards the city's exit. Old Puppet watched Imohua's small figure, a hint of regret in his eyes. What a pity. He wouldn't get to taste the pine nuts this child fried for him. Nor would he have the chance to guide his techniques or play chess together again. Then he scoffed at himself. My Tao heart has also been shaken. Old Puppet shook his head, closed his eyes again, and sat in meditation. Meanwhile, Imohua continued to walk, passed through the city gates, left Lishan City, left the Lishan City shrouded in blood seas, filled with demonic energy, danger, and killing intent. He also left Lishan City, where his master resided. When Imohua looked back again, the soul-refining blood banner had been fully refined, completely obscuring Lishan City. What met his eyes were a monstrous blood sea, a ferocious demonic sword, and endless bloody sword chi. Imohua imprinted all of this in his heart, his gaze turning cold. To dare to scheme against master. One day, I will slaughter all of you demonic fiends and monsters, tear apart this soul banner, smash this demonic sword, and crush the heavenly secrets and karma of the demonic path. What ancestor Xuanma, what golden core demonic cultivators, what supreme treasures of the demonic path. You all wait for me. At this moment, Xian Sanren, who had just recovered from Old Puppet's deterrence in Lishan City, suddenly felt another jolt. He immediately took out a white bone compass from his embrace. Within the compass was a lock, soaked in black blood, engraved with ancient formation patterns, and at its center was embedded a demonic eye that blinked menacingly. This was the demonic Karma Supreme Treasure, the Netherworld Heavenly Secret Lock. Xian Sanren frowned. Just now, this heavenly secret lock was trembling. What does it mean? What is it afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? Xian Sanren bit his finger, wiped it across his forehead, leaving a bloodstain. The bloodstain writhed on its own, and Xian Sanren's divine sense became even sharper. He formed a hand seal and pondered carefully. After a long while, he was still filled with confusion. He couldn't calculate anything. It was all a mystery. But vaguely, there seemed to be a hint of ominous fortune. It was like he had unintentionally released a school of fish fry into a river. But within this fish fry, there seemed to be a small, ferocious alligator. However, upon closer inspection, the river was vast and turbulent, its waves shimmering, making everything appear faint and invisible. Xian Sanren was lost in thought, then shook his head. Must be an illusion. How could there be such a coincidence? Dozens of miles outside Lishan City, there was a fork in the road. Imohua and the people of the Five Elements sect were about to part ways here. The Grand Elder looked at Imohua, his expression complex. The true inheritance of the Five Elements sect rested with this child. And the future fortune of the Five Elements sect might also lie with this child. Although he didn't know what the true inheritance of the Five Elements sect was, nor what its future fortune would be, this was what Mr. Zhuang had told him, and he could only trust it. However, whether the Five Elements sect would have this fortune in the future was uncertain. The sect had suffered such a calamity, and people's hearts were scattered. They would have to live under someone else's roof from now on, which would surely not be easy. These disciples would likely leave one by one. It was uncertain how many would remain in the end. Perhaps it would be all right if he himself lived, as he was a golden core cultivator. But what about 100 or 200 years later? If he were to die, and the Five Elements sect had no successor, would it be erased from the history of the cultivation world? The Grand Elder sighed, his heart filled with worry. He looked at Imo Hua and cupped his hands in farewell. Young sir, take care. Imo Hua also bowed. Grand Elder, take care. I hope there will be a day when we meet again. The Grand Elder sighed in his heart, then bowed to Imo Hua again, and led the people of the Five Elements sect, embarking on their uncertain path. And Imo Hua walked onto another path. This was a wide mountain road. Big White pulled the cart, and seeing Imo Hua's low spirits, it affectionately rubbed its head against him, as if trying to comfort him. Imo Hua also hugged Big White, but his expression remained somewhat dejected. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were also a little sad. As they walked, Bai Zixing suddenly asked Aunt Shui, Aunt Shui, can you find Mother and have her come save Master? Aunt Shui replied bitterly, matters involving people of Mr. Zhuang's realm are simply beyond our interference. Even Madam, in many matters, she is powerless to change things. What's more, Madam, was herself plotting against Mr. Zhuang. Aunt Shui did not say this aloud. Bai Zixing became somewhat listless. Bai Zishi asked, Aunt Shui, where are we going now? Aunt Shui pondered for a moment. Let's go see Madam first. Madam is also concerned about your safety. After that, we should probably return to the Bai family. Return to the Bai family. Bai Zishi murmured, and couldn't help but look at Imo Hua. Bai Zixing also suddenly remembered something, his melancholy receding. He looked at Imo Hua and asked, Junior brother, are you coming back to the Bai family with us? The Bai family? Imo Hua was startled. And, Bai Zixing nodded. You come to the Bai family with me. I'll look out for you, and you won't have to worry about cultivation. There's also inheritance and formations, all available. Although it's far from master's level, it's still very good. Imo Hua remained silent. He looked back again at Lishan City. He still wanted to see his master, but he couldn't anymore. Golden Core, Feather Transformation. These levels of cultivation were not something he could participate in. He was only at the Qi condensation stage. Imo Hua sighed dejectedly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I want to go back to Immortal Pass City to see my parents. He had been away from home for a long time and wanted to go back and see them. It's fine, Bai Zixing nodded. I also want to go back and see Uncle Imo and Aunt Lu, and then you can come to the Bai family with me. Your comprehension is so high, and you've learned formations so well. Even in the Bai family, no one will dare to look down on you. Imo Hua hesitated, but this might not be right. He was not part of the Bai family. Bai Zixing said with a stern little face, what's not right about it? You are my junior brother, and with me, we are family. As your senior brother, I should naturally look after you. In the Bai family, anyone who looks down on you is looking down on me. Anyone who bullies you is bullying me. I'll knock their teeth out. Imo Hua was touched, but he still shook his head. Bai Zixing said, no rush, you can consider it slowly. Bai Zishi also looked at Imo Hua, her voice clear but resolute. When we get to the Bai family, no one will dare to bully you. Imo Hua was slightly stunned and smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Imo Hua's smile was like a clear spring, clean and pure, flowing gently through his heart. Bai Zishi slightly averted her gaze. Aunt Shui witnessed everything. Her eyes filled with both comfort and tenderness, as well as a hint of reluctance. Some beauty was simple and pure. But this cultivation world was cold and cruel. Imo Hua still shook his head. I'll go back and see my parents first, then we'll talk. He hadn't thought about what would happen afterward. To reach Foundation establishment, he needed to unravel the Sky Mystery Great Formation. This Great Formation was very difficult to unravel. It might take 1 or 2 years, or it might take 10 to 20 years. But no matter what, he had to unravel the Great Formation, and then, step by step, as his master had said, cultivate his divine sense to its extreme, and achieve the Tao with supreme divine sense. This process would definitely be difficult, and definitely arduous. He still had many secrets on him. Although he couldn't bear to part with his junior brother and senior sister, the Bai family might not be a good destination. The Dali Mountain Prefecture was vast. Beyond Lishan City lay the undulating Dali Mountains, with layered peaks and winding mountain paths. Imo Hua and his group walked along the mountain path, moving further and further away from Lishan City. The mountains were like emeralds, with clouds steaming and mist swirling. The magnificent mountain scenery diluted their sorrow, but left behind endless melancholy. The three of Imo Hua felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts. After walking for several days, Aunt Shui's brow furrowed. Bai Zixing asked, Aunt Shui, what's wrong? Aunt Shui pondered for a moment and shook her head. Nothing. After walking for another 5 or 6 days, Aunt Shui's expression became increasingly solemn. Now, all of them sensed that something was amiss. Bai Zishi asked, Aunt Shui, what happened? Aunt Shui hesitated for a moment, then truthfully said, 10 days ago, I sent a message to Madame via Jade Slip, explaining the situation, but all this time, the message has not been sent out. It seems that not only Lishan City, but the entire Dali mountain has had its heavenly secrets sealed, and its communications severed. Everyone's expression became solemn. Emohua looked up and indeed felt that the sky was hazy. He could see the sky, but he couldn't see the original sky. It was as if something was sealing it. Aunt Shui, what is covering the sky? Emohua asked. Aunt Shui frowned. It might be the Netherworld Heavenly Secret Lock. Heavenly Secret Lock? Aunt Shui nodded. Heavenly Secret Locks are a type of heavenly secret artifact that can conceal heavenly secrets, lock karma, and even sever communications, preventing other cultivators from seeing, sensing, or calculating them. The righteous path has heavenly secret lock-type artifacts, and the demonic path also has them. However, to seal heavenly secrets over such a large area, severing communication for the entire Dali mountain, such an artifact must be extraordinary. It is very likely the Netherworld Heavenly Secret Lock, one of the supreme treasures of the demonic path. Demonic Path Supreme Treasure, Netherworld Heavenly Secret Lock. Emohua nodded, silently remembering the name. What do we do now? Bai Zixing asked. Let's head out first, leave Dali Mountain. Aunt Shui frowned, but her expression remained very solemn. After walking for several more days, just as they were about to leave Dali Mountain, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared before them. This group of cultivators appeared without any warning, yet they seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. They wore black and blood-colored clothes. Their appearances varied. There was a gaunt Taoist priest with half his face bearing burn marks, a fat monk with smiling eyes that were barely open, a seductive female cultivator with lips like fresh blood and exposed fangs, and a corpse handler carrying a corpse. These 10 or so individuals exuded evil and powerful, yet restrained auras. They were all demonic cultivators at the Golden Core stage. And among the crowd, the only one Emohua recognized was a cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage, wearing a golden crown and a 5-colored Taoist robe. He was none other than the former sect master of the 5-element sect, Liao Tianda. Once the sect master, he now bowed servilely, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Liao Tianda pointed at Emohua and the others and said to a handsome youth wearing blood-colored robes, with a peculiar bloodstain between his brows, Holy Son, these individuals are the direct disciples of that Mr. Zhuang. Chapter 548, Longevity Talisman. Aunt Shui's expression immediately changed. Holy Son. She looked at the handsome young man and said incredulously, You are? The Holy Son of the demonic path. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi both looked solemn. Only Emohua looked confused. What is a Holy Son? Knowing he didn't understand, Bai Zishi explained softly. The leader of the demonic cult is called the Demonic Lord. Those who have the qualification to succeed the Demonic Lord in the future are called Holy Sons. Holy Sons compete with each other, and the ultimate victor becomes the next Demonic Lord. Holy Sons generally have outstanding bloodlines and extraordinary talent, and they cultivate the most orthodox demonic cultivation techniques. Although they are young, they hold extremely high positions within the demonic cult. Emohua looked at the Holy Son before him again. He was indeed young, perhaps only 20-something, and his cultivation was already very high, at least Foundation establishment, and possibly even Golden Core. He wore a blood-colored ornate robe, had fair skin, and a handsome, yet demonic appearance. His pupils were cold and arrogant, and there was an ancient blood-colored mark between his eyebrows. Among this group of people, only this young man had a blood-colored mark between his eyebrows. Could this be the mark of a Holy Son? As Emohua observed the Holy Son was also looking at him. Liao Tianda leaned over and whispered something, and the Holy Son smiled slightly, pointing at Emohua. Leave this brat to me. Bai Zixing and the others were somewhat taken aback. Emohua was even more confused. Why did this effeminate and demonic man single him out and want him to stay? Aunt Shui pulled Emohua behind her and said sternly, We are the Bai family. I know you are from the Bai family. The Holy Son sneered. You are from the Bai family, and the brother and sister beside you are the core direct descendants of the Bai family, so I'll give you some face. You can leave, but that brat. The Holy Son sneered. He must stay. Aunt Shui frowned. You want Emohua to stay, what do you intend to do? Nothing. The Holy Son's demonic eyes were filled with ambition. I want to meet Mr. Zhuang, and I need some leverage. His little disciple is just right. Emohua suddenly understood. They wanted to capture him to threaten his master. Bai Zixing also understood and said angrily, Demonic fiend, you dream on. The Holy Son's face twitched, and his eyes showed anger and ferocity. In his life, no one had ever dared to scold him like this to his face. He looked at Bai Zixing with venomous eyes. Bai Zixing's gaze was like a sword, neither yielding nor fearing. The Holy Son felt a slight surprise and nodded. As expected of a Bai family disciple, you indeed have some backbone. However, as he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes could not be concealed. The plump, bald monk, who was in the Golden Core stage, noticed this and said fawningly, Holy Son, I'll kill this brat for you. The Holy Son did not respond, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Beside him, a gaunt Taoist priest with half his face burnt by fire sneered, "Ghost monk, don't flatter without thinking. The direct descendants of the Bai family have the life-sustaining talisman planted on them. Do you want to die by attacking them?" The plump monk became angry, his fat jiggled, but he was also shocked. Life-sustaining talisman? Emohua was a little taken aback. What kind of talisman was this? He had never heard of it. The Taoist priest with half his face burned continued to mock the ghost monk. The life-sustaining talisman is a talisman formed by an ancestor above the void refining stage using their life essence, planted within the fate of their direct descendants. When encountering a life-threatening danger, it will automatically activate, killing all external enemies and protecting the descendant. This is a life-saving talisman that can only be used once. It's another life for these aristocratic family direct descendants. Otherwise, how would those family ancestors bear to let their exceptionally talented and brilliant disciples go out for tempering? The thin Taoist priest looked at the ghost monk with a mocking expression. "In all my life, I have never seen what this life-sustaining talisman looks like. Why don't you make a move and force out the longevity talismans of these two young cultivators, so I can broaden my horizons?" The ghost monk's face turned green and then white. "Make a move? Go to your mother's grave. The means of a void refining ancestor, able to kill all external enemies. If I make a move, wouldn't I be courting death? Damn it." The ghost monk was filled with resentment. He had converted later in life and had become a demon by consuming others. His own inheritance was insufficient, so he was completely ignorant of these high-level cultivation knowledge. He had never even heard of the life-sustaining talisman or void refining ancestors before. Now, as soon as he tried to show off, he had made a fool of himself. And in front of the holy sun, the ghost monk glared fiercely at the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest continued to sneer. They were all Golden Core stage great demonic cultivators. If they were not gathered together, they would all be ancestors in their own right, capable of summoning winds and rain. Naturally, no one would submit to another. The holy sun's gaze was indifferent as his thoughts turned. This Taoist priest was right. On one hand, he was wary of the Bai family, so he dared not lay hands on this brother and sister. The Bai family was a behemoth. These two young cultivators were the direct descendants of the Bai family. Attacking them would directly offend the Bai family. Although he was the holy son of the demonic path, without immense benefit, he did not need to make such a powerful enemy. On the other hand, he was indeed concerned about the life-sustaining talisman. The life-sustaining talisman was equivalent to a death waiver. With this talisman, he could not do anything to this brother and sister. Therefore, the only person he could deal with, and the only person he could hold hostage, was Emohua, who had no power, no background, no backing, a poor spirit root, weak cultivation, no life-sustaining talisman protection, and who happened to be Mr. Zhuang's direct disciple. The holy sun looked at Bai Zixing and the other. "I won't make things difficult for you." Then he shifted his gaze to Emohua. "But this brat belongs to me." Bai Zixing snorted. "You dream on." Aunt Shui also said sternly, "The seniors of my Bai family are nearby. Please, holy sun, be mindful of your actions." The holy sun smiled effeminately. "Don't think I don't know. The netherworld heavenly mechanism lock seals the heavenly secrets and locks karma. This place is temporarily isolated from the outside world. Your Bai family doesn't know, and those fools in the Dao court are even less likely to know." Aunt Shui's heart sank, her expression becoming like ice. As expected, everything was meticulously planned. The holy sun did not want to waste more words. He casually waved his hand, and several Golden Core demonic cultivators flashed out from behind him. They moved like ghosts, closing in on Emohua, intending to capture him. The first to approach was a seductive female cultivator with exposed fangs, her movements enchanting and strange. Within a few breaths, she had closed in on Emohua and the others. A strong and pungent smell of makeup emanated from her. Aunt Shui's heart tightened, and she gritted her teeth, circulating her gaze. Seven-colored light flowed in her eyes. The female demonic cultivator met Aunt Shui's gaze and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, her demonic power surged, and she grinned, her eyes turning red with bloodshot veins. The light in Aunt Shui's eyes faded, and she retreated a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The female demonic cultivator chuckled. "A late-stage foundation establishment illusion dares to be used against a Golden Core? Aren't you afraid of backlash?" Aunt Shui's face turned ashen, but a look of despair appeared on her face. There was a whole major realm between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. Even with her exquisite illusion techniques, she was no match. The remaining few Golden Core demonic cultivators charged towards Emohua, but they were blocked by Bai Zixing, who wielded a long spear. However, Bai Zixing was only at the Qi condensation stage. Although his long spear was formidable, it was caught by the demonic cultivator's 2 fingers. Then, with a gentle flick, the spear was sent flying. Bai Zixing did not give up, charging forward with his bare fists, refusing to let them capture Emohua. The Golden Core demonic cultivators sneered, but they dared not attack Bai Zixing, fearing the activation of the life-sustaining talisman. They could only play along with him. The seductive female cultivator took the opportunity to get closer, extending her pale hand, her 5 long, scarlet fingernails clawing towards Emohua. The seductive female cultivator was in the golden core stage, while Emohua was only at the qi condensation stage. Even with the most exquisite flowing water steps, he could not dodge. Just then, Bai Zixi flashed out and stood in front of Emohua. The female cultivator's expression tensed, and she tisked, abruptly stopping her attack. Her scarlet fingernails stopped just before Bai Zixi. Senior sister. Emohua was stunned, his heart filled with complex emotions, and he muttered. Bai Zixi simply said, I am your senior sister. I promised master that I would take good care of you. The seductive female cultivator sneered disdainfully. The Holy Sun looked surprised. What was happening before him greatly exceeded his expectations. In his original plan, as the Holy Sun, and with over a dozen great golden core demonic cultivators, the Bai family's brother and sister would at least be wary of him, if not retreat. They would hand over their junior brother. These two came from prominent aristocratic families. As for this young boy surnamed Emo, he was obscure, possibly from a humble background, or perhaps even a rogue cultivator picked up by Mr. Zhuang from some remote corner. The Bai family siblings would definitely not risk a great deal to protect this child. But now, he realized he was mistaken. Even to the point of confronting him, the Holy Sun, and engaging in a direct confrontation with over a dozen golden core demonic cultivators, they still wanted to protect this junior brother? Why? Was this brat so important? The Holy Sun became interested and said with a light laugh, just don't kill them. As long as there are no fatal injuries, the life-sustaining talisman will not be triggered. Subdue them and bring that brat over. I want to see what is so extraordinary about this brat. Several golden core demonic cultivators beside the Holy Sun moved again, approaching Emohua. The seductive female cultivator also grinned ferociously and lunged towards Bai Zixi. Bai Zixi's eyes tensed, and she took out a golden longsword. As she swung it, the sword light was bright and clear, mixed with white flames. The seductive female cultivator's eyelids twitched, and she was inwardly startled. This swordplay. After a few more glances, she calmed down. Fortunately, it's just qi condensation. Her gaze focused, she condensed blood energy in her claws, dispelling Bai Zixi's golden swordplay mixed with white flames, and then bypassed Bai Zixi, intending to grab Emohua behind her. At this moment, Bai Zixi gritted her teeth and reversed the tip of her sword, pointing it at her own heart. It looked like she was about to commit suicide. The seductive female cultivator was stunned, and her movements involuntarily stopped. The Holy Sun in the distance was also taken aback. Then he lightly laughed. Are you silly, little girl? But gradually, as he understood, his smile disappeared. Not only the Holy Sun, but the other golden core demonic cultivators also suddenly realized, and their faces showed shock. The smile on the Holy Sun's face gradually disappeared, and his expression became solemn. You wouldn't try to trigger the life-sustaining talisman, would you? Bai Zixi stood in front of Emohua, her gaze cold. Anyone who touches him will die. The Holy Sun was stunned and shocked for a long time before he slowly shook his head and chuckled. I don't believe it. How precious is the life-sustaining talisman? I don't believe you would be willing to trigger it yourself. As a disciple of a great aristocratic family, losing your life-sustaining talisman means what? I think you know better than I do. Triggering the longevity talisman yourself? I don't believe it. The Holy Sun's gaze turned cold, and he commanded, seize that brat. The golden core demonic cultivators hesitated slightly, but they continued to reach for Emohua. In Bai Zixi's brilliant gaze, a trace of determination and resolve emerged. Seeing this gaze, the Holy Sun instantly understood, and then an unbelievable shock and fear surged in his heart. No way. Bai Zixi, holding her sword with her delicate hand, thrust it forcefully towards her heart meridian. This sword strike, with its surging sword energy, was filled with a resolve to die, but it stopped a hair's breadth from her chest. A golden light suddenly appeared on Bai Zixi's body. Between her eyebrows, a bright and sacred talisman formed. This talisman was issued by a void-refining ancestor, capable of protecting the life of a direct descendant of an aristocratic family. The life-sustaining talisman. All the demonic cultivators present were horrified. Their faces turned pale, struggling to escape, but at the same time, a giant golden Dharma image appeared behind Bai Zixi. This was an elder whose face could not be seen clearly, but his body was overflowing with spiritual energy like a sea, and golden light blotted out the sky. Spirit transformation returning to void-refining Dharma image. Between heaven and earth, as if accompanied by the great Tao's Buddhist chant, a majestic and trembling voice sounded. Who dares to bully my junior? The Dharma image protected Bai Zixi, obeying her intent. Bai Zixi's gaze flowed, and she pointed forward with her delicate finger, her voice clear and cold. Kill. The more than 10 great golden core demonic cultivators, who dominated one side, were all trembling like ants. The Taoist priest with half his face burnt wished he could tear his own mouth apart. A word of prophecy. Just before, I said I would really see the life-sustaining talisman, and now it's true. Why is my mouth so damn cheap? The crisis of life and death hung by a thread. The golden cord demonic cultivators scattered like birds and beasts, desperately fleeing in all directions, but they could not escape the Dharma image's palm. Following by Zishi's clear and cold kill, the Dharma image was majestic and indifferent, pointing a finger. A golden cord demonic cultivator exploded and died without any warning. The other demonic cultivators were even more terrified. Then the Dharma image pointed again. Another demonic cultivator exploded and died, and then another finger. Another demonic cultivator perished, turning into pools of blood mist. In a short time, 5 golden cord demonic cultivators died consecutively, and then dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a terrifying fluctuation arrived. Bai Zishi's eyes showed regret. Mo Hua, however, trembled in his heart. This was heavenly Tao tribulation lightning. The dark clouds converged, and a scarlet tribulation lightning descended from the sky. In an instant, it directly erased the golden Dharma image, leaving no trace. The Dharma image of the void refining stage had exceeded the heavenly Tao's limitations of the third-rank prefecture. Naturally, it could not escape the fate of being erased by tribulation lightning. All of this happened in an instant, too fast to describe. The Dharma image appeared, and in a few moments, it killed 5 golden core demonic cultivators. And in just a moment, it was erased by tribulation lightning. Mo Hua only saw the Dharma image appear. The demonic cultivators explode and die. The tribulation lightning descend, and then disappear. But this tribulation lightning did not strike him. So in the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to look closely, and he didn't see any formation patterns, only the familiar and terrifying power of great Tao annihilation, which shocked him. It seemed that it could truly annihilate everything. Even the Dharma image was no exception. The mountain was silent at this moment. No one had expected that Bai Zishi could truly, and would dare to, trigger the life-sustaining talisman herself. That was the life-sustaining talisman. The Holy Sun was far away and was not affected, but his heart was filled with shock and anger. How could this little girl dare? 5 golden core demonic cultivators instantly killed. How could he explain this back? The Holy Sun looked at Bai Zishi with an angry expression, but as he looked, he suddenly froze. With the activation of the life-sustaining talisman, Bai Zishi's disguise was removed, revealing her true appearance. Her skin was like condensed fat, her eyes like stars. Although she was young, her face was captivating, exquisitely beautiful, and flawless, with skin like ice and bones like jade. As she glanced around, it seemed as if snow and moon flowed, exuding unparalleled elegance and beauty. Everyone present felt their hearts seize, not daring to breathe. They even felt a sense of inferiority. The Holy Son of the demonic path was also stunned into silence. He himself was handsome and had seen many beautiful women. But in his life, he had never seen someone so inexplicably beautiful, so breathtaking. And it wasn't just beauty. The icy aura, the courage that disregarded life and death, the resolute determination that defied everything, combined with her exquisite beauty and her eyes that were as cold and clear as ice and snow. The Holy Son felt his heart tremble, and his body couldn't help but shake. But then, his expression turned cold. He saw Mo Hua, whom Bai Zishi was protecting behind her. The residual golden light of the longevity talisman shone on both of them. Their eyes were close, their hearts connected, like a golden boy and jade girl. For some reason, a heart-wrenching jealousy and hatred welled up within him. That brat must be captured, and then he must die. Jealousy and hatred brought the Holy Sun back to his senses. Of the more than 10 golden core demonic cultivators, 5 were now dead, leaving 8. Although the loss was heavy, it was enough. They had no power to resist now. As long as they captured that brat, not only would they have leverage to threaten Mr. Zhuang, but even that little girl. The Holy Sun's heart couldn't help but flutter. But a moment later, he suddenly realized something was wrong. There seemed to be someone else's aura beside him. The Holy Sun turned his head and saw a young man in white with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes beside him. It was Bai Zixing. At some unknown time, Bai Zixing had managed to sneak up beside him while his mind was wavering. He held a dagger and unhesitatingly stabbed it towards his own heart meridian, saying fiercely, "Useless Holy Sun, die for me." The Holy Sun's elaborate plans came to an abrupt halt, and immense fear reappeared in his eyes. The dagger stopped before Bai Zixing's chest, and golden light erupted. Another longevity talisman appeared. Another immense golden spiritual power erupted from the Great Li Mountain, spanning heaven and earth. Another golden Dharma image materialized between heaven and earth. Chapter 549, They've arrived. As soon as the golden body Dharma manifestation appeared, spiritual energy surged, and an unparalleled aura emanated. The illusory face was neither joyful nor sorrowful. The golden body pointed towards the Holy Sun, who looked on in terror. Under the point of the finger, the power was astonishing. The Holy Sun's face contorted with the impact, his limbs gradually broke, and his flesh and blood blurred. But in just an instant, he was perfectly fine again. Between his brows, a bloody mark lit up, emitting a deep and pitch-black luster. At the same time, behind the Holy Sun, a colossal blood-colored human figure appeared. This figure resembled a bloodied person immersed in filthy blood, with surging chi and blood, captivating the soul, and emitting a terrifying pressure. This was a blood-colored Dharma manifestation. It was the void comprehension blood shadow of a demonic Tao ancestor. It was also a talisman. Similar to the life-bound longevity talisman, it was a powerful life-saving talisman. Bai Zixing, taking advantage of the Holy Sun's unpreparedness, secretly approached, then shattered his life-bound longevity talisman, triggering the golden body Dharma manifestation, intending to completely kill this demonic Tao Holy Sun. And as the Dharma manifestation pointed, the Holy Sun's life hung by a thread. The life-saving talisman on the Holy Sun's forehead was also forced to activate, resisting the golden body Dharma manifestation and protecting his life. One life, exchanged for one life. One talisman shattered for one talisman. In Greatly Mountain, the righteous golden body Dharma manifestation and the demonic Tao blood-colored Dharma manifestation clashed finger against palm, shaking heaven and earth. Golden and blood-colored spiritual energy swept across the land. Mountain peaks collapsed, plants were uprooted, rocks turned to dust, and demonic beasts, caught in the aftermath, were crushed into ashes. Bai Zixi continued to shield Imohua. The residual power of the longevity talisman, following Bai Zixi's will, protected Imohua and Aunt Shui nearby. Imohua was unharmed. He stood there dumbfounded, watching the two Dharma manifestations, his heart filled with indescribable shock. This is true cultivators, moving mountains and draining seas, destroying heavens and shattering earth. This is truly heaven-penetrating, earth-shattering cultivation. Void comprehension realm. In Imohua's eyes, there was shock and longing. At the same time, he couldn't help but clench his small hands. One day, he too would wield the power to reverse heaven and earth, covering the sky with a flip of his hand, flattening the ground with another. Then, no one would dare plot against his master. No one would dare bully his senior brother and sister. No one would dare harm those he cherished. The confrontation of the Dharma manifestations, though brief, was earth-shattering. Moments later, the thunderclouds in the sky returned. The heavenly tribulation descended for the second time. Crimson tribulation lightning descended from the sky, seemingly carrying icy rage, seeking to obliterate both the righteous golden-bodied Dharma manifestation and the demonic Tao blood-colored Dharma manifestation. Everything returned to peace. And prior to this, when the first longevity talisman was shattered, the heavenly secrets of this place had already been stirred. The seal of the underworld heavenly secret lock was also erased by the tribulation lightning. The heavenly secrets leaked, and karma could be known. The immense spiritual energy fluctuations generated by the golden body Dharma manifestation also spread outwards from Greatly Mountain, causing shock among cultivators. 1,000 miles away, in Liyuan City, a middle-aged cultivator in white robes sensed the shattering of the first life-bound longevity talisman, and also sensed the fluctuation of the void comprehension Dharma manifestation. His heart trembled, and inadvertently, he crushed the teacup in his hand. Life-bound, longevity talisman, shattered. Even with his late golden core cultivation and 200 years of holding a high position, his composure was deep, yet at this moment, his face instantly turned pale. He was the prefect of the Tao Court in Liyuan City. Liyuan City was the largest immortal city in the entire Greatly Mountain State. And the Tao Court of Liyuan City was the largest, most populated, and highest-ranking Tao Court in the entire Greatly Mountain State. As its prefect, he was responsible for the safety of the entire Greatly Mountain State. The greatest power came with the greatest responsibility. But now, at this very moment, while having tea, without any warning, he had sensed the fluctuation of a void comprehension Dharma manifestation. And a life-bound longevity talisman had shattered. The white-robed cultivator's heart grew cold, and his mouth felt bitter. Which esteemed young ancestor came to play in Greatly Mountain and managed to shatter their longevity talisman? Life-bound longevity talisman. Is that an ordinary talisman? What kind of family could plant a life-bound longevity talisman? What kind of disciple could have a life-bound longevity talisman planted? Without a life or death crisis, could a life-bound longevity talisman shatter? What does this mean? This means the public order in the Greatly Mountain State is very problematic. If any problem arises, he, the state overseer, would inevitably be held responsible. Whether it's a scapegoat or not, it's still a burden he has to bear. Those great aristocratic families wouldn't listen to your explanations. If someone has to take the blame, it will always be someone who bears the brunt of the anger. This is just the shattering of a longevity talisman. What if this young ancestor, who had a longevity talisman planted, also met with an accident? The white-robed cultivator's face turned pale, and he immediately stood up, shouting sternly. Someone, a presiding officer, walked in and cupped his hands. Prefect, what are your orders? The white-robed cultivator glanced at the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation, compared it with the layout of the Greatly Mountain State, and after a moment of calculation, vaguely recalled a name. Lishan City. Send word to the Dao Court of Lishan City and ask them what happened. Yes. The presiding officer took his orders and left. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he returned with a solemn expression. Prefect, Lishan City has not responded. The white-robed cultivator frowned. No response. Anger flared up within him, and he cursed. Negligence of duty? Such sloppiness and dereliction of duty, even. The white-robed cultivator suddenly froze, a chill creeping into his heart. No response. Is it refusal to respond, or no one is left to respond? Could something have happened to the Dao Court of Lishan City? Under the Dao Court, in the open and bright universe, it's impossible, right? Who would have such audacity? The white-robed cultivator's face turned ashen. He then ordered, dispatch an order. Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, all vice prefects and presiding officers of the Golden Core stage in Liyuan City are to come and see me. All of them. No excuses whatsoever. If anyone dares not to come within the time of one incense stick, they can get the hell out of the Dao Court immediately. The presiding officer turned ashen, realizing that this matter must be extraordinarily serious. This was the first time he had seen the usually impassive prefect display such a stern expression. The presiding officer immediately relayed the order. Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, all Golden Core cultivators of the Liyuan City Dao Court had gathered before the white-robed cultivator. They all wore solemn expressions, mixed with confusion. Prefect, what exactly happened? The white-robed cultivator waved his hand. Immediately follow me to Lishan City. All of us. A vice prefect was taken aback. The white-robed cultivator thought for a moment, then casually pointed at a Golden Core cultivator. You stay in guard. The rest of you, come with me. The crowd exchanged glances. The vice prefect couldn't help but ask, Prefect, what exactly happened? The white-robed cultivator was annoyed, but seeing everyone's confused expressions, he explained concisely. A life-bound longevity talisman shattered. We're going to check it out. Life-bound longevity talisman. Everyone was shocked, and they began to discuss amongst themselves. What is that thing? A talisman? Is it that important? Is it worth such a grand mobilization? The white-robed cultivator was stunned and speechless. Liyuan City was, after all, a somewhat remote place. Although these Golden Core cultivators came from decent backgrounds, most of them were from minor aristocratic families and small sects, and they knew little about such true grand inheritances. Prefect, aren't we perhaps making a mountain out of a molehill? Someone asked tactfully. A single talisman, what a big deal could it be to warrant the largest Dao Court in the entire Greatly Mountain State, and all its top Golden Core cultivators mobilizing? The vice prefect also asked, puzzled. Prefect, is this longevity talisman that important? The white-robed cultivator was furious and could only grit his teeth and say hatefully. You guys know nothing. I can only tell you, a life-bound longevity talisman is more precious than my own life. Damn it. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Only then did they realize that this matter might be far more serious than they had imagined. Stop the nonsense. The white-robed cultivator ordered sternly. Put on your Dao robes, bring your magical treasures, and prepare your pills. We depart now. Yes. Everyone's expressions turned solemn, and they said in a deep voice. The white-robed cultivator nodded and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something, and his heart skipped a beat. He widened his eyes in horror. The vice prefect hesitated, pointing into the distance, and stammered. Prefect, the longevity talisman shattered. Is that what it looks like? The white-robed cultivator abruptly turned around, and after just one glance, his legs went weak, and he almost fell. Golden light filled the sky in the distance, and the aura was terrifying. Another. Shattered? No, more than that. The white-robed cultivator focused his gaze. In the distant horizon, one golden light and one crimson light stood in opposition. Although they were far apart and not clearly visible, this powerful aura clearly belonged to two Dharma manifestations, and among them, that blood-colored shadow. Is it a demonic Dao void comprehension? Demonic Dao, longevity, immortal talisman. In such a short period, two life-bound longevity talismans shattered, and one demonic Dao immortal talisman? What? What in the world happened? The white-robed cultivator's gaze was filled with horror. And even further away, in Dao State, the central Dao Court. Heavenly Pivot Pavilion. The Pavilion Elder was playing chess with the supervisor. The Pavilion Elder had completely white hair and an aged face, but his eyes were deep. The supervisor had half-white hair, a face like jade, and a humble gaze. They took turns placing their pieces. Moments later, Anxious footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A disciple of the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion hurried to the door, then forcefully stopped himself, suppressed his anxiety, and respectfully knocked on the door. The pavilion elder ignored him, continuing his game of chess. The disciple outside was anxious, but could only wait respectfully. The supervisor couldn't stand it, and said in a low voice, "Pavilion elder." Only then did the pavilion elder come to his senses, sigh slightly, move his gaze from the chessboard, and slowly say, "Come in." The disciple seemed to hear a divine decree. Though anxious, he still entered with light, steady steps, making no sound. He bent over, presented a jade slip to the pavilion elder, and said respectfully, "Pavilion elder, we've calculated it. It's in the third-rank Greatly Mountain State, Lishan City. The pavilion elder nodded slightly, but gave no further instructions. The disciple was momentarily at a loss. The supervisor shook his head helplessly, took the jade slip, and said to the disciple, "The pavilion elder knows. You can relay this message. This matter has been planned for a long time, and the arrangements are already in place. Do as you should." The disciple breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully retreated. The supervisor hesitated for a moment, looked at the contents of the jade slip in his hand, and was slightly moved. Underworld Heavenly Secret Lock. Blood banners seal the city. Demonic swords hang over life. Life-bound longevity talisman. Shattered. Immortal talisman. Demonic Tao Holy Sun. The supervisor murmured to himself, his expression changing, and he couldn't help but call out, "Pavilion elder." The pavilion elder replied indifferently. The supervisor looked at the pavilion elder, his gaze filled with surprise. "You already knew?" The pavilion elder stared intently at the chessboard, his eyes fixed, and did not answer. The supervisor said cautiously again, "The Shangwan family, the Yun family, the Tao Profound sect. Some time ago, they asked you to divine, and you said you couldn't. Were you just appeasing them? Regarding the matter in Lishan City, did you know about it long ago? You?" The pavilion elder looked up, displeased. "Why aren't you concentrating on the chess game?" The supervisor froze and couldn't help but give a wry smile. Winds rising, celestial machines fluctuating. Is this the time for chess? The pavilion elder shook his head and sighed. "You're no good like this, impatient and unfocused. You'll never improve at chess in your life." The supervisor silently glanced at the chessboard. On the chessboard, the pavilion elder's chess pieces had been eaten by him for the most part. Even so, it was because he considered the pavilion elder's feelings and didn't want to be too harsh, giving him many pieces. Although saying this was disrespectful. But as everyone knew, the pavilion elder of the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion was famously known as a rookie chess player. Now, the pavilion elder was telling him that he would never improve at chess in his life, and the supervisor truly didn't know what to say. The supervisor's heart felt a little weary, but he still asked helplessly, "Aren't you anxious at all?" "Anxious about what?" The pavilion elder asked indifferently. "Of course, the Tao Profound sect and the others." A hint of coldness flashed in the pavilion elder's aged eyes. "Anxious for them to die?" The supervisor was stunned, and his gaze gradually became solemn. "Did you divine something?" The pavilion elder completely lost interest in playing chess. He placed a piece, giving away a large portion of his own pieces, and said coldly, "Not calculating is for their own good. Not calculating, they won't go to their deaths. Calculating slowly, they will also die slowly." The pavilion elder's words were full of meaning. The supervisor's gaze sharpened. "Is it truly that dangerous?" The pavilion elder remained noncommittal. The supervisor asked doubtfully, "Did you tell this to the Shangwan family, the Tao Profound sect, and the others?" "No need." The pavilion elder shook his head. He fiddled with the chess pieces on the board idly. "If I told them, they wouldn't believe me, and would probably think I had ulterior motives, and would blame me instead. That's why I delay as much as I can." The pavilion elder sighed. "I'm old, my mind is muddled. How can I calculate so quickly and so accurately? Then fate is predetermined. Let nature take its course," the pavilion elder said indifferently, then looked at the supervisor and slowly said, "Moths don't think they'll die before they rush into the flame. Can you stop moths from rushing into the flame?" The supervisor frowned. "Is the danger truly this great?" The pavilion elder silently collected the chess pieces and put the chessboard away. "Not everyone can play chess, and not everyone can play this game." The supervisor's gaze became solemn, and he nodded. The pavilion elder meant that this matter involved heavenly secrets and was too significant to easily get involved in. But the supervisor vaguely felt that the pavilion elder's words had a double meaning and were also directed at him, implying he was not worthy of playing chess with him, even though the pavilion elder himself was notoriously bad at chess. The supervisor shook his head, pondered for a moment, and then said, "The Tao court has countless capable people and countless geniuses. It shouldn't be so." "Genius?" The pavilion elder's gaze turned cold. "What is genius?" This question stumped the supervisor. He wanted to say, excellent spiritual roots, extremely intelligent, exceptionally talented, stunning, and extraordinary. But as the words reached his lips, he felt they were too superficial. This was clearly not what the pavilion elder meant. The pavilion elder didn't seem to want the supervisor to answer. He just looked into the distance and sighed softly. To seize the world's benefits and pursue personal gain, what use is there in being a genius? The more geniuses there are, the more corrupt the Tao court becomes, and the more the cultivation world collapses. The supervisor was puzzled, but the pavilion elder said no more. In the attic, there was a moment of silence. The supervisor thought for a moment, then asked, "Pavilion elder, I still don't understand. If we really get involved in this muddy water, where does the danger lie?" The pavilion elder's gaze was obscure, and he retorted, "Who are we scheming against?" The supervisor hesitated. "Mr. Zhuang? You think this young man surnamed Zhuang is that easy to scheme against?" The supervisor was stunned, then frowned. Even if he was extraordinary back then, after so many years, with his Tao foundation shattered, can he still be so troublesome? The pavilion elder sneered. His lifespan is nearing its end, his heavenly secrets are all calculated, and he's beyond hope. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at his wit's end, and a hint of solemnity flashed in the pavilion elder's eyes. The most terrifying thing is not him, but his senior brother. The supervisor's heart tightened. "You mean, the cunning?" The supervisor held back, but still didn't say that name. Then he shook his head again. "Tao heart implantation, it's not exactly a top-tier demonic Tao inheritance, is it?" The pavilion elder glanced at him. "When you say less big talk, I can save some effort." The supervisor felt somewhat disgruntled. The pavilion elder sighed, as if recalling past events, a trace of fear hidden in his deep eyes. Their entire sect is full of monsters. This young man surnamed Zhuang is, and so is his senior brother. One thought, two methods, cunning heavenly calculations. Compared to calculating, you can't beat this young man surnamed Zhuang. If it's playing, you can't beat his senior brother either. You scheme against the young man surnamed Zhuang. He will show mercy and won't kill you. But his senior brother is not so easy to deal with. If you truly encounter him, more often than not, all of you will be played to death. The pavilion elder's gaze was obscure. The supervisor's expression also gradually became solemn. In Greatly Mountain, after the heavenly tribulation, the golden light and blood-colored light dissipated together. The Holy Sun looked on in disbelief. "My immortal talisman. Shattered. That white brat, with one life for one life, actually managed to destroy my life-bound immortal talisman. What the hell are these people? Is this how you use a life-bound longevity talisman? This is a longevity talisman. It's a life." The Holy Sun's anger surged. A mouthful of blood blocked his throat, unable to spit it out, nor swallow it. The mountain forest was overturned, and the surroundings were a mess. Bai Zixing regretted not killing the Holy Sun. Only then did he realize that this damn Holy Sun also had life-saving items like a longevity talisman. However, it was the same for everyone. No profit, no loss. Bai Zixing retreated back to Mo Hua and Bai Zixing's side. The Holy Sun glared venomously at the three, his anger surging. "Damn it. You shattered my immortal talisman. I won't let you go." Bai Zixing snorted coldly. "Your dog legs are all dead. What can you do to us?" Bai Zixing's longevity talisman shattered, and the golden body Dharma manifestation killed 5 golden core demonic cultivators. Although Bai Zixing didn't intentionally try to kill when he activated the longevity talisman, the Dharma manifestation's spiritual energy was powerful, and the golden core demonic cultivators caught in its sweep either died or were crippled. The remaining few demonic cultivators were caught in the Holy Sun's own immortal talisman and lost their lives. More than 10 golden core demonic cultivators were almost wiped out. 2 or 3 remained on the ground, their lives uncertain. And when Bai Zixing approached the Holy Sun, he discovered that the spiritual energy fluctuations he emitted were only at the late foundation establishment stage, not yet golden core. Without his demonic Tao lackeys, what could he, a lone Holy Sun, do? Therefore, Bai Zixing was completely fearless and even wanted to scold the Holy Sun a few more times. However, Mo Hua immediately said, "Quick, let's go." Bai Zixing was taken aback, then understood. Now was indeed not the time to engage in a battle of wits. Bai Zixing also nodded. The three exchanged glances, and just as they were about to move, they heard the Holy Sun sneer. "Wanna leave? Can you leave?" Before the Holy Sun's words fell, the aura in the forest changed drastically. Streams of powerful demonic energy suddenly descended, falling around the Holy Sun. As the demonic energy dissipated, various demonic cultivators with ferocious gazes appeared. Moreover, they were all golden core demonic cultivators. They wore identical blood-colored Tao robes, as if they belonged to the same demonic sect. Leading them was an old demon, with a late golden core cultivation, his face full of wrinkles, his body hunched. He bowed to the Holy Sun and said, "This old servant seeks your presence belatedly. Please forgive me, Holy Sun." Greatly Mountain was sealed by demonic cultivators. The immense commotion caused by the Dharma manifestation just now had also attracted reinforcements from the demonic cultivators. More than 20 great golden core demonic cultivators stood behind the Holy Sun, all obeying his command. The Holy Sun let out a sinister laugh, then looked at Mo Hua and the others with a cold expression. Today, none of you will escape. You shattered my immortal talisman. I will make you pay the price. The Holy Sun glanced at Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi and sneered. Before, I gave your Bai family face and let you go, but you insisted on overestimating yourselves and opposing me. Now that your longevity talismans are also shattered, without the power to protect yourselves, you are all fish on my chopping board. Let's see how you escape now. In his eyes, there was anger, hatred, and a hint of hidden greed. The crowd of demons had ferocious expressions and were eyeing them menacingly. Aunt Shui gritted her teeth and shielded the 3 children behind her. But her figure was exceptionally frail, and despair was evident in her beautiful eyes. In front of Golden Core demonic cultivators, Mo Hua also tightly pursed his lips, feeling powerless. The disparity in cultivation was too great. He furrowed his brow tightly, desperately thinking, when he suddenly froze. He slowly turned his head towards the western intersection, his gaze filled with terror, and his hair stood on end. Bai Zishi noticed Mo Hua's abnormality and also turned to look, but the intersection was empty, desolate, and there was nothing there. The Holy Sun sneered at this, and just as he was about to say something, he heard the old demon in blood robes behind him remind him with a solemn expression. Holy Sun, someone is coming. The Holy Sun's expression became serious, and his gaze turned sinister. The surroundings were deathly silent. After several more breaths, the other Golden Core demonic cultivators finally sensed the abnormality and turned their heads towards the western intersection. The intersection was empty. Not long after, footsteps could be heard, one heavy and one light, as if one step was deep and the other shallow. A figure gradually appeared at the intersection. He was disheveled, covered in mud, dirty, his face stiff, wearing a mismatched Dao robe that looked like it was stripped from a dead person. This chapter is 6,000 words. Rounding up, it's also equivalent to my extra update. Hee. Chapter 550. Who is the Taoist? The sky was faintly dim, and the evening glow cascaded down. A sliver of dying sunlight illuminated the bizarre Taoist, emitting a deathly pale yellow. Mo Hua's breath hitched, his heart pounding wildly. Although he had never seen this Taoist before, he was incredibly familiar with this aura. The great demon Feng Shi, who had come back to life in Immortal Pass City. The king of 10,000 corpses from southern Yu City, who was half a Dao fiend. And that figure of utter darkness and stillness that appeared in his sea of consciousness when he silently recited his Taoist title. All possessed an aura identical to this person's. Mo Hua trembled inwardly. This person was the fiendishly evil demonic Taoist that his master had forbidden him from thinking about or mentioning. The strange Taoist. On the other side, the Golden Core demonic cultivators looked at the Taoist with expressions ranging from solemnity to confusion to disdain. Not all of them knew of the strange Taoist. However, the old demon in the blood-red robe did. He was the Saint Sun's servant, a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, with considerable seniority and vast knowledge. Even if he hadn't seen him personally, he was intimately aware of many of the demonic sect's taboos. The strange Taoist. The title Taoist was no small matter. It wasn't merely a title granted for high cultivation or heavy killing. Furthermore, his title was prefixed with strange. The old demon in the blood-red robe was grave. He didn't know what the strange Taoist intended or what his purpose was for appearing at this moment. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior." The strange Taoist acted as if he heard nothing. He continued his uneven, swaying steps towards the crowd. The old demon in the blood-red robe's face sank. A demonic cultivator sneered, "This is the strange Taoist? Why is he so sloppy? Like a vagrant. Judging by his cultivation, he's only at the foundation establishment stage? Is he some kind of living dead? Putting on a show?" The demonic cultivators showed their disdain. The Dali Mountain Prefecture was a third-rank prefecture, where Heavenly Dao restricted cultivators to the Golden Core stage as the limit. This group of heretics, numbering over 20 Golden Core stage great demon cultivators, could essentially run amok in this prefecture. Unless they possessed heaven-defying items like a life-bound longevity talisman, they had nothing to fear. However, their 2 longevity talismans were already shattered. Their golden body Dharma manifestations had been erased by the Heavenly Dao. Such treasures were already rare, and it was impossible to have many more. Therefore, these demonic cultivators were not afraid of the strange Taoist. Even with their disrespectful words, they assumed this Taoist could do nothing to them. Yet, the Taoist, like a dead man, ignored everything and just kept walking forward. His steps were unsteady, and his blood chi was depleted. The old demon in the blood-red robe frowned, his own doubts creeping in. Is this person truly the strange Taoist? He stared at this person for a long time, even scanning him with his divine sense, but found nothing out of the ordinary. His spiritual sense was not strong, his cultivation was weak, and his physical body was tattered and broken. He seemed nothing like a Taoist of the demonic sect. Could I have mistaken him? The old demon in the blood-red robe frowned. The Saint's son also hesitated and then directly asked, "Are you the strange Taoist?" The Taoist still did not answer, continuing to walk alone. A red-faced demonic cultivator couldn't stand it and angrily shouted, "Hey, Taoist, how dare you? The Saint's son asks you a question, and you refuse to answer?" The Taoist still did not react. The red-faced demonic cultivator couldn't help himself and stepped forward, kicking the Taoist to the ground with a single foot. He didn't kick hard, but it still broke the Taoist's bones. The Taoist struggled on the ground, trying to get up, but his limbs were uncoordinated, like a mantis with its body twisted, looking comical and laughable. The demonic cultivators erupted in ridicule. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi frowned, somewhat confused. However, Imo couldn't laugh at all. Instead, his gaze deepened, and his expression became increasingly solemn. The Taoist was still struggling, his appearance pathetic and ugly. The old demon in the blood-red robe remained indifferent. The Saint's son sneered with disdain. The red-faced demonic cultivator, emboldened, strode forward and stomped on the Taoist's limbs, breaking them one by one. Then, seemingly not satisfied, he drew a ghost knife and hacked the Taoist until he was bloody and mangled. A demonic cultivator complained, "Why make such a bloody mess? You're really idle." The red-faced demonic cultivator sneered, "What do you know? This is the strange Taoist, the legendary Taoist. He deserves a dignified death. I killed the strange Taoist." The red-faced demonic cultivator laughed maniacally. "Killing the strange Taoist will make me famous and renowned in the demonic path. I will be the next Taoist. What nonsense are you spewing?" A squint-eyed demonic cultivator cursed. The red-faced demonic cultivator's pupils turned pitch black. "You're not convinced by me? Convinced by what? Are you worthy?" The squint-eyed demonic cultivator sneered. The red-faced demonic cultivator stared at him blankly. "You want to be a Taoist too? What Taoist?" Before the squint-eyed demonic cultivator could finish speaking, he suddenly froze, his expression turning ferocious. "Nonsense, who wouldn't want to be a Taoist?" The red-faced demonic cultivator's voice was hoarse. "Delusional. There can only be one Taoist." The squint-eyed demonic cultivator's expression was strange, and he grinned sinisterly. "That's right, that person can only be me." The red-faced demonic cultivator roared with anger. He swung his ghost knife, and with surging demonic energy, he slashed at the squint-eyed demonic cultivator. "You dare to lay claim?" The squint-eyed demonic cultivator parried with his dual Een soul swords, and with swirling Een energy around him, he charged at the red-faced demonic cultivator. "If I'm not worthy, are you, a good-for-nothing worthy?" Their expressions turned brutal as their blades clashed, and they began to fight as if no one else was present. The Saint's son looked bewildered. What were these two idiots fighting about? At this moment, vying for the title of Taoist? Were their brains eaten by pigs? "Stop!" the Saint's son impatiently commanded. However, the two not only didn't stop, but fought with increasing ferocity and viciousness, their moves sharp and deadly, as if they intended to kill each other. The other demonic cultivators watched with cold smiles. Demonic cultivators were inherently lawless. Even within the same sect, they were prone to infighting and scheming for personal gain. Seeing the two fight to the death, the other demonic cultivators remained indifferent. But the fierce fighting between the red-faced demonic cultivator and the other spilled over, their golden core staged demonic energy churning, inevitably affecting those nearby. A hulking demonic cultivator with a face full of rough flesh was accidentally grazed by the red-faced demonic cultivator's bloody saber energy, tearing his Taoist robe. The demonic cultivator roared in anger. "Bastard, you want to die?" The red-faced demonic cultivator's entirely black eyes glanced at the demonic cultivator. His voice was hoarse and indifferent, as if devoid of human emotion. "You want to be a Taoist too? Be your mother's Taoist." The demonic cultivator's face was a mess of trembling flesh, clearly enraged. His body suddenly grew a few inches larger, his muscles bulging like refined iron. Demonic energy surged, and he lunged with a punch towards the red-faced demonic cultivator. However, at this moment, his expression froze, and his words changed. "Who the hell doesn't want to be a Taoist?" The demonic cultivator, brimming with demonic energy, also joined the fray. The Saint's son frowned and shouted sternly, "Stop!" But the combatants were completely ignoring him. What's more and more golden core demonic cultivators, affected by the fighting, were being drawn into this absurd and bizarre battle. It was only then that the Saint's son realized something was amiss. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but glance at the old demon in the blood-red robe. The old demon in the blood-red robe's eyelids twitched. Shielding the Saint's son, he slowly retreated a few steps. Meanwhile, this bloody battle was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. "I am the Taoist." "No, you're not worthy." "I am. Kill you all, and I'll be the Taoist." The two words, Taoist, seemed to possess magical power, rooted in the deepest desires. All the golden core demonic cultivators were gradually drawn to these words. I cultivate the profound in demonic art, refining in banners. I shall be the Taoist. Profound in demonic art? Worthless. I cultivate the demonic path, eating human flesh and drinking human blood. I am the Taoist. Whoever lives is the Taoist. Whoever dies is an ant. Kill. 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 All the golden core demonic cultivators seem to have lost their minds, falling into endless, incomprehensible, frenzied self-slaughter. Demonic energy surged, and blood splattered everywhere. The evening glow in the sky seemed to be dyed red by the blood. Flesh and blood contended against evil arts. Blood chi condensed into sabers, and in energy transformed into swords. Demonic artifacts flew everywhere. Skulls, blood banners, ghost knives, underworld swords, soul-confining coffins, corpse-suppressing pagodas, all displaying their demonic arts. To become a Taoist, the demonic cultivators seemed to have awakened their most primitive, evil intent, filled with great malice, resenting and hating each other, cursing and reprimanding one another, even gnawing and biting each other, fighting to the death. They fought with all their might, roared with all their strength, and laughed ferociously. The entire Dali Mountain had become a veritable human hell. The old demon in the blood-red robe, being farther away and his mind still intact, was shocked and trembled upon witnessing this scene. Even with his vast experience, he found it incredible and muttered, "Thou heart, demon seed?" The Saint Sun was also terrified. "Thou heart, demon seed. This is Thou heart, demon seed." No, that wasn't right. The Thou heart demon seed in his understanding was nothing like this. Not nearly as powerful or terrifying. 20 golden core demonic cultivators, without warning or awareness, had been planted with demonic thoughts and were engaged in endless self-slaughter. Like blood and flesh pigs being manipulated in a slaughterhouse, dying without even knowing how they died. Is this the strange Taoist? The battle among the golden core demonic cultivators, from absurd to fierce, to brutal, to savage, eventually ceased. The forest was in disarray, like purgatory. The struggle for the Taoist title had concluded. Of the 20 golden core demonic cultivators, only one tall and thin golden core demonic cultivator with an ordinary appearance remained. He walked to the front of the Taoist who had been hacked to death by the red-faced demonic cultivator, stripped off the blood-stained, dead man's Taoist robe, and put it on himself. A bizarre smile of victory appeared on his face. "I am the Taoist." Upon hearing this, everyone present felt an inexplicable chill. The Taoist, like a puppet, moved his limbs uncoordinatedly, making the ill-fitting Taoist robe appear even more awkward and sinister. Then, as before, the Taoist walked towards the Saint Sun, as if to complete the journey he had not finished earlier. Only this time, his steps were much lighter. The old demon in the blood-red robe gritted his teeth and blocked the Saint Sun, saying in a deep voice, "Senior, show some mercy." Seeing that the Taoist remained indifferent, the old demon in the blood-red robe continued, his voice trembling. "Senior, he is the Saint Sun. You and I are both from the demonic path. You should know the Saint Sun's esteemed status. The Saint Sun possesses noble bloodline. He has the qualification to aspire to the Taoist lineage and succeed the demonic lord. He is very likely to be the demonic lord of the demonic path in the future. Any harm to him is unacceptable. The Saint Sun." But no matter what he said, the Taoist's steps did not stop. It was as if he acted solely according to his own will, ignoring everyone and everything outside his mind. Seeing no room for negotiation, the old demon in the blood-red robe's gaze turned cold. "Fine, since you don't appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite." He summoned an ancient bronze soul-guarding bell to protect his mind, then chanted an incantation. His blood-red robe seemed to come alive, transforming into a pool of flowing blood to protect his physical body. A pitch-black demonic sword appeared before him. This was his life-bound magical artifact, and it was also a type of standardized magical artifact for golden core stage demonic cultivators. The most powerful, most evil, and most foul. Black demonic sword. The soul-guarding bell protected his heart, the refined blood robe protected his body, and the black demonic sword attacked. Within the third-rank Dali Mountain Prefecture, under the Heavenly Tao's restrictions, the late-stage golden core old demon in the blood-red robe, wielding these 3 demonic treasures, approached the peak of cultivator combat power under the Heavenly Tao's restrictions. The old demon in the blood-red robe stared at the Taoist and said with majesty, "Those who offend the Saint Sun shall be killed without mercy." Such power seemed to momentarily stun the Taoist. The Taoist stopped. His pitch-black eyes looked at the old demon in the blood-red robe, then at the Saint Sun, and he spoke a cold sentence. "You want to protect him?" His voice was hoarse, like dry wood, or as if air was leaking from his throat, sounding somewhat distorted. "Of course," the old demon in the blood-red robe replied. "Why? Does he deserve it?" The Taoist's face shifted, and his words suddenly became numerous. Although spoken by the same person, it was as if different people were speaking through him, in different voices, all at once. Though his tone was calm, it was laced with the sorrow and indignation of life's myriad experiences. You are a golden core, a great demon cultivator. Why would you risk your life to protect this junior? Because he is the saint's son? He is the saint's son? Why is he the saint's son? Why can he order you around? Why should you bow and scrape? Why should you serve him like a slave? Because of his saint's son bloodline? What is bloodline? After death, one is merely a pool of blood, a lump of rotting flesh. What is bloodline? Why are some people born saint's sons, while others have to be slaves and servants? Just because of that stinking skin, that dried pool of blood? Why? All of the Taoists' voices merged, creating a cacophony that was both grating and soul-piercing as he questioned. Why can't the saint's son be you? Why can't the demonic lord be you? Is the demonic lord, or saint lord born of noble lineage? Just a mass of flesh and blood. Living is the same, dying is the same. As the Taoist's demonic voice entered his ears, the old demon in the blood-red robe's eyes trembled, and his whole body shook. He forcefully steadied his mind. No, it's not possible. He is the saint's son. He has the saint's son bloodline. The Taoist's voice became gentle again, but with a strange indifference and subtle seduction. Then eat him. Eat his flesh, drink his blood, devour his bloodline. You will become the saint lord. The old demon in the blood-red robe's legs went weak, and he stumbled back a few steps, his eyes filled with panic and his resolve wavering. No, that's not right. This Taoist is lying to me. But, even though he knew the Taoist was lying to him, his heart was still filled with endless desire and impulse. Yes, this Taoist was lying to him. But was he really lying to him? Was what he said wrong? Why? Why should he, a dignified golden core demonic cultivator, be a lowly old servant, bowing and scraping, begging for scraps? Shouldn't demonic cultivators be unrestrained and do as they pleased? What was wrong with eating someone? What was wrong with eating a saint's son? With a clang, the soul-guarding bell shattered. The old demon in the blood-red robe's soul had been breached. His eyes showed immense fear. He felt his divine sense split in two. One part of his reason still remained, knowing what he shouldn't do, while the other part was filled with terrifying instincts and desires. This instinct drove him to stare greedily, and step by step, towards the saint's son, as if he truly intended to eat the saint's son alive. No, the old demon in the blood-red robe's reason struggled. He absolutely could not harm the saint's son. The old demon in the blood-red robe's expression contorted with struggle, his face showing immense tearing and pain. Finally, his reason regained some control, and he gradually began to control his body. But it was only partial control. He controlled his left leg, but his right leg still moved towards the saint's son. He fell to the ground, controlled his left hand, but his right hand crawled on the ground, reaching for the saint's son. No matter how grotesquely the old demon in the blood-red robe struggled, he couldn't control himself, inching closer to the saint's son. And the closer he got to the saint's son, the stronger his killing intent and thirst became. The saint's son, however, was petrified, standing there motionless. Cannot harm the saint's son. The saint's son is noble, no harm must come to him. The old demon in the blood-red robe hardened his heart, angrily severed his own meridians, and crippled his limbs. But he was a golden core cultivator. Even with severed meridians and crippled limbs, he still had blood chi, demonic energy, and his life-bound magical artifact. As long as he was alive, the saint's son would surely die. The old demon in the blood-red robe showed despair. Is this the strange Taoist? He glanced at the saint's son, smiled sadly, then his gaze turned fierce. He pointed his fingers together like claws, severed his own heart's meridians, and at the same time, reversed his spiritual energy, destroying his golden core. A golden core self-detonation was extremely powerful. In an instant, demonic energy churned, and blood mist filled the sky. The old demon in the blood-red robe only sealed the self-detonation power within his own body, precisely to avoid harming the saint's son. Thus, the blood mist was dense, and the momentum was immense, but the overflow of power was not strong. The old demon in the blood-red robe died. Everyone present was shocked and pale. The strange Taoist's expression was unchanged, and he looked at the death of the old demon in the blood-red robe with disdain. Had the courage to die, but not to resist. Too much slave mentality. After speaking, he strode towards the saint's son again, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at weeds. As if the noble saint's son was merely a pile of rotten bones and flesh. The petrified saint's son finally came to his senses. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, struggling to retreat. More than 20 golden core demonic cultivators had all died at the hands of the strange Taoist. And they had died strangely, cruelly, without warning, and without defense. The saint's son's face was no longer arrogant or indifferent, but filled with endless fear. I am the saint's son, you cannot kill me. Don't plant the Tao heart demon seed. Don't plant the seed. I don't want to become neither human nor ghost. But the strange Taoist didn't listen. Within a few steps, he had approached the Saint Sun, and a pair of long, pale, blood-stained hands slowly reached out towards him. The Saint Sun felt his liver and gallbladder split with terror. He racked his brains, desperately begging for survival. Don't kill me. I am the Saint Sun, and I may become the demonic lord in the future. My father is the sect master of the Ghost King sect, and my mother is the Blood Jade Rakshasa. But these words could not stop the strange Taoist. Just then, the Saint Sun shouted, I have the bloodline of Blood Taoist. I am a descendant of Blood Taoist. The strange Taoist's hand stopped. At this moment, Imo Hua's gaze narrowed. He heard another Taoist title, Blood Taoist. Perhaps it was because of Blood Taoist, but the strange Taoist lowered his hand and let the Saint Sun go. The Saint Sun, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, realizing he was completely drenched in cold sweat. The strange Taoist had given him an unprecedented sense of pressure and fear. But now this crisis had passed. The Saint Sun also deeply understood the weight of the words Taoist. He secretly looked up, casting a fearful glance at the strange Taoist. Though his voice still trembled slightly, he respectfully said, Blood Taoist is my ancestor, an ancient great demon cultivator. You also have the title of Taoist, so I should respectfully address you as Uncle Master. The strange Taoist paid him no attention at all. He turned his head and looked at Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi. A different emotion flickered in his pitch-black pupils. Then, he walked step by step towards Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi. His voice, though somewhat broken and stiff, had lost its strangeness and become normal. Are you my junior brother's disciples? Or my junior sister's children? I want you to lead the way. Take me to see my junior brother. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi's faces turned pale. Aunt Shue's expression was even more terrified. She knew this was no simple matter of leading the way. The strange Taoist wanted to capture Zixing and Zishi to use them as bargaining chips. The strange Taoist's actions were unpredictable and brutally unrestrained. He wouldn't show any old affection. Once captured by the strange Taoist, their life and death would be unknown, their fortunes unpredictable, and it was very likely they would never return. Even if they returned, they would likely be subjected to Tao Heart Demon Seed, controlled by him, and wish they were dead. Aunt Shue felt immense pain and anxiety. Senior. But soon, she found she couldn't speak, not even move a finger. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were also immobile. The strange Taoist approached them step by step, his expression calm, and extended his long, bloody palms, intending to grab them. Aunt Shue was burning with anxiety, her anger surging, and she couldn't help but spit out blood. The surroundings were deathly silent. Just then, a crisp yet abrupt voice rang out. Uncle Master. This voice broke the deathly silence. The strange Taoist turned his head and saw a young cultivator standing not far away. His expression was calm, his gaze clear, and also somewhat profound. I'll take you, Imo Hua said. The strange Taoist looked at Imo Hua, his gaze indifferent, showing no concern. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. No concern. How could I not be concerned? How could I specifically miss this little thing? The strange Taoist stared at Imo Hua, calculated carefully, and felt a cloud dissipate. The cause and effect became muddled, and a small figure gradually appeared in his mind. This is someone hidden by my junior brother. The strange Taoist's pitch-black eyes trembled slightly. Good. A trace of vivid and strange expression appeared on the strange Taoist's face. You come with me. Having you is enough. Imo Hua nodded. Junior brother. Bai Zixing cried out anxiously. Bai Zishi's eyes also trembled, and he said eagerly, Imo Hua. Aunt Shue bit her lip, helpless. Imo Hua smiled gently at them and waved his hand, saying, Senior brother, senior sister, you should go back first. I'll go with Uncle Master to see Master. The strange Taoist glanced at Imo Hua with surprise, then turned around and swayed forward. Imo Hua followed behind him. The sun had already set. Two figures, one large and one small, one bizarre, one pure, step by step, towards the path they came from. Chapter 551, Traveling Together. The morning sun was rising. In the mountainous wilderness of green hills and clear waters. The sky was a vast and azure blue, and the mountains and forests were as lush as screens. A stream flowed with a gentle murmur. Two figures walked, one in front and one behind. The person in front was tall and thin, wearing an ill-fitting Tao robe stained with blood. Their movements were stiff and strange, like a puppet on strings. The person behind was small and delicate, with eyebrows and eyes like paintings and light footsteps. These two were the strange Taoist and Imo Hua. They had walked through the night and into the morning. The strange Taoist walked slowly, seemingly in no hurry. Imo Hua had no choice but to follow his pace, unhurriedly. The person he was following was the strange Taoist. The strange Taoist was brutal and treacherous. He was deeply cunning and skilled at manipulating hearts. The great demon Fengxi in Immortal Pass City and the Taoist fiend Corpse King in South Yu City were both products of the strange Taoist schemes. And the 20 golden core demonic cultivators from just now were all slaughtered by him using Tao Heart Seed Demon. Mo Hua followed behind him, initially feeling nervous and anxious. But after walking for half a day and a night, he had become numb, his heart had relaxed, and he had gradually adapted. He thought for a moment and felt that he should be safe for the time being. Although he didn't know the strange Taoist's intentions, since he wanted to take him to see his master, he would certainly not kill him before they met. Moreover, he probably wouldn't Tao Heart Seed Demon him. Once Tao Heart Seed Demon was performed, his master would surely notice, and then he would know that Mo Hua was no longer his little disciple, and the strange Taoist would have no leverage. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief. At least until he met his master, he should be unscathed. As for what happened afterward, it was hard to say, but he would meet his master first. Mo Hua sighed deeply again. He wanted to see his master one more time. Otherwise, he feared he might never see his master again in this lifetime. But he didn't know what secrets his master carried, or how many people and forces were plotting against his master. Now the demonic sect had set a death trap. Ancestors in the Feathered Ascension realm had already made their move. The Golden Core stage, which once seemed unreachable to him, was now appearing everywhere like leaks. His martial uncle, the strange Taoist, had reaped over 20 of them with a single Tao Heart Seed Demon. In such a situation, Foundation establishment was like an ant. Not to mention himself, a mere chi condensation cultivator. Now that demonic cultivators were rampant outside Lishan City, with his own abilities, he couldn't return to Lishan City, break the soul refining banner, enter the 5 elements mountain protection grand formation, and see his master. Only by following the strange Taoist could he get in. Mo Hua nodded slightly. The strange Taoist wanted him to lead the way to find his master. He also wanted this martial uncle to protect him and see his master one more time. Although his martial uncle would also kill him. But for now, as long as he stayed by his side, no one else could kill him. After all, he was a Taoist of the demonic sect who could raise a Taoist fiend. Thinking of seeing his master again, Mo Hua's footsteps became a bit lighter. The strange Taoist walking in front, however, narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what Mo Hua was thinking. Initially, his expression was a little anxious. But after walking for a while, he seemed to have figured something out, with a relaxed expression, swaggering behind him. It was as if he was going to visit someone with him. This little brat, he had such guts. Didn't he know who he was? The strange Taoist remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Mo Hua followed behind with his hands behind his back. As they walked, Mo Hua grew a little bored. His martial uncle limped and walked too slowly. If they walked like this, it would take ages to reach Lishan City. Mo Hua wanted to ask, but he didn't dare, afraid of angering his martial uncle. But after walking for a while longer, he finally couldn't help it. He walked closer and asked in a low voice, "Martial uncle, aren't you in a hurry? Aren't you walking just a tiny bit, too slowly? If we continue like this, my master will be captured by those demons. Can't you walk any faster?" The strange Taoist's body froze, but he did not reply, continuing to walk forward. Seeing that he didn't react, but also wasn't angry, Mo Hua felt relieved and became a little bolder. Perhaps I didn't ask the right question, so martial uncle disdains to answer. Mo Hua then picked other topics to ask. "Martial uncle, why are you looking for master? Are you and master not on good terms? Martial uncle, are Taoists very powerful? Martial uncle, does one always die if Tao Heart Seed Demon is performed? Martial uncle." Mo Hua chattered incessantly, like a little chatterbox. The strange Taoist finally couldn't take it anymore, stopped, turned his head, and looked at Mo Hua with his pitch-black pupils. Mo Hua immediately shut his mouth obediently. After that, there were no more words. They passed by a small mountain village. The village was sparsely populated. Normally, it would be inhabited by some poor rogue cultivators who lived by spiritual plants. It was remote and undisturbed. On the right side of the road, there was a small noodle shop. Amidst the green hills and clear waters, the aroma of noodles wafted out. Mo Hua stopped. The strange Taoist walked a bit, noticed Mo Hua had stopped, turned his head, and looked at him with hollow and indifferent eyes. "I'm hungry, I can't walk anymore," Mo Hua said truthfully. He had been walking for a day and a night. He wasn't a body cultivator, and his stamina was weak. Along the way, his initial tension had masked his fatigue. Now that he had thought things through and smelled the aroma, he felt ravenous and couldn't walk any further. The strange Taoist looked at Mo Hua, his expression becoming complicated. Kill him, but he couldn't kill him yet. Tao Heart Seed Demon. He couldn't perform it either. If he didn't let him eat, he couldn't walk. The strange Taoist stood stiffly for a long time. Although he showed no expression or movement, he seemed to have sighed, turned around, and began walking towards the small noodle shop. Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and he eagerly followed with a happy smile. The small noodle shop was run by a couple of chi condensation rogue cultivators. They had low cultivation levels and opened a noodle shop along the way to make a living. Mo Hua had scanned it with his divine sense earlier. It was indeed just an ordinary noodle shop, and the couple were just ordinary cultivators. There were a few diners, mostly rogue cultivators from nearby, with nothing unusual. Mo Hua and the strange Taoist entered. The owner, with a simple face and dressed in coarse cloth, stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, "Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat?" After he spoke, he was about to look at the strange Taoist. Mo Hua quickly stepped forward, beckoned with his small hand to attract the owner's attention, preventing him from looking at the strange Taoist. Then, he took out 2 spirit stones and said in a clear voice, "2 bowls of noodles, and make them quick." Mo Hua had calculated it. He had to pay for the noodles himself. Given the strange Taoist's appearance, he was unlikely to offer to pay. He also didn't dare to let the strange Taoist pay. The strange Taoist was unpredictable. If he truly angered him, and then performed Tao Heart Seed Demon, and killed everyone in this small shop, it would be his own sin. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the owner's expression brightened, but he also looked a bit troubled. "Little brother, 2 spirit stones are a bit too much. 2 bowls of noodles don't need this much." "It's fine." Mo Hua waved his hand. "Just put more toppings." The owner then happily accepted with many thanks. Mo Hua looked at the owner's expression and felt a strange sense of emotion. 2 spirit stones were not much for him now, but for these lower-class rogue cultivators, it might be the income from a full day's work. In this world, some had tens of millions of spirit stones and squandered them without restraint, while others lived their lives meticulously calculating every penny, trying to get by day. Mo Hua sighed. The strange Taoist's expression stirred, and he looked at Mo Hua with surprise. Afterward, the two were seated. There were a few scattered diners in the shop. Mo Hua deliberately chose a remote corner, even using his small body to shield the strange Taoist, preventing the strange Taoist from looking at others and preventing others from looking at the strange Taoist. The strange Taoist's expression was indifferent, and he seemed not to care. These rogue cultivators were merely ants, not worth his attention. A moment later, the owner brought the noodles. The noodles were plentiful, the toppings were abundant, and there were even 2 slices of meat on top. They didn't seem like spirit meat, but rather like demon beast meat. They had a slight rank and gamey smell, Xingshan Wei, fishy and gamey smell, but it wasn't too strong. They weren't stewed too soft, but they were edible. They were definitely not as good as what his mother made. But the taste was good, the noodles were fragrant, and the soup was rich. Mo Hua was never a picky eater, and he was starving, so he held the large bowl and slurped the steaming noodles. After eating for a while, he looked up and realized the strange Taoist wasn't using his chopsticks at all. Mo Hua ate his noodles while pondering. His martial uncle performed Tao Heart Seed Demon, using someone else's body. In essence, he was currently a dead person. Dead people naturally didn't need to eat. Mo Hua frowned and began to ponder other questions. Martial uncle, where was he parasitizing before? Was he tracking his master's whereabouts all along? When did he calculate his master's position and begin plotting? Also, his timing when he appeared at Greatly Mountain was too coincidental. When did he calculate the whereabouts of his junior brother and junior sister? After eating a few bites of noodles, Mo Hua couldn't help but glance at the strange Taoist and said softly, "Martial uncle, were you already nearby at Greatly Mountain before? And then you watched the holy sun surround us. Only when junior sister and junior brother shattered their life charms and lost their ability to protect themselves did you make your move. Are you also unable to do anything about the life charm?" Mo Hua nodded as he spoke, feeling that his deductions were quite reasonable. The strange Taoist finally couldn't help it. His pitch-black eyes looked at Mo Hua and uttered the first sentence he had spoken all the way. "Eat your noodles." His voice was flat and cold, seemingly a little displeased. "Oh." Mo Hua obediently lowered his head and ate the noodles in his bowl. Mo Hua remained silent until he finished the noodles in his bowl. Then he looked up at the strange Taoist and involuntarily looked at the bowl of noodles in front of the strange Taoist, licking his lips. One should cherish every grain of rice and every mouthful of food. Waste is unacceptable. Mo Hua silently reached out his small hand, brought the strange Taoist's noodles to himself, and then buried his head and wolfed them down. The strange Taoist's originally blank expression froze for a moment. His dark eyes looked at Mo Hua, filled with disbelief. After finishing the 2 bowls of noodles, the two resumed their journey. Mo Hua was a bit too full, his belly round and bulging, so he walked in front, strolling to aid digestion. The strange Taoist walked behind, looking at Mo Hua's back with bewilderment. This little fellow is very strange. He couldn't quite see through him. It seemed that his junior brother had placed some means on him, hidden some secret, and concealed some karma. Junior brother, what secrets has he hidden in this child? And what karma has he concealed? Moreover, he hid this child so deeply, concealed him so thoroughly, like a treasure, not allowing him to know anything. If he hadn't stepped forward himself, he wouldn't even have realized that his junior brother had actually taken in such a little disciple. The strange Taoist glanced at Imo Hua again and couldn't help but frown. His spirit root was very poor, his physical body extremely weak. He had no special bloodline. His divine sense, although somewhat obscured, making it unclear, it was still passable. Besides that, he was cunning and mischievous, and his actions were indeed somewhat unexpected. With such potential, what did his junior brother value in him? Furthermore, the most peculiar thing was, he always felt that the aura on this child was both unfamiliar and familiar. Although he should have met him for the first time, it felt as if he had interacted with him many times and had many karmic connections. A hint of confusion flashed in the strange Taoist's hollow eyes. What interactions could he have had with this mere qi condensation cultivator? And what karma could there be? The strange Taoist looked at Imo Hua, his pupils darkening further. It doesn't matter anymore. When I meet my junior brother, everything will become clear. On the road outside Lishan City, the two were still walking. They walked slowly, but step by step, they were approaching Lishan City. The closer they got to Lishan City, the heavier the demonic energy became. And outside Lishan City, there were almost no local cultivators. Most of them were demonic cultivators. Besides them, there were also many unfamiliar cultivators wearing luxurious attire, possessing unique spirit tools, practicing different cultivation methods, and wielding superior and rare Taoist arts from various aristocratic families and sects of the Tao court. These cultivators were certainly from outside the region. They might even have come directly from the Tao state, where the central Tao court was located. Their numbers were large, and their cultivation levels were high. They were either foundation establishment or golden core cultivators. There were no qi condensation cultivators at all. The entire Greatly Mountain seemed to have transformed into a chessboard, with all the cultivators present now being mere pawns. Imo Hua couldn't help but frown. Does my master's secret truly hold so much significance? What did they want to obtain from his master? Imo Hua shook his head. He knew nothing about all of this. He also remembered his master's admonition. Your master has a great opportunity and even more astonishing secrets, but these cannot be passed on to you, nor can they be told to you. Passing them to you will bring you immense disaster. Even just knowing them will entangle you in karma. Therefore, you must not know anything, and you must not want to know anything. It's fine if I don't know, as long as I can see my master. Imo Hua thought silently. However, after approaching Lishan City, the journey had not been peaceful. The cultivators on the outer perimeter were relatively restrained, but the closer they got, the stronger the killing intent became. Imo Hua followed the strange Taoist, and everywhere he looked, it was a scene of bloodshed, with countless cultivators fighting and dying. On the surface, it was mostly Tao court cultivators clashing with demonic sect cultivators. Behind the scenes, demonic cultivators were also killing each other, with brutal and cruel methods. Even among the Tao court, some people, for the sake of profit or past grudges, took the opportunity to harm each other. After killing, they would also falsify the scene and frame the demonic cultivators. This was a scene he had never witnessed before. It was said that the righteous are righteous and the demonic are demonic, but at this moment, the righteous seemed no different from the demonic. Imo Hua shook his head. Human hearts were indeed very complex, and his own situation had also become precarious, because he was following the strange Taoist. The strange Taoist's aura was sinister and strange. Without looking, one knew he was a demonic cultivator. And Imo Hua was a child. Although he looked innocent and pure, in this place of bloodshed, following a strangely dressed Taoist, it was clear he was not normal. Almost no one among the righteous or demonic forces present recognized Imo Hua. He was just a mere qi condensation cultivator. No one cared about his righteousness or evil, his stance, or even his life. So along the way, every few days, someone would try to kill Imo Hua. The righteous path was better, as they still adhered to some rules and wouldn't easily resort to killing. But the demonic path was different. Some, seeing Imo Hua's fair and tender appearance, wanted to eat him. Some, seeing that Imo Hua was not right, wanted to eliminate him as a threat. Some, seeing that Imo Hua was a young boy, wanted to use him for alchemy. There were even shameless female demonic cultivators who, seeing Imo Hua's handsome and cute appearance, wanted to drain his essence. Whenever this happened, Imo Hua would immediately hide behind the strange Taoist, seeking support from his martial uncle. And the strange Taoist would not refuse anyone. Any cultivator who dared to stand in his way, regardless of whether they were righteous or demonic, would have their Tao heart seed demon performed, their minds shattered, and they would either commit suicide or kill each other. Imo Hua watched from behind. These scenes might be a bit bloody and cruel, but he was from a demon hunter background. He had seen many bloody scenes of demon hunting, so he wasn't afraid. Imo Hua watched as the strange Taoist stood against the wind, his eyes dark and cold. Without moving a finger, he toyed with these ferocious or powerful demonic cultivators until they died, slaughtering them all. No matter how many times he watched, Imo Hua found it extremely shocking. But as he watched, a question arose in his mind. This Tao Heartseed demon is so powerful. Can I learn it? Thank you to Chan So, San Qing, Uncle Lei, Chen Gu, Air Ting Wei Su, Burning Fish Thorn, Basa, Guogua from overseas, Little Soldier who distributes cakes, and ZSYESSK for your rewards. Chapter 552, Tao Heart, Sowing Demonic Seed. Can I learn it? Hua pondered for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. Tao Heart, Sowing Demonic Seed. It sounds like a demonic cultivation method. I am a righteous cultivator. I cannot tread the crooked path and learn heretical demonic arts. What if I learn it, suffer demonic deviation, fall into the demonic path, and become a little demon? But if I can't learn it, can I at least study it? Hua thought again. He then recalled his master's instructions on the night of their parting, regarding ghostly Taoist. He has already fallen into the demonic path, and cultivates the ghostly Tao. He is cold-hearted, extremely skilled, and also extremely arrogant, but proficient in spiritual sense techniques. His application of spiritual consciousness is already at the peak. If you meet him in the future, you must be extremely cautious. If I meet him in the future, I must be extremely cautious. Hua frowned. Did Master's words have a deeper meaning? Did Master foresee, or rather, predict, that I would encounter ghostly Taoist, and therefore instructed me to be cautious? But how can I be cautious? Hua thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, know yourself and your enemy. To understand Tao Heart, sowing demonic seed, only then can I guard against it. If I know nothing about Tao Heart sowing demonic seed, and later fall prey to martial uncle, becoming his puppet, losing control of myself, I might not even realize it. Moreover, Master said ghostly Taoist's application of spiritual consciousness is at the peak. Even Master said at the peak, then ghostly Taoist's spiritual sense techniques must be superb and terrifyingly powerful. I must take a good look and learn whatever I can. As for the righteous and demonic paths, Hua stroked his chin and pondered carefully. So-called righteousness, so-called demonic, are all manifestations of Tao, reflections of the great Tao. Just like formations. Evil formations and righteous formations, though seemingly clearly separated, are essentially based on the fundamental principles and frameworks of formations. However, righteous formations aim to comprehend the heavenly Tao and the essence of spiritual energy circulation. Evil formations are for quick success, pursuing formation power by using human blood as ink, human bones as pivots, flesh and skin as mediums, and seas of blood and chi as eyes. Nothingness and existence give rise to each other. Difficulty and ease complement each other, and righteousness and evil are contradictory, yet prove each other. Is Tao Heart sowing demonic seed also like this? Learn its method, understand its principles, and grasp its Tao. Even if I cannot use the method of Tao Heart sowing demonic seed, I can learn from it by analogy, understand the principles of spiritual consciousness application, and learn its methods. At the very least, I can know myself and my enemy, and guard against martial uncle harming me in the future. However, I must firmly uphold my Tao Heart and not lose my true self. It is easy to fall from righteousness into evil, but difficult to reform from evil. Hua nodded involuntarily. I must not be deluded by Tao Heart sowing demonic seed. I must not become a little demon. Hua made up his mind, and then began to follow behind ghostly Taoist, peeking with his little head, observing how ghostly Taoist used Tao Heart sowing demonic seed to manipulate people's hearts and slaughter cultivators. Ghostly Taoist acted with impunity, killing wantonly, and used Tao Heart sowing demonic seed frequently. Hua saw a lot, and combined with his understanding of spiritual consciousness and his experience in spiritual sense combat, he gained a general understanding of Tao Heart sowing demonic seed. This is a seemingly ordinary, yet eerily strange, terrifying when pondered, and cold and cruel when actually performed, demonic spiritual sense method that is almost unsolvable. Blood and chi injure the skin. Spiritual energy injures the meridians. But Tao Heart sowing demonic seed injures the spiritual consciousness itself. It transforms one's own spiritual consciousness into demonic thoughts, and after differentiation, it spreads and lodges in others' sea of consciousness like a plague. It's similar to the haunting spirits in the visualization diagrams, but much stronger. Haunting spirits parasitize and devour the sea of consciousness, with many restrictions and slow results. But Tao Heart sowing demonic seed is extremely fast-acting. Cultivators sown with demonic seeds by ghostly Taoist become deeply infected with demonic thoughts and unable to extricate themselves within a few breaths. Haunting spirits are external invasions. Sowing demonic seeds is more like an internal pollution, directly transforming and demonizing the cultivator's Tao Heart. It's not that ghostly Taoist controls them. It's more like they themselves cannot control their demonic thoughts. They are being controlled by others, yet it seems they are acting according to their own wishes and desires. Sowing demonic thoughts within the Tao Heart. In this regard, what Tao Heart sowing demonic seed erodes and damages is actually the Tao Heart itself. Mo Hua felt a slight chill in his heart, then looked at ghostly Taoist, and a trace of doubt surfaced in his mind. Tao heart sowing demonic seed, demonic thought differentiation. Where is the true ghostly Taoist, or rather, ghostly Taoist's origin demonic thought? If that originating demonic thought isn't killed, will ghostly Taoist truly never die? Or perhaps, as long as the demonic thoughts are not completely erased, even if the originating demonic thought is killed, will ghostly Taoist still not die? Then won't he really be immortal and indestructible? Mo Hua was shocked. This martial uncle of his seemed to be much more terrifying than he had imagined. Mo Hua then thought again. With such a terrifying martial uncle, and such a powerful Tao heart sowing demonic seed, I must study it carefully. Mo Hua couldn't help but nod his little head, and then continued to secretly peek at ghostly Taoist. However, this time, he observed more meticulously and discovered even more. Firstly, Tao heart sowing demonic seed requires a medium. The six sense organs, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, can all serve as mediums. The six sensory objects, form, sound, smell, taste, touch, dharma, are all pathways. The cultivators who have been sown with demonic seeds by Tao heart sowing demonic seed. Some merely glanced at ghostly Taoist, some heard ghostly Taoist speak. Some smelled the bloody scent emanating from ghostly Taoist in the air. Some tasted ghostly Taoist's blood. Others had fought ghostly Taoist, touched ghostly Taoist's dead white, slightly decaying flesh, and thus their Tao hearts collapsed, turning them into puppets. Therefore, one cannot look, cannot listen, cannot smell, cannot touch, and cannot even think. Otherwise, a medium for sowing demonic seeds will be generated, and unknowingly, the sea of consciousness will be sown with the embryo of demonic thoughts, becoming fertile ground for demonic thoughts to grow, and thus die under Tao heart sowing demonic seed. And the cultivators who died under Tao heart sowing demonic seed were all different. For cultivators with low realms, merely a glance could corrupt their Tao hearts, leading them to kill each other. The miscellaneous demonic cultivators encountered along the way were all killed by martial uncle in this manner. Those with higher realms would parasitize through close contact, with demonic thoughts taking root. For example, the over 20 golden core cultivators killed earlier. They were sown with demonic thoughts, wanting to become Taoists, and died killing each other. If the realm were even higher, for instance, the old man with the blood robe and black demonic sword next to the Holy Sun, with a firm mind and high cultivation, who was difficult to deal with. Then martial uncle had to speak, using words to disrupt their minds, break their defenses, destroy their Tao hearts, and unleash their demonic desires. That old man could not bear it, and destroyed himself. What if the cultivation were even higher? With the demonic thoughts that martial uncle is currently parasitic on, would there be no way? Mo Hua thought, but couldn't figure it out. The late-stage golden core blood-robed old man was the highest realm cultivator Mo Hua had seen die under Tao heart, sowing demonic seed. He hadn't seen martial uncle target cultivators of higher realms yet. Without reference, he couldn't analyze it. However, that was too far away from him, so Mo Hua didn't dwell on it. The pressing matter was to start from the basics and practical examples, and analyze Tao heart, sowing demonic seed bit by bit. As he saw more, Mo Hua gradually became familiar with the application of Tao heart, sowing demonic seed. Although the outward manifestations were complex and unpredictable, its essence was still the application of spiritual consciousness. Mo Hua felt a sense of enlightenment, but still vaguely felt that he hadn't crossed that threshold, and hadn't truly grasped the concept of Tao heart, sowing demonic seed. He needed to watch more, learn more, and think more. Every time ghostly Taoist killed someone using Tao heart, sowing demonic seed, Mo Hua's understanding of Tao heart, sowing demonic seed deepened. Ghostly Taoist was initially unaware. Until later, after he killed a few demonic cultivators using Tao heart, sowing demonic seed, and noticed that Mo Hua was too quiet, he looked back and saw Mo Hua, with his big eyes gleaming, staring intently at him. It seemed as if he was memorizing something, calculating something, learning something, and summarizing something at the same time. His expression shifted from contemplative to enlightened, and finally his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Ghostly Taoist's dark pupils trembled, completely shocked. This little thing. What was he secretly learning? Secretly learning Tao heart, sowing demonic seed? Where on earth did junior brother pick up such a hellish little disciple? Ghostly Taoist's expression shifted on his blank face, and finally calmed down. He said nothing, but from then on, his actions became much more restrained. He no longer killed people indiscriminately. He also used Tao heart, sowing demonic seed, very sparingly. Even when he used it, he only employed the simplest and most superficial sowing methods. Mo Hua also noticed this, and with a thought, he quietly asked, "Martial uncle, these demonic cultivators are plotting against Master. Aren't you going to kill them?" But ghostly Taoist looked indifferent and completely ignored him. Mo Hua sighed, and understood in his heart that ghostly Taoist was being wary of him. He was hiding things, not letting him see. Mo Hua was a little unhappy and muttered in his heart, "Martial uncle is so stingy. He wouldn't let me see. I haven't fully understood yet." However, Mo Hua could do nothing. If I can't see, then I can't see. He could only commit the previous scenes of Dao heart, sowing demonic seed to memory, and when he had nothing to do, he would ponder them repeatedly and carefully, hoping to glean some methods of spiritual consciousness application and learn some superficial techniques from his martial uncle, whose spiritual sense application was at the peak. The two were still on their way to Lishan City. A few days later, one evening, Mo Hua followed ghostly Taoist to a dilapidated temple. It was unclear what deity this temple was dedicated to. It was in disrepair, with broken doors and windows. And for some reason, ghostly Taoist insisted on staying overnight in this broken temple. When night fell, the moonlight was clear and cold. As the mountain wind blew, there was a chill. Mo Hua drew a warm fire formation on the ground to roast himself and warm up, and also roasted some wild sweet potatoes, wild yams, and a few fish he had caught along the way. As he was roasting, he heard several sets of footsteps. It seemed like several people were walking towards the dilapidated temple. At the same time, there were also indistinct conversations. "Should we go back? Are you willing?" "No choice. Near Dali Mountain, the situation is chaotic, and it's no longer safe for us to stay. Moreover, young Master Yun cannot afford to have any mishap." "Young Master Yun?" Mo Hua was startled. The voices of those people grew closer. Mo Hua found the voices somewhat familiar, an old voice, a middle-aged voice, and a young voice. They seemed to be the same three people he met in Nanua City, the young Master Yun trio. "Senior, you don't need to worry about me. What are you saying? Your father entrusted you to me to take care of. If you die, how can I explain it to him? If you ask me, we proceed with caution, and there might still be a chance." This was the voice of the middle-aged cultivator. "Don't you know how to calculate? You should be able to avert disaster." "Precisely because I know how to calculate, I don't want to stay here. These days, I've been feeling uneasy, as if I'm about to encounter some great tribulation, and I can't sleep day or night, which is why I want to leave. If we leave, the opportunity will be lost." "Stop your wishful thinking. The real demon in Dali Mountain hasn't arrived yet. Don't we have great cultivators in our Dao court? How can that be the same?" "You." As the three spoke, they walked into the dilapidated temple, and as soon as they looked up, they saw Mo Hua and the other two, and were all startled. Ghostly Taoist sat in the shadows, indistinct and not clearly visible. Mo Hua had drawn a warm fire formation and was roasting himself by the fire, his little face flushed by the firelight, with sweet potatoes stuffed in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. The emaciated old man, Mo Hua remembered, seemed to be surnamed One. After seeing Mo Hua and the other two, he was surprised and then cupped his hands and said, "My three old fellows are passing by this place and wish to stay for the night. We apologize for disturbing you." After the emaciated old man finished speaking, he glanced at Mo Hua with some confusion. He somehow felt that on this dark and windy night, in a dilapidated temple with dim lights, Mo Hua, this child, was roasting by the fire, eating, and looking somewhat strange, as if no one else was around. At the same time, he felt that Mo Hua looked somewhat familiar. It seemed he had seen him somewhere before, and it should have been a deep impression. But he couldn't recall it no matter what. Mo Hua was also a bit surprised. These three actually didn't recognize him. But it didn't matter. In this situation, it was better to pretend not to know each other. Mo Hua didn't say anything, and just nodded. The emaciated old man cupped his hands to thank them again, while the middle-aged cultivator sat down with arrogance. On the other hand, young Master Yin also looked at Mo Hua with confusion, but after looking for a while, he still didn't recognize him, and finally cupped his hands as a gesture of thanks. Mo Hua remembered young Master Yin quite clearly. He was a second-rank formation master, somewhat shy and thin-skinned, but kind-hearted and helpful, and didn't hide his knowledge of formations. They had a good relationship. Mo Hua turned his head and secretly glanced at ghostly Taoist, feeling a little worried. Would his martial uncle kill these people? He held the sweet potato, not eating it, but carefully observing ghostly Taoist. He found that his aura was stable, and his 6 sensory objects were all restrained, with no signs of using Dao heart, sowing demonic seed. Only then did he slowly heave a sigh of relief. Mo Hua ate the sweet potato while it was still warm, and then turned down the light of the warm fire formation. As the night deepened, ghostly Taoist's figure became even more obscured. Mo Hua nodded slightly. This way, young Master Yun and the others wouldn't be able to see martial uncle's figure. On the other side, young Master Yun and the other two found a clean spot, sat down on the ground, and began to talk in low voices. As if fearing that Mo Hua and the other outsider would hear, their voices were very low, and their words were very obscure. Mo Hua's spiritual sense was extraordinary, and he could hear a little, but it was still vague. It seemed the emaciated old man wanted to leave, but the middle-aged cultivator disagreed, and young Master Yun was wavering between wanting to leave and being reluctant to let go of something. The middle-aged cultivator then ridiculed the emaciated old man. The older you get, the more timid you become. The emaciated old man retorted, "It's precisely because I'm timid that I've lived so long." He glanced at the middle-aged cultivator and sneered, "You may not even live to my age." The two bickered for a while, then talked about the Tao court and the demonic sects, saying a lot of things that sounded impressive, but Imohua's knowledge was limited, and he didn't recognize any of the names, such as venerables, fairies, rakshasas, valley masters, ancestors, and so on. What were the identities and statuses of these people, and what were their grievances? They chattered on and on for a long time. Imohua didn't recognize these people, and the words they spoke were mostly about aristocratic family marriages, noble clan advancements, ancestors' birthdays, and ancestors' funerals, which he found boring, and he began to doze off drowsily. Half awake and half asleep, Imohua suddenly heard them say, "What do you think that person has on them?" Imohua jolted, instantly waking up. That person? What were they talking about? Master? Imohua vaguely raised his head to look. The emaciated old man's expression was solemn, as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze sharpened. "You actually know?" The emaciated old man remained silent. The middle-aged cultivator impatiently said, "At this point, you should say it." Young Master Yin was also a little curious. The emaciated old man struggled in his heart for a long time, then sighed. I also heard it. You two know it, but don't tell outsiders." The middle-aged cultivator assured, "Don't worry." The emaciated old man sighed, then continued. "Our lineage's old sect leader was skilled in deduction and extremely experienced. Unfortunately, his sea of consciousness declined before he died, making his thoughts slow and his speech somewhat thoughtless." The emaciated old man did not want to disrespect his ancestor, so he spoke very tactfully. "One day, he accidentally let slip something, which I happened to overhear. He said that the secret that person carries involves the ruins of heaven's burial." Ruins of heaven's burial? What does that mean? Imohua frowned. Suddenly, the surrounding aura changed, and Imohua was startled. He turned to look at Ghostly Taoist, his expression greatly alarmed. In the dark night, Ghostly Taoist had opened his eyes. His pupils were deeper than the night, his aura fluctuated, and the 6 sensory objects had also changed. He had murderous intent. "I can't write any more today. I'll write more tomorrow." Chapter 553, 10,000 Demons. The gaunt old man suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable dread. However, this feeling of dread soon vanished without a trace, as if it were merely a fleeting illusion. The old man relaxed, feeling a wave of drowsiness. Thinking it was late and that tomorrow would surely bring a day of painstaking effort and arduous toil, he decided to close his eyes and rest for a while. But as he drifted off, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Without thinking, he reached into his storage bag and took out a few grain-repelling pills, popping them into his mouth and chewing. Meanwhile, Imohua watched with growing alarm. Because he saw with perfect clarity that the gaunt old man was not chewing grain-repelling pills, but his own fingers. He was putting his own fingers into his mouth and chewing them. His mouth was already bloody. His fingers had exposed bone. At the same time, the middle-aged cultivator, distracted, took out a knife and was bringing it to his own neck. Young Master Yin drew his sword and was stabbing it into his own chest. It was heart demon seeding. "Senior uncle wants to kill these 3. Imohua panicked. His mind raced as he recalled his understanding of heart demon seeding from recent days. His gaze deepened, and with a slight movement of his small hand, he made a few strokes to alter the formation patterns of the warm fire formation on the ground. Once the warm fire formation's patterns were altered, they immediately clashed, causing it to self-destruct. With a boom, the formation exploded, emitting a piercing sound. Simultaneously, flames erupted, a crimson glow filling the night, an exceptionally glaring sight that obscured the twisted Taoist vision, causing him to falter. It also interrupted his heart demon seeding. Amidst the commotion, the gaunt old man and the other 2 snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with confusion. The gaunt old man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. He looked down and saw his fingers were bloody and mangled, with the white bone clearly visible. A wave of terror washed over him. What's going on? What happened? He looked around and happened to see the young child opposite him, watching them with a look of slight anxiety. The child's lips moved, seemingly saying something, but also seeming to be hesitant, not making a sound. The gaunt old man, enduring the pain, furrowed his brow and studied the child for a while. Only then did he decipher the words from the child's lip movements. He was mouthing 2 words. "Quick leave. Quick leave. Leave." The gaunt old man was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. He recognized him. This young child was that little formation master from Nanyu City. In other words, Mr. Zhuang's youngest disciple. And now he was anxiously mouthing a warning to him. "Quick leave?" The gaunt old man trembled, a chill surging through him like a tide. He immediately recalled the Taoist who had been hidden in the shadows when they entered. He wanted to turn and look, but forcefully stopped himself. His intuition, honed by years of calculating karma, told him that this person was sinister and must not be looked at. The gaunt old man instinctively reached for the 3 talents Ishu bronze coins in his storage bag, but as his hand touched them, he felt only scattered fragments. With a slight rub, the old man's pupils contracted violently. Shattered. The 3 talents Ishu bronze coins. Completely shattered. This near-death crisis just now was so severe that even the 3 talents Ishu bronze coins couldn't withstand it. Quick leave. The gaunt old man, with trembling hands, tightly grabbed the middle-aged cultivator and young Master Yun, his eyes still filled with fear. Young Master Yun and the middle-aged cultivator, not understanding, were about to ask what was wrong when the gaunt old man shook his head. The two were startled and only then realized their own behavior had been unusual. There was danger and strangeness in this dilapidated temple, so they solemnly nodded. Without delay, the 3 concealed their auras, got up quickly, and quietly departed, making no sound. The twisted Taoist's gaze flickered, but no further anomalies occurred until the 3 had left. He merely cast a meaningful glance at Imohua. Imohua scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Senior uncle, I haven't learned my formations well. It was an accident." The twisted Taoist looked at him with indifference, clearly not believing Imohua's nonsensical excuse. However, he said nothing and closed his eyes to rest again. Seeing this, Imohua breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, senior uncle was wary of him and only used the simplest, most superficial heart demon seeding. Young Master Yun and the other 2 had not been deeply seeded. Otherwise, if he had used a more profound seeding method, it would have been trouble. Even if he had wanted to save them, he would have been powerless. Seeing that the 3 had gone far, Imohua felt reassured. However, he then recalled the words spoken by the old man. Guesu Tianzong. Guesu, what kind of place is that? What meaning does Tianzong hold? Could this relate to an immense opportunity? An ancient secret? A lineage, a cultivation technique, or perhaps a formation diagram? Imohua shook his head, utterly bewildered. Forget it, I shouldn't aim too high. Master had said that such opportunities involved too much karma, and a single misstep could lead to death. It was better for him not to know for now. Imohua nodded. He then looked down at the warm fire formation, feeling regret. The formation had self-destructed, taking with it the sweet potatoes, yams, and wild fruits he had roasted, as well as a large fish, all of which had been scorched into a pile of black charcoal. That large fish was almost done. He could already smell it, but after roasting it for so long, he hadn't managed to eat a single bite. My fish. Imohua felt a pang of heartache and sighed. He drew another warm fire formation, then took out the remaining sweet potatoes from his storage bag and, ignoring everyone else, continued roasting them. The gaunt old man and the other 2 hurriedly left the dilapidated temple, not minding the night, and walked for an hour. Once they were sufficiently far away, the 3 finally stopped. The gaunt old man's back was soaked with cold sweat. The middle-aged cultivator took a breath and asked, "What exactly happened?" The gaunt old man's hand was still dripping blood. He took out some medicinal powder, sprinkled it on his hand, and took a few pills internally. His complexion then improved slightly. Recalling the events in the dilapidated temple, he was still trembling with fear. He looked back at the other 2 and said with a tremor, "The 3 talents Ishu bronze coins are shattered. We 3 almost died." Young Master Yun was astonished. The middle-aged cultivator frowned. "It can't be that bizarre, can it? Do you remember the young child by the fire in the dilapidated temple?" "The young child by the fire?" The middle-aged cultivator was startled. He frowned and thought back, his expression suddenly changing as he remembered. He's that little formation master. Young Master Yun also remembered, his eyes lighting up. It's brother Mo. Then he muttered, "Strange. Why couldn't I remember before?" The gaunt old man sighed. This young child is very likely that person's disciple. Although he is young, he is definitely extraordinary. In the dilapidated temple, we were unconsciously afflicted by heart demons. It was this young child who created the commotion, startling us awake. Later, it was also him who signaled us to leave. Otherwise, we would have likely perished today. The middle-aged cultivator asked with some surprise, "What exactly is so dangerous in that dilapidated temple?" The gaunt old man was also full of confusion. What exactly was the danger? Why had they been afflicted by heart demons? Was it the Taoist who had attacked? Why had none of them noticed anything? The gaunt old man pondered left and right, then was suddenly startled, remembering the Taoist sitting in the corner of the dilapidated temple, hidden by shadows and not clearly visible. A title that could not be mentioned surfaced in his mind. The gaunt old man trembled as if his whole body was shaking. What is it?" the middle-aged cultivator asked curiously. The gaunt old man swallowed the words "twisted Taoist" and merely said, "That person is a Taoist." A Taoist. The Taoists of the demonic sect were no ordinary people. They were all truly heinous archdemons. The middle-aged cultivator's expression was solemn, but he was still very curious. Which Taoist exactly? The gaunt old man glanced at him coldly. If I utter his name, the three of us will die, and we will die a very ugly death. The scene in the dilapidated temple just now resurfaced. The middle-aged cultivator drawing his knife to kill himself, young Master Yin using his sword to take his own life, the gaunt old man devouring his own flesh. Thinking of this, all three turned somewhat pale. The middle-aged cultivator no longer dared to ask. The gaunt old man furrowed his brow in thought, then suddenly had a flash of insight, exclaiming, "That's it." The middle-aged cultivator was startled. "What is it?" The gaunt old man's emotions surged, and he quickly said, "Do you remember when we entered Nanyu City and sensed the corpse energy pervading the mountains? After I performed divination, what did I say?" The middle-aged cultivator thought for a moment and shook his head. "You were rambling and mumbling, saying so much. How could I remember which part you were talking about?" Young Master Yun, however, seemed thoughtful. "Senior one, are you referring to the good karma?" He vaguely recalled what the gaunt old man had said earlier. "These past few days, I've occasionally felt a sense of impending doom. It seems there's a great terror on the path ahead, extremely dangerous, with life and death uncertain. And if we can suppress the corpse mine and save the cultivators of Nanyu City, and even a whole province, perhaps we can gain some good karma, and in a future desperate situation with a 9-death chance, we might have a sliver of hope." The gaunt old man's gaze sharpened. Now it seems this karma has fallen upon this young child. If, back in Nanyu City, we hadn't intervened, hadn't quelled the corpse chaos, and hadn't gained this good karma, hadn't gotten to know this young child, then today, without this young child saving us, we would all have died without a burial place. The middle-aged cultivator and young Master Yun were deeply shaken. The gaunt old man said with some emotion, "Karma, good and evil, you reap what you sow. Mr. Zhuang gave us a choice back then, which was also equivalent to giving us a sliver of hope. Mr. Zhuang." The three felt a sense of mystery and complexity in their hearts. A moment later, young Master Yun remembered something and said urgently, "If that Taoist is a great demon, then Brother Mo." The gaunt old man shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Don't think about it. We can barely protect ourselves, let alone think of saving that young child." Young Master Yin showed a look of shame. The gaunt old man then comforted him. "Don't worry, he's Mr. Zhuang's disciple, he should be fine." In the dilapidated temple, Mo Hua's eyes sparkled, his little face rosy. The scene of him roasting by the fire, eating fish, and roasting sweet potatoes flashed in his mind again. The gaunt old man sighed in his heart. As expected of Mr. Zhuang's disciple, his disposition was truly strong. To be in the company of such a great demon as that Taoist, and still have the leisure to roast things to eat. And even though he had violated that Taoist's taboo, save the three of them, that Taoist hadn't even gotten angry and had actually let them go. The gaunt old man found it somewhat unbelievable. Their lineage was proficient in heavenly secret calculations, and they had heard of that Taoist's fearsome reputation. That Taoist had never been easy to deal with, nor had he ever been seen to be so generous, let alone indulgent, towards anyone. The gaunt old man sighed. "A good person will always have a guardian spirit. We should still go back now." Young Master Yun was still filled with worry. The middle-aged cultivator, however, was startled. "Go back? Go back where?" The gaunt old man said with annoyance. "Go back where we came from." The middle-aged cultivator panicked. "What about the opportunity? Aren't you going to get it? We've gone through so much trouble." The gaunt old man sneered. "Don't you understand yet? This matter is no longer something we can meddle in. Or rather, it was never something we could meddle in. We were merely chess pieces sent to gather information. Now that the news has been sent back, people from higher up will naturally come to plan this. The Great Li Mountain realm will sooner or later become a slaughterhouse. If we stay any longer, we will truly have no way out." The middle-aged cultivator frowned. "Because of ancestor Xianmo?" The gaunt old man sighed. "More than that." He looked back at the dilapidated temple, his gaze shrouded in a layer of gloom and fear. Now that the Taoist has arrived, it means that the true demons from the demonic path will also be coming. Although the demonic sect had been suppressed by the Tao court and had been lying low for years, its power was immense. Naturally, it wasn't just ancestor Xianmo, a single Empyrean realm-old demon. All three understood this. However, in the face of opportunity, the middle-aged cultivator was still hesitant. The gaunt old man then snorted coldly. "Whether you go or not, I don't care. I'm leaving anyway." The middle-aged cultivator was startled, then frowned. "How can you leave? We had an agreement. I gave you quite a few spirit stones. I'll refund your spirit stones." The middle-aged cultivator's expression was conflicted. After struggling with his thoughts for a long time, he finally sighed. "It's not that I'm reluctant to part with these spirit stones. Fine, let's go then." He also knew that with the old man's divination, he had been able to avoid danger all the way. Without the old man, relying only on himself, he truly wasn't sure if he could walk out of Great Li Mountain alive. He didn't want the spirit stones either, considering it gaining good karma. The middle-aged cultivator said with some dejection, "Originally, I wanted to seize an opportunity to change my fate. Now, alas, I'll just go back to Qian province and be a teacher honestly. He followed the old man back. After a few steps, the gaunt old man suddenly stopped, turned to look at the dilapidated temple, and bowed deeply with a solemn expression, sincerely thinking, "May little friend avoid misfortune and have an immeasurable path. If there is an opportunity, I will surely repay this life-saving kindness." Young Master Yin also bowed sincerely. The middle-aged cultivator sighed, and although somewhat unwilling, he also paid his respects with sincerity. Thereafter, the three gradually moved further away, leaving Greatly Mountain, and also leaving this place of trouble. Imohua's situation was the opposite. Not only could he not leave, but he had to follow the twisted Taoist step by step towards Lishan City, into the depths of this blood-soaked storm. After leaving the dilapidated temple, more than 10 days passed before Imohua finally arrived before Lishan City. At this time, he was still dozens of miles away from the mountain city. From afar, he could see the sky covering blood banners and the surging sea of blood. It was the same scene he had seen when he left Lishan City that day. "Master," Imohua, filled with worry, turned and asked the twisted Taoist, "Senior uncle, are we going into the city now?" The twisted Taoist's expression was blank. Imohua was not surprised. He was used to it. His senior uncle didn't talk much, especially not to him. Imohua didn't mind. When you cannot change others, you must learn to adapt to them. He had already learned to roughly understand what his senior uncle wanted to say from his empty and indifferent face, as well as his dark eyes. Just like now, his senior uncle's darkened face and unhappy expression meant, "Not entering the city." Imohua continued, "Not entering the city? Where are we going?" The twisted Taoist's dark eyes glanced at Imohua. "Into the mountains?" Imohua ventured. The twisted Taoist's expression stiffened. Imohua then said, "What are we going into the mountains for?" The twisted Taoist's pupils darkened, and his face became even darker. Imohua understood. Senior uncle wanted him to shut up. Imohua nodded and obediently followed behind him, saying no more. And the twisted Taoist did indeed lead him into the mountains, to a cliff. This cliff was outside Lishan City. The surrounding rocks were rugged, and the vegetation was withered. Imohua checked the map and found that according to the markings on the map, this place was called Witheredwood Cliff. Despite the green mountains and grass all around, this place was barren. Imohua released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, discovering that the area's aura was isolated, seeming to conceal a keen and dark energy, which was why the rocks were bare and lifeless. "Why has senior uncle brought me here?" Imohua looked at the twisted Taoist. The twisted Taoist paid him no mind, but walked directly to the bottom of the cliff. Imohua's heart leaped in surprise. Does senior uncle want to jump off the cliff? Then he saw the twisted Taoist step forward, and heaven and earth inverted, mountains and rivers turned upside down. What was originally a cliff beneath their feet suddenly rotated, appearing in the sky, forming a massive stone palace. Inside the palace were strict residences and shadowy demonic figures. Imohua was shocked. Is this an illusion formation? And it was almost indistinguishable from reality, undoubtedly a second or third-rank formation. Beneath this illusion formation, was it a demonic palace? Was this a stronghold of demonic cultivators? And judging by its appearance, this demonic palace had existed for a long time. Seemingly someone had built this demonic cave on Witheredwood Cliff outside the Five Elements sect long ago. The twisted Taoist looked at Imohua. Imohua understood that senior uncle was saying, "Follow me." Imohua obediently nodded and followed the twisted Taoist up the stone steps, entering the demonic palace. Upon entering the demonic palace, it was bloody and eerie, and streams of Yin energy permeated the air. Imohua felt somewhat uncomfortable, but what surprised him even more was the large number of demonic cultivators inside. These demonic cultivators were grotesque in appearance, and not only were they numerous, but their cultivation levels were also extremely high, with demonic energy swirling around them, clearly practicing superior demonic cultivation techniques. And the knowledge of these demonic cultivators was also evidently quite high. Some of the demonic cultivators on the periphery, upon seeing the twisted Taoist, mostly showed disdain, and some even bared their fangs and attacked proactively. As for the demonic cultivators within the demonic palace, upon seeing the twisted Taoist, most showed solemn expressions and looks of apprehension, as if they could discern the twisted Taoist's identity. The twisted Taoist's expression was indifferent, ignoring their gazes. And their gazes, whether of surprise, inquiry, or coldness, all fell upon Imohua. They seemed very curious as to why such a child, with a low cultivation realm, not practicing demonic arts, possessing a pure and upright aura and a naive appearance, would be accompanying the twisted Taoist. Being stared at by a host of demons, Imohua felt a little guilty. However, he thought to himself that he couldn't lose face for his master, nor for his senior uncle, so he forced himself to remain calm, holding his head high, though his body couldn't help but lean closer to the twisted Taoist. He felt that it would be safer by the twisted Taoist's side. The twisted Taoist, meeting everyone's gazes, walked directly to the main hall and found a seat. Mo Hua stood beside him and quietly asked, "Senior uncle, why have we come here?" The twisted Taoist's expression was cold. Mo Hua secretly stared at his face, observing for a long time, but could not read what he wanted to say. It was probably a long story that couldn't be explained clearly in a short time, so senior uncle didn't want to talk. However, even if the twisted Taoist didn't speak, the other demonic cultivators were still whispering amongst themselves. Mo Hua secretly listened, and after a long time, he finally heard some key words. Things like Patriarch Ming, Demon Lord, then Venerables and Patriarchs, and also 10,000 Demons Assembly. 10,000 Demons Assembly. Mo Hua's heart gave a jolt. A gathering of the demonic sect's old demons? Was senior uncle here at this upside-down demonic palace on Witheredwood Cliff to participate in the 10,000 Demons Assembly? Mo Hua's thoughts stirred, and he felt a little scared, whispering, "Senior uncle, is it really appropriate for me to attend this 10,000 Demons Assembly? I'm a righteous cultivator, not a little demon, and only in the chi condensation stage. Is it impolite for me to attend such a gathering of great demons that doesn't suit my age, my cultivation level, or my identity?" The twisted Taoist's pupils darkened. Mo Hua then silently shut his mouth. However, in his heart, he continued to ponder. What is this 10,000 Demons Assembly for? Could it be targeting Master? Which demonic cultivators will attend this 10,000 Demons Assembly? At least Golden Core stage? Will that Empyrean Realm Mystic Hermit also come? Will there be even more powerful demons? What are the plans of Twisted Senior Uncle in attending this 10,000 Demons Assembly? Is he planning to join forces with some hermit, some venerable, or some demonic old ancestor through the 10,000 Demons Assembly to deal with the Tao Court, plot against Master, and seize that so-called immense opportunity? Will he kill Master? Thinking of this, Mo Hua became somewhat worried and anxious. The demonic palace was oppressive, bloody, and heavy. White bones served as beams, and human skin was used for paintings. As time passed, more and more demons entered the demonic palace, and the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly solemn. Mo Hua gradually shifted from nervousness and apprehension to numbness and drowsiness. Finally, leaning against the twisted Taoist stone chair, he stood and dozed off. After an unknown amount of time, a gust of wind blew, and Mo Hua jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing. At this moment, many people were already seated in the demonic palace. To say people, but they didn't look much like people. Some were half corpse, half demon, some were like beasts or monsters. Even those with human appearances, upon closer inspection, didn't seem to be human. Some had pale faces, like the dead. Some had beautiful countenances with red lips and teeth. Some were fat-headed and large-eared, with pythons coiled around them. Some were as thin as reeds, with demonic patterns carved on their backs. The entire demonic palace was eerie and solemn, so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Dead silence. 10,000 Demons Assembly. Has it begun? Mo Hua's heart gave a jolt, and he saw several figures slowly emerge on the towering seats made of white bones and fangs. These figures exuded extremely terrifying auras, like abysses and seas. Just revealing a hint of their aura was enough to make Mo Hua breathless. And among these figures, one was very familiar to Mo Hua. It was ancestor Xian Mo, who had displayed the blood banner, hung the demon sword, sealed Lishan's city with a surging sea of blood, and trapped Master in the Five Elements sect. He was Mystic Hermit. A chill arose in Mo Hua's heart, and at the same time, his eyes widened in shock. Then these few demonic cultivators, seated as equals with Mystic Hermit on the white-bone thrones, were they all Empyrean Realm demon ancestors? Today it's 6K words again. Chapter 554, Opening the Slaughter. Feathered Transformation Realm. Mo Hua silently counted on his fingers. Chi Condensation, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Feathered Transformation. He was separated from the Feathered Transformation Realm by a full 3 major realms, and these 3 major realms were like an insurmountable chasm. Mo Hua sighed. When would he be able to cultivate to such a realm? Moreover, with his spirit root, could he really cultivate to Feathered Transformation? Mo Hua sighed again, feeling a bit helpless. At this moment, on the high seat of white-bone fangs, several figures had completely revealed themselves. One was a demon cultivator wearing a black robe, with a youthful appearance despite his white hair, and a sinister expression. This was Xian Sanren, also known as Ancestor Xian Mo. Besides him, there were 3 other Feathered Transformation old demons. An old man with purple-green lips, named Venerable Poison. A tall, dark, bear-like demon cultivator, called Black Arhut. And a heavily made-up woman, who looked quite beautiful, but her face was smeared with too much powder, making it oily. She was called Madame Miao. Venerable Poison, Black Arhut, Madame Miao. These were the names Mo Hua had overheard before. Initially, he didn't know who they were, only guessing they were the titles of some great demon cultivators. Now, seeing these 3 feathered transformation stage demon lords and their appearances, he could finally match them. Including Xian Sanren, there were a total of 4 feathered transformation stage cultivators. Adding to this, there were hundreds of golden core stage demon cultivators in the entire demon hall. Mo Hua felt a chill in his heart. Such a demonic force was enough to annihilate a province or even a realm, let alone the 3rd-ranked Dali Mountain province. Even a 4th-ranked province would suffer a catastrophe if massacred by these demon cultivators. And these demon lords, gathered here for the 10,000 demons assembly, their purpose was, Master? Mo Hua felt a bit nervous and clenched his fists. On the white bone high seat, Xian Sanren cut to the chase. I have used the Myriad Dao Heavenly Secret Lock to seal the heavenly secrets of this place, but karma has still leaked out. Now, the forces of the Dao Court are also gathering in Dali Mountain, and war is on the verge of breaking out. Therefore, I have convened the 10,000 Demons Assembly to invite all fellow Taoists to gather at Drywood Cliff to discuss this matter. Black Arhot sneered. What's there to discuss? Kill one who comes. Kill a pair who come. He licked his lips. His tongue was bright red and, like a demonic beast, had barbs. His gaze was fierce and greedy. It's been hundreds of years since I've had a good meal of human flesh. Venerable Poison said Inyongli. Don't eat everything. Be careful not to break your teeth. Black Arhut grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Don't worry. I've been eating people for 600 years, and these 2 teeth have never been broken. Venerable Poison's expression was indifferent, showing no joy or anger. The Dao Court, this time, has feather transformation stage cultivators coming. You received news? Venerable Poison said nothing. Black Arhut understood. Venerable Poison, or rather, the Myriad Poison sect, definitely had spies in the Dao Court. Such inside information was naturally inconvenient to reveal. Black Arhut then said, the Dao Court's feathered transformation true lords? Who are they? Venerable Poison was somewhat displeased but did not conceal it. Putting aside others, at least that woman from the Bai family will definitely come. That woman from the Bai family? Bai Qingcheng? Madame Miao was startled. A look of jealousy and hatred flickered across her heavily made-up face. Black Arhut's eyes glinted with ferocity. It said that this feathered transformation true lord from the Bai family is as her name suggests, with ice-like skin and jade-like bones, possessing a beauty that could topple nations. Is that true? Mo Hua was also stunned. Bai families by Qingcheng? Beauty that could topple nations? Feathered transformation true lord? What was her connection to his junior sister? Venerable Poison sneered. Take back your inappropriate thoughts. Unless you want to die, don't lay a hand on her. Black Arhut said, why? Her surname is Bai. Black Arhut scoffed. So what if her surname is Bai? No matter how influential the aristocratic families of the Dao Court are, can they interfere with our demonic path? Venerable Poison glanced at him indifferently. Your life is your own. I'm just reminding you. If you're not afraid of the Bai family, you can try to act against her. Black Arhut suppressed his ferocity and grinned sinisterly. The important matters are paramount. I naturally won't cause trouble at this time. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of covetousness. He wondered if such a beautiful person, when eaten, would have more tender meat. Madame Miao's expression changed as she asked Xian Sanren, how do you know she will definitely come? Xian Sanren said that Mr. Zhuang carries heavenly secrets and is in a desperate situation. Since they are from the same sect, whether out of reason or interest, she will inevitably come. From the same sect. Mo Hua secretly glanced at Gui Daoren. If they were from the same sect, then she would be Master's junior sister, and also Gui Daoren's, and his own martial uncle's junior sister. If he thought about it that way, shouldn't he call her martial aunt? Not only did he have a great demon cultivator martial uncle, but he also had a feather transformation stage martial aunt. If his martial aunt was in the feather transformation stage, then his martial uncle, Gui Daoren, should also be at least in the feather transformation stage. Then, what about his master? What realm would he be in? Mo Hua pondered silently, feeling a bit alarmed. Gui Daoren, however, was still resting with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his junior sister. Madame Miao, after hearing Xian Sanren's words, felt a bit pleased, and also a bit angry. A hint of resentment was hidden in her gaze. It seemed some old grudges were churning in her heart. Venerable Poison's gaze narrowed, and he asked about the main business. Has the 5 Elements Mountain Protection Great Array been broken yet? Xian Sanren shook his head. No. Black Arhut exclaimed in surprise. It's just a second-rank formation. Why is it so difficult to break? Xian Sanren, who was proficient in formations, and Venerable Poison, who had a slight understanding, both cast contemptuous glances at the bear-like demon cultivator. This is a second-rank Great Array. Xian Sanren said impatiently. Great Arrays are worlds apart from ordinary formations. Moreover, this is the 5 Elements Mountain Protection Great Array, created by the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect. More importantly, at this very moment, the person guarding the Great Array, his surname is Zhuang. Xian Sanren's expression was solemn. In the entire cultivation world, there are few who can confidently break his formation in his presence. Black Arhut was taken aback. As a demon cultivator, he only cared about killing and eating and was completely ignorant of formations. However, being provoked by Xian Sanren, he didn't want to lose face, so he said coldly, "No matter how powerful it is, it's still only second rank." Venerable Poison chuckled, his voice dry and sharp, like that of a night owl. He pointed to the sky. "This is a third-rank province. The heavenly law's limit is the golden core. A second-rank great array is indestructible. It's difficult for golden core cultivators to break it. Unless..." Venerable Poison then looked at Black Arhut Inyongli. "You're willing to exchange 1-for-1 with the great array, breaking it with feathered transformation power, and then being erased by the heavenly law. Sacrificing oneself to the Tao and remaining loyal to the demon lord would be a worthy death." Black Arhut's face darkened further, and he snorted without speaking. He wasn't a fool to risk his life to trade for a second-rank great array. However, he still had doubts, and frowned. Is the matter of heavenly law erasure true or false? Black Arhut clearly had some disbelief. If I unleash my feathered transformation stage cultivation, will there really be a heavenly law to erase me? Venerable Poison looked at him with disdain and suggested, "How about you try it?" Black Arhut's anger surged. Xian Sanren chuckled to himself. It was Madame Miao, however, who frowned. Heavenly law erasure is only found in cultivation records and rumors from cultivators. I have never heard of anyone personally experiencing it. Xian Sanren was somewhat speechless. Isn't there a possibility that those who personally experienced it were all erased? Mo Hua below subtly shook his head. Not all. I wasn't erased. However, that time was just a coincidence. The great array collapsed, triggering the heavenly law's restriction. But his cultivation was low, and the lightning tribulation paused for a moment, not truly intending to kill him, which is why he was left with a small life. Mo Hua mused inwardly. Heavenly law erasure has always been a taboo. Most cultivators follow this rule, but perhaps they haven't truly grasped the horror of this rule. Just like that big oaf, silly big guy, Black Arhut, and that powder-faced Madame Miao. After hearing Xian Sanren's words, they were still somewhat skeptical. It seemed they didn't believe there really was a so-called heavenly law. However, they didn't seem to dwell on it. A moment later, they returned to the main topic and discussed the Dao Court again. What about the Dao Court cultivators? Xian Sanren asked. What else can we do? Black Arhut sneered. The demonic sects have always acted directly. It's nothing more than the word kill. Xian Sanren's gaze turned cold. I mean, how do we kill them? Venerable Poison pondered for a moment and said, put them into the soul-refining banners, seal the heavenly secrets, set up the blood fiend great array, open the demonic sword and evil eye, and then we'll strike together, killing them all cleanly. Aren't they that stupid? Whether they're stupid or not depends on whether the benefits are great enough. As long as the benefits are great enough, even the most intelligent people will become foolish. Mr. Zhuang is inside the great array. As long as you dare to open the banner, they will definitely dare to come in regardless of the consequences. Compared to immortal opportunities, a few deaths are a small matter. What about the Dao Court's feathered transformation true lords? Xian Sanren asked again. Venerable Poison said, due to the heavenly law's restrictions, the Dao Court's feathered transformation true lords, like you and me, dare not unleash their full power. Therefore, the main force in this battle is still the Golden Core cultivators. Feathered transformation true lords, without using their feathered transformation cultivation, are only slightly stronger than Golden Core cultivators. He swept his gaze across the entire hall, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Hundreds of Golden Core demon cultivators gathered in this demon hall, cultivating orthodox demonic arts, refining supreme evil techniques, equipped with evil artifacts and magical treasures, all with hands stained with blood, killing like gods. They are far from comparable to those Dao Court cultivators who hold high positions and live in pampered comfort. When the Golden Core demon cultivators form the demonic army, they will surely wreak havoc, causing the Dao Court to suffer heavy losses. We will also surely seize the heavenly opportunity buried in the Gui Su for the demon lord. The four feathered transformation demon lords all had fervent gazes. However, their eyes gradually showed signs of selfish desire. When can the 5 elements mountain protection great array be broken? Venerable Poison asked. Xian Sanren shook his head. It cannot be broken. It can only be worn down. Worn down. Xian Sanren nodded. That's right. That person's formation skills are superb. With him guarding the 5 elements mountain protection great array, this array cannot be broken. We can only find ways to wear it down. Wear down the spirit stones, wear down his vitality. When he is exhausted and on the verge of death, if we keep wearing him down, the 5 elements great array will inevitably be difficult to sustain. As long as the great array is broken and the demons surround the mountain, no matter how talented or arrogant he is, he will eventually fall into our hands. Venerable Poison nodded slightly. This is also a solution. Everyone was silent for a moment. Black Arhut suddenly sneered. Speaking of which, this person is truly forsaken by everyone. The demonic sect wants to kill him, and the Tao court also refuses to let him go. In this world, there is no one who wants to save him. Venerable Poison sneered. He was too prominent in the past and offended too many people. Moreover, he carries such a great opportunity that everyone covets it. Now that he is in a desperate situation, who would think of saving him? Imohua was very unhappy hearing this. After Venerable Poison finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said meaningfully, "It is said that this person also has a senior brother who not only broke ties with him, but also betrayed his sect, sacrificed himself to become a demon, and was even conferred the title of Taoist in our demonic sect. Becoming the only demonic cultivator in our demonic sect to be conferred the title of Taoist without reaching the void-shattering stage." Venerable Poison's sinister gaze fell to the seats below, looking at Gui Daoren. This gaze contained contempt. Everyone's gaze also followed Venerable Poison and shifted to Gui Daoren, and behind Gui Daoren, to the small Imohua, being stared at by 4 feathered transformation ancestors and a host of golden core demon cultivators. Imohua felt immense pressure and couldn't help but hide further behind his martial uncle. Gui Daoren's pupils were dark, and his expression was indifferent, as if no one else was present. The 4 feathered transformation stage cultivators' gazes were cold. The title Taoist contained the word Tao, which was the highest and most transcendent title in the demonic sect, second only to the myriad Tao ancestor and below the demon lord. Most demonic cultivators only knew the result, not the reason. They simply couldn't comprehend the weight of the words Taoist. However, the 4 of them, who had reached the feathered transformation stage demon ancestors, were very clear about it. These 2 words were something they could see but not reach. Yet, this mere orthodox cultivator, who betrayed his sect, renounced his heritage, defected to the demonic path midway, and whose realm was only feathered transformation, was actually conferred the title of Gui Daoren. They had long harbored dissatisfaction. Black Arhut sneered. In that case, that person was at least your junior brother. Do you truly show no affection? Madame Miao covered her mouth and giggled. Such heartlessness is no wonder you are not tolerated by the orthodox path, and must become a demon. Her gaze shifted, and she saw Imohua hiding behind Gui Daoren. Her eyes lit up, and she secretly praised. This little fellow is truly handsome. Most importantly, his eyes are clear, his temperament is gentle, like uncarved jade. He hasn't cultivated demonic arts, nor is he tainted with the slightest filth. If I were to raise him by my side until he grows older, his essence would surely be very nourishing when I collect it. Madame Miao felt a flicker of desire, but her expression remained cold as she said with a sneer, "This is the 10,000 demons assembly. Everyone present is either a demon ancestor or a great demon cultivator feared by all. Even though you are a Taoist, bringing along such a little cultivator who hasn't even cultivated demonic arts, aren't you looking down on us too much?" Gui Daoren sat motionlessly, not uttering a word. Even Xian Sanren frowned at this point and snorted. A mere demonic seed clone, yet he puts on airs. If Gui Daoren himself were present, he might have given him some face. He might even have treated him as an honored guest, sitting on the same level as them, the feathered transformation demon ancestors, on the white bone throne, above all demons. However, now, he was just a puppet possessed by a demonic seed. And he was so arrogant? Gui Daoren's gaze was blank, devoid of any emotion. Imohua really wanted to speak on his behalf. My martial uncle means he doesn't want to deal with you. But he felt that it wouldn't be good for him to speak rashly in such a situation, so he silently swallowed his words. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat tense for a moment. Just as Imohua worried whether they would actually make a move against his martial uncle, the old man with the green lips, Venerable Poison, smoothed things over. Enough. Since we have entered the demonic path, we are united. Our enemy now is the Tao court, and our target is that Mr. Zhuang. It is not advisable to cause discord at this time. The atmosphere in the hall then eased slightly. Imohua secretly curled his lips. This old man was definitely a conniving schemer. He was the one who stirred up trouble, and he was also the one who played peacemaker in the end. Venerable Poison was old and had high seniority. His words seemed to carry weight, and the demon cultivators present also withdrew their gazes from Gui Daoren. However, the atmosphere was still a bit subtle. Black Arhut looked at Gui Daoren with fierce eyes. Xian Sanren's expression was displeased, and Madame Miao, while not looking at Gui Daoren, had her gaze fixed on Imohua, with both greed and regret. It was unclear what scheme she was hatching. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and the plan was already in place. Venerable Poison then said, "The 10,000 demons assembly concludes here. I hope everyone will unite, submit to the myriad Tao ancestor, be loyal to the demon lord, and contribute to the great prosperity of our demonic path. Great prosperity of the demonic path. Dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. The demon cultivators present shouted in unison, and then they all rose to salute. Their salute was strange, as if they were forming a demonic hand seal, its meaning unclear. Mo Hua couldn't learn it, and of course, he disdained to learn it. After the salutations, everyone prepared to disperse. However, as soon as someone reached the doorway, their expression changed. Then, more and more golden core demon cultivators changed their expressions in surprise, whispering amongst themselves. Venerable Poison frowned. What's happening? Xian Sanren unleashed his divine sense, observed for a moment, and his expression jolted. The myriad demons' hall has been sealed by a formation. A formation sealing the doors? They couldn't leave? The demon cultivators present all changed their expressions. Just then, a burly demon cultivator's expression suddenly turned crazed. He abruptly attacked, slicing down a demon cultivator elder beside him, and then, heedless of the consequences, began a bloodthirsty massacre. A sudden change occurred, causing chaos among the demons, who didn't know what was happening. The four feathered transformation demon ancestors also exchanged glances. After a moment, they seemed to realize something and all frowned, looking at Guidaoren. Guidaoren still sat there motionlessly, but his pupils were completely black. Mo Hua, standing behind him, couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, feeling a sense of disbelief. Dao Heart seeding demonic art. Martial Uncle is closing the doors and starting the slaughter. Chapter 555. Do they even deserve it? Not just to kill, but to strike ruthlessly, sealing the hall with formations and slaughtering them all. Mo Hua was shocked, as expected of Uncle Master. Then, his eyes lit up, and his heart rejoiced. Dao Heart Seed Demon. Uncle Master was finally using Dao Heart Seed Demon in front of him again. And it was a true, large-scale, merciless, and unrestrained Dao Heart Seed Demon. As Mo Hua watched the golden core demonic cultivators in the hall fall into madness and lose control after being implanted with demonic thoughts, he observed Guidao Ren's Dao Heart Seed Demon techniques. He felt overjoyed and couldn't help but praise. Uncle Master is truly generous. On the other side, the four feathered demon ancestors, Profound Loose Cultivator, were all enraged. How dare he, to openly massacre fellow cultivators? Arrogant. But they could only speak their minds. They still harbored some apprehension towards Dao Heart Seed Demon and didn't act rashly. The chaos below intensified. The golden core demonic cultivators fell into a melee for no reason. Some were enraged, some were terrified, and some wore bloodthirsty smiles. Their demonic nature was stimulated. For a time, it was impossible to distinguish who had been implanted with demonic thoughts and who hadn't. Demonic artifacts flew, blood and demonic energy intertwined, and skeletal vengeful spirits wailed gruesomely. In the myriad demon hall, it truly began to be a scene of demons dancing wildly. Some demonic cultivators who still had their minds intact wanted to escape. They exerted all their strength, used their artifacts, and attacked the main entrance and the surrounding stone walls, trying to break a gap and flee for their lives. But their artifacts and demonic energy, once they touched the stone hall, sank like stones into the sea, being dissolved one by one. As they were dissolved, dark and strange formation patterns appeared. Profound Loose Cultivator's eyes flickered, and he exclaimed in shock. Guidao sealing heaven formation. Poison Venerable's expression was not good, and Black Arhut and Lady Miao beside him also looked solemn. When did he set this up? We had no idea. Poison Venerable asked. Can this formation be broken? Profound Loose Cultivator shook his head. It's not easy to break. He looked up, glanced around the demonic hall, and said solemnly, Don't forget, he is the senior brother of that Mr. Zhuang. The two of them, one for derivation, one for Guiyuan, are both among the most prominent grand formation masters in the cultivation world. Mr. Zhuang's attainments in formations are astonishing. Guidao Ren is his senior brother. Even if he's not as good as Mr. Zhuang, he's not far off, and in some aspects, he might even be stronger. It's just that. Profound Loose Cultivator's gaze narrowed. I didn't expect that such a mere demonic seed clone could set up such a formation without anyone noticing. No wonder he could break the old precedents of the demonic path and be conferred the title of Taoist by the demonic sect with the cultivation of the feathered realm. Profound Loose Cultivator thought silently. Black Arhut let out a grim laugh. If the formation is not easy to break, then let's kill the person who set it up. Before his words fell, Black Arhut suddenly attacked. Blood flowed from his palm, condensing into a giant black blood skeleton, filled with the aura of blood and filth. Black Arhut waved his hand, and the black blood skeleton opened its gaping maw and swallowed Guidao Ren fiercely. This skeleton blood shadow was extremely fast. Guidao Ren seemed oblivious, sitting motionless, letting the skeleton devour him. Even Mo Hua was swallowed by the skeleton's maw. A moment later, the skeleton blood shadow dissipated. Mo Hua was unharmed. He blinked, a little confused. He had been observing his Uncle Master's Dao Heart Seed Demon technique when, without knowing what happened, a skeleton suddenly lunged at him. Before he could feel fear, the skeleton dissipated, and it seemed formation patterns protected him, keeping him safe. Imohua looked at the complex, dark formation patterns around him that seemed to fit the Guiyuan path, and was deeply shocked. This is the Guidao Sealing Heaven formation. It's Uncle Master's formation. It was neither like the 5 elements formation nor like ordinary spiritual energy formations. Imohua pondered, then suddenly froze, realizing he couldn't move. These Guiyuan formation patterns protected him, but at the same time, they also trapped him. Although he was within the formation, he seemed to be isolated from it. As long as the formation wasn't broken, he couldn't leave. But as long as the formation wasn't broken, he also wouldn't be harmed. This is Uncle Master's work. Imohua couldn't help but look at Guidao Ren, only to find that only a pile of white bones remained in Guidao Ren's seat. It was as if the flesh and blood had been dissolved by the skeleton blood shadow. Imohua was startled. Uncle Master is dead? Then he shook his head silently. He had traveled with Uncle Master and was very familiar with his aura. Uncle Master's flesh and blood were gone, but that strange aura was still there, and it was slowly spreading, gradually becoming stronger, filling every corner of the demonic hall. And Black Arhut, seeing Guidao run, turned into white bones by his attack, couldn't help but sneer. However, after just 2 laughs, he couldn't laugh anymore. He also realized that Guidao Run was dead, yet not dead. He had killed that physical body, dissolved its flesh and blood, and turned it into a pile of white bones. But this act had precisely released something from that skin bag, and it was spreading everywhere in the demonic hall bit by bit. It was like a plague on the divine sense. This pathogen was originally contained within this Taoist skin bag. Now that the skin bag was destroyed, the plague had spread. Black Arhut murmured to himself, "What the hell is this Guidao Run?" The expressions of the 4 feathered ancestors became increasingly solemn. Because the manic and strange aura within the demonic hall, with Guidao Ren's death, suddenly intensified. All the golden core demonic cultivators were locked in endless self-slaughter. The demonic hall was like a purgatory. The demonic cultivators were like evil spirits. Their faces were like painted paper, etched with ferocious, terrified, cruel, bloodthirsty, greedy. All sorts of expressions, like thick and colorful ink, painting a picture of hellish grimaces. Amidst the cruelty, there was a special Guiyuan meaning. It sent a chill down one's spine. This strange madness and demonic killing made the 4 feathered ancestors unsure how to intervene, even if they wanted to. And when the clamor subsided and the dust settled, this picture of a demonic purgatory was finally completed. All dead. Hundreds of golden core demonic cultivators. Not a single one survived. All tragically killed. The 4 feathered demon ancestors all wore angry expressions. Poison Venerable trembled. Good. Very good. He coldly sneered and said sternly, as expected of the newly promoted Taoist, senselessly slaughtering fellow cultivators with such bizarre and vicious methods. It truly proves the saying, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Let's see how he explains this to the demonic lord. Profound loose cultivator, however, frowned. Did this Guidao Ren truly go mad? Killing so many golden cores, what was it all for? Black Arhut's eyes flashed with ferocity. Could he be trying to monopolize that opportunity? Lady Meow sneered. Such a big appetite. As the 4 spoke, they suddenly froze again. They noticed that the aura in the demonic hall had suddenly become even colder. The golden core cultivators were all dead, but that lingering strange feeling had actually become stronger. The 4 looked solemn and remained silent. A moment later, rustling sounds came from the silent demonic hall. A cold wind suddenly arose. These killed golden cores, one by one, twisted and slowly stood up. They had broken limbs and bloody wounds, but without exception, their pupils had turned black and hollow. One Guidao Run had died, but hundreds of Guidao Rens had stood up again. These golden core demonic cultivators in the demonic hall had been resurrected from the dead, and now they had all become Guidao Rens. They stared at the feathered demon ancestors on the bone seat with their black and sinister eyes. All 4 feathered demon ancestors felt a chill running down their spines. An unbelievable guess surfaced in their minds. This Guidao Run, killing hundreds of golden cores wasn't enough. Could he possibly want to kill all 4 of them feathered demon ancestors as well? This could no longer be called arrogance. It was simply audacious to the extreme. Black Arhut laughed in anger. You want to kill me? Good. Then let me see how you, this cowardly, parasitic Guidao Ren, plan to kill me? Poison Venerable's gaze was hidden, and his heart turned cold. No, it's possible. Feathered status was noble, and there were very few instances of them dying at the hands of golden cores. Because there weren't that many golden cores. And golden cores didn't have that much courage. But in reality, once there were enough golden cores and they were willing to sacrifice their lives, even if they were feathered, they would be in danger of falling if they were surrounded and attacked. Moreover, this was in a 3rd-rank state region. These feathered cultivators were not allowed to use their feathered power. manipulating golden cores to surround and kill feathered cultivators. This seemed impossible, but it was indeed a deadly trap. It was just that they never expected. They originally thought the enemy was the Dao court, or that Mr. Zhuang, but they never expected that the true killing intent would come from this Guidao Ren. The Guidao Sealing Heaven formation blocked the retreat. Dao Heart Seed Demon controlled the golden cores, using golden cores to surround and kill feathered cultivators, driving a pack of wolves to devour a fierce tiger. Poison Venerable's heart chilled, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. They had been tricked. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to gather so many golden core demonic cultivators, and the four of them feathered ancestors would not have gathered together. But at this very moment, all the conditions were met. Therefore, this move, while seemingly audacious, was actually meticulously and sinisterly planned, catching them completely off guard. As expected of Guidao Ren, Poison Venerable thought silently. Profound Loose Cultivator asked, "Venerable, what should we do now?" Poison Venerable looked at the golden core demonic cultivators around him, who were driven mad by Dao Heart Seed Demon and eager to devour them, and sighed. "We are all of the demonic path, united as one. I do not wish to kill. The best way is to try and forcefully break the Guidao Sealing Heaven formation and escape the demonic hall. We can discuss further matters later." Profound Loose Cultivator agreed. Venerable speaks wisely. Then, the four of them unleashed their respective techniques, intending to forcefully break the Guidao Sealing Heaven formation. Black Arhut still condensed skeletons with black blood. Lady Meow used an exquisite, skin-tone beauty fan. Profound Loose Cultivator used a demonic sword. And Poison Venerable used a dark earth-colored, urn-like snake goo, whose evil power transformed into venomous snakes, gnawing at the formation from all directions. The vast demonic hall's stone walls, mottled and crumbling, instantly became riddled with holes. A large amount of strange black and gray formation patterns were revealed within. These formation patterns, like living things, after being destroyed, would redifferentiate and generate themselves, maintaining the formation's operation. "We can't break it." The four feathered demon ancestors frowned. It was only then they realized how troublesome Guidao Ren's formation was. But Imo Hua was deeply shocked. This formation, it wasn't an ordinary formation. Other cultivators might not understand it. Even high-ranking formation masters, limited by their knowledge, might not grasp its intricacies. But Imo Hua was different. He was Mr. Zhuang's disciple and also Guidao Ren's grandnephew. His formation philosophy was taught by Mr. Zhuang. He had studied derivation and even obtained the derivation methods of the five-element sect, so he had a good understanding of derivation. He could tell that this Guidao Sealing Heaven formation was no ordinary formation. It was a formation based on a special derivation method. That's why the formation patterns could differentiate and generate themselves. That's why this Guidao Sealing Heaven formation was so unbreakable. Derivation. Imo Hua was both greatly shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected his uncle master to have so many good things. Dao Heart Seed Demon, and this special derivation. Were these perhaps, as his master said, peak divine sense application methods? Imo Hua's eyes sparkled, and his heart pounded. His little face was obedient, but the divine sense in his little head was constantly working. Taking advantage of the chaos in the demonic hall when no one noticed him, Imo Hua secretly observed Dao Heart Seed Demon while internally analyzing the derivation methods on the Guidao Sealing Heaven formation, busy and happy. And the battle in the demonic hall continued. Since the four feathered ancestors couldn't break the Guidao Sealing Heaven formation, the battle was unavoidable. Hundreds of golden cores, with dark pupils, surged forward relentlessly, attacking the feathered ancestors they once could only look up to. Black Arhut punched through a golden core demonic cultivator. Lady Meow waved her beauty fan, emitting a soft pink light, melting golden cores into white bones one by one. Profound Loose Cultivator's demonic energy surged, and his sword energy overflowed, slicing the demonic cultivators affected by Dao Heart Seed Demon into pieces. As for Poison Venerable, he no longer spoke of fellow cultivators of the demonic path, united as one, not wishing to kill. When his own safety was at stake, his attacks were even more ruthless than anyone else's. From the snake goo, venomous snakes crawled out, sticking out their tongues. The venomous snakes burrowed into the golden cores, tearing at their flesh and sucking their evil essence. The four feathered demon ancestors clearly had the upper hand. But the numerous golden core demonic cultivators, fearless of death, even with severed limbs or open chests, even turned into white bones, would still rush to the feathered cultivators and bite off a piece of flesh, causing them some injury. At this point, the four realized that Guidao Ren intended to wear them down to death. Although they were feathered cultivators, due to the balance of heavenly Dao, they dared not use their feathered power. The wolves were unrestrained, but the tiger had to bind its own claws and fangs. The four felt both shock and anger. Unable to break the Sealing Heaven formation, unable to kill all the Guadao golden cores. If this continued, perhaps they, the high and mighty feathered demon ancestors, would really be gnawed to death by a group of demonic path golden cores. This kind of death was something they had never imagined in their lives. But it was indeed approaching them, bit by bit. The feathered demon ancestors were slaughtering golden cores, but these golden cores didn't care about death, because they were already dead. They were now merely Guadao Ren's playthings. And the four feathered demon ancestors, killing and killing, were becoming soft-handed. After an unknown period of time, a sudden change occurred. A feathered realm demon ancestor died. It was the black bear demonic cultivator, Black Arhut. He died under heavenly tribulation. Black Arhut had been restraining his feathered realm cultivation and also had to constantly slaughter. Finally, in a moment of carelessness, he used his feathered power. His blood energy crystallized, both bizarre and beautiful. Within the blood energy floated fine, brilliant, feather-like spiritual energy. This was feathered spiritual energy. Any golden core demonic cultivator who touched this feathered spiritual energy was instantly shredded and turned to ash. The golden core demonic cultivators still surged forward, unafraid. The truly fearful one was Black Arhut. He suddenly realized that he had touched the taboo of heavenly Tao. At the same time, a tremendous terror enveloped his head. He looked up and saw a crimson lightning bolt, carrying an overwhelming stillness, descend suddenly, completely erasing him. Black Arhut didn't even have time to react before he was completely annihilated, body and soul. Before death, only his last thought remained. So it really exists. Heavenly Tao erasure. The tribulation lightning came and went quickly. It was terrifyingly sudden and left no trace upon its departure. And the other three feathered demon ancestors also deeply felt the true terror of heavenly Tao. The higher the cultivation, the deeper this fear was felt. Lady Meow's beautiful face turned pale, and she murmured, "It's real." Poison Venerable's expression changed, his ancient eyes filled with lingering fear. And profound loose cultivator beside him seemed somewhat dazed. The three of them now understood. The Guadao sealing heaven formation was the first step. The golden core encirclement and killing was the second step. And heavenly Tao erasure was the ultimate killing move in Guadao Ren's plan, forcing them into a desperate situation where they would either be slowly worn to death or, in the endless exhaustion, be unable to suppress their feathered power and be completely erased by tribulation lightning. And heavenly Tao was supreme. In the face of heavenly Tao, even though they were feathered cultivators, they were powerless. The encirclement and killing by golden core demonic cultivators continued. The second to die was Lady Meow. She had to restrain her cultivation and also endure endless death battles and exhaustion, her mind and spirit utterly fatigued. Poison Venerable angrily said, "Fighting to the death might still have a chance. As a dignified feathered cultivator, even if we fall here, we shouldn't die so miserably." Lady Meow gritted her teeth. "Good." Poison Venerable said, "Let's both use our feathered power. Just for an instant, we can break the Guadao sealing heaven formation and escape. After escaping, we'll each use our life-saving means, and whether we live or die depends on fate." At this point, there was no other option. Even facing the threat of heavenly tribulation, they had to fight for it. Lady Meow and Poison Venerable's auras rose together, slowly mobilizing their feathered power, preparing to unleash feathered realm Taoist arts, seemingly intending to break the formation together. But when the two of them had raised their auras to a certain extent, nearing the feathered realm, they stopped almost simultaneously. The two looked at each other and cursed. "Bitch, you tricked me. Old ghost, you lied to me." Both of them wanted to trick the other into breaking the formation with feathered power, endure the tribulation lightning, and then escape themselves. Lady Meow was about to curse more, but unexpectedly, Poison Venerable struck first, fiercely slapping her with a palm. This palm, though not reaching feathered realm, was already at the peak golden core power. Lady Meow was caught off guard. She hastily received the palm, but due to her carelessness, she didn't restrain her cultivation, and pink energy appeared around her, showing signs of feathering. Lady Meow cried out in alarm, turned around, and was about to drag Poison Venerable down with her. But unexpectedly, thunderclouds condensed, heavenly tribulation descended, and with a flash of crimson lightning, Lady Meow perished. With Lady Meow dead, Poison Venerable looked up, inwardly delighted. Just as I predicted. When the heavenly tribulation descends, it will break open the Guadao sealing heaven formation patterns, revealing a gap in the formation. This is the chance to escape. Poison Venerable leaped forward, intending to escape through the gap and flee the demonic hall, escaping the blockade of the Guadao sealing heaven formation. But suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Poison Venerable's body stiffened, and he struggled fiercely, but the person holding him had extremely high cultivation. He struggled several times before breaking free, then continued to flee outwards. And during the delay, the Guadao sealing heaven formation regenerated and resealed itself, completely blocking the exit. Poison Venerable roared in anger, turned back, and said sternly, "Profound Loose Cultivator, what do you mean by this?" The person who had suddenly grabbed him was Profound Loose Cultivator. Profound Loose Cultivator remained silent. Poison Venerable looked closely, his eyes widening in horror. Profound Loose Cultivator's pupils had turned black. "You?" Poison Venerable exclaimed in shock. "Impossible." Profound Loose Cultivator smiled slightly, his pupils black, a vivid and strange smile appearing on his face. "Tao Heart Seed Demon." Poison Venerable's eyes were filled with disbelief. "No. Impossible. You are feathered. How could you be planted with Tao Heart Seed Demon? Across such a vast realm, how could his golden core demonic seed possibly erode your Tao Heart? Unless..." Poison Venerable remembered something and his eyes widened. Profound demonic embryo. And the Profound Loose Cultivator over there had already put on his Taoist robe. This robe looked like it had been stripped from a dead person, stained with mud. It was precisely Gui Dao Ren's Taoist robe. Poison Venerable was shocked and angry, then couldn't help but curse loudly. "Profound Loose Cultivator, you cowardly beast, you actually used the profound demonic embryo to come in place of your true body. Profound demonic embryo transformation, supreme demonic art. One body, two embryos, truth and falsehood indistinguishable." Poison Venerable never expected that for such an important matter as blocking Mr. Zhuang and seizing the secret of Gui Su Tianzong, this Profound Loose Cultivator, being so afraid of death, would send his profound demonic embryo, with its dual lives, to come instead. If not for this, he would have escaped by now. Although the profound demonic embryo had 2 lives in one body, its Tao Heart was divided. It only had feathered realm cultivation, but not a complete feathered realm Tao Heart. This would allow Gui Dao Ren to take advantage of the vulnerability, and thus, through Tao Heart Seed Demon, completely steal a feathered realm demonic embryo. The current Gui Dao Ren was a feathered realm Gui Dao Ren. A hint of fear spread in Poison Venerable's heart. This Gui Dao Ren. Had he seen long ago that Profound Loose Cultivator's true body was just a profound demonic embryo? So, this was also within his calculations? The Profound Loose Cultivator who put on the Taoist robe became Gui Dao Ren. He had a youthful face and white hair, handsome features, and his eyes were black and deep. Perhaps because it was a feathered realm body, his expression was much more lively, no longer as stiff as before. Poison Venerable's expression became solemn. "What exactly do you want to do?" As those who practice the demonic path, naturally the key word is kill. Poison Venerable said coldly, "You want to kill me?" Gui Dao Ren was noncommittal. Poison Venerable sneered, "Good. Let's see how you plan to kill me today." After this fierce battle, 8 out of 10 golden core demonic seeds have been lost, and the remaining are nothing but remnants of an army. Or are you planning to make a personal move? We are all feathered now. Are you trying to perish with me using this feathered demonic embryo? Gui Dao Ren unleashed a palm strike. Poison Venerable was startled, then snorted coldly and struck back with a palm, offsetting Gui Dao Ren's palm force, and even pushing Gui Dao Ren back several steps. Gui Dao Ren spat out a mouthful of black blood. "That's it." Poison Venerable showed a hint of disdain. Gui Dao Ren wiped the blood from his mouth, but his gaze towards Poison Venerable was as if he were looking at a dead man. Only then did Poison Venerable realize something was wrong. He felt as if a terrifying aura was gathering above his head. Heavenly tribulation? Poison Venerable's voice trembled. "No, impossible." Poison Venerable exclaimed in terror. "I clearly did not use my feathered power." A sneer appeared on Gui Dao Ren's lips. "In front of me, why would you think that what you think is true?" Poison Venerable's face turned ashen. I've also been planted with Tao Heart Seed Demon." He concentrated and looked within himself, finding a trace of darkness in his Tao Heart. Only a little was planted. But planting just this little bit of demonic thought had violated the great taboos of the Tao. He would be erased by heavenly Tao. "No, I don't want to die yet. I shouldn't die yet. I still have the grand plan of the demonic sect. I have thousands of disciples. Poison Venerable's expression became ferocious. But before he could finish speaking, the crimson heavenly tribulation descended. The terrifying heavenly tribulation, containing the ruthlessness of the great Tao, completely erased Poison Venerable. The tribulation lightning dissipated, and everything settled. The Gui Dao sealing heaven formation, with no hope of survival, the myriad demon hall was deathly silent. The golden core demonic cultivators were reduced to incomplete corpses. The feathered demon ancestors were annihilated, body and soul. Gui Dao Ren stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, dressed in black, with white hair draped over his shoulders, his pupils black and deep, his voice condescending and cold. "What kind of trash are these people, to even deserve to covet? My junior brother." This chapter was written in one go, so there will be no further chapters. Chapter 556, Understood. In the demon hall, all demons were silent. Mo Hua was shocked in his heart. This was his martial uncle. So powerful. He had actually slaughtered all the demon cultivators in this hall clean, using the treacherous path sealing heaven array to seal the demon hall, planting demonic seeds with the Tao heart to slaughter golden core cultivators, then controlling the golden core cultivators to attack the Ascension realm, forcing Ascension to die under the heavenly tribulation. This series of events, with its turbulent and dizzying changes, left a deep impression on Mo. This is the treacherous path, cultivator. Meticulous and treacherous, not a wasted word. If it needs to be trapped, it's trapped. If it needs to be killed, it's killed. All heavens are the Tao. Heavenly tribulation is also a killing weapon. All of this opened Mo's eyes and benefited him greatly. For the first time, he knew that one could act like this and kill like this. What surprised him even more was that treacherous path sealing heaven array. This array was completely different from any array he had learned before. It did not belong to the 5 elements formation system, nor did it belong to the systems of dual poles, 3 talents, for symbols, 7 stars, or 8 trigrams. Some basic array elements, such as array mediums, array patterns, array pivots, and array eyes, were also obscure and difficult to understand. What was the array medium? Was it the demon hall itself? But it seemed to be more than that. In addition, Mo could see the array patterns, but he couldn't understand them. These array patterns were constantly evolving and generating, and the array principles contained within were extremely complex. There was no array pivot, and Mo couldn't see through the array eyes either. Mo had previously deduced that this treacherous path sealing heaven array was based on a special derivation and calculation method. But thinking about it now, something felt off. Derivation and calculation were for understanding, analyzing, comprehending, and discerning arrays. And this array now seemed to be constructed by relying on derivation and calculation. This derivation and calculation seemed to be helping the array patterns differentiate and generate on their own, ceaselessly, which was extremely special and somewhat treacherous. Mo frowned. The derivation and calculation method taught by his master was called spiritual sense derivation and calculation. But this was the most basic. Based on Mo's observation, he found that this method of derivation and calculation, when learned to its depths, could allow one to derive heavenly secrets and infer causality, just like his master. So, it would be more appropriate to call this derivation and calculation heavenly secret derivation and calculation. It was just that his current level was limited, and he couldn't derive heavenly secrets. Furthermore, by chance, Mo had also learned another spiritual sense calculation method. It was the derivation and calculation method used by the 5 Elements sect to categorize array patterns. Mo didn't know the name of the 5 Elements sect's derivation and calculation method, but if he had to name it himself, it would be more appropriate to call it the origin-return algorithm. It summarized array patterns and unified their origins. It was a spiritual sense algorithm for summarizing origin patterns. So, what should his martial uncle's derivation and calculation be called? What were the differences in this derivation and calculation? What was its essence? What was its principle? Mo raised his small head, his eyes shining brightly, staring at the treacherous path sealing heaven array above, lost in thought. All the changes in the array patterns were reproduced and derived in Mo's sea of consciousness. The array patterns were broken by the demonic cultivators, yet they repaired themselves. The array patterns were erased by the tribulation lightning, yet they generated themselves again. The treacherous path sealing heaven array, pattern by pattern, line by line, was like Yama flowers blooming, rising and falling, sinister yet magnificent, treacherous yet profound. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Mo's eyes suddenly widened. The myriad changes of the array patterns reflected in his pupils, and a sudden realization struck him. I understand. It's Tao Heart Planting Demon. This treacherous path sealing heaven array was the same as Tao Heart Planting Demon. In Tao Heart Planting Demon, a demonic seed was planted, and the demonic thoughts would naturally spread and parasitize. In treacherous path sealing heaven, array patterns were laid down, and the array patterns would also generate and multiply on their own. The so-called treacherous path sealing heaven array was essentially a large-scale, array-based Tao Heart Planting Demon. By planting demonic seeds within the array pivot, the demonic seeds would generate array patterns, thus making the entire array treacherous patterns that generated and complemented each other, flowing endlessly and being difficult to break. In the array, Tao Heart Planting Demon. Mo thought for a moment, then frowned again. Still not right. The scene in the demon hall just now replayed over and over in Mo's mind. The treacherous path cultivator fully unleashed Tao Heart Planting Demon, contaminating all the golden core demon cultivators, driving them mad, and thus completely dominating them. This entire process included differentiating demonic seeds, parasitizing the Tao heart, and also the demonic seeds generating, contaminating, and dominating. Mo's heart was startled, and he suddenly realized he had reversed it. It wasn't Tao Heart Planting Demon within the treacherous path sealing heaven array. Rather, Dao Heart-Planting Demon utilized the core spiritual sense derivation and calculation of the treacherous path sealing heaven array. The two belong to the same school, both based on this special, treacherous spiritual sense derivation and calculation. Both were an exquisite and peak application of spiritual sense. Mo Hua recalled the Holy Son's incredulous expression when he saw the treacherous path cultivator performing Dao Heart-Planting Demon. The treacherous path cultivator's Dao Heart-Planting Demon was not at all what he understood Dao Heart-Planting Demon to be. This Dao Heart-Planting Demon was completely different from ordinary demonic seed planting methods. Because the martial uncle's Dao Heart-Planting Demon relied on that treacherous, special spiritual sense algorithm. Conversely, the martial uncle's Dao Heart-Planting Demon contained the supreme method of spiritual sense derivation and calculation. The more Mo Hua thought, the more shocked he became. The more he thought, the more he understood. His gaze also became brighter and brighter, like stars in the sky, shining brilliantly and dazzlingly. Mo Hua still looked up at the treacherous path sealing heaven array, but as he watched, he felt something was off. An aura appeared beside him at some point. Mo Hua lowered his head and found his martial uncle standing beside him. When he looked up at the array, his martial uncle was also silently looking at him. At this moment, the treacherous path cultivator had already possessed Xian Sanren through Dao Heart-Planting Demon. With white hair and youthful complexion, handsome features, and a cold expression, Mo Hua's stealing a peek action was discovered, and with his martial uncle staring at him, he felt a little guilty, so he smiled obediently. "Martial uncle, you've become handsomer." The treacherous path cultivator extended his slender finger and flicked it at Mo Hua's forehead. Mo Hua softly fainted and lay on the ground. His small face was fair, his eyelashes were black, and his breathing was fine and even. The treacherous path cultivator looked at Mo Hua, his gaze shifting several times, his emotions unsettled. "Martial brother, what exactly did he teach this little one? How did he teach such a puzzling disciple?" The treacherous path cultivator recalled Mo Hua's gaze just now. Clear, transparent, bright, and even with a hint of enlightenment towards the great Tao. What exactly did this little one see from the treacherous path sealing heaven array? And what did he understand? It couldn't be. The treacherous path cultivator frowned, his gaze indifferent, pondered for a moment, and slowly shook his head. Impossible. He had seen it before. Although this little one's array skills were decent, he had not learned the Immortal Heaven Array lineage. The Immortal Heaven Array lineage was the sect's most orthodox inheritance. Since Martial Brother hadn't passed it to him, it meant he wasn't the most orthodox core disciple. And since he hadn't learned the Immortal Heaven Array lineage and lacked the foundation of the origin of formations, he couldn't possibly learn heavenly secret derivation and calculation by understanding everything and being knowledgeable in the Tao of formations. Without derivation and calculation, what could he possibly understand? The treacherous path cultivator's gaze shifted. However, no matter what this little one understood, he couldn't let him continue watching. Who knew what this peculiar little one might see? The treacherous path cultivator's gaze sharpened. He picked up Mo Hua and slowly walked out of the 10,000 Demon Hall. After walking out of the 10,000 Demon Hall, the treacherous path cultivator waved his hand behind him. The treacherous path sealing heaven array reversed. The array patterns transformed treacherously, devouring the entire Demon Hall along with the demon cultivators buried within, gradually annihilating it. Then, the treacherous path cultivator did not look back, but strode towards Li Mountain City, towards the 5 Elements Mountain Protection Array, and also towards his martial brother, whom he had not seen for hundreds of years, within the Great Array. Hundreds of years of grievances should also be settled. Outside Great Li Mountain, a cultivator in golden robes at the late Golden Core stage, along with more than 10 vice prefects and prefects at the Golden Core stage, were escorting Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi to the nearby Azure Mountain City. The white robe cultivator was the prefect of Liyuan City. He was also the highest-ranking and most powerful prefect in the entire Great Li Mountain state boundary. Upon entering Azure Mountain City, Aunt Shueb bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Prefect Shangwan, for the escort along the way. Otherwise, with the rampant demon cultivators, the journey would have been undoubtedly difficult." "Not at all." The white-robed cultivator, surnamed Shangwan, had a kind face and also cupped his fists, saying, "It is best that young Master Bai and Miss Bai are safe." Prefect Shangwan breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, these two little ancestors were fine. Although their lifeblood longevity talismans were shattered, they themselves were not seriously injured. He had also dealt with some ignorant demon cultivators along the way. Now that he had escorted them to Azure Mountain City, and the Bai family cultivators were coming to receive them, there should be no more worries. The Bai family. Prefect Shangwan's heart sank slightly, to think that they are children of the Bai family. The Bai family was a colossal power in the cultivation world. Although the Shangwan family's status was not low, it was ultimately incomparable to the Bai family. Prefect Shangwan was somewhat worried. "I hope the Bai family will not hold me accountable. After all, Those were 2 lifeblood longevity talismans. Only ancient ancestors whose lifespans were limited, who had no hope of further cultivation, and who could no longer advance in their cultivation would expend their lifeblood cultivation to refine such talismans. The number of ancient ancestors who could implant such talismans was already very few, and the disciples of the aristocratic family who were qualified to be implanted with such talismans were even rarer. Once a lifeblood longevity talisman was shattered, it was as difficult as reaching the heavens to find another ancient ancestor to implant it again. And if it wasn't implanted, such prodigies, once they entered the cultivation world, would inevitably face grave dangers. The trouble in the future would be immense. Prefect Shangguan frowned and pondered for a long time before realizing that he had no right to worry about this. He shook his head, settled the Bai siblings and Aunt Shui in the largest in an Azure Mountain city. As long as the Bai family people arrived to receive these 2 little ancestors safely, he would be relieved. As for himself, he had no merit, but he had exerted himself, even if not for merit, as long as he wasn't blamed. However, it was a sudden incident, and the Bai family would likely not be unreasonable and overly harsh on him. The few of them stayed at the inn for several days, and then the Bai family arrived. A female cultivator in white, with her face veiled, led a group of Bai family cultivators into the inn. Her figure was like illusion, like reality, like substance, like emptiness. Others could clearly see her, but it seemed as if they saw nothing. Prefect Shangguan was still wondering who from the Bai family would come, when he suddenly looked up, saw the figure of the veiled female cultivator. His heart trembled, and he immediately lowered his head, respectfully saying, "This humble one, Shangguan Jing, holds the position of prefect of Liyuan City, paying respects to the true person." The woman's face was veiled, so her features could not be seen clearly, but her demeanor was cold and noble, possessing unparalleled grace. More importantly, her aura was ethereal and distant, yet unfathomable. Ascension Realm. This woman was a true person in the Ascension Realm. Prefect Shangguan lowered his head even further, fearing that the slightest offense would displease this true person. The woman nodded slightly, her voice clear and pleasant, yet carrying authority. "Thank you, Prefect Shangguan." Prefect Shangguan was completely relieved. On the side, Aunt Shui bowed and said, "Madam, I am incompetent." The longevity talisman. Bai Qingqing shook her head. "This is not your fault. 1 or 2 dozen golden core demon cultivators, the holy son of the demonic path, and the calculations of the treacherous path cultivator. In this situation, no one could protect those 2 lifeblood longevity talismans." Bai Qingqing looked at her children again, her cold gaze showing a hint of warmth, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes." Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi nodded, but they were still somewhat reserved. Bai Zixing hesitated for a moment and said, "Mother." Bai Qingqing's expression was calm. "What is it?" Bai Zixing was somewhat hesitant. He had always been a little afraid of his cold mother and didn't know how to speak. However, Bai Zishi said, "Mother, please save Mo Hua." Bai Qingqing frowned. "Mo Hua?" Aunt Shui then said, "He is the young disciple taken in by Mr. Zhuang, and also the junior disciple of young master and miss." A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Qingqing's beautiful face. "Young disciple? My senior brother actually took in a disciple? Impossible. How could he possibly take in another disciple?" Bai Qingqing's gaze turned cold as she looked at Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui was startled and immediately lowered her head, saying, "Mr. Zhuang told me not to tell you." Bai Qingqing was taken aback. Then her expression softened slightly. Her senior brother indeed disliked others prying into his affairs. Whether he took disciples or not, he naturally didn't want her to know. Bai Qingqing's mood was somewhat complicated. After a moment, she asked, "What happened to him?" Bai Zishi said he was captured by the treacherous path cultivator. Bai Zixing also nodded. "He was captured for me and Zishi. Originally, they were going to capture us 2 foot." After speaking, Bai Zixing lowered his head in guilt. It seemed he blamed himself for not being able to protect his junior disciple well. Bai Qingqing's expression remained unchanged, but her heart couldn't help but tremble. Treacherous path cultivator. So that's how it is. She was still wondering, with the ability of the treacherous path cultivator, who was her senior brother, if Zixing and Zishi's lifeblood longevity talismans were shattered, they would inevitably fall into his hands. She had been worried about this before, but she never expected that her senior brother would let Zixing and Zishi go. Bai Qingqing, who had been unable to figure it out before, now knew that her senior brother had found a substitute. That is, this young disciple named Mo Hua, taken in by senior brother Zhuang. But why? Was this young disciple so important? The treacherous path cultivator actually let Zixing and Zishi go for this reason? Senior brother Zhuang's actions were likely deep and far-sighted, leaving nothing to chance. Did this young disciple of his hide some unspeakable secret? Bai Qingqing's gaze sharpened. "Mother," Bai Zishi said softly. Bai Qingqing returned to her senses, turned to look at Bai Zishi, and upon meeting her gaze, her heart suddenly trembled, her thoughts churning, complex and indescribable. But her expression remained cold. and she simply nodded faintly. I know. Bai Zixing wanted to say something more, but was quietly pulled by Aunt Shui. She knew that saying more at this point was enough. Given the madam's temperament, saying more might be counterproductive. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi glanced at Bai Qingcheng, then swallowed their words. Afterward, Aunt Shui explained the entire journey in detail to Bai Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing nodded, her voice pleasant but somewhat cold, saying, We will rest here tonight and leave with me tomorrow. Her words were spoken lightly, but they were clearly not to be refused. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi retreated somewhat dejectedly. As night fell, the moonlight was cold and beautiful. Bai Qingcheng sat in the room, with a heavenly secret astrolabe placed before her. On the astrolabe, karma was intertwined, and heavenly secrets fluctuated. Bai Qingcheng frowned and sighed after a long time. Heavenly secret derivation and calculation. I am still no match for my senior brothers. She could not figure out this heavenly secret no matter how she calculated it. What would be her senior brother's destinies? Bai Qingcheng shook her head, and suddenly the name Imohua floated into her mind again. She recalled the children's pleas to her during the day, her thoughts complex. Zixing's nature was somewhat careless and rash, but also arrogant. He looked down on most of the prodigy disciples in the clan and rarely showed concern for others. As for Zishi, her calling her mother and asking her to save her junior disciple flashed in her mind. Those eyes, always clear and distant, even as pure and elegant as a snow lotus, unexpectedly showed a hint of pleading. As a mother, how could she not understand the emotions brewing in that gaze? But how could this be possible? She had always understood her daughter's personality. But because of this, she felt shocked. Imohua. Bai Qingqing's gaze sharpened, and she silently remembered the name. Chapter 557, The Opening Move. The next day, Bai Qingqing sent Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi to Anshan City, hundreds of miles north of Qingshan City. Anshan City had a mansion temporarily purchased by the Bai family. This place was far from the mountain city, away from troubles and disputes, and protected by several golden core cultivators of the Bai family, making it very safe. You will stay here for now. After I finish my business, we will return to the Bai family together. You have been away from home for so long, and the old ancestor misses you dearly. After Bai Qingqing finished speaking, she turned to leave. Mother. Bai Qingqing turned back and saw two pairs of expectant and longing eyes. Her heart ached. These two children, Zixing and Zishi, had never shown such obvious care and concern for anyone before. Even for her, their mother. I understand, Bai Qingqing said lightly. After speaking, she no longer looked at her two children and turned to leave, her heart filled with worry. Leaving Lishan City, the real storm of blood and wind would begin. Even if she had the will, she might not be able to save that child named Imohua. What's more, he had fallen into the hands of Gui Daorun. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was not that easy. 2 days later, Bai Qingqing arrived at a newly built cultivation camp outside Lishan City. Outside the camp, 2nd grade and even 3rd grade formations were deployed. Inside the camp, Dao court soldiers were stationed. At the same time, various forces from Dao State had dispatched their high-level cultivators with real authority to gather here. Inside the camp, in a hall equipped with soundproofing formations and divine sense-blocking formations to prevent others from perceiving, 9 cultivators with profound auras sat together, whispering and discussing. When Bai Qingcheng entered, everyone quieted for a moment, nodded in greeting, and then continued their previous conversation. A few days ago, heavenly tribulation lightning appeared in the direction of Great Lishan. After that, the auras of those demon path cultivators who had ascended disappeared. Not only that, but the auras of a large number of golden core demon cultivators have not reappeared either. Could it be that the heavenly Tao opened its eyes and directly suppressed these demon cultivators? What are you thinking? There must be some hidden story behind this. Internal strife among the demon path? Mutual slaughter? At this juncture? Senior Situ, have you calculated anything? It's a fog. The heavenly secrets are treacherous. I can't calculate it clearly. You mean you haven't calculated it? No, it means you have calculated it. What do you mean? The heavenly secrets are treacherous. It's Gui Daoren. Everyone choked. Then someone said, has this Gui Daoren made a mistake? At this time, killing his own kind. Who can figure out Gui Daoren's intentions? Some had solemn expressions, while others frowned. Speaking of which, aren't you curious how Gui Daoren did it? What did he do to slaughter 4 demon path cultivators who had ascended and hundreds of golden core cultivators? This is in a 3rd grade state boundary. The appearance of tribulation lightning. Was it by utilizing the heavenly tribulation? How to utilize it? Those demon cultivators aren't fools. Won't they run? They should also know the taboo of restricting cultivation and not being able to ascend. I'm not Gui Daorun. How would I know? Perhaps they were forced into a corner by Gui Daoren, and only then had to use the power of ascension, which is why they were turned to ashes under the tribulation lightning. What could Gui Daoren rely on? Relying on his own strength. How is that possible? Dao heart-seeding demon. Dao heart-seeding demon originates from the illusory demon sect protecting demonic art. But I've encountered this demonic art before. It's just a bit tricky and troublesome, but not that powerful. Some mind-clearing and spirit-calming techniques, magical treasures, and spirit tools can restrain Dao heart-seeding demon. If only it were that simple. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have been conferred the title of Taoist by the demonic sect. What's different about his Dao heart-seeding demon? Everyone was confused, but their expressions became a bit more solemn. In any case, let's not make a move easily, cultivators in the Ascension realm. If we can't make a move, what are we here for, we ascended cultivators? What use is it if you make a move? In a third-grade state boundary, even if you are a true person, you are just a stronger golden core. Without the ability to ascend or fly, you can only unleash less than 1/10 of your strength, and you have to constantly face the risk of being wiped out by the heavenly tribulation. Those 4 ancestors of the demon path in the Ascension realm, born from the demon path, are vicious and evil. After living for so many years, they still fell into Guadao Ren's trap and were erased by the heavenly tribulation. Those are 4 great demon leaders in the Ascension realm. At this point, everyone felt a bit of lingering fear. Void comprehension stage cultivators remained in seclusion. For the major cultivation forces, the highest realm of those operating outside was generally the Ascension realm. However, cultivators in the Ascension realm generally would not come to states below 3rd grade, because the risk was too great. If it weren't for the current situation being extremely important and involving the master of heavenly secrets calculation, Mr. Zhuang, 10 true persons in the Ascension realm of the Dao court would not have gathered outside Lishan City. But now, due to Guadao Ren, the situation had become delicate again. As cultivators in the Ascension realm, they had powerful cultivation, but they did not dare to act. Heavenly Dao's annihilation. These 4 words were like a blood-soaked executioner's blade, constantly hanging over their heads, waiting to strike them down and take their lives if they made a wrong move. Damn it! A true person in the Ascension realm felt immensely wronged and angrily slammed the table. You are in the Ascension realm, a true person. Pay attention to your image and your speech. I'm happy to do so. What business is it of yours? Your self-cultivation is too poor. Aren't you cursing too? It's only polite to return a favor. I'm cursing you. The 2 lost their composure and bickered noisily. Someone couldn't stand it and said, "Can you 2 pay attention to your demeanor in front of so many people and stop cursing? Aren't you cursing too?" Someone coughed. Here comes true person Bai. What the hell is Bai? This person suddenly stopped mid-sentence, looked up at Bai Qingqing sitting at the head of the table, who was dressed in white, incredibly beautiful, and had a pure and clear aura. His old face flushed red, and he silently swallowed his words. Everyone also quieted down, coughed a few times, cleared their throats, sat up straight, and paid attention to their image. Bai Qingqing remained indifferent, her gaze unwavering. An old man sitting at the head of the table shook his head helplessly. His face was withered. He wore a dark robe. His surname was Situ. He was proficient in calculation, and he was the great elder of Xuanji Valley, known as True Person Situ. He was the cultivator with the highest cultivation, the oldest, and the most senior among those present in the Ascension realm. True Person Situ surveyed the surroundings and slowly said, "In any case, true persons in the Ascension realm should not act rashly again. Ascending to become a true person requires great effort. If any accident happens to a true person in the Ascension realm, it will be a loss to our Dao court and a devastating disaster for the sects and forces you belong to. Everyone, please take care of yourselves." True Person Situ said earnestly. Everyone also cupped their hands and said, "Senior Situ, what you said is very true." Some also asked doubtfully, "Senior Situ, logically speaking, Gui Su Tianzong is of great importance, but why? Why haven't the top aristocratic families and sects in Dao State sent high-level cultivators this time, only sending some golden core cultivators to make up the numbers?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. It is indeed so. Void comprehension stage ancestors do not appear, so it's understandable if they don't come. Even if they came, they would just be a larger golden core, and they would still face the danger of falling, which would not be worth the gain. But why haven't even cultivators in the Ascension realm come? This is indeed hard to explain. A group of ascended cultivators whispered among themselves, then silently cast their gaze towards Bai Qingqiang at the head of the table. Among the many forces present, only the Bai family was a true behemoth. Although not located in Dao State, it occupied a region capable of competing with the ancient aristocratic families of Dao State. Among the true persons in the Ascension realm present, only Bai Qingqing's family was the largest and had the deepest background. Bai Qingqing's expression was cold, and she still remained silent. Everyone was helpless, wanting to ask, but not daring to. True Person Situ then said, "Each aristocratic family has its own arrangements, and the ancestors of each family have their own overall plans. We should do our own jobs, and other matters are not for us to inquire about." Everyone frowned. But since True Person Situ had spoken, they did not dare to probe further. After the true persons in the Ascension realm dispersed, Bai Qingqing also got up to leave, but was called back by True Person Situ. True Person Bai. Although True Person Situ was highly respected, his tone towards Bai Qingqing was extremely polite. This was not only because of her aristocratic family, but also because of her extremely high talent. At the age of several hundred years, she had broken through to the Ascension realm and become a true person who could fly. More importantly, it was due to the various karmic connections she was involved in. Mr. Zhuang, Guidao Run, and her 2 children with heavenly spirit roots. Some things others did not know. But True Person Situ, being proficient in the art of great Dao calculation and having managed Xuanji Valley for many years, naturally knew more inside information than others. Bai Qingqing's expression was icy and slightly arrogant, but she was also respectful towards True Person Situ and nodded. Senior Situ. True Person Situ hesitated for a moment before speaking. Before True Person Bai came, did the Bai family's ancestors have any instructions? Bai Qingqing's delicate eyebrows furrowed. Senior Situ, what do you want to ask? True Person Situ did not intend to ask too meticulously, he only sighed. I am old and afraid of death, so I only ask about good or bad fortune. It involved heavenly secrets and opportunities for great Dao. No matter what, he had to come to this place. But at this moment, he found that this opportunity was very strange. No matter how he calculated or deduced, the path ahead was a complete haze. Having lived for so many years, he was like an old fox, and now he wanted to leave a backup plan to protect his foundation. Xuanji Valley had a large business, and the younger generation's calculation skills were not good, so it still relied on this old man to support it. He could not afford to lose his life here. Bai Qingqing was a little surprised. She did not expect True Person Situ, a senior, to be so frank. After thinking for a moment, she said, the ancestors didn't want me to come. But for some reason, I had to come. Before I left, the ancestors only gave me one sentence, asking me to. Bai Qingqing paused slightly and slowly uttered 4 words. Stand by and watch. Stand by and watch. True Person Situ was stunned, his heart filled with surprise. How could it be stand by and watch? They wouldn't care, wouldn't ask, wouldn't seek that. True Person Situ's expression changed, and his heart surged with emotions. Bai Qingqing said nothing more, cupped her hands, and said, this junior bids farewell. Even after Bai Qingqing walked far away, True Person Situ remained standing there in a daze, his brow furrowed, muttering to himself. Impossible. How could they not be worried at all? When it's time for the final move to decide victory or defeat in this grand game, how could they suddenly become scaredy cats and withdraw their pieces? Those old immortals are nearing their end. They must be more anxious than me. No, something is wrong. Unless they have calculated something, or are they wary of something? Or perhaps, this game is not what I thought it was. Doubts arose in True Person Situ's heart. He stroked his beard and paced back and forth in the hall, walking countless circles. Suddenly, he stopped, and his heart trembled. Could it be that this game has changed? Is the current game, not the end, but just the beginning? With the death of that Mr. Zhuang, as the opening move? With the appearance of Gui Su Tianzong, as the first move for planning the heavens and earth, strategizing and coordinating? The fragmented deeds and rumors from the past 20,000 years since the establishment of the Dao court surfaced in his mind and connected. True Person Situ found it hard to believe. It's impossible. Who could have such a grand scheme? The more he thought, the more fearful he became, the more astonished he became, as if an boundless abyss had opened its giant mouth, emitting a terrifying aura. True Person Situ's body trembled uncontrollably. What was hidden within? Or was it just his own overthinking? True Person Situ collapsed onto his seat, remained silent for a long time, and then sighed deeply. Forget it, I'll just survive for now. Even if there were any conspiracies, they were still far from him. Not to mention 10,000 years, but at least 1,000 years. Perhaps by then, he would have already died, and it would all be over. True Person Situ suddenly felt at ease. For now, he still needed to consider the current matter. The Bai family's ancestors' instruction for Bai Qingqing to stand by and watch must not be without reason. That meant that if they got involved, they would all be in mortal danger. Where would they die? No need to think, it must be Gui Dao Ran, it must be Dao Heart-seeding Demon. The title Taoist was not simple. True Person Situ frowned, pondered for a moment, then summoned a disciple and ordered. Issue an order to deploy the Heart-cleansing formation, Spirit-calming formation, and Dust-free formation around the camp. Strengthen the vigilance around the area. If any cultivator resembling a Taoist or with a strange appearance approaches, inform me immediately. Tell all cultivators in the Ascension realm not to go out casually. True Person Situ said a lot in one breath. After finishing his orders, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and then doubted himself. Am I making a mountain out of a molehill by doing this? No matter how strong Gui Dao Ren is, he can't kill all 10 of us in the Ascension realm. As soon as True Person Situ finished speaking, He immediately reacted and lightly slapped his own mouth. He couldn't speak carelessly. He studied karma, and he couldn't say such words that would lead to death. After True Person Situ's arrangements were implemented, other true persons in the Ascension realm soon came to see him and said, "Senior Situ, aren't we making a mountain out of a molehill? No matter how strong Gui Daoren is, he can't." True Person Situ's sharp eyes like knives immediately glared at him, silencing him. Prevention is better than cure. Don't underestimate Gui Daoren. True Person Situ's tone was solemn. Seeing True Person Situ's solemn expression, the others assumed the matter was serious and said no more. A few days later, a disciple came to report. "Old Ancestor, a Taoist, has arrived." True Person Situ's heart tensed, and he immediately got up and went out to take a look. But the surroundings were empty, the formations were dense, and the mountains stood tall, with no sign of the Taoist. True Person Situ frowned. "That's strange, I clearly saw a Taoist." The disciple who reported the news muttered strangely. Where did the Taoist go? Could he have hidden himself? Or perhaps... The disciple was stunned for a moment, and his voice suddenly became hoarse and wooden. "Am I the Taoist?" True Person Situ was shocked by this, and a cold sweat broke out instantly. He turned to look and saw that the eyes of the reporting disciple were completely black. "I'm suddenly so tired. I can't write anymore today. I'll write tomorrow."